This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Good morning, young master. It's 7:30 a.m. on July 13th. The weather is beautiful today. Would you like to have breakfast first or start training? Yuan Swayan opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered. Next to him, the intelligent butler robot floated in midair. Its mechanical voice had been set to a clear, youthful cadence, though still as cold as ever. Quickly waking up, Yuan Swayan sat up and said, "Switch to sports field mode." "Okay, young master." Yuan Swayan got up, washed, and changed his clothes. When he returned, the robot was ready. Just as he was about to activate sports field mode, a notification chime rang from the computer. "A little sister at home. Oh, my dear sister? Are you ready for the harshness of life under the scorching sun?" Yuan Swayan shook her head helplessly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. This was her brother, Yuan Su, sending a message about her upcoming training camp. Not long ago, General Yuan, her father, despite his busy schedule, had sent a rare message of condolence, and he ended up talking about the training camp. "It's not too late for you to regret it now." Yuan Zheng, the top field general of the Federation's Drone Special Operations Force, was a commanding figure in the Federation. He was known for his decisiveness and bravery. In the Federation military, aside from the marshal, his word was the most important rule. If anyone dared to disobey him, it would be Yuan Swayan. "This is the 257th time you told me this, and I've given you the same answer 256 times. Similarly today, my answer won't change." Ever since she decided to attend military school, her father had been against it. It was her senior year of high school, a busy academic period. Since she had long planned to apply to the Federal Military University's Anti-AV Special Combat Forces Command Department, she had been secretly studying everything she could about command, even despite the hectic schedule. Yuan Swayan remembered clearly that she hadn't told anyone, not even her devoted son, Yuan Su. Somehow, her General Yuan had learned of this. Since she'd been discovered, Yuan Swayan simply let it go and said openly, "I want to be a commander." Not surprisingly, she received opposition from both her father and brother. "General Yuan, you're not in good health. Political science and economics are better than military school." "Yuan Su, my dear sister, look at your small frame. Why are you so self-indulgent?" To be honest, considering Yuan Swayan's own physical condition, this frail girl, constantly suffering from illness, was clearly unsuitable for military school or any military-related work. But she only wanted one thing. She wanted to become a commander. That was her goal, one she absolutely refused to change. Chapter 2. So, Yuan Swayan interrupted them for the first time. "Father, brother, can you please listen to me?" Amid their astonished gazes, Yuan Swayan pinched the edge of her clothes. This was the first time she had opened her heart to someone, speaking her true feelings. To be honest, she was a little worried about whether they would understand. Becoming a commander has always been my dream. To this end, I read a lot of information, learning about the 121 major and minor battles fought since the founding of the Federation. I also memorized all the weapon types and developments to date, and studied some military theory, technology, law, and tactics. I know I'm self-taught, so my grades won't be good, but I believe I can keep working hard and develop into a commander. I also know my physical condition is weak, so I'm working hard to improve it, so I don't become a weakling who only holds back. Yuan Swayan hurried back to his room and pulled out a folder, handing it to the two of them. "This is my physical fitness report after training since my freshman year of high school. From these reports, you can see that my fitness has gradually improved since I started training. While I didn't become completely healthy all of a sudden, you can see that while my current fitness is still a little weak, it's much better than before, when I have minor illnesses every 3 days, and major ones every 2 days. I don't get sick so easily anymore." Looking at the results, Yuan Zheng and Yuan Su fell silent. How could they not notice the changes in Yuan Swayan's body? They had previously thought it was just the result of her growing up, but they had never imagined that she was secretly training behind their backs. Besides, who took her for the physical exam? Who supervised her training? What if something went wrong? Yuan Su glanced at the report, then at Yuan Swayan. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. He still didn't want her to make a fool of herself, but he didn't want her to be disappointed even more. Yuan Zheng closed the folder and, when he looked up again, had suppressed the trembling in his heart. "It seems you made up your mind." Even before hearing her words and reading the reports, Yuan Zheng had made up his mind not to agree. How much effort had she put in private to prevent them from worrying? Yes. The girl was still as gentle as ever, But unlike her usual reserved demeanor, this time, there was a firmness in her eyes. Then go take the exam. The resolute gaze struck Yuan Jing's heart. He tried to ignore it, but couldn't. After some thought, he decided to give his daughter a way out. You can go to the military academy, but you must take good care of yourself. If I know you're feeling unwell, I immediately transfer you to another school. Dad, don't worry, I constantly urge her. This urging lasted for 2 whole years. For 2 years, the words she heard most often were from her brother. How is it? Is it hard? Is it tiring? Come, my dear sister, I'm ready to take you on a journey. 2 days before summer vacation, Yuan Suiyan said she wanted to participate in a league in her junior year. Immediately, she received a call from General Yuan. Yuan Zheng, reason? Yuan Suiyan, I want to be a real commander, not just stop at military academy. So I want to participate in the military academy league. It will help me grow as a commander. Knowing Yuan Suiyan's character well, Yuan Zheng decided not to persuade her this time, but instead to allow her to attend intensive training. Military academy students' winter and summer training is divided into military training and intensive training. Military training is mandatory for all cadets and primarily involves physical training. Intensive training is different. If the military academy league is for selecting elite talent, intensive training is for cultivating high-end talent. For this reason, juniors and seniors are required to attend intensive training every winter and summer break if their FWAR abilities reach level B or above. It's said that compared to military training, intensive training is far more rigorous and arduous, and that most people simply can't endure it. A person's FWAR abilities are ranked from high to low, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. Not mentioning abilities above level B, those with FWAR abilities are generally ranked at level C. Yuan Suiyan is different. She's at level E, a nearing competent level. Even though her abilities have improved through independent training, they barely reached level C, with no chance of further improvement. If this were at school, she would never have been on the training roster. Yuan Zheng's purpose in asking her to attend the training camp was simple, to make her give up the idea after experiencing its brutality. With Yuan Zheng's words, the news from school spread swiftly. Even though she had already been confirmed for military training, she was suddenly notified to switch to the training camp. The necessary procedures had been completed, and all she had to do was pack up and set sail. The training camp began tomorrow, and the other students participating in the camp had already been organized to go to the camp together, including her brother Yuan Su. Yuan Suiyan moved her hands. Yes, I'm ready. My ticket for this afternoon should arrive tonight. A little sister at home, my dear sister, aren't you going to give backing out a taste of it? White dove, no. After sending this message, Yuan Suiyan put away her laptop and stopped reading the messages. She knew it must be Yuan Su's words that had made her back off. The training camp was located on a relatively remote, small planet called Yulu. According to the All-Star Planet Guide, Yulu's remote location and technologically backward nature are accompanied by abundant natural energy resources, mountains, rivers, and lush vegetation. It is one of only 3 planets with intact natural ecosystems, and has been the only designated training location for students from renowned military academies. The Federal Military University Training Camp is located to the east of Yulu. Yuan Suiyan had excellent eyesight, and could spot a figure leaning against the training camp gate from a distance. He looked lazy and exhausted, a stark contrast to the soldiers on duty. As she approached, dragging her suitcase, the figure gradually became clearer. He crossed his arms, his short, neatly trimmed hair and clean, sunny face, dressed in a white shirt and trousers, should have been handsome, but now he exuded a sense of laziness. However, this laziness, when applied to him, exuded a sense of utter indolence, a certain aristocratic air. Seeing Yuan Suiyan, he immediately smiled brightly, his eyes, which had been somewhat bored, suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. My dear sister, you're finally here. Yes, this lazy and extremely pretentious fellow was her brother, Yuan Su. My dear sister, do you really want to attend this training camp? Can you really handle it? Do you know how shocked I was when I heard the news? It was no less than hearing about the explosion of our capital planet. How could you agree to such an outrageous request from General Yuan? Or maybe you should just give up and stay home and be a pampered young lady. I give you whatever you want, and whatever you ask for, I satisfy you. Once Yuan Su started nagging, he couldn't stop, especially when he was trying to persuade Yuan Suiyan to give up command. After 2 years of bombardment, Yuan Suiyan had long since calmed down. He let her talk, and she remained unmoved. Of course, Yuan Su didn't dare enter the girls' dormitory, so he could only watch her leave. Before sending her off, Yuan Su specifically warned her, the severity of the training camp is nothing compared to normal training, and it will continue after the start of junior year. Have you really thought it through? Yuan Suan said nothing, simply nodded. Chapter 3. The training camp dormitories were for 4 people to a room, but since there were fewer girls, the girls' rooms were 2 people to a room. Another girl was reclining on a bed, playing with her laptop. She had short hair that just reached her chin, smooth and silky, a look that showed she was well maintained. She had an oval face, a sallow complexion, and foxy eyes. She was about the same height as Yuan Suan, both around 168 centimeters. When they saw each other, they were both startled. When KZ pretended not to see Yuan Suan and continued playing with her laptop, not even bothering to say hello. Yuan Suan's restless heart calmed down, and he packed his things in an inexplicable silence. From now on, neither of us is allowed to touch anything else. I counted everything here. I check mine every day. If anything's missing, even just a little bit, I contact you. Similarly, if anything's missing, even just a little bit, you can contact me. Any missing or damaged items here, while we're using them, will be shared by both of us. Yuan Suan was still a little tired. The other person's flurry of messages took her a few seconds to react. Okay. Also, I don't like being disturbed, so don't talk to me unless necessary. This time, Yuan Suan reacted. Okay. She smiled, but her brow furrowed unconsciously. The new roommate doesn't seem easy to get along with. After they added their contact information, Yuan Suan realized that not only was this person difficult to get along with, but she also had remarkable observation skills. Just now, while she was packing, when KZ seemed to be playing with her laptop, but she was actually counting all her belongings and sending them to her. The data was so accurate that Yuan Suan thought she could even tell how many hairs she had. Just as they were about to take a break, a series of extremely enthusiastic and piercing bells rang out from the training camp, accompanied by a spirited shout. All students, put on your training uniforms within 5 minutes and assemble on the playground. The bells and shouts blended, repeating at least 2 or 3 times throughout the camp before they finally ended. The seniors were the first to react, changing their clothes and lining up on the playground the moment the announcement was made. The juniors arrived a bit later. Yuan Suan and Winkezi didn't have to run back to the dorms, so they arrived relatively early. As for the other juniors, some scrambled to arrive just in time, while others, buttoning their shirts as they ran, arrived only after nearly 7 minutes had passed. Several instructors stood at the front, glancing at the students below, but they were in no hurry to speak. The instructors remained silent, and the students fell silent for a moment. The silence between the two sides brought an unprecedented tranquility to the training camp, with only the incessant chirping of cicadas outside. I don't know how much time passed, and just as I was wondering what the assembly was for, the instructor finally spoke. You seem quite relaxed. You're not in a rush at all during the assembly. Oh, and you even remember to get dressed. These light words, yet they inexplicably felt incredibly powerful. Immediately, all the seniors stood straighter, and all the juniors lowered their heads in embarrassment. Everyone, line up and take this thing in order. The instructor held up a small, black, hexagonal device with a green light in the center. The familiar seniors knew their hell had begun. After taking the thing and putting it on their shoulders as instructed, and standing again, the instructor's voice became serious and loud. Everyone, run around the playground until the light turns red. Anyone who is late or not dressed properly will have their class run with them carrying weights. All seniors will carry 5 kilograms. If any class falls behind the average speed, their class will run 10 laps with them as punishment. With a command, wailing filled the air. The students in the third-year conducting department's class naturally turned their attention to Yuan Suan. The instructor didn't care and, without further ado, shooed everyone to the playground. Don't hold us back. Yuan Suan, our average depends on you. You have to stand up. If you can't do it, just pretend you're unconscious. We handle the rest. If you can't pretend, I'm going to speed up. I can't run any longer. So you have to run faster. I don't want to carry the weight for so long. Just as she had strapped on the weight, Yuan Suan was surrounded by a variety of voices. Even though they were from her class, it still felt unbearable. Just as she was about to say she'd try her best, the instructor's booming voice rang out again. Oh! I almost forgot. After the run, those indeed will do 10 extra laps without weights. Hearing this, Yuan Suan's smile nearly broke. He was naming names. It was indeed. But the instructor wasn't finished yet. D-grade, did you hear that? If you did, just say yes. Unable to suppress her smile, Yuan Suan ignored the scrutinizing and questioning looks and, amidst the teasing of her classmates, shouted, "Got it, instructor." Although she still wanted to mention that she was nearing C grade, or maybe you should just take it easy and not get too dizzy. Those who knew Yuan Suan knew that compared to the average person, she was physically weak. She'd be sick every month or two, and it always looked like she could collapse at any moment. Therefore, for her classmates, she was a burden in terms of physical training. Yuan Suan was also feeling quite uncomfortable. 20 laps with weights had already been confirmed, and she wasn't sure how long she'd have to do before that, but it was definitely going to be quite a while. Looking at the green light at her waist, Yuan Suan sighed. When running, they didn't line up and run together by class. Instead, they ran at a steady pace. Yuan Suan's strides weren't big, and her speed wasn't fast, so naturally she ran slowly, and soon she fell behind the crowd. When Casey passed by her and gave her a complicated look, a look that couldn't be told whether it was contempt, sympathy, or something else entirely. Yuan Su passed by her with a bright smile, as if he was delighted to see her like this, and said to her, "Keep going, my dear sister." Classmates passed by her, wanting to say something, but could only sigh helplessly, expressing their sorrow. 6 laps passed in a flash, and the faster runners had already surpassed her by 2 laps, including her brother Yuan Su. "You wait for it. Please move your feet, open your arms, and run as fast as you can. You're already almost 3 laps behind. If you keep slowing down like this, you have to run another 15 laps." The instructor's voice came again, and Yuan Suan's face suddenly flushed. "I've never been so embarrassed in my life." Yuan Suan knew she had a weak constitution, and her stamina wasn't great either, but she believed her endurance was still acceptable. Since deciding to attend military school, she hadn't missed a single day of physical training, and as a result, she was much better now. She used to be someone who would collapse after running just 1 or 2 laps, but now, through independent training, her stamina had skyrocketed. Even at a slow pace, she could still run for a long distance. But that didn't mean she could keep running even if she sped up. As expected, following the instructor's advice, she picked up her pace and, after running several laps, she felt a little dizzy. "Hey D, what are you doing? Run! Don't slack off." The instructor's urging seemed relentless. Although he called out to others, Yuan Suan was called out more often. Forcing himself to stay strong, Yuan Suan continued running. Figures crisscrossed the playground, heavy footsteps and heavy breathing swirling across the grounds. The occasional wisp of cool breeze was their only salvation. Round and round, no one's sensor showed a sign of turning red. Dragging his heavy body on, Yuan Suan felt as if his soul was greeting the god of death. The students continued running, but the instructor's gazes were fixed on Yuan Suan. Gunner instructor Yusen fanned himself with his hat, shaking his head. "TSK, TSK, 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 look at that little figure, look at that little face. I feel like if I poke her right now she'd faint." Operator instructor Song Hong also frowned. With such poor physical fitness and poor constitution, why would she be so desperate as to come to the military academy and even attend intensive training? Analyst instructor Yu Jia, however, was unmoved, simply stating a fact. There's a certain type of person who doesn't know their own limitations. They think they can learn and force themselves into a place they're not suited to, believing that as long as they work hard, they can do it. She's probably one of those people. It just so happens that General Yuan is her father. Even if she doesn't do well after graduation, she won't be too upset because she has a general. Yusen paused his fanning hand, a hint of envy in his eyes. "She's so lucky. If I had a general as my dad, I wouldn't have to come here and be exposed to the wind and sun with these little kids." Archery instructor Ho Yongyu smiled. "I think she has pretty good endurance. Look, from the moment she started accelerating until now, except for a brief period where she slowed down a bit and then recovered after being reminded, she's maintained that pace for all this time." Yusen's fanning hand dropped, jokingly saying, "Why don't you transfer her to your archery department? Archers need a lot of endurance anyway." Ho Yongyu waved his hand. "Forget it." Yusen turned to Command Department Instructor Chu Xiefeng. "Admiral Yuan has given you a tough assignment this time. Have you figured out how to challenge her?" Chu Xiefeng glanced at him, but said nothing more. "Instructor. I'm running. Whoosh, whoosh, I'm done. Whoosh." Shortly after this conversation, a student with a red sensor approached them. As he finished, more students with red sensors followed. Yuan Suan looked at his own sensor, which still had a green light, feeling a moment of bewilderment. One by one, the students returned, collapsing on the ground. A few of the strongest ones still persevered, but the others had already almost finished running. Yuan Suiyan felt he had reached his limit and was trying to push past it, but the light still hadn't turned red. Slowly, the last few strong ones also returned, leaving Yuan Suiyan alone on the playground, still struggling to run. Barely holding on, Yuan Suiyan glanced at the instructor several times, wondering if her sensor had broken down. Yusen, still observing the excitement, said, "It hasn't even turned red yet. Her endurance is truly remarkable. And not only her endurance, but it feels like her stamina is like a bottomless pit. The light isn't even red." Yuan Su looked at the last figure on the playground, but he no longer had that frivolous look. If she kept running, she would faint. Just as he was about to go and plead with the instructor, a girl arrived ahead of him. "Is your detector okay?" Yusen looked at Wenkazi with interest. "Of course it's okay." Wenkazi continued, "Student detectors must be inspected before they're issued. Otherwise, they won't work. Continuous training will put a tremendous strain on the student's body, leading to muscle damage and, in severe cases, fainting. I think her detector is probably broken." Yusen sized up the short-haired girl, who looked rather aloof. "Are you concerned about her?" Wenkazi frowned slightly. "I'm her roommate. If she faints, I'd be in trouble. Okay, I have her come back now. You can train with her for 10 more laps later." Without caring about Wenkazi's mood, he shouted, "That D is waiting. Run 2 more laps and I'll be back." Following the instructor's advice, Yuan Suiyan persevered for 2 more laps. After stopping, he couldn't move any further. His legs gave way, and he sat down. Tired, very tired, extremely tired. She felt so tired, she didn't want to do anything anymore, and just wanted to sit here forever. That guy, D, is about to start his penalty run. Stop blocking the way, and get back here quickly. Yuan Suiyan felt completely lost in thought, unable to hear anything. She had no idea how she got back. When she finally realized what was happening, she was sitting next to her brother. After regaining some strength, the penalty run began. Fortunately, since the penalty runs and extra training didn't require weights, her body felt lighter, and running became much easier, though she was still exhausted. Wenkazi was spotted during her 3rd lap of the extra training. "Why are you still running?" "Extra training." The two panting voices exchanged a single sentence, and nothing more was said. In the darkness, 2 figures continued to run across the playground. And Lin thought he had lost his mind, watching them run near the training ground. Or rather, he had lost his mind, watching Yuan Suiyan run. It wasn't until his roommate called him that he came to his senses. "Hey! Wake up! She doesn't even have eyes for you." Lin, roommate, she's General Yuan's daughter. Even if her abilities are D-level, you're still far from her. So, give up your unfounded thoughts. And Lin didn't turn around. His voice was light, but with a hint of impatience. "Is love all you're thinking about?" "No, there's also shooting." His roommate glanced at the figure constantly moving around the playground. Apart from anything else, her endurance is incredible. She can run for so long without falling. Even an A-level shooter like me has to admire her. Probably because she was exhausted, Yuan Suiyan had a rare good night's sleep last night, and was in good spirits today. Gathering in the hall this morning, the instructor briefly explained the training schedule, and divided everyone into classes, without separating juniors and seniors. Yuan Suiyan's command department was divided into 2 classes, each with about 30 students, for a total of just over 60. Compared to classes in other departments, this was more than half the number of students. Only the analysis and operations departments were comparable to the command department. Even so, the command department still seemed rather pitiful. After the formation was complete, the instructor placed Yuan Suiyan in a spot on the right side of the front row. From tallest to shortest, Yuan Suiyan's height was perfectly placed 3rd from right to left. The instructor's cold, stern gaze swept across the group, and when he reached Yuan Suiyan, he paused for 2 more seconds before looking away. These 2 seconds didn't mean much, but the look in his eyes was intriguing. "My name is Chu, and I be your instructor for the next month and a half. I hope you understand that from the moment you enter the camp, I will keep your every word and action in mind. Here, military orders are everything. I don't care whose daughter or son you are, or what your background is. Now that you arrived, you must abandon your so-called status, correct your past bad habits, and accept all training as a soldier. If you can't do that, leave immediately. We don't need useless people here." Chapter 4. The direction of these words was clear, and over 30 people simultaneously glanced at Yuan Suiyan. "Yuan Suiyan, you all remembered it?" The students chorused, "We remembered it." The shouts were perfectly aligned, without a single echo, and resounding. The combined voices of the 30 people practically filled the entire training room, and the instructor's stern expression softened slightly. The students saw and felt it, but the shadow of last night still lingered, and they dared not relax. Today's training is simple. In the morning, there will be 15 sets of obstacle course, 18 by 5 shuttle run, and boxing training. In the afternoon and evening, there will be 3 sessions each of obstacle avoidance, intelligence gathering and tracking, and mobile shooting. It sounds simple enough, but actually doing it is quite difficult. Obstacle course and shuttle run are easy to understand. Obstacle avoidance involves evading the Army's detection in a simulated battlefield and successfully escaping to the finish line. Intelligence gathering and tracking involves keeping an eye on all directions and developing combat skills. Mobile shooting involves the human moving quickly and firing while the drone is moving at high speed. Basic boxing techniques are essential for everyone to learn. They can save lives in critical moments. Before they could lament the instructor's cruelty, Chu Xiefeng continued, Yuan Suiyan, after completing the physical training, add 10 sets, and 2 sets each for the remaining exercises. Others, okay, balanced. Yuan Suiyan's brows twitched. First up was the 18 by 5 shuttle run. They said it was the only way to quickly regain feeling in his legs, and Yuan Suiyan agreed. However, after 15 sets, he inevitably collapsed again. After the break, it was time for 15 sets of obstacle courses. Yuan Suiyan was a slow runner, so she was always the last to start, giving them plenty of room to rest. Chu Xiefeng watched their training, his fingers moving constantly on the screen, scoring them. When it came to Yuan Suiyan's page, he neatly wrote a 0 for speed and explosiveness, and a 5 for endurance. 0 means no points, and 5 is a perfect score. Watching their rapid pace, Yuan Suiyan had to admit that running was truly her weak point. The next event was boxing, taught and practiced with a virtual robot. This boxing style wasn't exactly simple though. It featured 5 footwork patterns: bow, horse, servant, empty, and rest, 3 hand patterns, fist, palm, and hook, and techniques for stepping forward and backward, including hugging hands, punching, pressing palms, penetrating palms, lifting palms, blocking strikes, and covering strikes. The robot explained that this boxing style was a 5-step boxing from ancient martial arts. Some learned quickly, some slowly. Unfortunately, Yuan Suiyan was one of the quick learners. Perhaps it was because she had a basic understanding of ancient martial arts to learn self-defense, and coupled with her excellent memory, she could memorize the moves after just 2 or 3 repetitions. All that remained was practice and familiarity. So, when she began practicing, others were still memorizing the moves. When she began sparring, others were still practicing. By the time she was almost done with her 15th set, others were only beginning their 2nd or 3rd. Everyone, suddenly surpassed, they held their breath, silently increasing their pace. With continuous effort, they quickly completed their training, practically breaking their learning record. Seeing this, the 2nd class of the command department didn't want to lose, so they also accelerated their learning, striving to keep pace with them. Seeing this, Chu Xiefeng left a comment on Yuan Suiyan's ancient martial arts training page. Strength is too poor, striking power is too weak, very poor. Everyone, start over with your ancient martial arts training. No slacking off or rushing for quick results. No mistakes in any movements or weakening of strength in the 15 sets of training. No food until you finish. Ah. Instructor. No. Instructor, I learned everything. I didn't do anything wrong. Please forgive me. Instructor. Can you please go get lunch first? I'm so hungry. The students had already digested their breakfast after a series of training sessions. At the mention of starting over, they were like deflated balls, completely spineless. Yuan Suiyan, on the other hand, resumed her training without a second thought. She lacked strength and couldn't deal much damage to the robots. All she could do was practice. Chu Xiefeng scoffed, "What? You can't even beat a D grade?" It must be said that this one sentence from the instructor was worth 10. The deflated students looked at Yuan Suiyan, who had started over, and immediately perked up. "We can't lose." The instructor from class 2 next door looked at his group of students heading off to eat and asked, "Want to give up?" Those 3 simple words were full of provocation. The cafeteria attendant looked at the empty cafeteria, puzzled. Why aren't the students eating? After the boxing intensive training ended, everyone slowly made their way to the cafeteria. Yuan Suiyan was also exhausted. After half a day of training, she could barely keep a smile on her face, let alone the desire to speak. She quickly ate 2 mouthfuls of food and returned to the training room. After half a day, she clearly saw her shortcomings. Her strength, speed, and explosiveness were all poor. Catching up to Class B would be a formidable task. But she couldn't give up. She had to at least overcome her weaknesses first. As soon as she returned to the training room, she ran into Nkezi. They exchanged glances and spoke at the same time. "Are you here for extra training?" "Extra training?" With the same goal, they didn't say much as they headed towards the two obstacle courses side by side. And Lin had planned to return to the dormitory after dinner to rest for a while, but when he looked up, he saw Yuan Xuan leaving. He remembered that she hadn't finished when they left. How could she have finished so quickly? He quickly ate 2 mouthfuls, discarded his bowl and chopsticks, and saw her heading to the training room. Out of curiosity, his roommate Li Lianyun also followed. "You said you weren't interested in her, but you can't even take your eyes off Yuan Xuan." When Casey was training on her own initiative, but Yuan Xuan was training to complete the 25 sets. Watching them stumble and struggle on the obstacle course, yet never stopping, and Lin tightened his grip. Ignoring his roommate, he suddenly stepped forward, approaching Yuan Xuan. Yuan Xuan, still swaying on the single plank bridge, was distracted for long by the sudden appearance of someone. Soon, she resumed her walk. Nearby, when Casey was in no better condition, also swaying on the bridge. And Lin warned, "Keep your center of gravity steady, keep your body straight, and look ahead, not at the ground." His advice was simple and easy to understand. Yuan Xuan and when Casey glanced at Lin and adjusted accordingly. The result was remarkable, and they successfully navigated the single plank bridge. Yuan Xuan smiled her perfect, polite smile. "Thank you." When Casey walked straight ahead. "And Lin, you're welcome. What do you want to talk to me about?" Yuan Xuan looked at the man before her. With neatly trimmed hair, tan-resistant fair skin, and delicate features, he looked quite handsome. But she probably didn't recognize him, except that he looked familiar. At that smile, and Lin's eyes darkened. "Don't you remember me?" After a moment's silence, Yuan Xuan's eyes held a hint of apology. "Excuse me, who are you?" And Lin's delicate eyes twisted slightly, and after a long moment, he replied, "Freshman military training, the last exchange competition, commanding." Yuan Xuan lowered her eyes, and thought for a moment. It wasn't that long ago, so remembering it wasn't difficult. Every year at the Federal Military University, the day before the freshman military training ended, the instructors would arrange a competition for all the freshmen. The purpose was to promote communication and familiarize the freshmen with the responsibilities of each department. That was the most enjoyable competition Yuan Xuan had ever had as a commander, and it was her fellow freshmen who brought her that joy. The commander of Team 21 was particularly outstanding, having managed to escape her grasp several times. Yuan Xuan marveled at his tenacity, and cherished this joy in her heart. "It's you, commander of Team 21. As if a sore spot had been touched, and Lin's expression shifted again and again at the words commander of Team 21. Ultimately, he maintained his good manners and suppressed the urge to curse. He forced a smile. "My name is Lin." It was his last remaining struggle. And Lin still vividly remembered the exchange competition at that time. As a D-level cadet with an extremely frail constitution, Yuan Xuan often visited the infirmary during military training for physical reasons. He was like a fragile willow branch, easily broken by the slightest twitch. And Lin couldn't understand how someone like that could get into the military academy. He was deeply displeased, and he wanted to teach Yuan Xuan a lesson, to show her that military academy wasn't for everyone, and that people like her should stay home. He wasn't the only one with this thought. The other freshmen also shared it. The exchange competition began, and everyone's attention was fixed on this weak woman. Soon, reality dealt them a heavy blow. They had forgotten 3 things. She was in the command department, she had extraordinary endurance, and she was an expert shooter. The exchange competition was scheduled for that afternoon, with all freshmen forming teams of 5. The rules were simple, a 3-hour time limit. Each kill earned 1 point, each supply package earned 1 point, and the surviving team received 2 survival points. The supply packages were limited and distributed in varying locations. With the uneven distribution of combat power and the strongest team among all teams, there were 2 best options, either hide as much as possible or form an alliance with another team. And Lin's choice was to hide his team and secure the point safely, but he had to eliminate Yuan Xuan first to let her experience the harshness of reality. With the same idea in mind, the entire arena was practically silent for at least an hour, save for the occasional distant gunshot and the announcement of a team's elimination. Yuan Xuan's team is incredibly good at hiding. With so many of us searching for an hour, we still can't find them. And there wasn't even a single announcement about them? I'm getting impatient. Instead of wasting time looking for Yuan Suan, why don't we just go kill a few people? We already found a few supply packs, so we have enough. Agreed. Yuan Suan's too hard to find. +1. With everyone on the team saying the same thing, and Lin, feeling a bit impatient, agreed with their general point. Unbeknownst to them, while they were discussing this, Yuan Suan had also begun her strategic deployment. Chapter 5. The simulated training room was set up as an abandoned city. After years of studying and recording the simulated map, Yuan Suan was not very familiar with the map, but he was almost familiar with it. At the beginning of the game, the location where Yuan Suan and his companions were teleported was not far away. In addition, the surrounding environment was suitable for hiding. Soon, the 5 of them completed the reunion and hid in a cave on the edge of the muddy ground at the bottom of the city. Because they wore invisible cloaks, the operators of each team could not see their traces on the operation panel. For an hour, Yuan Suan's team members felt very bored. This place was too hidden. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack for others. It was a great psychological comfort for them. However, after hiding for a long time, they would also be a little worried, afraid that others would find them. Moreover, there was really little movement outside. I'm back. Yuan Suan was carrying large and small bags on her body, all of which were supplies she found outside. Because she was thin, the impression of being frail and sickly was too deep in people's minds. For a moment, several team members were shocked and speechless. Fighter Jia Sheng was the first to break the awkward silence. You managed to hold on. Fighter Lin Min was the next to speak. You're not hurt. Analyst Zhang Qi rushed forward. Quick, take it down. I do it. Don't worry about your head. Operator Lu Linlin immediately went to help with the supplies. Yuan Suan didn't take the fuzz too seriously. A moment of relief, he smiled. Don't you think it's a little too quiet outside? Lu Linlin counted the supplies. It's quite quiet. What's wrong? So do you want to liven up the arena? The 2 fighters, feeling bored, immediately piqued their interest upon hearing her words. Yes. Of course. Zhang Qi opened the map model he had constructed based on the information Yuan Suan had provided. Lu Linlin also gathered her supplies and opened the control panel. Watching their actions, Yuan Suan nodded with satisfaction. At first, she was a little worried. These 4 were considered the weaker of the freshmen. They wouldn't have been able to make the other teams. And since she heard she'd been ranked top in the freshman command department, she'd chosen her. She was worried they'd disobey and question her decision, but after an hour, they successfully reassured her. This was great. An obedient weak team is much more reliable than a disobedient strong team. Now, please grab your gear and follow me. By hiding and dodging along the way, Yuan Suan led them to well-hidden and secluded locations, so they didn't have to worry about encountering other teams or being targeted by snipers. After a series of twists and turns, Yuan Suan led them to the middle of 2 relatively intact high-rise buildings on the east side of the city. Do you know how many opponents we have now? Zhang Qi, 311? Yuan Suan confirmed. That's right. So what's our chance of winning? Zhang Qi looked at the map model, then at Yuan Suan, a little hesitant to go too far. 1%? Don't be so pessimistic. Yuan Suan's smile remained perfectly intact, unwavering. Although we're weak, even the weak have their own ways of winning. Jia Sheng, feeling somewhat unsure, glanced at Yuan Suan, his unintelligent brain turning for a moment before he managed to utter the most tactful words. Actually, I think just being able to get out and move around is enough. Lin Min nodded in agreement. I think so too. Yuan Suan wasn't in a hurry, merely glancing at Lu Linlin's control panel. Do you know where we are now? Zhang Qi, the second area in the eastern part of the abandoned city. Yuan Suan added, that's where the remaining teams are, or will be soon. Just as he finished speaking, an explosion erupted, startling the curious few. Only Yuan Suan remained composed, unwavering. This single explosion seemed to be just the beginning. Following it, more explosions rang out in all directions. From their location, it sounded as if they were trapped in the center of the blast zone. One explosion after another, followed by the sound of collapsing buildings and the blaring of radio announcements. Those who had been dodging or attacking suddenly saw the explosion and scattered, cursing loudly as they fled. Jia Sheng and the others were still in shock, momentarily unable to recover. Lu Linlin, seeing Yuan Chu's calm face, suddenly had a bold thought. You did it? At the sound, Jia Sheng and the others snapped back to their senses and looked at Yuan Suan. With a fair, clean face, sparkling eyes, flowing hair, and a slender figure, He didn't look like someone who would do such a thing. But once reminded, the absurd thought could no longer be shaken. No way. Yuan Swayan still wore that harmless smile. I'm exhausted after this hour. One word is worth 1,000. Looking at the girl before them, everyone could only stare wide-eyed, expressing their immense shock. As if oblivious to their shock, Yuan Swayan spoke to himself, luckily, I was lucky enough to find supplies quickly. I found them wherever I went, so I made a CNC-6 bomb. Combined with the nuclear energy in the abandoned city, it's more than enough to destroy these areas. I think we should have earned quite a few points by now. Jia Sheng looked at her, with so much to say but unsure where to begin. All he could say was, aren't you afraid of blowing us up too? After running the entire map for hours, she even built a bomb. Is that something a human could do? Because they were enemies, she simply blew them up, destroying the city in the process, leaving only a small area for them to recover? A CNC-6 bomb as a timer? How did she build a bomb? Yuan Swayan blinked. I thought about it, but that wouldn't be fun. Gathering everyone else and having a lively party would be more fun. What they didn't tell them was that Yuan Swayan didn't run the entire map. She simply found the city's underground core and destroyed the system. Originally, her plan was to find a few more supply packs outside and hide until the end, earning 2 survival points and supply points. However, while searching for supply packs, she overheard the others' conversations. Without exception, they were all looking for her, imagining her weeping and regretting her actions. She didn't quite understand why they had such an idea. She was weak, but that didn't mean she would be bullied. So she suddenly changed her mind, and found some suitable materials from the supply pack she had found. She took them to the core destruction system, activated it, set the timer, and then took some more materials to assemble a very simple CNC-6 bomb. Once the core destruction system was activated, its explosion could completely destroy a city. To give them a chance to escape, Yuan Swayan mercifully left the second eastern area intact. To speed up the escape of those in the west, she placed the CNC-6 bomb in the western part of the abandoned city, increasing the impact of the explosion there. As for whether they could complete the life-or-death race, she had no control over it. After completing these tasks, Yuan Swayan used the remaining time to find some more supply packs and, in a more positive mood, returned to her team's location. Looking at her gentle face, the others were stunned. So, should they cheer for her mercy? The image of her, fair, clean, and frail, vanished from their minds forever, leaving only an angelic face and a devilish heart. It was truly terrifying. The 4 of them exchanged glances and simultaneously took a step back, keeping a distance from her. They looked as if Yuan Swayan would devour them if they weren't careful. Lu Linlin swallowed involuntarily. What do you want to do next? Yuan Swayan leaned forward, observing the red dots on the control panel about to move into this area. You know how when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits? Lu Linlin narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Yuan Swayan, after the explosion just now, including the teams eliminated previously, a total of 49 teams have been eliminated, with 11 teams suffering losses. Now, only 13 teams remain. Of these, the 2 teams with intact personnel are Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu's. These 2 teams alone are enough to eliminate all the remaining teams, especially in this small final map. The strength of the other teams will be even weaker. It's safe to say that right now, we and the other teams are their food. Sounds like they're in a terrible situation. Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu have always been at odds, so why haven't they fought yet? Yuan Swayan paused, looking at them expectantly. Lin Min tactfully asked, why? Yuan Swayan said, because they have an unspoken understanding. I observed them during military training. Although they often argue or fight over various matters, when it comes to making a choice, they don't need to communicate, their answers are always the same. In other words, in this kind of competition, rather than eliminating the other team right away, they prefer to have a hearty showdown of strength after eliminating everyone else. Lu Linlin, so you want them to fight? More than that, Lu Linlin wanted to ask her how she knew it would be so, but the thought of her face made her feel inexplicably certain that she was right. Yes and no. Lu Linlin's temples throbbed. What do you mean? She had a sinister premonition. I want a carnival. Note, invisibility cloak, a type of concealment aid. Once donned, it disappears from the operator's control panel on each team, but remains visible on the field. Chapter 6. The second district in the eastern part of the abandoned city, a perfect blend of rundown neighborhoods, a ruined shopping mall, and a central park. Sadly, the former prosperity of this place is long gone, replaced only by a sense of desolation. All the tall buildings and shops are dilapidated, covered with long-grown moss and withered branches. The park is devoid of flowers or green grass, and the broken roots of trees linger beside the broken mud bricks. Everywhere you look, there are only dry pits and dilapidated debris. Running to this point, almost everyone immediately chose to hide and evade, in order to recover their limited strength. Team and Lin was one of them. Damn! Who's so heartless? They blew up almost the entire city. I never dreamed of running like this. Damn! This is a competition, not some kind of extreme survival challenge. My legs were nearly blown off. Luckily I ran fast. And Lin let out a breath, still indignant at the sudden explosion, but his good upbringing prevented him from swearing. First, check if you're injured and how much supplies you have left. Before the explosion, they were split up in the southern area, killing and searching for supplies. They thought they had run out of supplies, and were about to regroup when the explosion struck. One of their team members was caught in the blast before they could escape, and was eliminated. The remaining few were relatively close, and under Lin's command, they scrambled to the second eastern area. They suffered many setbacks along the way. For example, Lin was nearly burned in the back by the exploding flames several times, and he escaped from the brink of despair. No one was injured, but the only supplies left were 2 bunches of willow leaves, 1, and a small box of silver needles, 2. Sorry, just now on the way to escape, the afterglow of the explosion burned the supply bag, which contained green bamboo, 3, snow green, 4, and black bloom, 5. I would have died if I had kept it, so I threw it away. It's okay, at least I still have something left, not nothing. In the explosion, it was good to be able to save your life. And Lin did not want to blame too much. Before the explosion started, we only killed 3 people, and got 3 head points. Adding the points from the 2 supply bags we found, we now have 5 points. Among more than 300 people, getting 5 points is a good result, but I believe that none of us will be satisfied with just 5 points. So let's take a break, and take a few more points while the rest of us are here. The aftermath of the explosion was still shaking everyone's hearts. Many people had not yet calmed down, including those in Lin's team. This won't work. As long as we're still on the field, no one knows what will happen next. Instead of passively waiting, we should take the initiative and at least score a few more points. And Lin's calm voice quickly infected the other 3, and with the hope of scoring another point, they immediately perked up. The 3 nodded in unison, okay. And Lin licked his dry lips. Now, let me discuss our next steps. Our analyst isn't here, so I can't count the exact number of people left on the field. The recent explosion, according to the broadcast, has already taken out a significant number of people. Adding in those eliminated earlier, I suspect there are no more than 100 left. Therefore, I suspect every team will suffer losses, and may even suffer injuries. So, we should put on our invisibility cloaks, search for any stray or injured individuals, and kill them. Okay, so what should we do now? Feng Tong, Lu Gu, you come with me. Wu Dai will stay and provide support. With that, Lin stood up, followed by Feng Tong and Lu Gu, leaving Wu Dai alone, staring at her control panel. Before leaving, Lin reminded her, take care of yourself. Wu Dai smiled faintly, okay. Yuan Xuan, Zhang Qi, and Lu Linlin hid in a narrow corner, just big enough for them to sit side by side. If there were one more person, they would be squeezed like a biscuit. The 3 of them stared at Lu Linlin's control panel in silence, listening intently to the voice coming from their communicator. Zhang Qi swallowed, his eyes fixed on the control panel, his body frozen, motionless. Even the clamoring voices from the communicator prevented him from focusing. It wasn't that he didn't want to listen, but this was the first time he ever been so close to a woman, so close that there was no distance at all. He was so nervous that he couldn't listen. Fuck? A trap? Lin Nin, how did you become so sinister? If you're still a man, fight me squarely, not with these schemes. The sounds of fighting and chasing on the communicator died down temporarily, and a boy's angry voice rang out again. Yuan Xuan raised his hand, and a gentle voice rang out, this is human wisdom, you don't understand. On the other side, Lin Minzhao repeated Yuan Xuan's words, word for word, with a tone of contempt. The boy's nameless anger suddenly ignited. Fuck. Setting a trap is fine, but you're also attacking me personally? Lin Nin, I'm not done with you today. Let me go if you dare. Yuan Xuan's voice, soft as the wind blowing through willow trees, echoed again, sure. Then guess who blew up the other places first? Lin Min repeated. Damn. If I knew, would I have wasted my time with you? The boy's fury seemed particularly impotent in that deserted place. If I knew who was so scoundrel, I have skinned him alive. Damn it! He blew up all my teammates. Let me go! Lin Nin looked at him, feeling a pang of reluctance, but this pity was eventually replaced by an inexplicable excitement. Yuan Suan, I can tell you now. Lin Nin looked at the man he bound, a smile curling his lips. It was hard to tell whether it was pride, mockery, or pity. That man was Team 5's captain, Lin Lusheng, and his teammates who did it. Some of the boys looked at him, then calmed down. Their eyes were filled with suspicion as they looked at Lin Nin. How did you know? Did he tell you? Lin Nin nodded, his voice both sincere and aggrieved. Brother, you don't know? I was running over here, dodging the explosion, and I happened to hear Feng Ziyu and the others. I heard the conversation with the team. Oh my god, I just found out that Feng Ziyu knew about Lin Lusheng's actions. But Feng Ziyu didn't stop me. After knowing this shocking secret, I thought I would definitely not survive. I wanted to escape, but he found me. I thought I was dead, you know? I was so scared. I asked them, aren't you afraid of retaliation from everyone? But they let me go and told me to tell everyone, preferably everyone, and said they would look forward to our anger. Lin Nin almost believed the tone and the look, let alone the man before him. As expected, the boy immediately jumped up and screamed, Fuck! Bastard! You bastard! So arrogant! You're so arrogant just because you have some ability, so you can look down on others like that? Do you have any shame? Let me go now! I'm going to let everyone know, so they can all feel the feeling of being chased by the Grim Reaper. Lin Nin took 2 or 3 steps back and dropped a handful of willow leaves at his feet. No! You hit me so hard just now. I'm afraid if I let you go, you kill me first. I'm leaving these willow leaves here. Take them and fight them yourself. With that, Lin Nin ran away without looking back, ignoring the roars behind him. Finding a quiet spot, Lin Nin finally breathed a sigh of relief and connected to the team private message. Commander, how did I perform? I hope I didn't disappoint you. Yuan Suan's gentle voice came over. Well, great. Keep it up. Come back after 2 more. Lin Nin was delighted by the affirmation. Lin Nin was delighted and worked diligently. Without much rest, he continued to find the next one, leading it to the spot where Yuan Suan had set the trap. As Lin Nin left, Jia Sheng completed an identical scenario, except that Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng had swapped positions. Cut to the team's private chat. I have to say, you commanders are really mean. Yuan Suan frowned upon hearing this. Huh? Realizing his mistake, Jia Sheng quickly corrected himself. I meant it was impressive. Even in this place, with no more than 50 people, news might not spread quickly, but within a limited time, it had spread quickly enough. Especially after the others heard this last sentence, the crowd erupted in unprecedented fury. Unanimous anger engendered unanimous unity within the arena. Although there was a brief moment of confusion due to the 2 differing narratives, the confusion didn't last long. Someone immediately stepped forward, stating that no matter who it was, it had to be one of them, and the other, who knew about it, was also implicated. They must die. Instantly, everyone except Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu's team created a public screen, uniting to attack the culprits, Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu. The first step of the plan had been successfully completed, and Yuan Suan was in high spirits. After several successes, Lin Nin developed an immense respect for Yuan Suan. Boss, what do we do next? Yuan Suan didn't rush to answer. Instead, he leaned back against the wall, looking up at the crystal clear sky. Wait. Lin Nin asked excitedly, what are you waiting for? Yuan Suan continued to gaze at the cloudless sky, her body leaning against the wall with a hint of laziness. Her mouth opened and closed as she recited a passage from some unknown book. Regardless of the age, when the party officially begins, everyone falls into revelry. They welcome the arrival of the revelry, forgetting their original purpose, dancing joyfully with their enemies, singing the joy of an era. Several people listened to her, trying to follow her thoughts. After a moment's thought, they decided to give up. At that moment, they understood a truth. There can be a huge gap between the minds of commanders and ordinary people. Note, willow leaf. A type of concealed weapon, shaped like a willow leaf, with a thin, sharp blade. Silver needle. A type of concealed weapon. Green bamboo. A small mine that changes color on demand, and can be buried underground at a preset time, exploding at the appointed time. It is often used in ambushes. Snow green. A hand grenade. Black bloom. A smoke bomb that emits black smoke upon use. Chapter 7. Team 21 was the last to learn the news. And Lin and his team learned that Lin Min's version of Lin Lusheng had set up the explosion, and Feng Ziyu knew about it, but didn't try to stop them. Feng Tong, Lu Gu, and Wu Dai were furious and immediately joined the search for the two teams. And Lin didn't try to stop them, but he felt something was amiss. But he couldn't quite place it. They weren't here in the park. They weren't in Residential Area 1. They weren't in Residential Area 2 either. Fuck. Where were they hiding? How could they be found? How could 10 living people just disappear like that? On the public screen, a group of people eliminated location after location, still unable to find their target. As they were cursing, someone delivered good news. I think I saw them here in the mall. They seemed to be arguing, but I was a bit far away and couldn't hear what they were saying. You better hurry up. If it's too late, I'm afraid they escape and it will be difficult for us to siege them. Okay, I'll be right there. Brothers, wait. Finally found it. In the mall, Yuan Suan, who was walking Zhang Qi and Lu Linlin around, curled his lips. Great. Lin Nin Jiasheng, go with everyone else to the mall and blend in with them, but don't stand close together. Zhang Qi, Lu Linlin, when you go to these two places, be sure to hide. Everyone, grab your wujian. The party is about to begin. Roger. Okay. Understood. Yes, boss. The mall, a small, enclosed arena, is a place where many people gather. Unless you're paying close attention, you won't notice the hidden dangers. Now everyone's attention has shifted from Yuan Suan to Feng Ziyu and Lin Lesheng, and they're filled with extreme anger. In this situation, they won't pay attention to whether there are any more ambushes nearby. They're focused solely on eliminating the culprit, who caused them such a miserable situation. The main force arrived at the mall one after another, and quickly discovered the traces of Lin Lesheng and Feng Ziyu's teams. They actually had the leisure to chat there. They truly don't take us seriously. Brothers, this is intolerable. It's truly intolerable. They're so powerful they don't take us seriously. I can't swallow this. Then let's attack together. What are you waiting for? Okay, all attackers, follow me to block Lin Lesheng and Feng Ziyu. Quickly eliminate their teammates, while the shooters provide cover. Someone gave the order, and the others obeyed. So, the attackers took the lead and rushed towards Lin Lesheng and Feng Ziyu. The two had just. After the quarrel, Feng Ziyu spent a lot of effort to stop Lin Lesheng's urge to fight him. He was about to take a short break and then go out, but he didn't expect so many people to suddenly come and target them. Lin Lesheng held a double blade, one, and blocked the attack of the two people in front of him. Fuck, what's going on? Feng Ziyu, have you offended them? 3 attackers came towards him. Feng Ziyu dodged one attack and faced another. Don't talk nonsense, I'm with you all the time. How can I care about others? You still have the mind to chat in this situation? This is naked contempt. Brothers, use all your strength and don't be soft-hearted. Do you need to tell me that? I have been wanting to fight them for a long time. After saying this, the 2 waves of people's attacks became even more rapid and fierce. Lin Lesheng jumped up and slashed down with a short blade in his left hand, forcefully splitting the 2 people's combined attack. He turned again and used the short blade in his right hand to block the long blade coming towards his neck. You are crazy. Feng Ziyu held a long blade, 3, in his hand, and moved his body in sync. After a few sword strikes, he heard a few clangs and jumped out from the attack of the 3 people again. Why did you suddenly attack us? Before he could answer, Lin Lesheng and Feng Ziyu's teammates eliminated 6 people in succession, with the help of the gunmen and the archers. Only the last one was left on each team. At the same time, 2 archers on the besieging side were also killed and eliminated. Lin Lesheng roared, "Fuck! My teammates!" Feng Ziyu also frowned in displeasure. Seeing this, one of Lin Lesheng's attackers scoffed, "What do you call this? This is karma. You guys started that explosion, killing all my teammates. Luckily, I was lucky enough to escape." What are you talking about? Before Lin Lesheng could finish his sentence, he was met with another blow. He quickly stepped back to avoid it, then raised his double blades again. This time, he didn't dodge, but attacked directly. Lin Nin Jiasheng, you did a great job just now. Zhang Qi, on the 2nd floor, at the 3 o'clock position, front left, take cover. Kill him with 1 strike. Yuan Suan issued the order, and Zhang Qi immediately moved out. He was at the back of the melee. To reach the 2nd floor, he had to climb the stairs, which were slightly outside, making them easily visible. But everyone's attention was focused on the battle, and they had no time to look inward. Zhang Qi's progress was smooth. Dodging and hiding all the way, he came up behind the hidden archer and killed him with a single strike. At the same time, another shooter on the 2nd floor was eliminated by Yuan Suan. With this, All 4 shooters were eliminated. Feng Ziyu took over Lin Luxing's words. The explosion wasn't our fault. All the while fending off the attacks from the front. And Lin was a commander, not particularly skilled in combat. All he could do was find a place to hide, and wait for his teammates. But just now, he had witnessed 4 archers being eliminated from 4 different directions. Not a single strike came from the battle below, and that included archers from his own team. The sense of dissonance returned, until Feng Ziyu's words finally resolved it. Someone was deliberately orchestrating this situation, and the one who orchestrated it might be the one who truly caused the explosion. So who were those people? And Lin rubbed the tip of his nose. He was almost there, but he should know the answer. Lin Min and Jia Sheng, who had briefly left the scene, rejoined the fray. They had left and returned just as quickly, leaving no one paying attention. Even if they hadn't bothered. They were more eager to eliminate Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu. And Lin noticed, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He seemed to have the answer. Yuan Suiyan, the one who had been missing from the start. Only 2 of her team members had appeared until now, and there had been no news of Yuan Suiyan's team being eliminated on the radio. Lin Min and Jia Sheng had just disappeared after the 4 shooters had been eliminated, which meant they had killed them. Before the explosion, Yuan Suiyan's team had been missing for a long time. They must have been completing the explosion. Afterward, to eliminate the strongest individual, they used a deflection tactic. From then on, everyone's attention shifted to Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu, and even he had forgotten Yuan Suiyan's existence. So where is she now? What will she do next? Lugu, withdraw from the battle and come to me. And Lin switched to the personal team chat and issued an order to Lugu. Why? Before he could answer, he saw black smoke suddenly rising from the field. The black smoke was so big that it almost covered everyone in the melee. Fuck. Who poked Wujan's nest? You are sick, releasing Wujan at this time. My eyes are blind. The black smoke covered everyone's eyes. Everyone waved their hands, trying to disperse the black smoke in front of them as quickly as possible. Lugu, come out quickly. Wu Dai hurriedly clicked on the operation panel to turn on Lugu's visual support, 4, and then Lin quickly gave the order. At this time, Lugu did not stay any longer. After listening to Lin's words, he immediately walked out. Lin Min and Jia Sheng also turned on visual support. Under Yuan Suiyan's order, the 2 began harassment operations. Each of them held a pistol. The intermittent flashes of white light seemed abrupt and brief in the darkness. Furthermore, the thick black fog obscured their ability to discern who was firing. Suddenly, the fog was filled with the sounds of angry curses and fighting. Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng attempted to grope their way out of the darkness, but beyond the darkness lay darkness. Just as the fog was about to dissipate, Yuan Suiyan had them launch several more Wujan, instantly covering almost the entire first floor, with no sign of dispersing for a long time. Besides, the sky outside was gradually darkening, and without the operator's visual aid, escaping the darkness became even more impossible. The carnival was the most beautiful scene on the field. The crowd danced in the dust, accompanied by loud shouts, composing the most perfect melody in the abandoned city. Looking at these intertwined figures, Yuan Suiyan nodded. Well, she was very satisfied with this feast. Boss, Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng are both at the 4 o'clock position in front of the right. Okay, go ahead and shoot. The next second, a white light spot broke through the air, carrying a chilling and sharp edge, heading straight for one place. Team 5 Captain Lin Lusheng was eliminated, and all members of Team 5 were eliminated. Team 3 Captain Feng Ziyu was eliminated, and all members of Team 3 were eliminated. Accompanied by the broadcast, the restless crowd was quiet for 2 seconds, and then immediately broke out into louder shouts, among which the most outstanding one was fuck. Who eliminated them? Tell me your name quickly, I will call him the ancestor when I get out. At this moment, the ancestor herself was putting away the sharp swift 5, waiting for the outcome of her 2 team members' play. Lugu, why don't you just take advantage of the chaos to collect some points, and keep an eye on everyone in Yuan Suiyan's team? Okay. And Lin's original plan was to save his only remaining shooter, and fortunately he managed to kill Yuan Suiyan's team in the end, but the more he looked at the situation, the clearer it became that it was no longer possible. He had not only forgotten Yuan Suiyan's sniping ability, but also underestimated her sniping ability. At this time, Lin remembered that Yuan Suiyan was always accurate during practice, but now it seemed like she was just abnormal. He immediately decided to take advantage of the chaos to get more points, otherwise all the points would go to Yuan Suiyan's team. According to the trajectory of the ray just now, Yuan Suiyan was on the 3rd floor. She ran very slowly, and it was impossible for her to get down to the first floor in a short time. Her firepower was only level D. In this case, the only weapons an archer could use were Moon Arc, 6, and Swift. Moon Arc's arrows were very long, so the ray would not have such a heavy head color and almost no tail color, so she must have used Swift. And Lin looked at Wu Dai beside him, and said, "Rewind to the situation just now, when Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng were eliminated." Wu Dai obeyed and took action. Looking back, he saw that the black area had suddenly appeared on the third floor while he was shooting. This was where Yuan Xuan had been. She was weak, and her stamina wasn't particularly good either. She couldn't run fast, so she must still be on the third floor. Someone with a weak constitution and poor stamina wouldn't be very good in close combat. Although he wasn't good at close combat either, he was more than capable of taking out Yuan Xuan at close range. With a plan in mind, he immediately stood up and ran to the third floor. The broadcast continued intermittently until Lin found Yuan Xuan, and then it stopped. The only people left were Yuan Xuan's security team and the 3 members of Lin's team. The black fog dissipated, and under the moonlight, the people on the first floor came into contact. "Boss, there are 2 more on Team 21. Do you want to kill them?" Note: Double blade has a certain weight, but is suitable for all-around attacks. After the 2 blades are combined, they can be amplified using the initial settings and used as a spinning blade. Short blade, suitable for close-range attacks. Once at distance, the short blade is ineffective. Long blade has a certain weight, but is very suitable for offensive players. Visual support increases vision in darkness, fog, or other difficult or indistinct areas, helping teammates see their surroundings. This feature can only be enabled by the operator. Similar to night vision, but for the eyes. Sharp Swift, a small, portable, fast-moving rifle with relatively weak attack, suitable for those with lesser abilities. Moon Arc, a bow that can provide assists and has an advantage in the number of shots fired at once. Chapter 8. So you're from Team 21? Yuan Xuan raised his eyes, glancing at the man before him with interest. And Lin was only 19 at the time, just 1 year older than Yuan Xuan. His neatly trimmed hair harmonized harmoniously with his handsome face, and his slightly open features gave him the appearance of a young man from ancient times, extraordinarily handsome. "Finally found you." Although exhausted from his hasty run, and Lin didn't rest. With a single word, he sprinted straight towards Yuan Xuan. Yuan Xuan didn't panic. He simply stepped back, one hand hanging open as if he lost something, while the other hand drew out a pistol and pointed it at Lin. A silver-white bullet, transformed from his Fawar ability, hurtled towards Lin. Seeing this, Lin ducked, quickly dodging the shot and taking another step forward. Unexpectedly, a thin, colorless thread at his ankle blocked his path, and Lin was tripped and fell to the ground. In front of him, Yuan Xuan was holding a pistol, pointing it at his head. Bang! Before he could even think about what was happening, Yuan Xuan fired another shot. He immediately dodged to the side, but his arm was not able to avoid it. The bullet left a hole in his upper arm. Seeing that he missed, Yuan Xuan was no longer in a hurry to fire another shot. Instead, he looked down at him with a smile on his face. And Lin looked up at him, and there seemed to be a hint of madness in his eyes. "You actually dodged it. When did you release the silk?" "One," as he spoke, and Lin slowly stood up and half knelt on the ground. His right ankle, which was entangled by the silk, was still aching slightly. And Lin looked at the thin white thread, and all he could think about was how he should run. One end of the silk thread wrapped around his right foot, the other clinging tightly to the nearby glass. While it lacked offensive power, it was enough to temporarily hold someone back and deliver a fatal blow. A soft voice, tinged with a sharp regret, reached his ears. "It's a pity I didn't fire enough that first shot." Yuan Xuan didn't put away her gun. Instead, she slowly crouched down, looking at him with clear, innocent eyes, trying to maintain her level with Lin. "There's something I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me?" And Lin frowned, unsure of what she meant. "What is it?" Yuan Xuan blinked, the questioning gleam in her eyes undimmed. She looked genuinely puzzled. Why are the weak the first to be bullied? And Lin didn't know the answer to this question. Perhaps it's because they look weak that they're easy targets? He didn't feel like answering right now. He simply used the moment to think about how to fight back and escape. Not only could the silk thread be configured by the operator, but its suction and binding abilities were also excellent. Among all auxiliary weapons, silk thread consistently received more positive reviews than negative ones. Another reason is that it is extremely tough. Once it is entangled in silk and tied to something, it becomes extremely difficult to break free. If it is cut with a knife, it will become very wear resistant due to its toughness. If it is shot with a gun, it will be difficult to aim and hit due to its small size. He now has a short blade, a single point shield, 2, 10 silver needles, multiple seeds, 3, and an invisible cloak. If you are not in good health, don't come to the military academy. No one will be willing to take care of a sickly person like you. After answering her question, and Lin's eyebrows darkened, and he swung his right hand, turned around and ran back, releasing the multi-seed with his left hand. 5 silver needles flew straight towards Yuan Xuan. Yuan Xuan immediately switched to a half shield, 4, to block the attack. After the 5 silver needles landed, he was about to retract the half shield and raise his gun to shoot, when he saw another burst of multi-seeds. At the same time, Yuan Xuan was a little puzzled. Am I being taken care of? And Lin was of A-level strength, and the multi-seed's attack power was also very strong. And Lin did not run too far, but just kept a distance from Yuan Xuan, and released 2 multi-seeds one after another. The first time, he was facing the glass, and the multi-seed successfully hit, freeing his right leg. The second time, he was facing Yuan Xuan. In this situation, Yuan Xuan's half-shield could not be retracted, and her ability was only D-level, so she could not block this burst of attacks at all. Immediately, Yuan Xuan leaped and hid in a rubble-strewn shop. The seed struck the wall with a resounding bang. The wall shattered, leaving a trail of rubble. Suddenly, Yuan Xuan disappeared. His operator had just been eliminated, and he had no idea where Yuan Xuan had been hiding. The remaining team members had eliminated the enemy's 2 attackers, and were on their way. Captain, we can't find their operator or analyst. Don't worry. I think they reappear. Once they do, we can attack them. They're weak and no match for us. What if they don't show up? They will. And Lin didn't know where his certainty came from, but he was certain. And yet, with that certainty, he also felt a subtle unease. His intuition told him that Yuan Xuan was trying to capture him, which would be troublesome later. Especially the hint of madness that had shone through her when she looked at him just now made him pay attention. Search every store, and if he found her, kill her immediately. Okay. Unfolding the duozi, and Lin cautiously entered the room where Yuan Xuan had hidden and peered around, not daring to miss even the smallest crack. The ground was littered with stones, large and small. He kicked them aside one by one, his clothes soon covered in dust, but he paid no attention and continued searching. But as he searched place after place, he found nothing, not even a small hole. And Lin frowned as he stared at the shattered glass back door. Ran away? It had only been a short while since he followed her into the house after Duozi had finished. How had she gotten out so quickly? She shouldn't have been so fast. Boom! Just as he was thinking, he heard an explosion outside. And Lin turned his head, and was about to move forward. Instinctively, he turned his head, and saw a beam of light coming towards him. And Lin's heart skipped a beat. Long Worm 5. Without much hesitation, and Lin immediately dodged to the side, but the bullet was faster and hit his left shoulder. One bullet was not enough. Before he could react, 2 more bullets hit him almost at the same time. The directions of the 2 bullets were slightly different, and just on both sides of the first bullet. It was obvious that the operator had made a very precise adjustment. At this time, no matter where he dodged, he would receive another bullet. And Lin simply gave up dodging, and let his left shoulder be hit by another bullet. The use of the long worm requires the rapid cooperation of the operator, analyst and gunman, and the operation must be completed in a very short time to launch a long worm. Yuan Xuan launched 3 consecutive long worms. Even then, and Lin had to sigh at the ability of his analyst and operator. Since they dared to use the long worm, it meant Yuan Xuan, her operator, and analyst were all together, and not far away. The explosion just now had killed his last teammate, leaving him facing 3. The match was already considered over, but he wasn't ready to admit defeat. From the trajectory of those 3 shots, he could roughly guess Yuan Xuan's location. The longworm's trajectory was set to a maximum range of 500 meters in a straight line and 800 meters in a curve. Since the curve couldn't be used here, she couldn't be more than 500 meters away. With a range of 500 meters in a straight line, she couldn't be upstairs or downstairs, nor across from them, so they were setting up the straight line and turning from behind. Switching to the multi-seed, and Lin stepped forward. Did you remember everything I just said? I remember. Yes. Yuan Xuan finished firing the 3 shots, and the 3 of them immediately ran into the shop not far ahead. Then hide. We're going to catch them. After giving the order, Zhang Qi and Lu Linlin, one folding the map and the other the control panel, hid in opposite locations. This shop wasn't really a shop, but more of a display case. Due to long years of disuse, the red cloth covering the tabletop was covered in dust, and the transparent glass cover was barely visible. Only the contents within still gleamed. Yuan Suiyan surveyed their hiding spots, finding nothing to betray, and then leisurely walked out. As expected, after walking nearly 300 meters, he saw a figure radiating white light, walking straight forward. Yuan Suiyan remained calm, retreating silently. Her smile remained flawless, but her retreating steps seemed to betray her fear. And Lin said nothing, immediately running forward a few steps and unleashing a volley of multi-seed bullets. Multiple bullets barreled towards him. Yuan Suiyan held up a half-shield, turned, and ran backwards at a steady pace. The single-sided shield blocked most of the multi-seed attack, leaving only thin, shallow cracks. Feeling his shield about to break, Yuan Suiyan glanced back at Enlin. His multi-seed bullets were almost gone. Then he spun around and headed straight for Enlin. Enlin was slightly startled, but as his multi-seed bullets ran out, he realized what was happening. He pulled out the last 5 silver needles and flung them at Yuan Suiyan. Yuan Sui didn't dodge, letting them pierce him. He then drew his pistol and fired a shot straight at Enlin. Enlin quickly drew his single-point shield to block the attack. With 3 recent wounds and 3 consecutive multi-seed attacks, he already exhausted his Fawar ability, and now he couldn't use it anymore. He was almost on the brink, but he couldn't understand why Yuan Suiyan wasn't dodging. After a brief pause, he suddenly quickened his pace, raised his short blade, and swiftly slashed at Yuan Suiyan. Yuan Suiyan still didn't dodge, facing the short blade head-on, without even a hint of counterattack. Enlin frowned, and his attack slowed down a bit. At that moment, Yuan Suiyan spun around and entered the display case he'd been in, firing a shot as he turned. At that moment, Yuan Suiyan was entangled and pulled forward by Zhang Qi's silk. Enlin's short blade missed, and seeing the bullet about to hit him, he was using a single-point shield to block the attack when Lu Linlin used the silk to pull him forward. With a thud, Enlin fell face down to the ground, his brain completely unable to react. He glanced at the ceiling, then turned to look at Yuan Suiyan and Zhang Qi, then looked up at Lu Linlin. What the hell are you trying to do? Feeling like a lamb in a tiger's den, and no match for 3 of him, Enlin simply gave up the struggle. He simply couldn't understand why they were both trying to kill him and save him, especially Yuan Suiyan, who had even directly accepted the attack. What kind of trick was this? Forgive his ignorance, but I don't understand. I don't understand at all. It was Zhang Qi who explained. The commander said you dodged her bullets many times. Even when they hit you, they didn't hit you in a fatal spot. She wanted to see if you could still defend yourself in an extreme situation. And Lin's eye twitched. He understood every word he said, but why didn't he understand the combination? Yuan Suiyan was a little tired after jogging for a while. Now that he felt better, he spoke again. You are amazing. Enlin, ? Seeing his confusion, Yuan Suiyan kindly explained, very few people survive my bullets. You are the first one to dodge my bullets. Therefore you are amazing. Full of questions and confusion, Enlin's lips twitched. So, should I thank you for the compliment? Yuan Suiyan smiled faintly. Then, in the final moments, let's watch a beautiful shower of light. Enlin turned to look at Zhang Qi. What nonsense is she talking about? Zhang Qi rubbed the back of his head, a little embarrassed by his sometimes childish commanding style. She's saying, you and her, have a final shooting competition. She shoots, you dodge. See how long you can dodge. Enlin felt like he was on the verge of rage. Are you crazy? Note, bullets, white points of light transformed by the Fawar ability, with the same power as bullets. Silk, thin, white or transparent threads with great resilience, often used in conjunction with Qinju ambushes or alone. Single-point shield, a shield focused on a single point, strengthening that point and resisting powerful attacks from that point. Multi-seed, composed of many bullets, it can be used for short-range, small-area attacks. Its power is determined by its ability. Half-shield, a shield that protects most of the body, but not the head. Long worm, teammates cannot see the enemy, but the operator can see the enemy on the control panel. Analysts calculate the data, and the operator sets the trajectory. After the gunner fires, the bullet moves along the predetermined trajectory. Chapter 9. With a bang, Yuan Suiyan's gunshot landed right at Enlin's feet. Enlin instinctively dodged, veins popping from his clenched hands. His heart was racing from the shock. He considered himself good-tempered and always reminded himself to stay rational, but now, he couldn't reason anymore. I've seen crazy people, but never as crazy as you. You're either exploding or forcing people to do things. What's the difference between such inhumane behavior and perversion? Even though she was being pointed at and scolded, Yuan Swan didn't seem angry at all. She simply stood up and walked towards Enlin. Although she was frail, Enlin inexplicably felt a strong pressure. Her smiling face was so gentle, yet he had a vague, absurd feeling that he was about to be torn into pieces. Bang! Yuan Swan fired another shot, this one just glancing over his head and hitting the ground behind him, leaving a wisp of white smoke that quickly dissipated. Don't you like the occasional shower of light in the darkness? No. Enlin answered bluntly, without a second thought. But I do. With that, Yuan Swan pulled the trigger again. An unspeakable fear surged within him. Enlin cursed inwardly and immediately stood up and ran outside. The wound from where he had just been shot still ached. He had pulled at the wound as he ran, and the pain, which continued to penetrate his brain, actually stimulated him to wake up a little. Yuan Swan followed him slowly, until she was a distance away, then slowly prepared to fire. This time, she used the swift. Zhang Qi and Lu Linlin reached the door, and tilted their heads to look outside. They felt a genuine sympathy for Enlin, yet were also grateful that they were no match for Yuan Swan. After the mall explosion, Enlin could only go up and down the stairs on this side. As for the light rain Yuan Swan had mentioned, since she didn't have many abilities, it could only appear occasionally. Enlin had a hard time dodging. With 2 minutes left, several more holes had been pierced through his body, but he still hadn't been hit in a fatal spot. 1 minute before the timer expired, Yuan Swan stopped shooting and searched for Enlin. With the last 30 seconds left, Yuan Swan found Enlin hiding on the 3rd floor. She put away her swift, no longer holding any weapons. The faint madness vanished, and her gentle, perfect smile held a rare sense of joy. Perhaps from her fury, or perhaps from the excruciating pain, Enlin's eyes widened in anger, but she didn't utter a single word. The weak should never be bullied. I joined the military academy for my own reasons. Perhaps you won't understand, but I hope you understand. Never underestimate anyone, even if they seem weak to you. Enlin stared at her blankly, knowing full well that these words weren't just for him alone, but also for all the eliminated students watching the live stream. At the end of the exchange competition, Enlin, thanks to Yuan Swan's mercy, secured 2 survival points, catapulting their team into 2nd place. First place was undoubtedly Yuan Swan's team. Leaving the arena, Jia Sheng and Lin Min ran over together. Lin Min, boss, you were so cool just now. Your shooting is amazing. Can you teach me later? Jia Sheng, sister? You be my sister from now on. Looking at their joyful faces, Yuan Swan's eyes held a tinge of regret. It was a shame that Fawar's abilities were still too weak. When others were suffering, their happiness seemed quite out of place, especially after realizing they had been tricked. But thinking of Yuan Swan's frantic behavior just now, they were furious but unable to speak. Especially Enlin. After the match, he had become completely dazed. By the time he realized what was happening, the group had already begun to gather. For so long, Enlin had considered his commanding abilities to be exceptional, but in this match, he was constantly being outmatched, and his opponent was a D-level user with extremely poor physical condition. Frustration, resentment, and anger swirled in his heart, condensing into a pent-up anger that he wanted to release but couldn't. He had originally thought he'd find a chance to avenge himself after school officially started, as there would surely be competitions. However, he discovered that, regardless of the subject, Yuan Swan always ranked first, while he was only second. He had assumed Yuan Swan would sign up for the league, but for 2 entire years of college, she hadn't made any move. And Lin was increasingly puzzled as to why this person had come to the military academy, and what her purpose was. After observing her for so long, Enlin even felt that Yuan Swan was acting on a completely whim. Suddenly, he didn't want to compete with this person anymore. Who would have thought that the always low-key Yuan Swan would show up at the training camp this time? After observing her, Enlin realized that Yuan Swan's physical fitness was truly poor. Although she had excellent endurance, what good was that? Didn't she know that even if she worked hard to reach C grade, it would be impossible to go any higher? Is there something wrong? The perfect, polite smile, devoid of any trace of the madness she had shown at the time, made Enlin doubt his memory. Why are you here for the training camp? The moment the question was uttered, Li Lianyun, who was watching from behind, was instantly disappointed. When Casey was still running the obstacle course, and her pace noticeably slowed after hearing this. Unsure of what he meant, Yuan Swan answered honestly, "My father asked me to come." "What's wrong? Why didn't you refuse?" "Why should I refuse?" At this, when Casey, who was climbing the stairs, chuckled softly and almost tripped, but she reacted quickly and steadied herself. When Yuan Swayan turned around at the sound, she immediately stopped laughing, snorted coldly, and continued running, as if the laughter had just been an illusion. You should know that this isn't a place for people close to sea level. Even if you train to sea level here, you won't be able to move up any further. You never reach B level, and your physique, speed, and explosive power are so poor that you can't possibly compete with those at B level. So why do you continue? And Lin's voice was calm, his tone unchanged, yet it was clear that he was deeply doubtful. He was right. The war abilities can be upgraded at any level, but the requirements vary. Level E can be raised to level C through hard work. C requires immense perseverance, reaching level B or nearing level A at best. However, even reaching nearing level A is considered exceptional. As for level A and beyond, only those with exceptional talent can continue to rise, or they start at level A. But not everyone possesses this kind of talent. A commander isn't someone who drags down the ranks, he's someone who empowers the soldiers on the front lines. Yuan Swayan lowered her head in thought. Soon, she uttered a sentence she read from some book. Strength sometimes refers not just to the physical body, but also to the resonance and deepest desires of the soul. What I do has a purpose, a goal I must achieve. After lunch, Yuan Swayan, Wen Kaizi, and Lin, and Li Lianyun trained in the training room for the entire afternoon, until they assembled. 3 of the 25 groups in the morning were still missing. Yuan Swayan had wasted too much time on the obstacle course and the shuttle run, and his speed only improved slightly, not significantly. He had to continue in the evening, at least to finish what he hadn't completed. The afternoon training was obstacle avoidance. Compared to the morning training, this was also Yuan Swayan's strongest area. Even though it was an easy task, the demands were higher. Chapter 10. Obstacle avoidance involves setting up the training room as a battlefield, with varying numbers of drone scouts stationed in various locations. Students' task is to evade these drone scouts and their classmates to reach the finish line. This training focuses on observation and hiding skills. If a student misses a spot or makes a sound that leads to detection, they'd be asked to start over. The training took place at night, in a relatively open area, not ideal for hiding. Yuan Swayan was prepared for a long struggle, and didn't focus on arriving first. She simply wanted to avoid making mistakes that would force her to start over. Yuan Swayan's drop point was a tree at the edge of the lawn. She hugged the trunk and measured the distance from the ground. The trunk was long, and the tree was tall. Perfect. She would be spotted, and have to start over as she slowly descended. Now, she wasn't in a rush to descend. She simply sat on the trunk, watching the drones below. From her high vantage point, she could see several students crawling forward. These drones seemed to be moving in a chaotic, unorganized fashion, but careful observation revealed patterns. 5 of them were circling the field, each about 100 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 700 meters, and 350 meters back and forth. 10 or so were crisscrossing the field, each about 240 meters, 470 meters, 360 meters, 500 meters, 710 meters, 620 meters, 100 meters, 680 meters, 420 meters, and 400 meters. 3 of them were circling the field at fast, medium, and slow speeds, and 4 were flying overhead, crisscrossing the field. With so many people, the drone patrols were extremely tight. While seemingly loose, they were actually covering every area, and they couldn't even meet students face to face. It was truly challenging. The only upside was that the time was set at night, and their clothes were black. Yuan Swayan looked up at the sky. The night was so beautiful, what a shame. Estimating the time and distance, Yuan Swayan quickly jumped down from the tree, landing in the grass with a muffled groan. At the sound, the patrolling drones paused briefly, then collectively looked toward the tree. Soon, 2 drones sprinted towards the tree. Ignoring the pain of the fall, Yuan Swayan dove and hid as quickly as possible in the nearby bushes. The drones reached the tree, scanned it, saw nothing, and returned to their original position. After hiding, Yuan Swayan didn't rush to move again. Instead, she crouched there to recuperate, gathering her strength for a sprint. The next hiding spot wasn't far away, but it was still quite far for Yuan Swayan. She had to rush as fast as she could to avoid being discovered at the last moment. She waited a full 5 minutes, and within those 5 minutes, she hadn't found a suitable opportunity. She looked up at the sky again. The drones overhead wouldn't be back for another minute, and the patrol drones over here would be back in about 50 seconds. She only had 50 seconds left, but ideally, she could make it in 49. A senior student had just passed by and hadn't left yet. If she went over now, she might end up facing them again, so she had to shorten her time or wait for the next opportunity. She had no idea what the senior student was busy with, but she waited another 8 minutes before she left. But again, the good opportunity was gone, and she had to wait even longer. Watching Yuan Suiyan remain motionless in one position for 23 minutes, a woman in a green military uniform suddenly approached and said, "You're not moving at all. You don't even bother changing your feet." The sudden voice made Chu Xiefeng look back. The woman's hair was neatly tied in a ponytail, and her face was bare of makeup, yet her beauty remained undiminished. Her lips were rosy red, and her sharp, almond-shaped eyes held a hint of cunning. The military uniform made her look even more clean and sharp. Chu Xiefeng immediately lowered his hand in a salute and stood straight. "Colonel." As a colonel, Rao Fenghua wasn't supposed to be here, but she had received orders from her superiors to send several other colonels, including herself, to various military academies for training, to serve as instructors for a period of time, and to see if there were any promising students. Thinking her daily duties were boring, Rao Fenghua happily came here. "Do you think she can pass the exam on her first try?" Ignoring Chu Xiefeng's greeting, Rao Fenghua said, "I think she can." Chu Xiefeng didn't say anything, simply following her gaze back to the screen. Many students had already been through the retakes, and some who came close had even done so 4 times. While they were all dejectedly exclaiming how difficult it was, Yuan Suiyan remained crouched. Until another classmate reached her, Yuan Suiyan suddenly rushed forward. 49 seconds to the minute. After this step, the next hiding spot was finally closer, but Yuan Suiyan remained cautious. At each hiding spot, she surveyed it from head to toe, calculating the distance and time before waiting for the right moment to set off. When she reached the last hiding spot, the next one was right next to the finish line. The finish line was even further away, requiring more frequent drone patrols. The drone in the sky would return every 50 seconds, and the drone on the ground would return every 45 seconds. This meant she had to reach the finish line in under 45 seconds. To be safe, she had to run in 44 seconds. Yuan Suiyan frowned as she looked at the distance ahead. It was a bit difficult for her. If she rushed over rashly, she would most likely have to start over. She had to think of a way. Through the gap in the barrier, she estimated the distance from the horizontally moving drone to the hiding spot on the other side, about 30 meters. She wasn't very strong. If she threw a small stone, she could probably throw it 25 meters, but the noise would be quiet and wouldn't attract the attention of at least 4 drones. If she threw a large stone, she could only throw it 15 meters, but the noise would be loud, attracting the attention of more drones. 15 meters was right in the middle, and the time they had to check and return would be very short, so she still couldn't guarantee she would reach the finish line. To ensure she reached the finish line, she had to try her best and choose a small stone to attract the attention of the first 2 drones to return. Having made up her mind, she waited for her chance. When the drone approached and turned, she began running. Halfway through, she threw a small stone with all her might, successfully sending it 25 meters away. The 2 drones immediately rushed to investigate the source of the sound, and Yuan Suiyan seized the opportunity to run to the finish line. When she arrived, the drone had just turned back. After all the maneuvers, she was nervous, and so was Rao Fenghua. Seeing her successfully reach the finish line, Rao Fenghua breathed a sigh of relief. Well, this time card is really good. On the scoreboard hanging high in the training room, Yuan Suiyan suddenly jumped from the bottom to the top. Name: Yuan Suiyan. Total obstacle avoidance training duration: 1 hour 25 minutes and 21 seconds. Errors: 0. The command staff were immediately shocked by this result. What the hell? What's going on? How did she fail on the first round? Not even a single error. Are you sure the equipment isn't damaged? Oh my god, unbelievable. Seeing the command staff students seemingly unable to stop, Chu Xiefeng coldly said, "Hurry up and train. Don't slack off." The students immediately shut up, still somewhat incredulous at the result, but when they entered again, they pushed themselves to the limit, achieving even better progress and results than before. Rao Fenghua, this Yuan Suiyan effect is quite effective. The so-called Yuan Suiyan effect was coined by several of the instructors during lunch. This was primarily because Yuan Suiyan seemed to have a natural ability to attract attention. None of the students underestimated her, even treating her as a competitor. Wherever Yuan Suiyan worked hard, their focus was on not losing to her. Sure Yusen then proposed leveraging Yuan Suiyan's influence to boost their training enthusiasm, and only then did they start the ranking list that afternoon. Sure enough, upon seeing Yuan Suiyan take first place, everyone's passion for training was rekindled. Crucially, her influence extended beyond the conducting department, encompassing students from all other departments as well. Chapter 11. The 3 obstacle course training sessions all had different settings, but the error rate in the last 2 was significantly lower than in the first, and the progress was faster. All the students in the conducting department held their breath, hoping to surpass Yuan Xuan's time in the next 2 rounds. However, their hopes were quickly dashed. Yuan Xuan's total time for the 3 obstacle courses was 3 hours 6 minutes and 17 seconds, with only 1 error, which she had deliberately made to measure the distance. Thus, during the obstacle course training, Yuan Xuan's name stood tall and shining at the top, dazzling and glaring. And Lin looked at his second-place name, his total time of 3 hours 57 minutes and 24 seconds, and his 3 errors, and his hands tightened and tightened. After quickly finishing dinner, Yuan Xuan took advantage of her limited break to continue the physical training she had left unfinished that morning. "Oh, my dear sister, after a day and a night of training, how do you feel? Are you tempted to leave?" Yuan Xuan had just stepped onto the single-plank bridge when Yuan Su's exaggerated cry rang out. She paused subconsciously, her body swaying slightly. Yuan Su stepped forward and steadied the shaky Yuan Xuan. "My dear sister, just go forward boldly. Your dear brother will always be by your side." Looking at the hand on her wrist, Yuan Xuan sighed silently. She realized there was no way to dodge, so she simply gave up and, holding onto Yuan Su's wrist, ran down the bridge as fast as she could. If nothing else, with the support of someone else's wrist, Yuan Xuan's speed on the bridge was much faster. Why? Thinking about it, Yuan Xuan figured it was probably because she felt a sense of security, less worried about falling. So with Yuan Su around, she felt safer? Thinking of this, Yuan Xuan glanced at Yuan Su again. At this moment, Yuan Su was still chattering away, completely oblivious to Yuan Xuan's strange look. "Look, you tried it for a whole day and night. This training is no joke. It's much stricter than military training, and I guarantee that the intensity is still relatively mild. If you persist, you only face even tougher training in the future. My dear sister, your tiny body can't handle it. Besides, you can't even walk steadily on a single plank bridge now, so how can you continue? Take my advice, give up, go home as soon as possible, and then transfer to another school." Silently withdrawing her hand, Yuan Xuan walked the single plank bridge again, unconvinced. Putting aside her unfounded worries, her speed had indeed improved significantly. Well, it wasn't because of Yuan Su. Influenced by Yuan Xuan, some juniors in the command department began to self-train after dinner. Their goal was simple: to not lose to Yuan Xuan. Passing juniors from other departments saw others doing the extra training, and seeing that this D-level student was also there, they immediately became determined to join in the self-training. Seeing the juniors' dedication, passing seniors assumed the instructor had left them with some untold tasks. With a whine and a rebuke of the instructor's cunning, they all joined in the extra training, fearing punishment. Some of them wanted to slack off, but seeing how diligent everyone else was, they had no choice but to diligently train. Thus, the supplementary training camp expanded from a simple 5-person group consisting of Yuan Xuan, Wen Keizi, and Lin, Yuan Su, and Li Lianyun to an intensive training camp for all students. The instructors, having finished their break, were inevitably surprised by the scene. "Sure, Yusen, this year's students are quite interesting. Ho Yongyu, if they can maintain this enthusiasm until the end of the training camp, this year's results should be excellent, and we be able to complete the task perfectly." Yu Zhao lightly supported the bridge of his nose, which was not covered by glasses. Based on past data, students' enthusiasm doesn't last more than 3 days at most. This year should be no different, so don't get your hopes up. Song Hong nodded. "You're right. We can't expect too much from them." Chu Xiefeng looked at a figure in the crowd. Although he remained expressionless, the glint in his eyes betrayed his surprise. Yuan Xuan's obstacle course was much smoother, and his speed had slightly improved. It had only been a day, and she hadn't rested a single day except for eating. Is this also the Yuan Xuan effect? At this time, Rao Fenghua was probably on break from get-off work, having come here purely to watch the fun, but he ended up witnessing the students engaging in group training at night. Hasn't seen such a grand spectacle in years? Sure Yusen raised his hand. "Hey, little Rao, you're not leaving work. Are you planning to follow these students' lead and work overtime?" Rao Fenghua rolled his eyes at him, folding his arms in front of him, a bit arrogant. "Little Rao, how dare you call your boss that?" Sure Yusen smiled. "We're all instructors now. Doesn't that make it seem more intimate?" Rao Fenghua raised an eyebrow. There was nothing wrong with the words, but the tone sounded off, Like teasing a young girl. Have you relaxed your self-discipline as soon as you became an instructor? Otherwise, I write a report saying you're being unctuous and frivolous in private, failing to distinguish between superiors and subordinates, and violating military ethics. I have you retire early, and go home to enjoy your retirement. Yusin glanced at Ralph Finghua out of the corner of his eye before returning to the group of students. I suppose it's just that I'm reluctant to leave, isn't it? While the two were talking, the other instructors had already gone to their respective student affairs offices and began reprimanding their mistakes. Time's up. Chu Xiefeng checked the time and warned him coldly. Only then did Yusin reluctantly return to his students. The first training session of the evening was mobile shooting. Coincidentally, this was Yuan Suiyan's strongest and most enjoyable part. Mobile shooting training lasted an hour and a half, with each round lasting an hour and a half. To proceed to the next round, you had to score 30 points. The 3 rounds were held in different locations. There were 300 drones, and hitting one drone earned 3 points. There were 100 beasts, and hitting one beast earned 2 points. The total number of humans, meaning the total number of command personnel, was 67. Hitting one person earned 0.5 points. Among them, there were 50 friendly reconnaissance aircraft. If they were accidentally hit, 6 points would be deducted. No cooperation allowed, only solo combat. Yuan Suiyan's plan was simple: either shoot all drones, all humans, or half drones and half humans. If the beasts attacked her, she could score a point. For her, this point was easy to earn. It was different for others. As command personnel, they also underwent some physical training and shooting drills, but these weren't top priorities, and they didn't usually prioritize or practice them. Therefore, shooting was a weakness for them. According to the 30-point rule, each of them had to either have 10 drones, 15 beasts, or 60 people, provided they didn't hit the reconnaissance aircraft. This meant someone would definitely not get 30 points. That was the best-case scenario. On the worst-case scenario, they would have to shoot all of their species to reach 30 points. In this kind of arena, everyone was an opponent, and to successfully reach 30 points, they had to eliminate their classmates first. Half an hour was incredibly short, and they felt like they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The first match took place in the forest. Yuan Suiyan knew this forest was the Jisu Great Forest. The Jisu Great Forest was the third largest of all the great forests in the Qintang Galaxy. The forest's composition was complex, with forests, plains, small mountain ranges, and long rivers, covering a total area of approximately 8.6 million square kilometers, about 1/6 the size of a small planet. However, they were probably only in a small part of it. Otherwise, the vast expanse would make them completely unable to complete their mission and even get lost. As for which small part this was, Yuan Suiyan wasn't sure. The season was spring, the weather overcast, the sky gray and gloomy, as if a torrential downpour would break out at any moment. Yuan Suiyan, holding the swift, explored forward step by step. The ground was muddy, as if it had just rained. Leaving it like that would leave footprints, which wouldn't be useful for concealment, but would serve as bait. However, she had no intention of using bait yet. She continued walking, clearing her footprints as she went. Soon, her trouser legs were covered in mud, and her shoes were also covered in mud, leaving no clean spots. From time to time, animals passed by her, but she simply ignored them. After walking for a short while, Yuan Suiyan reached the edge of the forest. Looking towards the light, she saw a plain ahead. Looking closer, she saw a small mountain range and a river. This seemed to be the border. Yuan Suiyan took out the swift. The flat black barrel was very smooth, and the light reflected it with a delicate luster, which was very beautiful. In just a few minutes, some students had already received their scores, but Yuan Suiyan's column remained motionless. Ralph Finghua watched Yuan Suiyan walk forward, unconcerned about scoring, and was puzzled. What do you think she's trying to do? 2 birds flew by, a snake slithered by, and a vole. She saw it all, but she didn't move, just kept walking forward. Chu Xiefeng was grading students on her control panel, and hadn't paid much attention to Yuan Suiyan. Only when she heard Ralph Finghua's words did she glance up, and see Yuan Suiyan and a bird exchange glances. Yuan Suiyan raised her hand in greeting, and the bird flew away. Chu Xiefeng? ? Just as she was about to continue walking, a flash of white light suddenly came towards Yuan Suiyan. Yuan Suiyan didn't dodge, but instead fired a shot in the direction of the light. The light grazed her cheek, leaving a shallow scar, but her shot struck the person opposite her. At the same time, her ears moved, and a subtle sound not far behind her fell into her ears. Yuan Suiyan turned around and dodged without hesitation, waiting for the source of the sound to come over. Rao Fengwei exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this a good shot? Yuan Xuan's movements did not escape Chu Xiefeng's eyes this time. He also saw her kill an opponent who was hiding somewhere with one shot. Her shooting accuracy was completely different from that of other students. Combat Mimicry 1 has 2 fatal points. One is the head and the other is the heart. It is almost impossible to hit the fatal point when you can't see the opponent. But she actually hit it, and it went straight to the head. Chu Xiefeng was a bit skeptical of her shooting prowess. She's very brave. Seeing his thoughts, Rao Fengwo looked at Chu Xiefeng. Do you think that was just a coincidence? Chu Xiefeng didn't deny it. There's no other explanation. Rao Fengwo said, I think it's just her inherent shooting ability. Maybe she can even take first place in this match. Chu Xiefeng remained silent, but the slight contempt in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. He thought it was impossible. Note: Combat Mimicry, a mimicry specifically designed for the Legion. Once activated, the original body is stored in a ring, controlling the mimic's movements to ensure that all combatants have an extra life on the real battlefield. The mimicry is identical to the original. If the mimicry is hit in a critical spot, the mimicry loses its effect, and the real body emerges to fight. During military academy competition training, only the combat mimicry can be used. The real body's second life cannot appear. The combat mimicry also has self-regulating pain. Chapter 12. A machine approached, but Yuan Xuan was unsure at first glance whether it was a drone or a reconnaissance aircraft. Reconnaissance aircraft and patrol drones look very similar. Both are silver-white cylindrical machines, propelled by 4 wheels. Still, they were easy to tell apart. Yuan Xuan raised the Shrike Swift, and a white light landed right in front of the machine's feet. The machine startled, nearly leaping up. Immediately, without thinking twice, the mechanical wall above his head opened, and a siren emerged from within. The siren emitted a piercing wail, accompanied by a dazzling multicolored light. Simultaneously, the machine spun, and immediately flew back toward the point from which it had come. Yes, confirmed to be our own reconnaissance aircraft. This type of reconnaissance aircraft is an old-fashioned one, obsolete on the real battlefield, but still used in military academy training and simulation games. The reason for its obsolescence is simple: it's useless. Reconnaissance aircraft were originally developed to detect enemy movements and report back. However, for some reason, the researchers programmed them to activate an alarm if attacked. This piercing sirens would then draw a swarm of drones back to the combatants, forcing them into action. When this feature was discovered, the military immediately phased out these reconnaissance aircraft. Since then, this type of aircraft has become the most reviled and useless product. Even now, no one wants to encounter such a reconnaissance aircraft. Just then, upon hearing the noise, the drones outside began to move in one direction. A vast expanse of silvery white appeared strikingly vast against the forest and plains. Suddenly, the students from the command department, still engaged in a fierce battle, stopped fighting and sought cover. The constant sound of gunfire had ceased, leaving only the rustling of drones as they moved. In an emergency, Enlin killed one more person, then put away his Swift and hid in a relatively safe area with a good view. Enlin planned to take advantage of this moment to score points. If he was right, this was Yuan Xuan's doing. He felt that only she could pull off such a thing. The concentration of drones is a good thing, allowing for concentrated fire. However, it's also a bad thing, as there's a risk of being spotted and counterattacked by other drones. Enlin felt he must be crazy to be taking a chance now. Before he could draw his gun, a bullet fired, killing one of the drones instantly. Before the others could react, 2 more bullets were unleashed, each one a single kill. Looking at the fallen drone, Enlin took a deep breath. Drones have weaknesses, but they're extremely hidden and difficult to hit. It would take 2 or 3 shots for the average person, like him, to hit one. If he had been the one firing the first shot, all 3 shots would have been aimed at the same drone. 2 would have drawn its attention, revealing its weak spot, and the final shot would have hit it. The prerequisite is that all 3 shots landed where they were intended, otherwise, the effort would have been more than worth the effort. And Lin wasn't the only one who thought Yuan Xuan's shooting was abnormal. Other command students, like Chu Xiefeng and Rao Fengwo, also found it incredibly unusual. Rao Fengwo's lips brimmed with shock, unable to close for a long time. I'm suddenly curious. Where did Yuan Xuan learn all these skills? She's got such strong evasive abilities, and her shooting is so incredible. I think she's more suited to being a marksman. Why did she choose command? Chu Xiefeng's hand also stopped recording, momentarily lost in thought. Sure Yusen, on the other side, had just spared a moment to glance over, just in time to see Yuan Suiyan dispatching drones one by one. Yuan Suiyan didn't stand there foolishly, waiting for the drones to fire back. She fired as she moved, not fast, but hiding in a well-concealed area. She continued firing, still dispatching drones one by one, practically hitting them with every shot. The drone's bullets landed on trees, grass, and mud, sending up showers of fire. Some even struck Yuan Suiyan directly in front of them, but none of them struck her, not even scratching a corner of her clothing. Sure Yusen couldn't take his eyes off her after seeing this. A delicate girl, navigating the edge of drone range, occasionally charging forward, holding her own against the firepower of numerous drones. It was straight out of a blockbuster movie. Sure Yusen didn't even bother to tug at the clothes of those around him. Hey! Old ho, look! You're Sagittarius rising star! What the hell? Watching Sure Yusen lost in thought, Ho Yongyu instinctively wanted to retort, but when she turned around, her words were choked back. Surprised, she could only utter one word, fuck. Yuan Suiyan continued shooting. She couldn't remember how many she killed, nor how long she'd been running. She simply felt a surge of joy with each drone she destroyed. At that moment, her mind was filled with only one thought, keep going, kill them all. With this thought, her shooting speed increased. On the big screen, Yuan Suiyan had a smile on his face, and he exuded murderous intent and joy that even the screen could not block. Several instructors watched and felt a little scared in their hearts. Ralph Fenghua frowned. I think I only seen this kind of murderous intent in retired veterans. How could a student like her harbor such a murderous intent? Sure Yusen moved closer to Ralph Fenghua. I heard General Yuan's wife was killed by the drone corps. Isn't she General Yuan's daughter? She must be thinking of her mother. Ho Yongyu lowered his head slightly upon hearing this. That makes sense. Having her mother killed by a drone, it's no wonder she's acting this way. Hearing this, Ralph Fenghua fell silent for a rare moment, and her gaze at Yuan Suiyan grew slightly more complex. Only Chu Xiafeng remained calm, recording the students' training scores and failures. Amid Yuan Suiyan's frenzied shooting, the other students had also picked up some points, but most of the drones had already been destroyed by Yuan Sui. By the time she came to her senses, only a few were left. The points should be enough. Thinking this way, Yuan Suiyan withdrew from the training. And Lin also came out with him. Unsurprisingly, Yuan Suiyan's name was once again at the top of the list on the display. Name, Yuan Suiyan drone hits. 189 human hits. 1 animal hits. 0 reconnaissance aircraft hits. 0 total bullets fired. 569 total score. 567.5 casualties. 1 minor facial wound. In second place, Lin again. Name, Lin drone hits. 7 human hits. 3 animal hits. 5 reconnaissance aircraft hits. 0 total bullets fired. 51 total score. 32.5 casualties. 1 serious wound to the right arm, waist, and abdomen. Looking up at the gap, Lin felt very uncomfortable. He was not the only one who felt uncomfortable. Ho Yongyu and Sure Yusen also felt uncomfortable when they thought of their students. Before Yuan Suiyan started the next round, Ho Yongyu and Sure Yusen hurried to the class they were teaching and shouted loudly, "Everyone! End the training immediately and assemble at the command center." The students in training did not know what was happening. They just listened to the instructor's roar and thought that something big might have happened. So they all removed their mimicry, and rushed to the command center as fast as they could to line up. The 2 instructors did not rush to speak, but stared at the training screen of the command center. On it, Yuan Suiyan started a new round of shooting. The scene was different from the previous one, but the shooting accuracy did not change at all. Yuan Suiyan was just wandering around the edge of the drone's range, moving forward and backward and killing many drones in a short period of time. Following the instructor's gaze, the students in the gunner and shooter departments were stunned. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Is this something a human could do? Isn't this what that D-type guy did? Fuck? For a moment, the hall was no longer quiet. Shouts of astonishment filled the room, and there was no quiet for a moment. Suddenly, someone questioned, "Instructor, is their training system broken?" As the questioning began, others chimed in. Sure Yusen turned and smiled at the group of students. What do you think? It was clearly a cheerful smile, but it shone with a murderous, menacing aura. Suddenly, they understood, without a doubt, this was the true strength of the D-grade student. Yuan Su looked at the person he knew so well, his heart filled with astonishment. When did she learn to shoot? And with such incredible accuracy? This is the weak and delicate sister you've been talking about, right? Being asked this question, Yuan Su felt a sense of uncertainty. On the other side, Li Lianyan looked at the effortless figure and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. This laugh was filled with helpless sadness and an unspeakable sense of defeat. It wasn't just him. Now, almost everyone here shared his feelings. To think that after all these years of hard work, their shooting skills were still inferior to those of a D-grade student in the command department. It wasn't until Yuan Suiyan finished his second round of shooting and came out for a break that Ho Yongyu retracted his gaze and turned to the group of cadets. How do you feel? Sure Yusin's smile hadn't faded yet. Come on, let's discuss it here. The students stood there, silent for a moment, each one gripped by an indescribable sense of oppression. I don't believe it. How could she have killed one person with a single shot amidst the drone's frenzied attack? She must be cheating. With this, others began to chime in. While they spoke, they knew better than anyone that the training system here would never tolerate cheating, let alone damage. Ho Yongyu folded his arms over his chest. Are you dissatisfied? Instantly, a student stepped forward. Yes, I'm dissatisfied. Me too. Me too. And me. One after another, students stepped forward, their faces and eyes filled with a unified look of stubborn determination. Okay. Seeing their reaction, Sure Yusin's dangerous smile finally disappeared, replaced by his usual nonchalant smile. He turned around and shouted to Yuan Suiyan, who was about to start the third round. The one waiting, come here. Chapter 13. Yuan Suiyan turned her head upon hearing this, only to see the vast crowd staring at her. An inexplicable pressure suddenly filled her body. She glanced at the silent Chu Xiafeng, and seeing he showed no intention of stopping her, she, under pressure, stepped forward with heavy steps. On the training screen, the figure had looked fragile, and now standing before her, Ho Yongyu felt she looked even more vulnerable than on the screen. She still couldn't believe it. The person who had just been so devastating with the Swift was the same person. Sure Yusin studied the standing figure, thought for a moment, and finally remembered her name. Yuan Suiyan, right? Yes, instructor. Just now, a group of us, the marksmen and marksmen, watched your shooting and were very dissatisfied. We'd like to challenge you to a duel. I think it's a good idea. It will help you understand your own strengths. What do you think? Yuan Suiyan blinked and looked at the group again, somewhat incredulous. What was the instructor talking about? Why were they so eager to try? Why, after all, were they in the command department? And why were they watching him train? For a moment, countless questions raced through Yuan Suiyan's mind. After a long pause, Sure Yusin tilted his head, then, remembering something, added, Oh, we won't bully you. We picked the best from each of the gunner and shooter departments, and you just have to compete with them. Yuan Suiyan blinked again, her clear eyes gleaming with innocence and purity. 1 against 2? In fact, she could have been against more. Yuan Suiyan didn't dislike the competition, she just didn't understand why they were here. Moreover, the greater the difficulty, and the more opponents, the greater the joy of victory. However, since the other party had proposed a 1-on-2 match, why wouldn't she agree? Yuan Suiyan curled her lips, revealing a polite and innocent smile. Okay, instructor. The absence of any panic or nervousness immediately piqued Sure Yusin's interest. Are you not afraid? I can do it. Just 3 words, but full of confidence and certainty. The hearts of the students, who had been somewhat calming, began to stir again. Very confident. Sure Yusin looked at the students on the shooting team and called out a name. Yuan Su, step forward. Yuan Su had been prepared when he heard the instructor say that the shooting and marksmanship classes should each select the most skilled student, but he was still startled by the sudden call. It wasn't because of the instructor's loud voice, but because he was still amazed at his fragile sister's sudden shooting prowess. Ho Yongyu looked at his group of archery students. For some reason, after hearing Yuan Suiyan's I can, he felt a pang of pity. This feeling struck him as absurd. Ho Yongyu shook his head and shouted, Li Lianyan, step out. The competition consisted of 3 rounds. The first, fixed point shooting. The second, moving shooting. The third, evasive shooting. Sure Yusin had originally let Yuan Suiyan choose how to compete, but she said either was fine. So, he decided to throw in the towel and have one of each. Yuan Suiyan remained calm and composed, leaving every cadet present with a simmering sense of unease. They longed for Yuan Su and Li Lianyun to take the stage and did her confidence. Spot shooting was simple. 3 people, each at a target station, chose their own weapon and fired. The one with the highest score won. Li Lianyun and Yuan Suiyan both chose the Swift, while Yuan Su chose a pistol. The moment they stood in front of the target station, the cadets erupted in an unprecedented roar. Yuan Su, go ahead. Don't lose. If you lose, I'd be your grandpa. Yuan Su, I know you dote on your sister, but if you dare let her win, we won't let you off. Li Lianyun. Give her a lesson. Let her know we archers are no pushovers. Seeing no sign of stopping, Shi Yusen and Ho Yongyu immediately stopped shouting, and the three of them finally relaxed. Before the start, Yuan Su patted Yuan Sui's shoulder, flashing his characteristically brilliant smile. My dear sister, even if you're my dear sister, I won't let you win. Yuan Sui, yes. Over there, Li Lianyun had already set up the Swift, and was only waiting for the two to get ready before the start. The first round consisted of 50 shots per person. As the instructor called the start signal, the cadets held their breath, their gaze fixed intently on the targets in front of them, hoping for the best. Yuan Su stood upright at the starting line, his hand holding his gun straight. He stared intently at the target, firing shot after shot. After several rounds, not a single shot landed outside the 10-ring mark, each one tightly connected within it. Li Lianyun bent his body, his head beside the sharp-pointed Swift, aiming at the target in front of him. Shot after shot, most of the bullets passed through the center of the first shot. Occasionally, a bullet would stray slightly to the side, but it always landed within 10 o'clock, never exceeding it. Everyone saw it was safe. Yuan Sui definitely couldn't win. With a sigh of relief, they looked towards Yuan Sui's target in the middle, only to be struck hard the next moment. Yuan Sui fired shot after shot, and the bullets seemed to follow a perfectly disciplined pattern, lining up to the blank spot in the center, not a single one landing anywhere else. The first round concluded, and the result was self-evident. Each with a perfect score of 500, Yuan Sui triumphed over the other two and became the victor. Yuan Su, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to let up? How did you still lose? What could Yuan Su say? He was also upset. The second round involved the same 3 long lanes, with targets appearing and moving randomly. They were to fire from the same spot, each with 50 shots, and the one with the most points won. The failure of the first round had no effect on Li Lianyun. When the second round began, he maintained his pace, firing steadily despite the random appearance and movement of the targets. He hit every one of them without missing a single one. Judging from the results, 2 shots were slightly off target, hitting the 9th ring. This type of mobile shooting is difficult, and it's a daily practice for their shooters and marksmen. However, due to its high difficulty and the irregular timing of the target's appearance, the difficulty of their shooting increases accordingly. Only Yuan Su could match Li Lianyun's score. As expected, Yuan Su on the other side achieved results comparable to Li Lianyun's. The previous fixed-point shooting was simple. She was able to consistently hit a small spot. They understood this as a sign of her solid fundamentals. But they didn't believe Yuan Sui could still dominate in this mobile shooting. Indeed, in this situation, Yuan Sui couldn't crush the opponent. The timing and distance of the targets in the moving shooting game had no pattern. Yuan Sui studied them for a long time, but couldn't find the key to cracking them. So all she could do was shoot. It's not like she hadn't practiced this before, but since her master stopped teaching her, she rarely practiced it. The master said that the key to moving shooting lies in eyesight and speed. The target must appear at the exact second it appears, otherwise there's a high chance it will miss. This type of shooting is particularly challenging for eyesight. If Yuan Sui can't keep up, she lose. Alas, losing is not in Yuan Sui's vocabulary. This time, her speed wasn't fast, but it was steady, accurate, and relentless. She fired several shots in a row, each one hitting the exact center of the target. Even if you were to gather all the marksmen and gunners together, you wouldn't find a single one with such a performance. The students watching were stunned, and the instructors no longer dared to underestimate Yuan Sui. Only with unwavering strength could such a feat be achieved, and no one could ignore it. Yuan Sui's slow pace didn't dampen their excitement. Before they knew it, all eyes were fixed on him. They held their breath, barely daring to utter a single sound, each one trembling with anxiety for him. It wasn't until the end that they breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, no one blamed Yuan Su and Li Lianyun for their failure, but rather marveled at how nervous they had become about Yuan Sui. A strange atmosphere enveloped them, and no one was willing to speak first. Shi Yusen and Ho Yongyu watched, their hearts filled with relief. Normally, this group of arrogant individuals, relying on their own abilities, would talk back and act cunningly, often resulting in violent confrontations. Yuan Sui's appearance was particularly timely. This was the first time they had seen these students like this. Ho Yongyu couldn't help but sigh, wishing there were more Yuan Sui's that would reduce their annual workload. The third round of evasive shooting took place in a real training ground, on the first floor of an abandoned factory where materials were stored. The rules were simple. Within a specified time frame, shoot at your opponent. The sum of the number of hits and the number of hits taken was the total score. Only shooting and dodging were allowed, no close combat, and no weapons other than swifts and pistols were allowed. The duration was 2 hours. As originally stated, this was a true 1-on-2 match. To win, Yuan Suan had to completely defeat one of them. The 3 players were deployed in different locations. Yuan Suan on the far left of the first floor, Yuan Su in the middle on the right, and Li Lianyun against the wall on the right. Yuan Suan had seen many terrains, but she had never seen the first floor of the abandoned factory. She wasn't familiar with the terrain, which meant this match was a new challenge for her. She quickly turned and took cover behind 3 rusty barrels, her pistol tightly gripped, showing no sign of loosening. Yuan Suan took a deep breath. It had been a long time since she felt this way. Since it was a 1-on-2 situation, she would definitely lose if she didn't score, so she had to attack. However, she chose to hide for a simple reason, to let them come to her, so she could determine their location by the subtle sounds. Yuan Suan remained motionless, and Yuan Su and Li Lianyun didn't dare to move either. The 2 previous shooting matches had already been enough for them to understand Yuan Suan's strength. If they acted rashly, they would surely lose, and Yuan Suan would triumph. So they couldn't act rashly. Their priority now was to find Yuan Suan and eliminate her while she wasn't paying attention. Chapter 14. The first floor of the abandoned factory was filled with the smell of rust. Everything was covered in rust, and the floor was covered in dust. There was hardly a clean spot. Not only that, most of the items were extremely fragile, breaking with a resounding clatter at the slightest touch. Under these circumstances, they had to be extremely careful. Li Lianyun and Yuan Su moved slowly through the vast shelves, searching for each other and Yuan Suan. They soon met, but didn't speak. They simply exchanged glances, confirming that they hadn't spotted Yuan Suan along the way. They temporarily dismissed that area and searched for him in the front, left and right. This stalemate lasted almost half an hour. They hadn't lost their temper, but the students outside were getting anxious. How long are they going to keep doing this? Hurry up and fight. Yuan Su, being so cautious isn't your style. Fuck. Even if they aren't anxious, I'm getting anxious. Why isn't it me who's on the field? As the students outside grew anxious, Yuan Suan stirred. She hid behind the 3 barrels for a long time. Honestly, the smell was truly unpleasant. After half an hour, Yuan Suan felt dizzy. If she didn't leave, she feared she wouldn't be able to continue the match. Switching her pistol to a sharp swift, Yuan Suan cautiously ran forward. Soon, across the iron frame, she spotted 2 familiar figures. Immediately, without caring if she would be discovered, she raised her sharp swift and fired 2 shots. Without waiting to confirm a hit, she hit again. Li Lianyun and Yuan Su were suddenly shot in the back. They both turned, intending to return fire, but there was no sign of Yuan Suan. Immediately, the 2 men stopped their counterattacks, leaning back against the iron frame, their guns raised, not daring to drop their weapons anywhere. Sure Yusen wasn't surprised by Yuan Suan's accuracy anymore. Since the other team was competing, he simply started teaching his students. See? Do you understand the crucial aspects of shooting, accuracy and dodging? Ho Yangyu, seeing this, also began teaching. No regrets after firing. If your gun can't accurately hit your opponent, and you can't hide in time, then you be the one in danger. Yuan Suan's gun perfectly utilizes both accuracy and dodging. Remember this, archer. If you're unsure of your opponent's chance, never fire rashly. Understand? Archer. Students, understood. Sure Yusen pointed a thumb at Ho Yangyu. Same as above, but archer. You can relax a bit. Just remember that you must hit your opponent. Archer. Students, understood. Yuan Su and Li Lianyun continued their search without slacking. Seeing they couldn't find the target, they changed their tactics. Yuan Su casually fired, the silvery bullet pelting the ground. He then turned and ran in the same direction. Li Lianyun, however, hid in a concealed area, holding a swift, awaiting Yuan Suan's arrival. Yuan Suan heard and saw it, but she didn't rush out. This was a clear decoy. Yuan Su was luring her out, while Li Lianyun laid in ambush. The slight delay between Yuan Su's gunshot and the impact of the bullet indicated that the shot was fired from a distance. Since he was acting as bait, he had to appear in a wide area, luring her to draw her gun. The moment she did, that would be the moment Li Lianyun fired. What should I do? Yuan Suan smiled faintly. She quietly shifted, finding another hiding spot, holding a swift blade in one hand and a pistol in the other. Bang! 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 For gunshots rang out in quick succession. First, Yuan Suiyan fired straight at Yuan Su, then Li Lianyun fired diagonally from behind. Yuan Suiyan didn't dodge and fired back with a swift blade, while Yuan Su dodged and fired back. The 4 beams of light appeared incredibly quickly, completing a round of exchange in a single breath. But that wasn't the end. Yuan Suiyan held her hands open, one at Yuan Su, and the other at Li Lianyun, her fingers pumping continuously. Bullets rang out as she fired. Yuan Su and Li Lianyun dodged and fired back, sending a shattering sound through numerous objects. She didn't stand still, but instead fired and dodged simultaneously. Each time she dodged, her hiding spot was riddled with bullets. The shootout lasted a long time, ending only when Yuan Suiyan was nearly exhausted. The students and instructors outside were dazzled by the sight, barely able to tell which shot was fired by whom, let alone the points they had gained or lost. "My dear sister, please come out. I desperately want to talk to you face to face." With only 20 minutes left, Yuan Suiyan planned to hide until the end. She felt her score was close. Although she had been hit in the previous round, it wasn't much, and most of her bullets had been used up by these hiding places. She couldn't claim a win yet, but a draw was definitely possible. As she thought about this, Yuan Suiyan heard her brother calling. "My dear sister, don't you want to sink with your brother into the dazzling onslaught of bullets? Can you bear to watch your brother sink in this agony alone? My dear sister? Are you really so cruel?" Yuan Su's voice echoed throughout the first floor, echoing through the rusted iron frames and barrels, giving it an eerie quality. Yuan Suiyan huddled in a corner, motionless. Li Lianyun silently watched him, making no move. Yuan Su, searching for Yuan Suiyan, was like a wolf searching for prey in the forest, while Yuan Suiyan was the shivering little white rabbit hiding in the corner. If possible, Yuan Suiyan would have wanted to go out and catch him off guard, but their reflexes were also extremely strong, and she was now exhausted. Going out would have meant passively accepting the attack, leading to failure. She wasn't stupid. What's she doing? Why isn't she leaving? She's exhausted. No way, her strength shouldn't affect her shooting. So she doesn't want to fight anymore? The students watching the match began to discuss again. At this point, Ho Yangyu resumed his lecture. Preserving life and cutting losses in time are things you all must learn. Whether on the field or on the battlefield, if your body can no longer sustain you, there are only 2 things you can do: retreat, hide, and save your life. If you push your limits out of defiance, when you know you can't continue, that's not bravery, that's foolishness. For example, Yuan Suiyan has excellent shooting skills, but she also knows she doesn't have enough strength to continue. In this case, if she continues to attack, the result will be reversed, and her victory will turn into defeat. Seizing the opportunity to pursue a victory is when you still have the strength to fight. Do you understand? I understand. The final 20 minutes ended with Yuan Suiyan dodging and Yuan Su searching. After this battle, no one cared about the outcome, everyone was focused on one thing: shooting practice. Sure, Yusen and Ho Yangyu were naturally pleased with the result, but they still wanted to know where Yuan Suiyan had learned his marksmanship, and how he could be so skilled. So, to the anticipation of the students and instructors, Yuan Suiyan revealed the truth. Heretic, a large-scale holographic war simulation game. 70 years ago, a sudden invasion by a legion of humanoid drones caused countless casualties. In this critical moment, humanity emerged as a formidable force, defending the front lines with only 8 men. They quickly passed on the methods for their destruction to the military, thus officially forming the first wave of resistance forces. To cultivate more talent and ensure the safety of life and property, the Federation rigorously screened all those who wished to participate. This resulted in many being unable to fight, leaving them with much regret. At some point, the game herd emerged from the crowd, simulating a war between humans and legions of humanoid drones. Since its release, it has fulfilled the dreams of many who were eliminated for various reasons, particularly due to a lack of firepower. Since its development, the game has enjoyed a steady stream of users, offering a variety of career options, such as attacker, shooter, gunner, analyst, and commander. Users can choose their preferred class, with attackers and gunners being the most popular. It was here that Yuan Suiyan met her master, and her shooting training career began. Her master was exceptional. In herd, especially from the age of 12 to 14, no one in the game could surpass him in pure shooting, especially given the abundance of regular soldiers. Is your master still around? I'd like to contact him. They need an instructor who's better than me. It could be said that Ho Yangyu's words were not only a complete acknowledgement of Yuan Suiyan's strength, but also an admission that he wasn't. As soon as these words were spoken, Even Yusen couldn't help but glance at him twice. Ho Yongyu knew the person Yuan Suan was referring to. He also loved playing heretic and shooting, so he had naturally heard of that person and greatly admired him. Unfortunately, before he could contact him, he had vanished. Now that he suddenly had news of that person, Ho Yongyu would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. Furthermore, if that person had taught Yuan Suan, then Yuan Suan's shooting ability made sense. Yuan Suan. He disappeared when I was 15 and never contacted me. If my master hadn't contacted me, I wouldn't have been able to contact him. So now I have no idea where he is, or how to contact him. Chapter 15. The final training session was intelligence gathering and tracking. Yuan Suan's FIW ability was near sea level, and this was another training session that put a heavy test on the command system's FIW capabilities. So, while everyone else had successfully completed the training, Yuan Suan was still relying on the limited information he had to analyze the field. Looking at Yuan Suan, who had fallen to last on the leaderboard, the devastated students all regained some spirit. It wasn't that Yuan Suan didn't want to continue to hold the top spot, it was more that her abilities could only be utilized on a real battlefield. In a virtual environment like this, where her teammates couldn't talk and she couldn't physically participate, even if she used her mind to calculate, she couldn't come up with an accurate result. An inaccurate result meant uncertain information, and on the battlefield, uncertain information almost always meant a guaranteed defeat. She wasn't willing to take the gamble, so she chose to give up. Seeing this, Chu Xiafeng immediately opened the panel in his hand, flipped to Yuan Suan's side, and raised his hand to leave a few zeros in the items above. But before she even put pen to paper, Rao Fenghua spoke. "Don't rush to give me a score. I go ask." With that, Rao Fenghua approached Yuan Suan. Yuan Suan was still searching for an excuse to evade the question later, and hadn't noticed Rao Fenghua's presence. "What are you thinking about?" Yuan Suan blinked and instinctively spoke his mind. "What's a good excuse?" Rao Fenghua chuckled. "A reason to give up training?" Yuan Suan finally came to her senses. Exposed. Looking at Rao Fenghua's face, Yuan Suan's eyes flickered. Logically, she should have tried to struggle, but she didn't feel like it. After a moment's thought, she lowered her head, staring at the screen motionless. Seeing her reaction, Rao Fenghua wasn't particularly surprised and simply asked a question of his own curiosity. "Why did you choose to give up this training?" Unable to come up with a reason, and not wanting to explain, Yuan Suan simply stated his thoughts. Intelligence gathering and tracking encompasses terrain, topography, map range, our own troop strength, logistic strength, available frontline combat personnel, casualties, the capabilities of available frontline combat personnel, weapon losses and surplus, remaining supplies in the rear, whether support has arrived and how long it will take, enemy troop strength, enemy troop distribution, whether the enemy has support, and so on. All of this requires precise application of FWAR capabilities, and the integration of all data. Process, and then give the answer. But my abilities are limited, and I can't achieve the precision and accuracy required for this training. I can only rely on half-guessing, half-reading answers, which yields inaccurate results. Inaccurate answers will inevitably affect the subsequent battles, leading to our crushing defeat in the final training session and the occupation of our territory by the drone army." At this point, Yuan Suan listened, then mentally organized his words, finally blurting out something incoherent. "A meaningless sacrifice means a meaningless end, and a meaningless end represents an endless cycle." Rao Fenghua understood everything that had been said before, but the last sentence was the only one she couldn't grasp, even after repeated attempts. She wanted to ask Yuan Suan what she meant by this last sentence, but after some thought, she felt that doing so might appear ignorant, which would affect her subsequent instruction. So Rao Fenghua asked a different question. How can it be meaningless? This training primarily focuses on the command system's FWAR capabilities. Regardless of the outcome, your FWAR capabilities will be honed accordingly. When you reach a certain level of training, your FWAR capabilities may even improve. Yuan Suan was certainly aware of this possibility, but she knew her FWAR capabilities wouldn't be improved solely through training. Her personal doctor had said that her FWAR capabilities could only be improved through physical conditioning. As her physical condition gradually recovered, her FWAR capabilities would also gradually recover. However, if she rushed to improve her FWAR capabilities and trained daily without regard for her health, it would be counterproductive, and her FWAR capabilities would actually decline. However, her physical condition was very complex, and it was uncertain how long she would recover. So, for her, this training had only one outcome: constant defeat by drones. But she didn't want to lose to them, no matter what. Yuan Suan hadn't intended to speak about her health. She had thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with a suitable solution. Seeing Yuan Suiyan remain silent, Rao Fenghua pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that Yuan Suiyan might harbor resentment. Resentment is one of the most difficult emotions to resolve, and perhaps it was this hatred that prevented her from accepting a loss to a humanoid drone in any arena. Rao Fenghua didn't intend to persuade Yuan Suiyan to give up her resentment. That would have seemed a bit hypocritical to her, but training had to continue. Glancing at the control panel, which Yuan Suiyan had barely touched, Rao Fenghua pondered again and said, "Perhaps you could try another method to achieve victory." Yuan Suiyan turned to glance at Rao Fenghua. Other methods? What other methods could there be? Rao Fenghua didn't intend to continue prompting her, but instead watched Yuan Suiyan quietly, anticipating her move. Blinking, Yuan Suiyan's gaze returned to her control panel. Other methods. Yuan Suiyan closed her eyes, silently drawing the map currently visible on the panel, the enemy and friendly forces' combat power, and so on. If this were on the battlefield, she wouldn't allow herself to be helpless. This was the first time she experienced this feeling. If this were a real battlefield, she'd been injured, unable to move, and unable to receive news from her comrades in the front or rear. What would she do? Just waiting would surely bring news of defeat. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death. So the first step was to confirm whether all supplies were in place, the strength of the rear troops, the damage and surplus of weapons, whether reinforcements had arrived, and the logistics of the supply. After figuring out the first step, Yuan Suiyan opened her eyes and began to work on the panel. Watching her actions, Rao Fenghua felt both relieved and pleasantly surprised. She had hoped Yuan Suiyan wouldn't give up so easily, but she hadn't expected Yuan Suiyan to find another way to answer. And this answer was something none of them had anticipated. Seeing Yuan Suiyan's earnest expression, Rao Fenghua stopped interrupting her and quietly returned to Chu Xiefeng's side. "She's a pleasant surprise. I'm looking forward to the next month or so." Hearing this, Chu Xiefeng couldn't help but glance at Rao Fenghua again. That glance didn't linger for long. He quickly glanced at Yuan Suiyan's control panel. "She's General Yuan's daughter." Chapter 16. A seemingly casual remark actually reminded Rao Fenghua of something. When General Yuan learned that she would be attending the training camp as a chief instructor, he specifically told her, "My daughter is not suited to the military." They were all people who had been around the military for years, especially Rao Fenghua, who frequently interacted with superiors on the battlefield. How could she not know what General Yuan meant? If Yuan Suiyan were truly incompetent, Rao Fenghua would have done General Yuan a favor. It was a pity that she couldn't obey him this time. She hoped the general wouldn't hold a grudge against her in the future, otherwise many things would be difficult. Rao Fenghua's gaze shifted back to Yuan Suiyan's control panel, and her mood was instantly replaced by surprise. After sorting out the rear, she didn't rush to compile the battlefield data. Due to his lack of ability, Yuan Suiyan chose to retreat and set traps to attract the enemy's attention, ultimately defeating the enemy with fewer troops. He then made his own assessment of the current situation based on his remaining forces, and finally analyzed the situation and filled in the information he had just reported. After a training session, Rao Fenghua reviewed her answers. It could be said that she also excelled in intelligence gathering and tracking. Yuan Suiyan's training session concluded, and she looked up at her ranking. No more zeros, and excellent results. She had instantly jumped from last place to 10th from the bottom. With a few more attempts, she wouldn't be first, but at least in the top 5. With a sense of confidence, Yuan Suiyan worked harder. On the leaderboard, Lin looked at his long-awaited first place, but he couldn't feel happy. Then, looking at Yuan Suiyan's last place with 0 points, he suddenly felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Yuan Suiyan's ranking had changed again. After completing one session, his ranking instantly jumped 10 places, instantly surpassing those who had only trained for 2 sessions. But if she continued, he would surely be surpassed again if he didn't focus more. So in this final session, he had to give it his all. He would never lose to Yuan Suiyan. Thinking so, Lin acted accordingly. Until he saw Yuan Suiyan's name, who was in 3rd place, Lin felt both a winner and a loser. If it had been him, with his inferior abilities, could he have surpassed everyone and achieved such a high score? After a day of training, Lin returned to his dorm and, contrary to his usual style, didn't rush to wash up. Instead, he went straight to bed. Next to him, Li Lianyan noticed his unusual behavior, but ignored him, instead stroking his swift-haired trousers. The two of them remained silent for a long time, and an unspoken sense of oppression permeated the dormitory. It wasn't until the return of his other roommate, Lin Shun, that the oppressive feeling was finally broken. He scratched his head. Normally, Li Lianyan would have shared any gossip he heard or seen, and Lin would have been quick to criticize him. But today, the two of them were becoming increasingly silent, making it difficult for him to remain here. What are you doing? Why are you so depressed? Did the instructor punish you? As soon as these words left his mouth, Li Lianyan recalled his defeat by Yuan Suiyan, and Lin recalled Yuan Suiyan's final training session. Soon, both sighed in unison. Alas! Alas! After hearing each other's voices, they exchanged glances, and Li Lianyan was the first to ask, "Why are you sighing?" And Lin also asked back, "What about you?" Li Lianyan put away his swifts and sat on the bed, legs crossed, his body bent, looking dejected. Today I lost to that D-grade junior. For some reason, and Lin wasn't surprised at all. He even felt it was natural, so he immediately corrected a mistake. Her name is Yuan Suiyan, and she's close to C-grade. It would have been fine if he hadn't corrected her. But this correction immediately ignited Li Lianyan's gossipy spirit. "You're so eager to correct me, and you're saying you're not interested in her. Tell me, when did you fall in love with her?" And Lin rolled his eyes at him, but didn't argue. Instead, he remained silent for a moment, remembering Yuan Suiyan's words that she had a purpose for what she did. Unfortunately, after Yuan Suiyan finished speaking, formal training began, and he didn't have time to ask for clarification. Purpose? What could it be? After a moment's thought, and Lin asked the two a serious question. Why did you choose to enroll in the military academy and fight against the Drone Corps? Lin Shun didn't hesitate, answering immediately, of course, because they're so cool. Imagine if we became members of the Special Forces, using our wartime abilities to stand on the battlefield and protect everyone behind us. Then, returning home victorious, everyone would look up to us, and we'd be heroes in their hearts. Wouldn't that be cool? Hearing his description, and Lin instantly thought of his father and nodded. Then, Lin looked at Li Lianyan. "What about you?" Li Lianyan's eyes flickered, but he offered a rare serious response. "Special Forces are the hope for interstellar peace. We already discussed this. What about you? Why do you want to join the Special Forces?" After hearing Li Lianyan's answer, Lin Shun also asked Lin. And Lin opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't reveal his reason. Instead, he changed the subject. If someone enters the military academy and joins the Special Operations Department for other reasons, rather than truly wanting to join the Special Forces, do you think they deserve to stay here? Without a second thought, Lin Shun blurted out, "Of course not." Li Lianyan, however, had a different answer. "I think it depends on the person's purpose. If their purpose won't affect combat, and they're willing to contribute to humanity's efforts to eliminate the humanoid drone army, then it's fine. But if their purpose is impure and will have a negative impact, then they certainly don't deserve to be here. Furthermore, we have to tell the instructor and have them remove them." Lin Shun nodded. That makes sense. And Lin agreed, but he still found it a little hard to accept. The Special Forces have sacrificed so much for humanity's victory. To this day, many are still willing to bravely fight on the front lines, protecting the lives and property of those on the front lines. It's their dedication and sacrifice that have brought them the peaceful lives they now enjoy. He found it difficult to accept that someone could intertwine their own personal agenda. Seeing Lin fall silent, Lin Shun immediately waved his hand in front of him. "Hey! What are you daydreaming about?" Disturbed by this, Lin got out of bed, picked up a basin, and headed to the bathroom, shower, bed. Chapter 17. For the next 2 weeks, the intensity remained the same every day, without any variation. While Yuan Suiyan deeply felt the rigors of the training camp, she also felt the instructor's intense targeting. However, she didn't care. With her lack of physical fitness, she had no choice but to train like crazy to reach the same level as the others. Thus, the people who performed the extra training changed over and over again, but Yuan Suiyan remained the same. She trained when others rested, when others ate, and when others trained. During this time, when Casey, her roommate, watched her work so hard and, inspired by her, began to train extra daily. A rule of the training camp was that after each training session, there would be an assessment of the current training session. Only those who passed the assessment could move on to the next session. If they failed, they would continue training in that session until they passed. Today was the first formal assessment. Although Yuan Suiyan had made significant progress in the past 2 weeks of training, she still felt uncertain whether she could pass the assessment. "Hello, everyone." Rao Fenghua stood straight on the stage, microphoneless, but her voice boomed. "After these 2 weeks of interaction, I'm sure you all know who I am, so I won't introduce myself. Without further ado, let's get down to business. I'm sure you all know that military academy training is divided into 3 phases. After each phase, there's an assessment. Only those who pass the assessment can proceed to the next phase. In previous years, your instructors were responsible for these assessments, but this year is different. I will be overseeing the entire process, so it may be more challenging than in previous years. Be prepared. I will record all training and assessments, and report to the military headquarters for outstanding performance. This will greatly increase your chances of entering the battlefield after graduation. Upon hearing this, the students' fighting spirit was instantly ignited. The first field of the Federal Guard Special Operations Team is where the humanoid drone corps is most prevalent, and it's also the team's frontline battlefield. Those who can fight there are all elite, and even those with a minimum FIW ability of A level are required to enter. The first field Vanguard team, in particular, is the elite of the elite. Not only is the average FIW ability above SS level, but each individual's combat power, intelligence, and personal strengths are also at the top of the game. Thus, entering the first field is the dream of every military academy student. Entering the first field also means being close to the first field Vanguard team. Even if one doesn't make it, being able to observe them up close is a lifelong experience. With such an opportunity suddenly presented to them, it's impossible not to be excited. The assessment requirements are all on the big screen behind me. Watch and memorize them for 20 minutes. There will be no more reminders. Students, give your all for your chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in cheers. Rao Fenghua came down, satisfied, only to be met with Ho Yangyu's uneasiness. Colonel, isn't that a bad thing? In his opinion, such news was completely impossible. Before joining the army, Ho Yangyu and his companions had believed that with hard work, they would one day be able to enter the first front, or even better, join the vanguard. It wasn't until they went through several rounds of personnel selection at various battlefields that they realized just how rigorous the first front selection process was. They held extremely high standards for discipline, organization, and teamwork. Those who made it in had at least 2 years of experience in other battlefields. The average person, especially students like these, would never enter the first front right after graduation. Rao Fenghua put her hands behind her back. Why not? Ho Yangyu explained sincerely. Even before entering the first battlefield, you need to be tempered in other battlefields for a few years. So, if they find out you're lying, won't that make them distrust the army? Rao Fenghua's red lips curled slightly, her brows raised. Who said I was lying? Ho Yangyu was even more confused. I wasn't lying. Shiryusen slapped Ho Yangyu hard on the back of the head, pursed his lips, and rolled his eyes at him, a look of disappointment on his face. What do you mean by lying? That's called inspiring students. Didn't you see how nervous those students were just now? Look at them now. How can they compare to what they were like just now? As soon as he spoke, the slightly tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Rao Fenghua sighed softly, a little impressed by their intelligence. Just as she was thinking of something else to say, Yu Jia spoke up. The drone army launches a large-scale offensive every 20 years, each one more powerful than the last. The last one, in particular, destroyed Guchuan, Fanchang, and Nanha stars. To this day, those three haven't recovered. Their next large-scale attack is in 2 years, and based on past data, it's expected to be even more severe. Whenever a large-scale war approaches, the military begins preparations a year in advance. Based on the predicted severity, this time, they'd likely be preparing 2 years in advance. So, I believe the colonel isn't lying. Rao Fenghua was relieved. Finally, there was someone with a decent IQ. They all knew about the large-scale offensive that happens every 20 years, but no one had considered it that way. Ho Yangyu was still a little skeptical when this possibility was suddenly raised. 2 years early, is it true? Rao Fenghua crossed her arms again and turned to look at the group of students who were memorizing the assessment requirements. The official instructions haven't come down yet, so I'm just guessing. But judging by the recent situation, it should be pretty close. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here as an instructor. The notice should arrive after this military academy training. She turned to look at the others, her eyes firm and her expression serious. Everyone, there are still 2 years left. Get ready. The assessment varies depending on the major. The command assessment is simple. Everyone enters their own simulated battlefield and assumes the role of commander-in-chief. The situation is that they are about to be defeated. The commander's task is to quickly collect all the data on the current battlefield within the specified time and command the soldiers to evacuate safely. This assessment is both simple and difficult. The evacuation time was set at 1 hour. Within that hour, the data collection accuracy rate had to reach 90%, the soldier safety evacuation index had to reach 100%, the strategic deployment error rate had to be 0, and the integration and obedience of all soldiers had to reach 95%. To achieve this goal, they had to concentrate their attention, not make any mistakes or panic at all, and at the same time, they had to find ways to gain the soldiers' approval. When everyone else entered the simulated battlefield at once, Yuan Suiyan did not rush to act. Instead, he took out a bottle of nutrient solution and drank it slowly. Then he slowly put on the full-scale sensing equipment, 1, laid down in the cabin, logged into his account, and entered the holographic battlefield simulation system, 2. Since it was a military academy-specific system, the virtual avatar after logging in with real name remained the same as her real self. However, this time, Yuan Suiyan was already dressed in a green military uniform, her short hair draped neatly behind her head, and she wore a black military cap. She immediately touched her waist, where she found a pistol strapped to her waist. She was already pale and thin, looking frail without her uniform. But now, in her uniform, even with the skirt and long boots, she looked anything but frail, instead adding a clean, sharp look. Yuan Suiyan glanced around again. The command room's main observation panel was flashing red and blue, and other panels were constantly displaying numbers and data. At first glance, it looked like a real command and control room. Not only that, she also spotted a familiar face and a sturdy, 1.9-meter tall man. The man was a burly figure, his hair thick and dark, slightly curly, lending a touch of gentleness to his otherwise unapproachable face. His brows were hard, his eyes gleaming coldly, and his whole body exuded a dangerous aura. His uniform, especially accentuated by his rigidity and severity, instilled a sense of dread at first glance. Yuan Suiyan calmly stepped back, silently moving a little further away from the man. Only then did she regain a sense of security and tentatively asked, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" She expected the man to act like someone who would be doomed if she dared to speak to him, but he simply raised a hand, patted her chest, and offered what he considered a friendly smile. "Hello, my name is Yan He, a senior in the operations department." This friendly smile, in the eyes of Yuan Suiyan and Wenkazi, was met with only 2 words: ferocious. Yuan Suiyan couldn't quite put her finger on her current state, but she was surrounded by the aloof goddess Wenkazi and the terrifying senior Yan He. It must be the system deliberately tormenting her. Out of courtesy, Yuan Suiyan didn't show her discomfort. She maintained her indifferent smile and said, "Hello, senior," in a polite yet distant tone. Wenkazi glanced at Yuan Suiyan, then at the other burly man. She swallowed softly. "So we're taking the test together?" Yuan Suiyan suddenly remembered the phrase he'd seen on the login page before logging in. "Working together, we live forever." Probably. After confirming their identities, a transparent option popped up between the 3 of them. "Everyone's here. Shall we begin the assessment?" Yan He reached out, trying to click the yes option, but it wouldn't work. Confused, he looked at Yuan Suiyan. "Why can't I click it?" Yuan Suiyan was startled, his pupils slightly dilated. "Senior, was the assessment different last year?" Yan He nodded obediently. "Yes, the assessment is different this year." Yuan Suiyan lowered his eyes. "Different. The difficulty has increased. Guess I have to get more serious. Now that this panel appears, if there are other teammates, they definitely click it, but the option hasn't responded yet, which means 2 possibilities. One is that there are no other teammates, or the other is that the other teammates can't click it either." She touched the communicator on her ear again. Although she wasn't sure if it would work right now, she still wanted to try it. If it did, she could determine the number of participants in advance, thus reducing the time lost after the actual test began. Yuan Suiyan lowered his hand and glanced at the 2 of them. "Try to see if this communicator works." Wenkazi asked, puzzled, "Why?" Yuan Suiyan, "Don't ask, just try it first." Still not quite understanding why they had to do this, Wenkazi and Yan He tried it anyway, only to find it didn't work. Waiting for their results, Yuan Suiyan pressed her communicator, and immediately, a robotic voice echoed in her ears. Communication connected. Not only her, but several others heard the same voice. Yan He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Connected?" Wenkazi shared the same doubt, but she kept it to herself. Instead, she looked at Yuan Suiyan. Seeing this, Yuan Suiyan smiled, as expected. What had been uncertain just now had an answer. Their assessment began the moment they entered the quarantine center, and any missed point would result in a point deduction. While she didn't know what the other departments were doing at the moment, she already understood the key points of the command department's assessment. Be cautious, carefully assess the surrounding situation, and then make a decision. This is what the command department teachers had taught them since their freshman year. Only the command department could click on the confirmation screen that popped up, and only the command department could open the communicator first before anyone else could. There might be other options after this one, so in this uncertain situation, she had to be cautious. The 1-hour countdown hadn't officially started yet, which meant they had plenty of time to get to know each other, and for Yuan Swayan to explain his requirements to them. To those teammates who haven't met yet, my name is Yuan Swayan, the D-level student, and the command department member for this assessment. Here, Yuan Swayan paused, wanting to gauge the others' reactions. Note: full-scale sensing equipment. Equipment specifically designed for military academy training and competitions. Holographic battlefield simulation system. System specifically designed for military academy training and competitions. Chapter 18. Fuck. Wait, what the hell? What command? Shit. Why is there a command during the assessment? Why did the communicator suddenly work? For a moment, complaints arose everywhere, but no one immediately questioned Yuan Swayan. Instead, even more people were confused. What Yuan Swayan didn't expect was that there were quite a few people. Fuck. Yuan Swayan. Amidst the chorus of questions, a loud voice suddenly erupted. The sound was a shockwave to Yuan Swayan's ears, and the impact on her eardrums almost made her feel like she was about to pass out. Who is that? It's so loud. I'm going deaf. With this complaint, the others' complaints began to escalate. Yuan Swayan felt the need to quickly end this meaningless argument. Everyone, please stop arguing. Our exam has already begun. Continuing to argue will only waste time. I know many people are unhappy with my leadership role, but there's nothing we can do. We were randomly assembled, and no one had the right to choose or refuse. Since this has come to this, I hope everyone can cheer up, work together, and face the exam together, striving for a successful pass. Previously, Yuan Swayan's shooting prowess was well known to everyone, both the shooter and the gunner. She lost the final match by a single point, but ultimately she triumphed. Her victory was so impressive that even those who weren't present and witnessed it were aware of it. Naturally, no one would seriously consider her a drag. Furthermore, the juniors had already experienced her fierceness and madness as a commander, so naturally, they wouldn't easily doubt her leadership abilities. Thus, only a few began to question her leadership abilities. We know you have outstanding shooting skills, but that doesn't mean you can be our commander and lead us to victory. Yes. Commanding isn't easy, especially with your low FIW score. I heard that the FIW score requirements for commanders are very high. Faced with the doubts, Yuan Swayan remained calm. Of course I know that, but the commander selection can't be changed now. Otherwise, we all be forced to withdraw from the assessment and not get a single point. Hearing this, Wen Casey was confused. What do you mean? Not only she, but others were also confused. Yuan Swayan, She really hates explaining. With a light sigh, Yuan Swayan composed herself and put on her usual harmless smile. I only explained this once. Everyone listen carefully. Otherwise, if you fail the assessment later because of disobedience, I won't be held responsible. Upon hearing that this might be related to the assessment, regardless of whether Yuan Swayan was bluffing or not, everyone perked up. Up to this point, they still had many questions, and Yuan Swayan was the first to give them answers. This assessment began the moment we entered the quarantine center. Our every word and action will be observed by the instructors, and will be used as a basis for our evaluation. So why is this assessment structured this way? I can't guess the answer, so I won't address it. As for why I say the assessment began the moment we entered the quarantine center, the reason is actually very simple. I wonder if you noticed that upon entering the quarantine center, a message appears before logging in. Do you remember what it said? Mine is, stay vigilant and work together. At this point, silence fell over the communicator. Wen Casey spoke first. Data is the guiding principle for everything and the direction of progress. Yen he followed up. Information technology is the unchanging solution. Following these two examples, the others followed suit. Work together, forge ahead together. Unite as one, fight the enemy together. Potential center, never retreat until victory is achieved. Undoubtedly, these three slogans are the mottos for shooters, attackers, and gunners. Yuan Swayan, have you ever thought about why this phrase appears before us? Probably not. The reason is simple. It's a reminder that we must work together to pass the upcoming assessment. At this moment, the loud voice from earlier raised a questioning tone. It's just a sentence. Are you sure you're not overthinking it? Yuan Swayan calmly replied, this is an assessment. How could there be meaningless things during an assessment? This question silenced him, and extinguished the flames of doubt from the others, who were about to make a move. Second question, why can't you open the communicator and click the button to start the assessment? I just confirmed this answer, because this is one of the assessment questions for our commanders. If our commanders didn't realize it was a question and accidentally clicked it, we would lose points. Third question. Since we need to form a team for the assessment now, why don't we gather in one place, but are we spread out? The reason is actually very simple. Before the assessment began, you all read the assessment requirements for your team. Of course, I also read them. Not only that, I also memorized the requirements for all teams. Although the requirements are different, there is one major point that is the same. Our army is about to be defeated on the battlefield, and we need to lead the team to a safe evacuation within the specified time. Please note that there is a premise here. We are already on the battlefield and are about to be defeated. This means that we have already fought for a period of time. Of course, we will not be together during the battle, so when we are about to be defeated, we will also be in our own places. Therefore, our preparation points will be different. One last question. Can I lead the charge? Yuan Xuan's smile deepened, a confident glint in her eyes. When Casey and Yan He saw it, without a doubt about her truth. Of course the answer is I can. These consecutive questions spoke to their hearts, completely dispelling their doubts. Yan He, so what do we do next? Yuan Xuan, it's simple. Confirm all the data and phenomena you observed, including the items and numbers you have nearby, and memorize them. Then we can begin. After that, the others also began to observe obediently. Though they didn't know why, they still obeyed. The instructors observing from outside had already seen everything that had just happened. Yuan Xuan's explanation clearly revealed Rao Fenghua's intentions behind the questions. When their superiors, including Rao Fenghua, sent their major to serve as chief instructors for intensive training at the 5 military academies of the Federation, they had told them that the training content and assessments must be strictly adhered to, and the marshal's instructions must be thoroughly implemented to cultivate and select the Federation's next generation of cutting-edge talent. Rao Fenghua pondered for a long time how to intensify their training and assessments without letting them know her intentions. Ultimately, she decided that the first training session would not only strengthen the instructor's review and grading system, but also thoroughly strengthen the first training assessment. This first training assessment was also decided after a long discussion with several instructors, and Yuan Xuan immediately guessed the assessment system. Of course, the purpose of establishing these hidden rules was to test their awareness, making it easier for Rao Fenghua to identify the best talent. But she hadn't expected Yuan Xuan to guess so quickly, especially when others were still figuring out their answers or had just finished. Looking at the deductions in Yuan Xuan's score column, which initially had a score of 0, Rao Fenghua couldn't help but exclaim, "She truly surprises me at every turn." Yuan Xuan had given her so many surprises, and this time, Rao Fenghua's surprises weren't as strong as before. For 2 consecutive weeks, Yuan Xuan's physical fitness had improved significantly, arguably unmatched by anyone else. This showed how much effort this child had put in, unbeknownst to them, perhaps even without a single rest day, save for 6 hours of sleep. Not only that, even in non-physical training, she consistently received full marks, never once receiving a single deduction for any particular area. This clearly demonstrated her immense talent in this area. While other students only gave surprises once in a while, Yuan Xuan was treated to surprises every day, so much so that the instructors had become accustomed to them. As a result, their impression of her as a weak and frail woman had long since faded, leaving only one assessment: tenacious. Ho Yongyu. Not only that, she quickly gained the unanimous approval of several students. Regardless of whether they obeyed her or not, they all began to follow her instructions. Students her age, aside from her, are unlikely to achieve this. After speaking, Ho Yongyu glanced at the other students' examination rooms, finally landing on Enlin. I remember this guy named Enlin. His father is Lieutenant General and right? Chu Xiefeng, yes. Ho Yongyu continued, I remember that Lieutenant General An's commanding abilities were also outstanding. People say he rise to a higher position in the future. Since Enlin is his son, his commanding abilities should be no less impressive. Before Chu Xiefeng could speak, Rao Fenghua spoke first. He's considered outstanding in the command department, but he's still a little short of the mark. When Enlin clicked to confirm the assessment, saw the time begin to tick, and saw new questions pop up before him, he vaguely understood why. As for Yuan Xuan, she still hesitated to click start. She first confirmed that everyone had confirmed the situation, then slowly spoke, now that everything has been confirmed, we should formally introduce each other before we officially begin. This way, we can confirm each other's identities and names afterward to avoid confusion. The same male voice from before. TSK, what a hassle. Lin Lushan, Junior Attacker A level. he complained, but he still introduced himself. With his lead, the others began to introduce themselves. My name is Yerong, a junior in the marksman department, a B rank. My name is Yuan Fei, the Fei and unlucky, but actually, I'm not unlucky at all. In fact, I'm possessed by the god of Europe. I'm a senior in the attacker department, a B rank. My name is Li Lianyan, a senior in the marksman department, a A rank. My junior sister, we competed before, and although I lost, I'm still happy to meet you. I'm Lu Yao, a senior in the marksman department, a B rank. My name is Yan He, a senior in the operator department, a rank. Wen Keizi, an analyst department, a rank. When everyone had finished introducing themselves, and Yuan Suiyan thought no one would continue, a final voice rang out. Sure Mo 3rd Gunner, S rank. He yawned, his voice and tone sounding extremely sleepy. After the introductions, he added, I'm sleepy. Let's get started and go to bed. Yuan Suiyan, Yan He, Jr. Don't be so negative. Our exams won't be easy to pass. You need to cheer up. I believe you, senior. As long as you cheer up, and we work together, we definitely pass this exam. Out of kindness, Yan He suddenly encouraged the student named Shiramo. His excitement was a stark contrast to his intimidating appearance. When Keizi watched, silently puzzled, the exterior of a gangster, the heart of a vibrant young man, Yuan Suiyan continued his final words. Alright, let me state my final requirements. If you can do this, we officially begin. First, all actions must follow my command. I won't allow you to act on your own. Second, keep any questions to yourself, they be answered after this is over. Third, we share honor and disgrace. Regardless of anyone's opinion of me, this war must be our priority. Fourth, and most importantly, regardless of whether we're in a scoring or non-scoring situation, when death is imminent, everyone must evacuate. Preserve not only yourselves, but also the entire army. Do you understand? Chapter 19. Yuan Suiyan deliberately amplified the last sentence. Her once sweet voice now sounded sonorous and powerful, imbued with authority, instantly shocking everyone. Understood? Subconsciously, several people chorused, practically saluting Yuan Suiyan. Satisfied with the answer, Yuan Suiyan reached out and clicked the yes option. A 30-minute countdown followed by another question. How many candidates are taking the test at this location? Yuan Suiyan answered without hesitation, 9. Other questions appeared. These included, but were not limited to, everything she had just seen and memorized, as well as the foundational knowledge learned in her freshman and sophomore years. It wasn't just her. Everyone else felt the same way. As they worked on the questions, everything around them temporarily vanished, transforming into a pure, white, isolated space. Lin Lushan stared at the question before him, his lips twitching. He hadn't taken it seriously when Yuan Suiyan had asked them to memorize these things, and yet they were actually tested on them? Shit! What a coincidence. The 30-minute hidden timer had been triggered, and everyone was diligently answering the questions. At that moment, they were deeply grateful to Yuan Suiyan for asking them to memorize these things. Otherwise, they would have lost a lot of points. Ralph Feng was sighed again, they really handled it with ease. Ho Yangyu glanced at the other groups. Indeed, looking at the other groups, they were all caught off guard. It seems they lose a lot of points on the questions at the beginning of the 30 minutes. Sure, Yusen said, young master and seems to be doing quite well here, not as flustered as the other groups. At some point, his eyes fell on Lin, and upon hearing someone talking, he couldn't help but interrupt. Ralph Fengwa nodded in agreement. Well, while some other groups performed well, they still weren't as good as Lin and Yuan Suiyan. In fact, in their opinion, while Lin's performance was good, it wasn't as good as Yuan Suiyan's, though it was much better than the others. Half an hour passed, and some had already finished their papers, and were waiting for the actual test. Others hadn't finished and were forced to hand them in after the 30-minute mark, while others finished just as the 30-minute mark expired. As for Yuan Suiyan, without exception, everyone had handed in their papers on or before the 30-minute mark. No one had left the test unfinished. The test officially began, and the venue transformed into a snowy field in an instant, transforming everything they had just seen into a completely different scene. No way, were all those people just trying to get through the test? Iran exclaimed, rubbing his arms and stamping his icy feet. It is easy to hug the cassowary, one tightly, as if this can make it warmer. It's so cold, what is the instructor thinking? Why don't you give us thick clothes? I am a shooter. I will freeze to death if I lie in the ice and snow like this. Ha. Li Lianyan was helpless. Although he had a hat made of ice and snow on his head, it was even colder. The voices of people complaining about the cold came one after another. Although Yuan Suiyan and the other two were indoors, they were not much better off than outside. Amidst the complaints, only the attackers did not complain. The reason was simple. They were in the drone army from the beginning and started the attack. They had no time to care about whether they were cold or not. Amidst the clamor, Yuan Suiyan first checked the team communications and headquarters communications. Clearly, aside from the team's call function, all other communications were disconnected and unreachable. Not only that, even the connection signal had almost completely disappeared, preventing operators from timely adjusting their combat weapons, attack methods, body temperature fluctuations, and other operations based on the combatant's combat situation. Consequently, real-time battlefield modeling was impossible, and analysts were unable to calculate accurate data to provide command with appropriate analysis and adjustments. Command now only had access to data from the previous battle. This indicated that their temporary signal tower had been destroyed, leaving only enough signal for communication between the core team members. There was only one way to reconnect the signal. Frankly, this situation was difficult to handle. Yuan Suiyan had never encountered such a situation before. Unable to hesitate any longer, Yuan Suiyan acted decisively, immediately turning to Yan He. "Senior, please quickly connect the signal, crack the enemy signal jammer, and ensure that our operations are largely functional." As he spoke, Yan He began to move. His hands moved swiftly, and he immediately used the tools at hand to construct a simple personal signal source. Okay. This was his test, and he wouldn't refuse. Yuan Suiyan added, 15 minutes, complete. Yan He was shocked. What? Completing such a large workload in 15 minutes was undoubtedly unrealistic. With his current abilities, it would take at least 20 minutes, and yet this junior sister actually expected him to complete it in 15? She wanted to refuse, but after a moment's struggle, seeing Yuan Suiyan's serious and resolute face and eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say no. "I do my best." Yuan Suiyan looked at Wenkazi again and asked, "Can previous data be used to analyze the current battle situation?" Wenkazi said firmly, "No. Battle analysis requires simulation based on real-time data. That means drawing conclusions based on hourly data, and then conducting analysis. However, the data from the last match was already an hour old. 2 hours of data wouldn't allow for accurate conclusions." Yuan Suiyan, "Okay." She then looked at the crowd in front of her. Hay's control panel and monitoring equipment pressed the earpiece communicator, connecting all key players, except the attackers. "Everyone else, report your exact location, the number of remaining team members, the number of seriously injured or lightly injured, the number of dead, the current battle situation, the enemy's approximate strength, whether there are reinforcements, and the terrain, landmarks, and buildings around your current location." Considering they were currently in combat, Yuan Suiyan streamlined many of the questions, leaving only the most important ones, and relayed them in a simple and understandable manner. Even so, there were still quite a few questions, and it wasn't impossible for the others to remember them, but they just couldn't remember them all at once. Li Lianyun fired a shot, enduring the bone-chilling cold, as he voiced their concerns. "Zioxwimi, there are so many questions. I can't remember them all." Yuan Suiyan pinched the bridge of his nose. In his anxiety, he overestimated their intelligence. "Then first, tell us your specific location, the total number of members in your team, including the number of seriously injured and slightly injured members, the number of deceased members, the number of uninjured members, the number of remaining members, the number of combat-capable members, and the current battle situation. Tell us all at once, and I remember." The questions were now halfway resolved, and the situation was clear. Li Lianyun immediately took the lead in answering. Reporting to the commander, Li Lianyun is with the 3rd shooter team. "We are currently located in Area 3, coordinates X44856, Y37761. Li Lianyun was halfway through his speech when the others, though skeptical, began to speak as well. Li Lianyun, the 3rd shooter squad has a total of 50 members, 3 of whom are lightly injured, 5 seriously injured, 35 dead, 7 uninjured, 15 remaining, and 10 combat-capable personnel. The current situation is poor. We have too many drones, so our resistance is futile, and we are forced to retreat. Area E, reporting to the commander, Area E's 5th shooter squad is located in Area 4, coordinates X17667, Y54539. The 5th shooter squad has a total of 50 members, 10 of whom are lightly injured, 3 seriously injured, 11 dead, 26 uninjured, and 39 remaining, with 36 combat-capable personnel. The current situation is good, and we still have enough strength to fight. Sure, Mo, haha. Shermo's first shooter squad is located in Area 3 and is supporting them. Shooter Team 3, coordinates X44856, Y37761. Shooter Team 1 has 110 members, 21 lightly injured, 15 seriously injured, 55 dead, 19 uninjured, 55 remaining, 40 combat capable. Haha. The situation is tense now. Lu Yao Shooter Team 5 is located in Area 2, coordinates X26759, Y37981. Shooter Team 5 has 110 members, 12 lightly injured, 21 seriously injured, 49 dead, 28 uninjured, 61 remaining, 40 combat capable. The situation is currently manageable. The moment they began speaking, Yuan Xuan and Wenkazi had already picked up their pens and began taking notes. Originally, in this interstellar age, all text was entered directly into a keyboard, and pen and paper were largely unnecessary. However, battlefields were different. Once the signal was blocked, many things could not be recorded immediately, and everything would vanish into thin air. Therefore, on the battlefield, pen and paper were still preserved, and some maps were also preserved. Wenkazi recorded on paper, while Yuan Xuan recorded on the map. As he wrote, Yuan Xuan rubbed his temples, feeling dizzy. Meanwhile, Wenkazi beside him pinched the bridge of his nose. Shaking his head slightly, Yuan Xuan continued, very good. Next, let's look at the approximate enemy strength in the area, whether there are any reinforcements, and the terrain, landmarks, and buildings around us. This time, Irong was the quickest to answer. The enemy forces in Area 4 are relatively few. I can see the end at a glance, and it seems most of them are elsewhere. Here, there's a series of small hills, followed by a vast sea of ice, and then very thick snow, and nothing else. So shouldn't we hurry and help them? The fact that he still had the energy to help others speaks volumes about how easy it was for Irong. Yuan Xuan, not yet. The cold wind rushed into him, and Irong couldn't help but shudder again. Oh, to be honest, he wished he could help them right now, so he wouldn't have to lie there freezing. Then Lu Yao said, hey, I got a big one here. It looks a lot like a D-class close combat drone. The drone army also has a variety of models, divided into patrol, reconnaissance, combat, artillery, and sniper types. According to the alphabetical order of the 26 letters of the alphabet, Z is the weakest and A is the strongest. Levels Z to O are mostly patrol and reconnaissance drones. These aren't particularly aggressive, but they are small and have strong spatial travel abilities. They occasionally appear in cities for patrol and reconnaissance. However, they generally don't see combat, so their presence here can be ignored. As for level O and above, they are all battlefield and combat-specific drones. The D-class drones that appear here are not weak among drones. A D-class drone is equivalent to an S-class user, making them particularly formidable. Yuan Xuan, just in time. This is over, but the others' responses were much slower. Outside, the wind and snow were raging, the whistling sound never ceased, and if you listen closely, you could hear wailing cries. Countless silver-white drones crisscrossed the battlefield with terrifying momentum, constantly crawling forward. The thick snow tried to slow them down, but they carried thermal energy along their path, melting the snow in front of them as they moved. Far from being hindered, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. The attackers weaved through the drones, leaping and descending, their weapons landing on them with clanging sounds. Drones fell one after another, but they still couldn't halt their advance. Boom boom, boom boom, bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout areas 1, 2, and 3. Drones fell one after another, with no sign of stopping. In the midst of this intense anxiety, Li Lianyun wiped the stains from his forehead, whether sweat or snow. Everyone, attack Area 5 with all your might. At the command, every active member of the 3rd shooter team immediately raised their weapons and headed towards Area 5, launching an attack. At the same time, Shuremo also said, towards Area 5. Unlike the others, Shermo's laziness hadn't dissipated even now, and he gave his orders to his team with a deadpan expression. Seeing that the two teams' attacks were only heading towards one direction, the drones immediately gathered, continuing their attack while strengthening their defenses. Soon, the drones formed a siege, surrounding the 3rd and 5th shooter teams. Seeing this, Li Lianyun immediately called Yuan Xuan. Zioxwimiai, there's something wrong with your command. We're surrounded. With so many drones, how can we evacuate? It was still a joke, but there was clear dissatisfaction. It was Yuan Xuan's order that had prompted him to issue the order. Otherwise, According to his thinking, the best course of action would have been to maintain the same strategy, fighting and retreating at the same time. Now, not only was they unable to retreat, but the enemy forces were increasing in number, and they were surrounded. Yuan Suiyan said, "Don't worry, everything is perfectly arranged." Hearing such a nonsensical remark, Li Lianyun cursed inwardly and once again raised his swift, darting around. Since they were surrounded, they had no choice but to fight. Unlike the swarm of drones in Area 3, most of the drones in Area 4 had received the command and returned to Area 1. Only a handful remained in Area 4. Seeing this, Yurong suddenly perked up. "Wow, good. They're all gone? Most of the enemies are gone in an instant? Great. I've never been so lucky in my life, and today I finally got lucky." As he spoke, he immediately raised his cassowary and fired shot after shot, showing no sign of stopping. Just as they were having fun, Yuan Suiyan's voice reached their ears. "Easy, take advantage of this moment to quickly eliminate the enemies here and head to Area 3 to assist the 3rd and 5th shooter teams." "Easy, okay." After listening to the communication for so long, Lin Lesheng couldn't help but ask, "I'm saying, don't worry about that big guy? Can Li Yao handle it with just a B-level?" Note: cassowary, a large shooting rifle with great power and speed, but relatively inconvenient. Chapter 20. "So go ahead, Lin Lesheng. I'm counting on you." Yuan Suiyan smiled sweetly. "By the way, you can only go alone. Our senior Yuan still has to deal with this." Lin Lesheng, "Huh? What did she say? She wanted him to go alone? And then an A-class and a B-class to fight a D-class melee drone? Did he hear correctly?" Lin Lesheng thought he might be hallucinating. "Say that again?" Yuan Suiyan thought it was probably because of the heavy snow and wind that he hadn't heard clearly, so he changed his words. "You go alone to support Senior Lu. It's best if you and Senior Lu defeat the monster together." At that moment, Lin Lesheng was stunned. He seemed to feel that long-lost familiar feeling again. It wasn't until a drone's attack was right in front of him that he realized what was happening. After realizing it, a feeling of anger instantly filled his chest. So, he wielded his twin blades, his Fawar abilities instantly unleashing as he leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he easily dispatched 3 drones. This attack left Yuan Fei, standing beside him, stunned. What the hell? What had he just seen? Was he so powerful? He hadn't even used his full strength just now. Lin Lesheng couldn't disobey his command, so he had no choice but to go to Lu Yi. Furious, his tone grew colder. "Let's go." Yuan Fei was stunned. Oh, okay." After greeting him, Lin Lesheng helped Yuan Fei resolve a few issues before heading towards Lu Yao. He was still seething with indignation along the way. What a joke. An A-level Fawar, and a B-level Fawar taking on a D-level melee attack drone? Aren't they both going to die? Didn't she know that coordination between an attacker and a gunner takes time? They had never coordinated before. What if Lu Yao killed him with a single shot? What if he was killed shortly after arriving? What about his grades? Forget them. How long would this madness last? Besides, was now the time to go crazy? "We're taking exams, big sister?" Indignant, Lin Lesheng couldn't help but shout out these last words. This statement resonated with the others, naturally, with his anger towards Yuan Suiyan. Yuan Suiyan, still planning his next move, found time to respond, "I know." It was this remark that infuriated Lin Lesheng even more. He sped up even faster, mercilessly dispatching any drones blocking his path the instant he launched his attack. The instructors were once again astonished by Lin Lesheng's speed and attack. Fong Ming, the instructor of the attack department, knew Lin Lesheng's strength best. He was an A-level student, and the strength he displayed was naturally exceptional for an A-level student, not exceeding his expectations. So what was going on? Rao Fenghua was the first to regain consciousness and looked at Fong Ming. Isn't his Fawar ability A-level? How come it looks like it's almost reaching S-level now? Fong Ming, what's going on? Fong Ming said he didn't know. But he now understood one thing. Lin Lesheng had great potential, yet to be developed. Perhaps his Fawar ability could continue to rise. It seemed that future training would require even more rigorous treatment for Lin Lesheng. Based on the previous arrangements, when KZ had already grasped the current battlefield situation and quickly wrote down the data on several sheets of paper. While analyzing the situation, he realized there might be some issues with the current deployment. Currently, the drone army's forces are mostly concentrated in areas 1 and 3. While MO, an S-class, is here, and Li Lianyun, an A-class marksman, is also very strong, the two can hold out for a while together, but based on current data, they may not be able to withstand Yi's support. Also in Area 2, Lu Yao is a B class. Even with the addition of Lin Lusheng, an A class, they likely wouldn't be able to defeat a single D class melee attack drone. And Yuan Fei, in Area 1, is also an A class, but with Lin Lusheng transferred away, he's left alone with those useless personnel to face so many drones. His win rate has dropped from 50% to 10%. It seems that, aside from Yi's team, whose survival rate is over 95%, the others have dropped to 3%. Your arrangements are illogical. As an analyst, when KZ's analysis is sound, there's no fault to be found in any way. In other words, Yuan Suiyan's current arrangements are indeed illogical. Yuan Suiyan said, "Don't worry. This is just the beginning. You said everything is possible. There's a chance of survival. How can we be sure they won't make it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a battlefield display panel, 1, in front of Yuan Suiyan showed the scene of the battlefield where Lu Yao and Lin Lusheng were currently. Yuan Suiyan was startled and looked at Yin He. "Senior, you're really fast." Yin He smiled and said, "This is just a little bit. I will keep working hard." Looking at Yin He's hands that were almost leaving after images, Yuan Suiyan smiled slightly and looked back at the battlefield display panel in front of him. On the screen, the blue dots belonging to Lin Lusheng and Lu Yao stood one after the other, their respective numbers flashing beside them. In front of them stood a conspicuous blood-red dot. Their own green dots intersected with the bright red dots of other enemy drones, with one dot disappearing from view from time to time. "You bastard, coming to cause trouble at this hour? I'm in a terrible mood right now. You're unlucky to run into me." With a curse, Lin Lusheng immediately increased his speed, leaping forward and charging towards the melee drone at full speed. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Lin Lusheng's kick landed squarely in the chest of the melee drone. However, the drone remained motionless, merely being knocked back a step. Lin Lusheng rolled onto the ground, raised his fists again, and with a push of his feet, leaped forward once more. A brilliant white light converged on his fists, carrying a faint, murderous aura. As the punch landed, the drone raised one hand to block it, then rolled over again, its other hand instantly transforming into a knife and slashing down at Lin Lusheng. The speed was so fast that Lin Lusheng couldn't resist. Just as he was about to retreat, several gunshots rang out. In a flash, several bullets transformed from Fawar's energy struck the knife, barely attracting the drone's attention. Lin Lusheng took the opportunity to distance himself and prepare for his next attack. After the round of attacks, the drone suffered virtually no damage, save for a tiny crack from Lin Lusheng's nearly half-strength punch. This clearly demonstrates its strength. Note: Battlefield Display Panel, a panel required in a command and control room. It consists of multiple panels that monitor the combat situation between enemy and friendly forces, but does not provide a detailed view of the specific offensive and defensive strategies. The green dots represent our ordinary troops, the blue dots represent our important combat forces, and they have their own labels to represent their names. The blood-red dots represent the enemy's main dangerous combat forces, and the bright red dots represent most of the enemy's ordinary combat forces. Chapter 21. Lin Lusheng glanced at Lu Yao, and had to admit that if it weren't for the timely support just now, he would have been injured. Not only that, Lu Yao was behind him just now, and when the drone's knife fell, the angle was very tricky for Lu Yao, but unexpectedly, he still took advantage of the gap he gave, and hit him. I have to say, it's quite interesting. Thank you. You're welcome. A simple greeting, and then Lu Yao took a step forward, raised the rifle in his hand, and fired a string of multi-seeds. Lu Yao was a B-level, and of course he knew that a single multi-seed would not cause any substantial damage to it, so he changed several directions and angles, and fired multiple multi-seeds in succession. For a moment, countless bullets came from all directions, and the drone immediately deployed its particle shield, too, to block them one by one. This wasn't the end of it. Duozi's attacks continued unabated. While the drone was defending, Lin Lusheng unleashed his double blades and charged, aiming for the right arm he had just struck. Duozi distracted the drone, preventing it from reacting in time. However, as it took the blow, it grabbed Lin Lusheng's wrist, lifted him up, and flung him away. The drone's strength was so immense that it instantly floated him in midair. He twisted his waist, attempting to drop as close as possible, but still failed to grasp the drone's force. Not only that, just as he was about to fall, the drone, which had been stationary, dodged, instantly deflecting Duozi's attacks. Like an arrow, it flew directly over Lin Lusheng, simultaneously struck by a rebounding Duozi blade on Lu Yao's left shoulder. The drone raised its arm, and just as it was about to strike Lin Luxing's abdomen, Lu Yao quickly unleashed a burst of silk, pulling him back. The moment he landed safely, Lin Luxing felt a sense of absurdity, having survived a catastrophe. Lu Yao looked at the half-kneeling Lin Luxing and said, as expected of a Class D close combat drone, it's truly formidable. But I have an idea. 2 full-strength attacks hadn't brought the drone down, only emboldening it. Lin Luxing was furious. Speak. Lu Yao, in your last attack, I saw a crack in its right arm. We can focus on the wound and destroy that arm. Lin Luxing stood up. Okay. Lu Yao, you attack, I cover. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Luxing channeled all his Fawar abilities into his fist and sprinted towards the drone again. As his fist lowered, Lu Yao's assist struck. However, this time, the drone's particle shield was no longer handheld, but hovered in front of it, completely blocking Lu Yao's attack and completely defending against Lin Luxing's surprise attack, counterattacking him. Lin Luxing rolled to the ground, increasingly frustrated. He exhaled and roared, "Come again!" With that, he leaped forward again. This time, he employed a different attack, his movements and speed even faster than before. Instantly, with a few cries of block, block, boom, after images circled and attacked the drone, leaving it helpless and forcing it to deploy its particle shield for defense. Although Lu Yao, behind him, was surprised by Lin Luxing's actions, he remained calm, seizing every opportunity to fire a bullet, constantly harassing the drone. 5 minutes passed, the drone constantly harassed. Combined with Lin Luxing's powerful blows, it could barely bear it. The pair of deep, dark eyes on its head, like black holes, suddenly glowed red. Simultaneously, an immensely powerful force erupted from its body. In a matter of moments, Lin Luxing was repelled and tumbled heavily to the ground. The surrounding snow had long since melted, leaving only mud. Lin Luxing fell into the mud, smearing himself all over. Supporting his aching body to sit up, Lin Luxing spat out the mud that had accidentally fallen into his mouth. "Pa! What the hell is this?" Lu Yao ran to Lin Luxing's side and offered him his hand. "We must have triggered Berserk Mode." Berserk Mode is an attack mode automatically activated by combat drones above level O after being subjected to intense attack. Once activated, the drone's speed, power, attack, and reflexes are multiplied. Lin Luxing raged. "Damn it!" Lu Yao was also upset. This test is quite difficult. During the assessment discussion, the instructors hadn't initially considered Berserk Mode. It was mainly because Rao Fenghua, with subsequent training in mind, specifically proposed this requirement. The purpose was simple: to see how much potential they could still achieve under these circumstances. It was just a pity for Lin Luxing and Lu Yao. The partial damage Lin Luxing had inflicted on the drone during his outburst had been largely negated. Just as they were contemplating what to do, Yuan Xuan's voice suddenly rang out. "Lure this big guy and the little guys here to Area 3. Just as Lin Luxing erupted, He had successfully cracked the enemy's signal shield and began connecting to headquarters, relying on the weak signal remaining from the signal tower. In the command and control room, all the control panels and terminals lit up, displaying all previous data and the current battlefield situation. Yuan Xuan took a quick glance and instantly understood the current situation. Unfortunately, the situation was more dire than expected, but there was a way out. Senior Yuan, please lead all attackers into Sector 3 and assist in breaking through the enemy defenses between Sector 3 and Sector 5. Upon receiving the order, Yuan Fei enthusiastically led his team to Sector 3 without hesitation. Yuan Fei had long since given up wanting to stay in Sector 1. He heard everyone receive orders, only to receive none at all. Just moments before, he wondered if he'd been forgotten, and then, in the blink of an eye, the order arrived, and it told him to go somewhere else where he had his friends. He was overjoyed. The main reason was that there were too many enemies here, and he was the only main force, so he was exhausted. Yuan Fei hurried over, only to see Shiremo slacking off. Note: Particle Shield. A shield used by combat drones, composed of countless microscopic particles in an instant. Chapter 22. As a gunner with S-level ability, these drones in front of him were nothing but clowns to him. To deal with them, he only needed to use either Shao Luing 1 or Meteor Shower 2 to achieve complete victory. But Shiremo didn't do that. He just held his rifle and watched the people he led rush forward desperately. He watched from behind and took his time to deal with the drones when they were about to hit his men, ensuring that his remaining men were not damaged. Yuan Fei? Yuan Fei, brother, what are you doing? Why don't you have any passion? Shiremo tired. Yuan Fei? Seeing that there were many enemy troops in Area 3, Yuan Fei no longer cared about him, but accelerated and headed straight into the enemy camp. With the support of the attackers, the attack power of the several teams became stronger. Soon, a delicate balance was formed between the drones and them. For a while the number of drones decreased, the troops on his side no longer suffered any losses, but they could not continue to advance. The 5th Marksman team has reached the edge of Area 3. Their current position is Y11654, X33765. Rong Yi's report arrived. Yuan Swain glanced at the paper map beside her. Yi's location was located within a small hill in Area 3. Aside from the destroyed hideout of Li Lianyan's team, this was the only optimal hiding and firing point for the marksmen in the entire Area 3. Okay, prepare your positions and deploy support when the opportunity arises. After giving the order, Yuan Swain glanced at Yan He, whose hands were still moving rapidly. She couldn't understand the information displayed on the control panel, but Yan He's furrowed brow made her feel that his job was incredibly challenging. 9 minutes had already passed the 15-minute mark, and the number of soldiers ahead was constantly decreasing. After checking, when Casey discovered that without a signal connection, the command and control room staff couldn't open the door. However, for everyone to evacuate smoothly, they had to reconnect as soon as possible, leaving the fixed command and control station with all the data and heading to the mobile armored command vehicle for follow-up operations. When Casey counted the time, occasionally reminding Yan He, 6 minutes remaining. Yuan Swain, how close are you? Yan He heard this and broke into a cold sweat. To say he wasn't anxious would be a lie. Whether the evacuation could proceed depended entirely on his current level of completion, so he had to move as quickly as possible and avoid any mistakes. Under these circumstances, he had to focus completely on his work to ensure the best possible outcome. For a moment, Yan He didn't hear what Casey and Yuan Swain were saying. Seeing his concentration, they couldn't interrupt him any further and could only patiently wait for his results. Seconds ticked by, and finally, with 3 minutes remaining before the 15-minute mark, Yan He finally cleared the signal block. Yan He breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His burly frame finally relaxed, and at that moment, he seemed to be utterly dejected, his gaze a murderous one. All right. Seeing him like this, when Casey swallowed, it was purely a physiological reaction. Yan He, wait another 3 minutes, and the signal should be successfully connected. At this moment, the terminal in front of Yan He displayed a progress bar and a message saying, "Connecting, please wait." Yuan Swain, okay. When Casey sneered, it seems you're completely giving up on Area 2. This sentence contained so much information, not only distrust of Yuan Swain's command, but also disappointment in her and concern for the current situation in Area 2. Yan He also took a look at the current situation in Area 2. He didn't know as much about this as they did, but he had participated in various training sessions and was familiar with the information on the battlefield board. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it. Once he did, he became a little worried about their situation. Is Area 2 too short? I think if Liu Yao and Shiremo could swap positions, perhaps Area 2 still has a chance of victory and everyone's survival. This was actually Casey's opinion as well. Among all the juniors and seniors participating in the training camp, there was only one S-level Fawar user. Shiremo was an S-level Fawar user, a gunner, and happened to be assigned to their team. A D-class drone is equivalent to an S-class member, so the only one capable of dealing with it here, and potentially defeating it, is Shiremo. Lin Lusheng is an attacker, with the same attributes as this drone, which can act as a distraction, preventing it from getting close to Shiremo, giving Shiremo enough space to attack the D-class melee drone. It's well known that there's an extremely difficult chasm between S-class and A-class and B-class units. Even if an A-class unit's explosive attack power approaches that of an S-class unit, it can never fully reach the strength of an S-class unit. If we must compare, one S-class drone is equivalent to 4 A-class drones and 12 B-class drones. Thus, Lin Lusheng was able to inflict some damage on the drone just now because, after his explosive burst, he had reached a power close to that of an S-class drone. But it was only close. If it had been an S-class drone, the damage wouldn't just be a scratch, but the destruction of half an arm. So, if Liu Yao were replaced by Shiremo, and combined with Lin Lusheng's attack power, a D-class melee drone would be no problem. Unfortunately, Yuan Swain didn't intend to do so. She issued 2 orders. The first, directed at Lin Lusheng and Liu Yao, lure this big guy and the smaller ones here to Area 3. The second, directed at everyone. Everyone hold on for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, moved to the junction of Area 5 and the Command and Control Center. As soon as she finished speaking, when Casey said, "You're sending them to their deaths." The previously calm voice now sounded oppressive. When Casey's hands, resting on the table, were clenched into fists. Yuan Swan's interest peaked. What do you mean? When Casey, most of our forces are already between Areas 3 and 5, and a lot of drones have been drawn there. Now, only Areas 3 and 4 have the fewest drones. At this point, the best option is to send them to Areas 3 or 4, so as to save as many people as possible. Also, don't you see there's a road between Areas 1 and 2? That road leads directly to the ICC in Area 4. Drones simply can't reach above the ICC. Furthermore, based on calculations and observations, I found no drones have entered that area. Based on their speed and direction, we can also infer that they have no chance of entering that road. Therefore, that road is our route of retreat, and the ICC is where we can retreat. And here, when Casey pointed to a corner of the left display panel, where a patch of red shimmered. Here, do you see it? As if worried Yuan Swan couldn't see, she looked at Yanhee. Zoom in. Yanhee glanced at Casey, then at Yuan Swan, a bead of sweat trickling down his rugged forehead. Oh. He immediately zoomed in on the spot, then glanced worriedly at the two of them. He said cautiously, "Stop arguing." Unfortunately, his voice was too quiet, and when Casey, in her rage, didn't hear it at all. Now you see? It's all red here. Do you know what that means? It means there are already numerous drones waiting for action at the junction of Area 5 and our Command and Control Center. Among them are at least 2 H-class attack drones or higher. You should know that in this situation, with the addition of a D-class melee type, there's absolutely no chance of them retreating, let alone protecting their entire army. As if unaware of the anger, Yuan Swan, still wearing her sweet smile, asked calmly, "Why don't you think about it again? Why are those 2 retreat points so obvious, and why are the drones actively avoiding them?" When Casey, "What?" Yuan Swan tilted her head and blinked, her eyes pure and serious. As if calmed by this gaze, when Casey actually began to think. Seeing this, Yuan Swan looked again, his terminal display again. The so-called scam has existed from the beginning. They throw out false information to confuse people, and then hide the correct answer in a thick fog, telling us that this is the truth, in order to show off their intelligence. Little do they know that the so-called truth is just a matter of thought. Yuan Swan's whispers were just a habitual occurrence. She didn't expect anyone to understand her meaning. When Casey seemed to understand, "You're saying that the path between Areas 1 and 2 isn't a retreat route, but a decoy to lure us to the frozen sea and capture them all. And this side you're talking about is the true escape route?" Having had time to think, when Casey had calmed down, Yuan Swan couldn't help but glance at Casey again. Casey, currently, there's no data to indicate that there's a trap, and this is a deception. How did you know? Yuan Swan chuckled ambiguously. Yes, how did I know? The temporary lull in the two men's fighting left Yanhee even more confused. How did he understand? Why wasn't he angry anymore? What trap? What deception? Why didn't he understand anything? Are all the girls these days so good at guessing? 3 minutes passed quickly, and they had arrived at Area 5, following Yuan Swan's instructions and gradually approaching the junction between Area 5 and the Command and Control Center. At this moment, Lin Lusheng was still beating and cursing, and he never lost touch with the communication. Through the communicator, everyone could feel Lin Lusheng's surging anger. His anger largely suppressed the others' desire to curse, and more importantly, they were dissatisfied with Yuan Swan's current arrangements. Under this arrangement, they would never be able to complete one of their key points, the safe evacuation of all their surviving soldiers. Li Lianyun, Yuan Swan, don't you think you're being reckless? Lu Yao, you are the commander, and our assessment requirements state that we must obey the commander's orders. We did. You said we must work together, and we did. So, by working together, you mean we're sending ourselves to our deaths? Irong, we need an explanation. Why are you doing this? Yuan Fei, yes, after all, this assessment isn't just for you. We have our own requirements to meet, so you must give us an explanation now. After several rounds of accusations, Yuan Swan remained silent, unresponsive, and simply observed the battlefield display panel. No one knew what she was thinking, or why she remained silent. While Li Lianyun and the others were still trying to get her to explain, Rao Fenghua, watching from outside, chuckled, "This is a huge gamble. How audacious." As soon as she finished speaking, the battlefield signals connected, and the evacuation point appeared simultaneously, located precisely in Area 7. There was only one way to the evacuation point, at the junction of Area 5 and the Command and Control Center. At the same time, on the road between Areas 1 and 2, as well as above the ICC, numerous red dots appeared, marked with flight symbols, indicating ground-based sniper drones. When KZ immediately understood Yuan Suiyan's meaning. These two places were indeed traps. If they followed Wen KZ's instructions and headed towards the IC, they would all be wiped out. The drones at the border were false information given to them by the enemy using FAM-3. Having solved one problem, Wen KZ was puzzled again. Why did only one of these ground-flying sniper drones occasionally start to move, while the others remained motionless? He transmitted the location of the evacuation point to Lin Lusheng and the others, and at this point, their doubts ceased again. Lin Lusheng, fuck. Li Lianyun, hey Junior, since you figured out the evacuation point, why don't you tell me? As they spoke, the group arrived at the junction and paused. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue, it was just that the situation was a bit tricky. A massive barrier rose at the junction, blocking their retreat. Immediately, without needing any direction, the group joined forces. Li Lianyun and Yirong led the team to stop the drone's advance, while the others attacked the massive barrier. This time, they knew, needless to say, that this was the drone's last line of defense. If they could break this barrier, their retreat would be successful. But here came the difficulty. They fought for a long time, but the massive barrier showed no sign of breaking. Note: Xiao Luing, a medium-range attack that locks onto the opponent at close range. It focuses on fragmented and fast attacks. Once locked onto, it's virtually impossible to dodge. It also involves a large number of projectiles, which is quite energy-intensive. Can be used with a rifle, meteor shower, requires only bullets. This long-range, large-scale attack uses a large number of bullets. It's relatively energy-intensive, so it requires strong firepower. FAM, false alarm, a signal jammer used to transmit false information and block jamming signals. It's called ETA on the friendly side, but it's not as effective as the FAM. Chapter 23. Lu Yao stared at the barrier. Before Yuan Suiyan could ask why they were jumping around, he asked, Command, there's a massive barrier at the junction. It must have been created by those drones. We can't break it with just a few of us. What should we do next? Yuan Suiyan frowned slightly. Barrier? Lu Yao, yes, a barrier. It's a giant, white barrier with hexagonal patterns that appear when attacked. This barrier has a name, but Lu Yao has forgotten it. Li Lianyun found time to add DPN. DPN, short for disruption, is a roadblock created by drones. It has extremely strong defenses. Once activated, it's difficult to break unless the main body is found and attacked directly. However, attacking the main body has a huge drawback. If it is destroyed, it will automatically explode, destroying the enemy along with it, and the blast radius is 300 meters. This means that no matter what choice is made, a small number of people must be sacrificed to ensure the survival of the majority. This makes the requirement for a safe evacuation of all personnel absolutely impossible. Ho Yongyu looked at Yuan Suiyan and screamed, Colonel, I still feel this assessment is too difficult for them. Rao Fenghua, this is a proper assessment. It tests not only the combat capabilities of each combatant, the technical skills of the operators, and the data analysis abilities of the analysts, but more importantly, the commanding ability and information discernment of the commanders. What's wrong with a little difficulty? This way, their true strengths can be better demonstrated. Ho Yongyu, but we've given them so much false information. Can they really tell it all apart? Rao Fenghua's eyes shifted towards Yuan Suiyan without a moment's movement. Yes, isn't that clear now? The rule that requires a 100% safe evacuation score for soldiers in the event of a complete failure is a lie. But without this rule, the score is incomplete. Even if the rule is false, can the score be false? Yuan Suiyan smiled. Interesting. After he finished speaking, Yuan Suiyan connected everyone and issued his longest order yet. Lin Lusheng, continue to deal with that giant. Do your best to guide it to attack the barrier. Yuan Fei will consolidate all attackers and divide them into two teams, attacking the enemy drones on the left and right wings respectively. Lu Yao and Shurimo will lead the attack on the enemy directly ahead, taking care not to let the enemy approach within 1,000 meters of the barrier. Li Lianyun will consolidate all shooters, including Rong. All members of Team E will fully support all other teams. You can decide how to attack. That's it, action. Hearing his own team members being told to follow orders, and then hearing the word action, Iran was a little confused. Without his teammate, what would he do? Unable to bear it any longer, Iran immediately asked, "What about me?" Yuan Xuan paused, his smile fading. He said to him seriously, "I have a very important mission for you now. If you accomplish this, we will win this assessment. If you fail, everyone will die. Are you willing to accept it?" Iran was startled. What mission?" "Yuan Xuan, I want you to find the DPN's main machine. Once you find it, destroy it. This will fully open the retreat route. However, as you destroy the main machine, its explosion will also kill you, so you will die here. So, are you willing to accept this mission?" Yurong didn't hesitate and quickly answered, "I can go, but you have to tell us that one of the key points of our evacuation assessment is that everyone must evacuate safely. Did you forget this? If not, why did you issue such an order, allowing our soldiers to continue to sacrifice?" This question directly hit the nail on the head. No one understood why this was necessary, but they couldn't think of a better solution. Yuan Xuan sighed softly and slowly explained his reasoning. The requirement for a 100% safe evacuation of soldiers is a false rule. Our evacuation means we can't win this war. In this case, the possibility of all the remaining soldiers not being killed is zero, let alone achieving a 100% evacuation. This is a test specifically for our commanders. If we are bound by this rule, we will definitely lose a lot of points. After saying this, Wenkazi thought for a moment and said, "The total score is wrong." The total score she was referring to was the total score for each individual assessment. If this rule was removed, the total score would be wrong. Yuan Xuan smiled. "Yes, the total score is wrong. So, this rule is both a rule and not a rule." Wenkazi frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Yuan Xuan, "What I mean is, 100% is a condition, but 100% doesn't mean 100% upon entering. It means 100% of the remaining survivors must evacuate after this difficult challenge." After hearing this, Li Lianyan paused his shooting. "Zioxuimiai, are you overthinking it?" Following Yuan Xuan's train of thought, Wenkazi quickly reviewed everything from the beginning until now. This assessment has been riddled with traps and deceptions from the very beginning, so this possibility isn't out of the question. Yuan Xuan, "Easy, are you willing to go find the DPN's main body now?" Although still a little skeptical, his words made sense. Iran figured that since his brain wasn't keeping up, and since no one else objected, there should be no problem. "Okay. Yuan Xuan, the distance between the DPN's main body and this massive barrier can't be more than 500 meters. I give you 20 minutes. Search carefully within 500 meters of every location." "Easy, Ren. Got it." After the instructions were given, everyone began their respective actions. Back here, he was trying to open the command room's door. The signal had been connected. Logically, the door should open with just one button. But he had just tried 3 times to no avail. The button still worked, but the door wouldn't open. The 3 of them were now trapped. "Yuan Xuan, have you found the cause?" All necessary deployments had been completed. The next step was to wait for the door to open and the main body to appear. In other words, the success of this operation depended entirely on Iran and Yanhe. Yanhe raised his hand and knocked on the door. The muscular muscles on his arm bulged, instantly filling his sleeves. He traced the grain of the door, his eyes following the grain, but couldn't see anything wrong. "No, the door is fine, it just won't open." Wenkazi pointed to a button on the control panel. "What about this?" Yanhe, "No problem. The door was fine, and the button on the control panel to open the door was fine, but the door wouldn't open." Chapter 24. Yuan Xuan walked along the control console from beginning to end, carefully examining every trace of it along the way. All the equipment and signs of use were perfectly intact, nothing missing or extra. Yuan Xuan picked up a piece of paper and looked at it. "Collect all the information and data related to you. Not only since we began the assessment, but also all the information about this war from the beginning to the present." She spoke casually, sounding unfocused. The 2 men didn't understand what she was planning, but Yuan Xuan always seemed to have more and faster ideas than they expected, so they began to review all the information related to her. As they examined it, Yuan Xuan walked over to another control console next to the main command desk. This was the position reserved for the deputy commander. This console was immaculately clean, devoid of any information or signs of use. The blue glowing keyboard stood out against the dark surface. A copy of Strategy Theory lay beside it. It looked new, but not as neatly arranged as the other items. The book was tilted. Out of curiosity, Yuan Xuan picked it up and flipped through it, only to discover it was filled with various notes. Red, blue, and black handwriting mingled on every page, so densely packed it was difficult to read. After flipping through several pages, Yuan Suiyan confirmed that this was a very hard-working deputy commander, yet this deputy commander seemed dissatisfied with his current position. The reason was that on the inside of the last cover was a large inscription. Why? Putting the book back in its place, Yuan Suiyan reviewed all his information. The deployment and information for the first 3 battles were flawless, and each one was leading the war to ultimate victory. But the 4th battle was different. If you didn't look closely, it would have been a minor mistake. After the original commander discovered it, he tried to correct the situation in the 5th and 6th battles, but to no avail. This led to the 7th battle completely spiraling out of control, and then the 8th battle, when they began their retreat assessment. At this moment, Wen Kezi, who was standing by, opened a data sheet and carefully examined it, saying, "There's a problem with the data." Yuan Suiyan took 2 steps to the side. "Which battle? What's the problem?" Wen Kezi moved the panel and explained the problem to Yuan Suiyan. "In the 4th battle, there's an issue with the logistics personnel. In the 5th battle, there's an error in the weapons count. 3 rifles were overcounted. In the 6th battle, there's an error in the personnel count. Each team is short of 2 men." Bang! Yin He, checking his belongings, accidentally knocked over a small box nearby. The door smashed open, and the small parts inside scattering with a clanking sound. Yin He hurried to clean up, but found a strange object inside. He picked it up, looked around, and suddenly shouted, "Ah!" The sound was so loud that Wen Kezi suddenly straightened his back. Yuan Suiyan looked at Yin He. "What's wrong?" Yin He handed the thing in his hand to Yuan Suiyan and said anxiously, "This is a small locator of the ballast, one, which is specially used to attract the flying self-destructing drone ballast. With this thing, our command and control center will soon be facing a round of explosions." Listening to it, Wen Kezi immediately looked at the battlefield display panel. As expected, a symbol representing Ballers was flying towards them in the distance, not slow. Ballers is flying at 1,000 meters per minute, and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Yuan Suiyan, protective shield. Before he finished speaking, Yin He had already begun his movement. The shield took exactly 3 minutes to open and complete. They didn't know if it would be ready in time. Now they could only hope that it would be ready by the time Ballers arrived. The white shield slowly rose from the ground. Snow was still falling outside, and the ground was almost covered in blood. The shield seemed to blend into the whiteness, almost invisible in color. As it rose, the snow automatically separated. Ballers inched closer to the command and control center, unhindered by any obstacles or drones, simply soaring through the air. When Kezi whispered, "It's coming," Yin He leaned against the table, his eyes fixed on the shield activator. "Almost there, almost there. Hurry, hurry. The shield is activating, 96% complete. The shield is activating, 97% complete. The shield is activating, 98% complete. The shield is activating, 99% complete." Boom! Outside, a huge white light flashed, instantly enveloping the entire command and control room, making it almost invisible. "Be careful." "Ah!" Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Yin He immediately rushed to Yuan Suiyan and Wen Kezi's side, protecting them tightly beneath him. Wen Kezi screamed in panic. Yuan Suiyan kept his eyes open, silent, his gaze fixed on the shield activation device. "The shield is activating, 100% complete. The shield has been activated successfully. Please use it with confidence." Yin He and Wen Kezi kept their eyes tightly shut. After a long wait, the expected pain never came. Just as they were wondering what was going on and whether they should open their eyes, Yuan Suiyan patted Yin He's back and said, "It didn't explode." At the sound, Yin He and Wen Kezi opened their eyes as if awakening. Seeing that there was no change in the control room, Wen Kezi let out a light breath, and Yin He felt relieved. Yuan Suiyan smiled sweetly. "Senior, can you get up now?" At that moment, Yin He noticed that the 2 junior students were still pinned down by him, their beautiful faces so close to his. Having calmed down, his face flushed again. He immediately used his hands to support himself and climbed off the ground, trying not to touch them. The first thing he did when he got up was to pull them up. He scratched the back of his head, and for a moment, a kind of innocent air flashed through his face. "Oh, just now, sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you all okay?" Seeing him like this, Wen Kezi smiled faintly. "It's okay, thank you." Yuan Suiyan glanced at Wen Kezi's smile and gave her usual sweetest and most polite smile. "Thank you, senior." Seeing they didn't seem to blame him, Yin He breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay." Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Yuan Suiyan asked again, "How many more Ballers can the shield withstand? How many more Ballers will the locator attract?" Note: Ballers, a self-destructing drone. It flies at low altitude and has strong defenses when attacked. It can strafe at low altitude or self-destruct, and is often used for self-destruction. The Baller's small locator is used for positioning. The Ballers will appear at the location and, depending on the configured form, choose to strafe or self-destruct, with a medium-powered explosion. Chapter 25. Yenhi watched the system's response. A small locator can attract a maximum of 6 Ballers. After that last shot, the shield has already depleted 30%, and it can only withstand a maximum of 3 Ballers. Yuan Suan: how long between each shot? Yenhi: 5 minutes between each shot. We need to speed up, otherwise we'd be done for this test. Yuan Suan pointed to the locator already on the table. Can this be destroyed? Although the Baller's locator is small, it is actually extremely strong. Ordinary attacks cannot cause any damage to it. If a non-ordinary attack is used, it is likely that by destroying it, most of the area they are standing on will also be destroyed. Yenhi is a technical talent, and asking him is to see if he can use his own methods to destroy it. Yenhi sighed, looking a little depressed. I'm sorry, Commander, this locator is very delicately crafted. Although I can crack it, it will take at least 20 minutes. I may not have enough time. Indeed, they only have 15 minutes to escape. If they exceed 15 minutes, they will die. Yuan Suan: tear down the door. As soon as the words came out, Yenhi and Wenkazi were almost caught off guard. Yenhi: huh? Tear down the door. Yuan Suan: yes. Yenhi: oh. Confused, Yenhi still followed the instructions. The door to the command and control room was no simple door. Its construction relied on sophisticated data and technology. Opening it required more than brute force. It required precise technique and precise calculations. Therefore, to open this door, the analyst and operator must work together. When Yenhi began to act, Wenkazi also spontaneously began to move. While they were busy, Yuan Suan was also busy. She checked every part of the command desk, top to bottom, and finally, in a small corner on the wall opposite the desk, she found a tiny trace of water. The trace was so tiny that it would be invisible without careful observation. Someone in the command room had been drinking water, and that water was bottled, brought by everyone. It had long been consumed, leaving no trace. That couldn't have been drinking water, and under these circumstances, it was impossible for someone to go to that small corner to drink water and leave traces, so this trace was very suspicious. Yuan Suan squatted down, swiped a little on her middle finger, and brought it to the tip of her nose to smell. Suddenly, a familiar feeling of dizziness came over her. She immediately lowered her hand and shook her head, finally shaking off the dizziness. She experienced this dizziness since the beginning of the assessment. Was it for this moment? Yuan Suan curled his lips in a smile and retrieved a small liquid analyzer from Wenkazi's place. The analyzer was ring-shaped. Yuan Suan wore it on her wrist and pressed the top. A blue light instantly filled the analyzer. Yuan Suan opened her hand, holding the analyzer, facing the liquid. Several rings of blue light appeared between the liquid and her palm, circling one after another, flowing continuously. At this moment, a display screen appeared above her wrist, analyzing unknown liquid data. Please wait. While waiting, Yuan Suan glanced at Wenkazi and Yenhi. They seemed to be cooperating smoothly, but also seemed to be caught in some mystery. In short, both of them looked unhappy. Don't worry, we still have time. Yuan Suan didn't know if this was any use, but their faces seemed to be a little better than before. Beep! The analyzer sounded, and Yuan Suan looked at the display. Data analysis completed. The ingredients include 3.6% nitrothionine, 6.8% cobalt nitrothionine, 5.68% sodium niobium methyl, 13.92% nitrothionine, 40% paradise orchid juice, and 30% angel honey liquid. It is confirmed to be methyl octyl ether number 3. 1. The unfamiliar term came into his eyes, but Yuan Suan was not at all confused, and he did not have any intention of querying or asking. So that's how it is. Yuan Suan curled his lips into a smile. So what's your reason? Is it simply that you're dissatisfied with the status quo? The whisper went unheard. Ho Yongyu only saw Yuan Suan's clear eyes and understanding expression. Does she look like she's understood? Yu Jia frowned slightly. How could that be? Not just anyone can know about methylphenidate. Methylphenidate is a dangerous drug. Its ingredients are all chemicals and plant fluids that cause hallucinations and unconsciousness. The effects vary depending on the dosage. This type of drug primarily causes dizziness, with a hint of hallucinations to create a hypnotic effect, ultimately rendering the person unconscious for at least 2 hours. As a dangerous substance, it has long been a federally banned drug. While it's not fatal, an overdose can lead to memory loss at best, or even lifelong hallucinations, akin to madness. At the military headquarters, to ensure all soldiers are more prepared, each soldier must be familiar with and memorize all hazardous materials, including but not limited to various pharmaceuticals, flammable materials, and poisonous plants and animals. But this doesn't mean that these students and non-military personnel will know about them, unless they voluntarily research them. Rao Fenghua, she should have researched them herself. Sure Yusin rubbed his chin, a smile of interest playing between his lips and brows. Old Chu, what do you think? Does she really know, or is she just pretending? Chu Xiafeng maintained his usual aloofness, without reacting. He simply stared silently at Yuan Xuan, his dark pupils so deep it was impossible to discern his thoughts. On the screen, Yuan Xuan had already saved and backed up the traces and documents. After completing this, she took photos of several pages of the strategy theory, and then flipped to the last page where the word Y was written, taking a photo and backing it up. After completing these 2 tasks, she picked up the command storage device, opened it, and placed it next to the terminal. She began organizing and compressing all the information and data related to the war. Save all the information and data you collected from dismantling the door, and transfer it here after the door is opened. Yuan Xuan didn't look at them. Wenkazi and the others were also very focused on their work. Hearing these words, Wenkazi felt like she had just added another step to her routine. While she was organizing and compressing, the command and control room was hit by another round of explosions. Mentally prepared, they were no longer afraid, but the tremors left by the impact and explosion still made Wenkazi nervous. Instinctively, Wenkazi said, 2 ballots remaining. He paused his rapid movements, rubbed his aching knuckles, and gave Wenkazi a carefree smile. Don't be afraid, I'm here, and I won't let you get hurt. 10 minutes left. Can the door be fixed? Yuan Xuan had already moved to Wenkazi's desk and began organizing and compiling all the information she had. If possible, he would have loved to say yes, but reality wouldn't allow it. Wenkazi, the door's data has been completely tampered with, and the FWAR capabilities within it have almost completely disappeared. Forcibly dismantling the door will cause a virus to infect the command room's information network, throwing the current command system into chaos. Yuan Xuan, what's the solution? It's actually quite easy to fix, but it will take a long time. We just need to re-inject enough FWAR capabilities to remove the virus, then clear all the door's data. Finally, we can re-enter the data and open the door in the remaining time. But we can't do it in 10 minutes. All the facilities in the command and control room are quite special, especially the door. The control room itself was constructed using data and makeshift steel materials. The shield was a protective shield formed by sufficient FIW capabilities. The gate, however, was more complex to construct, relying on data, FIW capabilities, and a small amount of simple steel. As for why the gate was so complex, the reason was simple. Drones possess a spatial mobility technology that allows them to remotely move from one location to another. Although they can only move one drone at a time, it's enough to kill anyone in the control room on the battlefield, leading to the Federation's defeat in the war. Later, the Federal Research Institute, in conjunction with other empires, alliances, and kingdoms, conducted joint research and development, ultimately developing a method to block space travel technology after 3 months. Of course, this method's application wasn't limited to battlefields. It could also be used in cities across various planets, though the locations varied, and the methods of use and sensing also varied. The temporary battlefield command center used this method. Once activated, the temporary command center would automatically enter a defensive state, ready to prevent drone intrusions. Deleting the current gate's data, re-entering it, and injecting FWAR capabilities would be tantamount to rebuilding the gate from scratch, and the complexity would be immense. Wenkazi and Yenhe's steps must be to first inject FWAR capabilities to support the existing gate, ensuring it wouldn't completely collapse and trigger the virus. Then, they would delete the virus, then delete all data, thoroughly clean the gate, and then re-enter the correct data for the gate's components before finally opening it. The execution of these steps must be flawless, the amount of FWAR capabilities injected must not be exceeded or understated, and the data must be flawless. To be honest, completing the entire process in 10 minutes was simply impossible. The analysis department and the operation department had a joint training session during their training, specifically to address this situation. However, The two groups with the best results were Wenkazi and Yanhee. Even so, their best training time still took at least 25 minutes. Yuan Suan, will the virus affect communications and my small command terminal too? Yanhee, the virus affects the entire command room equipment, and personal equipment will not be affected. After receiving a definitive answer, Yuan Suan immediately came up with a plan. Inject half of the Fawar capabilities, and don't execute the rest. Yanhee, why? Yuan Suan, Senior, now is not the time for answers. Yanhee, okay. Yanhee and Wenkazi exchanged a glance. Although confused about Yuan Suan's plan, they still followed her instructions. While injecting the backup Fawar capabilities, Yuan Suan continued compressing the backup data. The war outside continued. After searching many locations, they couldn't find the DPN's main body. Lin Lusheng continued to direct the melee drone to attack the road-blocking barrier, while the others continued to lead the attack on the drone core ahead. Their combined efforts were enough to hold the line. Although 1 or 2 personnel were occasionally lost, it wasn't too much of a burden anymore. As the Fawar capabilities were injected, Yuan Suan compressed and transmitted all the information on the command console, including the information from Yanhee. Yuan Suan, 2 Golden Eagles, 3. Yanhee, huh? Wenkazi's reaction was slightly faster than Yanhee's. You want to completely destroy the door? Yuan Suan nodded, yes. Wenkazi, Yanhee finally realized what was happening and tried to persuade Yuan Suan. Commander, don't you think 2 Golden Eagles are too many? If we use them together, our protective shield might be destroyed as well. Perhaps we can try a more peaceful approach, like using just 1 Golden Eagle. Yuan Suan blinked, tilted his head towards the door, frowned slightly, and looked very puzzled. With just 1, can you completely destroy the door? Wenkazi, that's enough. Her answer seemed to give Yuan Suan immense confidence. Yuan Suan straightened her head and flashed her signature smile. So what are we waiting for? Let's act. Wenkazi sighed softly, and Yanhee immediately modified her arsenal, carving out her Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle wasn't a typical artillery weapon. Instead, as its name suggests, its entire body resembled an eagle, though it was pitch black, hairless, and its lines were straighter than an eagle's. Wenkazi placed her hand over its body and injected her Fawar power into it. Her power was A-level, so the duration of the injection was longer, but not excessively long, only a few tens of seconds from start to finish. Just as they were about to attack, another loud roar echoed. Despite the protective shield, the command room shook uncontrollably for a moment. The 3 of them tried their best to steady themselves. Just as the shaking was about to end, Li Lianyan's voice came in. Junior sister, are you all right over there? I think I saw ballers. Yuan Suan, it's okay, senior, just focus on shooting. Li Lianyan, okay. After turning off the communication, Yanhee walked a few steps away. Wenkazi clicked the button on the left side of the Golden Eagle. As she retracted her hand, a huge beam of light shot forward with a captivating momentum, as if anyone who approached it would be smashed to pieces. Note: 1. All materials and names are fictitious. Please do not substitute. Small command terminal, military. A small computer, similar to a notebook, but specifically used for battlefield display observation and flat map observation after leaving the command room. Because its shrinkage and extension capabilities are much better than a notebook, it is relatively more portable. Generally, the commander will take it with him after leaving the command and control room. Golden Eagle, close-range artillery, suitable for any level, and the power varies according to the level. Chapter 26. Boom! A loud bang erupted. Yuan Suan, Wenkazi, and Yanhee all covered their ears, closed their eyes, and ducked their heads. Only when the noise completely stopped did they slowly open their eyes. The door had been opened wide, just enough for 1 person to escape. Yuan Suan, the door's open. I thought I was going to die. Wenkazi glanced at her. Yanhee took the opportunity to quickly gather his belongings. Let's go. After saying that, Wenkazi quickly grabbed her terminal and ran out after Yuan Suan. Yanhee watched them leave, and was about to leave when he noticed the crack in the door was rapidly closing. In a few seconds, it would return to its original state. This was the self-recovery function of the door created by Fawar's power. Once broken, it would recover an unlimited number of times before the Fawar power was exhausted, and each recovery time would not exceed 5 seconds. Seeing this, Yanhee quickly increased his speed. Seeing the door shrinking rapidly as he approached it, Yanhee gritted his teeth, ducked down, and leaped out just as the door was about to return to its original state. Just as he landed and rolled, the door also returned to its original state. Out of the door, the three of them ran towards the armored vehicle. However, not far from the armored vehicle, Yuan Suiyan saw something very familiar. Zioxuimi, I think I saw a Baron's bombardment over there. Are you all okay? When Lei Lianyun's voice reached him, Yuan Suiyan had Wenkazi and Yan Yi take all the documents, including his own, and head to the armored vehicle first. Yan Yi glanced in Yuan Suiyan's direction, seeing her lively and energetic. A deep voice rang out, "We're fine." Looking closer, Yuan Suiyan quickly identified the familiar object. As luck would have it, it was the DPN's true form. Yuan Suiyan smiled faintly, "I found it. It's right here with me." The same sweet voice, yet the listener inexplicably sensed a hint of anger. As soon as he finished speaking, Yirong cursed, "Fuck! Why did it go over there?" Yuan Suiyan, "Yirong, lead the team back to the formation and attack the drone core. Lin Lusheng and Shurimo, attack the D-type close combat attack drones together. Completely destroy them within 1 minute. All combatants, attack the drones with all your strength and prepare to retreat. Lei Lianyun, Lin Lusheng, Yuan Fei, Lu Yao, Yirong, Shurimo, Roger." Yuan Suiyan, "Next, I will attack the main body. Command will temporarily transfer to Analyst Wenkazi. All subsequent operations will be under Wenkazi's command. Lei Lianyun, Lin Lusheng, Yuan Fei, Lu Yao, Yirong, Shurimo, Roger." The response was crisp, but Wenkazi was stunned. She clicked on the communication, and was about to ask Yuan Suiyan why when she heard Yuan Suiyan's instructions again. "Wenkazi, all the command-related information is in your hands. The upcoming exams will be free of traps and challenges. I hope you can lead all remaining combatants to a successful evacuation." With that, Yuan Suiyan cut off her communication without giving anyone else a chance to speak. "Since we met, let's engage in a thrilling one-on-one duel." 2 minutes later, amidst 2 consecutive violent explosions, all the remaining survivors boarded armored vehicles and, under Wenkazi's command, sped towards the evacuation route. The evacuation route was perfectly smooth, with no further obstacles ahead. It could be said that after the DPN was destroyed, all the remaining survivors immediately boarded armored vehicles. There were no drones blocking their path, only a small army of drones following closely behind. The Class D close combat drones were completely destroyed by the fierce attacks of Lin Lusheng and Shurimo. On the evacuation route, Wenkazi and Yan Yi's command armored vehicle, protected by several attackers, led the way, followed by the armored vehicles of all the combatants. Lei Lianyun was at the end of the group, blocking any incoming drones. In a swirling circle of light, armored vehicles rolled in one after another, and everyone faced the final test. Why won't the door to the temporary command and control room open? After Yuan Suiyan and the DPN main body perished together, all he saw was the pure white answering room he had entered at the beginning of the test, and a digital figure composed of virtual numbers. The digital figure's voice was indistinguishable between male and female, and Yuan Suiyan frowned slightly as he listened. Someone deliberately modified the gate program and installed a virus, preventing the gate's control buttons from connecting to the gate, so it won't open. Who is that person? What's their purpose? Yuan Suiyan, Deputy Commander, their purpose is to trap me, the analysts, and the operators inside and kill them. Please explain his actions and reasons, and provide relevant evidence. At the thought of the long paragraph he was about to describe, Yuan Suiyan immediately felt dejected. His once wide-open eyes drooped, and his upright posture slumped slightly. Yuan Suiyan let out a subtle sigh. The deputy commander was obsessed with becoming commander, and disobeyed the current commander, so he secretly planned to harm the commander. However, the commander and 2 others discovered him, and he changed his mind, intending to kill the 3 of us. During the 3rd battle, while I was out commanding, he gave us false information and struck a deal with the drone. He helped us achieve victory, paving the way for his own command, while the drone would help him kill the 3 of us. The deputy commander obtained the ballast small locator and prepared methyl octanol. Starting with the 4th round, the deputy commander began slowly releasing methyl octanol, causing us to fall into his trap while we were unconscious, causing errors in command and data in every subsequent battle, and in the 7th round. He used drugs to completely comatose the 3 of them, modified the gate's programming, set the bales locator to activate at a specific time, and then exited and closed the gate, trapping us inside, awaiting our death. Meanwhile, the deputy commander brought our erroneous information to his superiors, informing them that the commander was responsible for the war's failure, and that he had attempted to kill him. He desperately escaped, imprisoned the commander, and killed the analyst and operator. He had 2 reports in hand, one showing the commander's errors, and one showing his own correctness. If he presented both to his superiors, They would believe him. At this point, he would arrive with reinforcements, rescue the remaining troops, and then, by reversing his promise, completely defeat the drone corps. He would then successfully assume command and, for his military achievements, be promoted to Major General. Chapter 27. He also placed the DPN in the temporary command room area as a safety measure. If we escaped before our deaths, we would definitely choose to destroy the DPN to save the rest of us. If the DPN exploded, coupled with the attack from Baris, we would still die. If anyone still managed to escape, he could use the evidence to pin the blame on us. After saying this, Yuan Xuan let out another light breath. Where's the evidence? Yuan Xuan blinked. The digital man's voice was clearer than before, and the male voice seemed to have a stronger voice. The evidence is not with me. The male voice, even clearer than before, said, Where's the evidence? The slightly anxious voice fell into Yuan Xuan's ears. She watched the digital man grow hair again. With every word, his body became more real. The corners of her lips curled slightly. Let me out, and I tell you. The moment the words fell, the digital figure instantly transformed into a man in a black suit. The man had a simple, neat mop of hair, and the suit made him stand tall and straight. His face was round yet heroic, and his eyes, in particular, were clear and transparent. Yuan Xuan felt that if she ignored the pistol pointed at her, she would be more attracted to him. If you don't tell me, you will die now. The man's gentle voice revealed a strong murderous intent, but Yuan Xuan remained unfazed. I'm already dead. Now you're facing my remaining consciousness. Do you think a consciousness would fear death? A person's residual consciousness can be preserved with the support of science and technology. As long as it is not intentionally destroyed, it can be preserved for up to 3 to 5 years. Yuan Xuan had just thought this digital being was one of the last remaining issues after the retreat, but now it seemed otherwise. This digital being was a consciousness remotely deployed by the deputy commander. Remote consciousness deployment requires complete trust between the person being deployed and the programmer. The deployment location is not restricted, but a switch, and the type of switch, is also available. Once the switch is activated, the deployed consciousness assumes the image and location specified by the programmer. The person or consciousness being pulled in is forced to remain alone with it, allowing the deployed consciousness to obtain the information it seeks. While this sounds promising, it actually has side effects. If the consciousness is safely withdrawn without being attacked, the brain will be damaged, leading to slower thinking and reflexes. If the consciousness is attacked and withdrawn, the body enters a dormant period, ranging from 3 months to a year, depending on the severity of the attack. Upon awakening, the body's thinking and reflexes will be slower. If the consciousness dies, the body enters a 2-year dormant period, and upon awakening, the brain becomes disorganized and the body loses balance. He even took a safety precaution at the end, which also damaged his brain. He actually disregarded his own safety to completely destroy them. How deep was his hatred? How deep was his resentment? Yuan Xuan couldn't understand. The consciousness doesn't fear death, but the pain never disappears. As he spoke, the deputy commander's hand holding the pistol shifted slightly. With a click, a bolt of electricity shot straight into Yuan Xuan's thigh. The current wasn't strong. If it had been a normal person, it would have been a numbness at most, nothing serious. But Yuan Xuan was now a conscious being. Scientists have conducted experiments that show the residual consciousness of a person after death is both extremely strong and extremely fragile. Strong because, as long as it remains intact, no external force can harm it. Fragile because, if exposed to electricity, the consciousness is immediately and severely damaged, the pain no less severe than a person's limbs being severed. However, the struggle between consciousnesses is not bound by these rules, and therefore, the pain they cause is the same as the original body. To evade the current, Yuan Xuan dodged the attack by side, dashing forward to reach the deputy commander and deliver a side kick, aiming for his hand. The deputy commander, sensing her intention, instantly grabbed her hand, yanking it back and turning, intending to bring her down to one knee. But in the blink of an eye, Yuan Xuan reacted, seizing the wrist that was holding her, exerting force from her waist, twisting, raising her leg, and sweeping across, striking her in the abdomen. The deputy commander felt pain and loosened his grip, dropping the pistol with a soft thud. He took 2 steps back, his eyes still gleaming with disbelief. How could you? Before he finished his words, Yuan Xuan could hear what he was about to say. He hadn't expected her to still have the energy to resist even under force. It seemed the previous commander had lost even the most basic self-defense techniques. No wonder the deputy commander was so unbalanced. Yuan Xuan tilted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. The strong need not pretend to be strong. Concealing oneself can often lead to unexpected results. Hearing this, the deputy commander's lips twitched slightly. She was probably the only one who could make the playing pig to eat the tiger sound so refreshing and refined. It would have been fine if her lips hadn't twitched, but when they did, Yuan Suiyan suddenly sensed something was fishy. When something's fishy, what should you do? The answer is simple. Hit it. Instantly, Yuan Suiyan raised her fist and rushed forward, inadvertently kicking the pistol on the ground a little further away as she ran. She glanced at the pistol as it slid away obediently. The deputy commander took her punch head-on and returned it with a punch. After being punched in the face, Yuan Suiyan instantly felt that this man was extremely annoying. She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with a heavy anger. It was this anger that caused her aura to change drastically when she threw the next punch. If Yuan Suiyan had been a normal, conversational human just a moment ago, she now resembled a robot devoid of emotion. Her almond-shaped eyes were icy and piercing. Without a smile, she exuded an unnatural aura of coldness, as if the person before her was the one she must eliminate. Seeing this, the deputy commander raised his eyebrows slightly, and the subtle playful smile in his eyes vanished, a flicker of surprise passing through him. He watched Yuan Suiyan sprint toward him, her speed vastly increased compared to any previous attack. Now, like a soaring eagle, she charged straight for her chosen prey, embodying the ultimate in sternness and killing intent. Unconsciously, the deputy commander was nearly at full strength. Even though Yuan Suiyan was only using a single 5-step punch, the inexplicable increase in speed and attack power gave him the illusion of being unstoppable. Damn it! The deputy commander cursed inwardly as he watched the man he had just kicked away fall heavily to the ground, then instantly rise like a ghost and rush towards him again. I never heard of him being so fierce. Note: virtual portrait projection. While ensuring safety, two people can change their appearance at will during a duel. This is only used for the military cadet examination system. Chapter 28. In the past half-month, Yuan Suiyan's most independent training was on the 5-step fist, but each training session was a little disappointing for her, and she could not achieve the desired effect at all, let alone the superb skill she was using now. Pang Tong, a trainee coach who came here for internship, was forced by the instructors to use virtual portrait projection technology, to play another person and fight against a female student. He was actually a little unhappy. Because he heard that this girl was very weak, he had to let her down in the fight and adjust his level to be just a little higher than this girl, to ensure that she had a chance to win and pass the assessment. So, from the beginning, Pang Tong did not take his assessment task seriously. When the fight started, although he restrained himself, he still felt unhappy, so he deliberately hit her in the face with a punch. Pang Tong's purpose was simple: to see if she could get more angry, so that he could also feel relieved. Now, she's stronger, but his initial excitement at the prospect of a fight has morphed into a growing sense of shock at the strain. Damn it! I seen people hide their strength, but I never seen one so good at it. Damn, this person is a different person. The difference between her and the training videos is so huge. Damn! As he was secretly cursing, Yuan Suiyan shifted to the left, and Pang Tong followed suit, attacking. Unexpectedly, it was a feint. Yuan Suiyan immediately grabbed his waist, wrapping around him like a snake. Just as Pang Tong grabbed her and tried to throw her, Yuan Suiyan delivered a powerful kick to the knee. Pang Tong wasn't paying attention and began to fall. By the time he realized what was happening, he was kneeling on the ground, and he felt the weight on his body lighten. Looking back, he saw Yuan Suiyan had already picked up the pistol that had been kicked away. TSK. Pang Tong smacked his lips. He had been so focused on shooting that he had forgotten the pistol existed. Ziz. The moment he picked up the pistol, Yuan Suiyan fired without hesitation, aiming directly at Pang Tong's head. Pang Tong frowned. This was meant to kill him. Even though it was just a virtual body, it would still hurt and kill him. What a cruel girl. Pang Tong suddenly fell to the ground and rolled, avoiding the attack. Seeing the man in front of him dodge the attack, Yuan Suiyan launched another barrage of attacks at Pang Tong. Pang Tong was forced to run and dodge, unable to get close to Yuan Suiyan. In a flash, Pang Tong practically ran the length of the white room, while Yuan Suiyan stood motionless. Seeing Yuan Suiyan's impassive expression, Pang Tong's defenses were instantly broken. He ran, cursing, practically hurling insults at Yuan Suiyan's entire family. He didn't stop attacking her, as if she was determined not to stop until he was dead. Mad, Pang Tong cursed one last time. Not wanting to be pursued any further, he steeled his resolve and charged straight at Yuan Suiyan. This time, he was determined to fight to the death, and so he ran much faster than before. Yuan Xuan watched, a faint blue light flickering in her eyes, then quickly vanishing. She followed Pang Tong's trajectory with her pistol, firing continuously. Just as Pang Tong was about to reach her, she aimed the muzzle at him. Yuan Xuan's cherry lips parted, whispering 2 words, "Die." Pang Tong was close enough to hear the words. Surprised at how easily she spoken the word death, he quickly kicked, attempting to knock the gun out of her hand. However, before his foot could reach Yuan Xuan's body, her grip suddenly loosened, and as the gun fell to the ground, she fell backward. Pang Tong? How did she collapse before her fist even landed? Pretending? Pang Tong walked over and cautiously kicked her twice. "Hey! Why are you pretending to be dead?" No response. Pang Tong, unwilling to give up, kicked her twice more, even harder than before. Still no response. Pang Tong squatted down, desperately raising his hand and pinching Yuan Xuan's philtrum. The person on the ground looked as if she were truly dead, with no reaction at all. If Yuan Xuan's chest hadn't been still slightly heaving, Pang Tong would have thought she was dead. What the hell? Seeing Yuan Xuan faint, Pang Tong had no choice but to end the assessment. When Casey was also completing her task, which was to provide her superiors with all the relevant information and evidence regarding the deputy commander's treason and attempted murder. After she finished her explanation and offered her solution, the exam ended. Yuan Xuan was immediately taken to the infirmary. Dr. N looked at the unconscious person, sighed softly, and flicked Yuan Xuan's head. "You kid, you're not taking care of yourself again." After that, Dr. N glanced at Yuan Xuan's recumbent body, lifted her eyelids, and peered into her eyeballs. On the surface, she looked fine. She was just fainting. Yuan Xuan's health wasn't so easy to examine. Dr. N took 2 steps to the side, approaching Yuan Xuan's crotch. He rolled him over, making him lie prone. He then placed his hand on the bottom of Yuan Xuan's t-shirt, preparing to lift it up. As luck would have it, when Casey and the others arrived just as the shirt was about to be lifted. For a moment, when Casey was in the lead, while he stood awkwardly nearby. Dr. N turned to look at the people who had opened the door without knocking, and was stunned for a moment. Lin Lusheng saw the 2 people in front of him motionless, and asked impatiently, "What are you doing? Why aren't you coming in?" Lin Lusheng's interruption caused Wen Casey to react immediately, and he nodded and bowed repeatedly. Sorry, doctor. Please continue with your treatment. We be leaving now." As he finished speaking, Wen Casey tacitly withdrew and closed the door. The door opened suddenly, then closed with equal abruptness. Dr. Shen was speechless and choked, a few impolite brats. The people being called brats were arguing outside. Lin Lusheng, why close the door? What's there to hide? Li Lianyan, is your junior okay? Lu Yao, is she still awake? Amidst the interrogations, a strange phrase suddenly emerged. Elf healer, the wizard of my dreams. This voice came from Yuan Fei, possessed by the god O, who never failed to behave unfaithfully. Yuan Fei had been standing behind Wen Casey and He. Being tall enough, he had a good view of Dr. N through Wen Casey's head. Chapter 29. Her skin was incredibly fair, a completely different shade from his. Not only that, but her lips were rosy and her teeth were white. That cherry mouth was simply enchanting. And then, there were those peach blossom eyes, with those green pupils, and her long blonde hair. If her ears were pointed, Yuan Fei would probably have thought she was an elf. God knows how much Yuan Fei loves characters with blonde hair and blue eyes. Seeing one in real life, he was instantly captivated, unable to recover for a long time. Because this statement was so confusing, the others chose to ignore it. Closing the door, he thought of Yuan Xuan's fragile appearance as she lay in bed, letting herself be manipulated. A wave of pity crossed his heart. She doesn't look well. The doctor is examining her. Let's wait a little longer. Having met the person and fulfilled her duty of care for her classmates, Wen Casey decided to return to the dormitory to rest. Just as he took a step, Yuan Fei, who had been lost in the doctor's beauty, suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. Is that blonde, blue-eyed beauty inside our school nurse? Why haven't I seen her before? For the safety and well-being of the students, the Federal Military University's infirmary always has 5 school nurses. They accompany students during special training, military training, intensive training, and competitions. For example, during this intensive training, the school nurse brought 3. These 3 nurses are both male and female, but no one has ever seen this blonde, blue-eyed nurse. As soon as Yuan Fei said this, conspiracy theories immediately started to form. Li Lianyan frowned. Blonde, blue-eyed? Yuan Fei nodded. Yes, blonde, blue-eyed. She's very beautiful, especially like Atria. But I know all the school nurses here, and I never seen one that looks like this. Lu Yao didn't know who the Atria he was talking about, only that they probably didn't know this school doctor. Why is there a stranger in the infirmary? Yi rubbed his chin and speculated, perhaps there's some other motive? Lin Lusheng was unconcerned. What could it be? Isn't it just a medical consultation? Yi adjusted the frame of his non-existent glasses. Based on my years of reading detective novels, generally speaking, if a stranger comes to the infirmary to examine a student, especially one who is either wealthy or aristocratic, there's a high probability they're here to kill someone. Li Lianyan's lips curled slightly, half leaning against the wall. Suddenly, he became interested. What do you mean? Noticing someone's doubts, Yi hummed, raised his chin proudly, and said confidently, as you all know, Yuan Suiyan is General Yuan's daughter. Who is the general? He's the first vanguard commander on the first battlefield, a representative figure in the Federation's upper echelons. Don't you think such prominent figures are always the center of attention? So, they might attract the attention of enemy forces, like interstellar pirates or dark organizations. Such organizations want to control the admiral, but since attacking him personally is unrealistic, they target his family, show them the consequences of opposing them, and thus achieve their goals. While I'm not sure what their exact motives are, I believe this is the current situation. Yuan Suiyan is in great danger. As soon as he finished speaking, as if to echo his words, Li Lianyan's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth dropped open, and his right hand placed in front of his mouth in a pretentious manner. Ah! Then we have to rush to save him. Seeing the group's talk spiraling outrageously, Wen Kaiser was speechless. Is there something wrong with his head? Wen Kaiser opened her mouth, about to say something, when Yuan Su, having learned the news, hurried over. Ignoring the people at the door, Yuan Su walked straight to it, intending to open it and enter. The others tacitly made way for him. Only Wen Kaiser and Yen, he stood motionless in the doorway. Yuan Su stared at the two men, his words unkind in his impatience. Move aside, I need to see my sister. Wen Kaiser remained motionless, ignoring him. Yen he, with his sturdy frame, stepped forward and patted Yuan Su on the shoulder, speaking in an elder brother tone. Yuan Su, I know you're worried, but don't worry. Your sister is still recovering. At this moment Yuan Fei, who had just come to his senses, also became anxious. What disease? Isn't someone dying? Why don't you go save them? Already worried about his sister, Yuan Su became even more uneasy upon hearing this. He turned and looked at Yuan Fei, who had spoken. He placed his hands on Yuan Fei's shoulders, pressing firmly. What death? Who's dying? What nonsense are you talking about? Who said my sister was dying? Why are you cursing my sister? Can't you curse someone else? With his repeated questioning, Yuan Su's hands became increasingly firm, and Yuan Fei grimaced in pain. Wen Kaiser's mouth twitched. Li Lianyan, standing nearby, had unknowingly turned his face toward the wall, his body shaking. From behind, he looked like he was crying, but in reality, he was secretly holding his hands over his mouth and stomach to stifle laughter. Lin Lusheng couldn't stand it any longer, and slapped Yuan Fei on the head. What's wrong with your mind? Yenny couldn't stand it any longer. He shoved Yuan Su aside and, with a helpless look on his face, tried to comfort the young man, whose mind had been taken away by his sister's dementia. Su, calm down. Your sister isn't in serious trouble. Don't get so caught up in your concerns, okay? Although Yen he had been very approachable in the presence of his enormous, oppressive figure, no matter how annoying Yuan Su had seemed just now, he now looked like a little chicken, completely devoid of dignity. Yuan Su, Yuan Su's silence lasted only a moment. He looked up at Yen He's thick neck, patted the mountain-like figure, and motioned for him to move aside. He then shouted to the door, Doctor Hao Suiyan. As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde woman inside opened the door, with an irritated look on her face, and yelled at Yuan Su, What are you making so much noise about? Have you forgotten what silence means? You want another shot before you shut up. After saying this, Dr. N turned to the others and said, You two, you're military cadets after all. Didn't anyone teach you to be quiet in the infirmary? Shut up. If you keep making noise, I sew your mouths shut. After N Bewley said this, whether the others would obey or not was irrelevant. Yuan Su was quiet. Now, it was their turn to be surprised. Everyone who knew Yuan Su knew he was fearless, and could be manipulated into submission unless he chose to. Those who had witnessed Yuan Su's live league matches in previous years were especially aware of his character. Coincidentally, several of those present, as aspiring military academy students, had watched every league match without missing a single one, and they were naturally aware of Yuan Su's personality. So, it was quite unbelievable that Yuan Su would listen to a doctor. Yuan Su didn't care what others thought. He knew only that if he didn't listen to Dr. N, he would be in dire straits. Chapter 30. Why do I say this? It all started when Yuan Su was 11 years old. At that time, Anne Beaulieu had been Yuan Sui's personal physician for 3 years. Her primary concern was Yuan Sui's safety. Yuan Zheng and Yuan Su understood this, and never considered switching physicians. They paid Anne Beaulieu a higher salary than other private physicians, hoping she would continue to treat Yuan Sui with the same dedication and care during her tenure. Anne Beaulieu felt very comfortable working here, and she truly liked this somewhat indifferent girl. If there was one thing she disliked, it would probably be Yuan Su's constant noise. Anne Beaulieu still remembered her first day here. Distrusting her and fearing she might harm her younger sister, she would follow her after school and spy on her whenever she saw her. If anything seemed out of place, Yuan Su would come out and scold her, then have Yuan Zheng fire her. Anne Beaulieu could tolerate this situation, but what she couldn't tolerate was Yuan Su questioning her medical skills while she was examining Yuan Sui, chattering non-stop. He kept repeating the same thing. Just because you're a private doctor, you think you're so skilled that you can treat my sister? Ha! With your skills, you're a veteran doctor with 10 years of experience? You're kidding. I'm not saying anything. Be gentle. Don't hurt my sister. Sometimes, when Yuan Sui couldn't stand it anymore, he'd tell Yuan Su to shut up. And he was truly obedient. Even if he wasn't happy, he still shut up. At times like these, Anne Beaulieu would think it was okay to endure it any longer. He was just a brat. If he couldn't stand it any longer, he could just give him an injection to put him to sleep. Anne Beaulieu thought so, and so he did, and so began Yuan Su's days of constant injections. This gradually calmed Yuan Su down a bit, but he was still far from obedient. What really made Yuan Su willing to obey was that incident. Yuan Su was a year older than Yuan Sui, so his elementary school classroom was in the building across from Yuan Sui. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, and Yuan Su poked his butt up. Just as he was about to shout, "Sister, I'm here," he heard another loud bang. The bang came from where Yuan Sui was. Startled, Yuan Su rushed over, only to find her standing there, with a girl sitting across from her, crying loudly on the ground. As for the others, they either stared at the collapsed wall in confusion or looked at Yuan Sui in surprise. This was the first time Yuan Su had seen Yuan Sui so domineering, and for some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. Yuan Su tentatively called out, "Sui?" At the sound, Yuan Sui slowly turned her head. Her dark eyes held no emotion, only the slowly tilting head betrayed her confusion. Yuan Su watched, swallowing unconsciously. Why was he looking at her so strangely? Noticing Yuan Su had fallen silent, Yuan Sui turned back to the girl on the ground. Originally, the girl's attention had been diverted by Yuan Su's arrival, and her crying had gradually subsided, intending to move to another location. Who knew, just as she moved her feet, Yuan Sui would look over again. The girl's legs instantly went limp with fright, and tears, and snot streamed down her face without a sound. She bit her lower lip, so hard it was tinged with blood. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she didn't dare. Yuan Sui took a step forward, and the girl's body jerked back in shock, a surge of heat pouring out of her. Yuan Su's gaze roamed over Yuan Sui's body, finally settling on her right hand. Her right hand was injured, and seriously so. The outside of it was still stained with blood, and even a drop of blood occasionally dripped. At this sight, Yuan Su could no longer stand. He took a single step, directly over to Yuan Sui, grabbed her right hand, and demanded urgently, "What's wrong with your hand? Why is it injured? Don't just stand there. Come on, I take you to see Dr. N." Yuan Su was about to pull Yuan Sui away, but she didn't react at all. She remained motionless, her deep eyes devoid of any emotion. Seeing she didn't move, Yuan Su tugged at her hand again. "What's wrong? Why are you standing there? Come on, ah!" Before she finished her words, Yuan Sui suddenly punched Yuan Su in the stomach. The suddenness of the blow caught Yuan Su off guard, and she crouched on the ground, clutching her stomach and screaming, "Ah! Wow! Ouch! It hurts! My stomach! Sui, you're such a dear sister. You're so merciless. It hurts so much." Hiss. Yuan Sui, however, seemed oblivious to Yuan Su's words and raised her foot, ready to deliver another vicious kick. This action suddenly frightened the other students around. Instantly, a flurry of discussion erupted. "She's so scary. Yeah, she even beat her own brother. I'm never going to speak up for her again. Her brother treats her so well, why would she hit him? Did you see? She even beat up the teacher just now. Her, so annoying. That's right, she's annoying. Anyone who talks to her again will be a bitch. For a moment, the place was filled with negative comments about Yuan Suyen. Yuan Suyen seemed oblivious, yet also as if she heard everything, because now, the force of her kicks noticeably increased. Others couldn't feel it, but Yuan Su did. Seeing this, he wailed inwardly, "My sister is killing me." Although his stomach ached, he also noticed that something was wrong with his sister. He couldn't undo what others said, but he was responsible for her good or bad. Thinking of this, Yuan Su stood up, and was about to take Yuan Suyen's kick head-on when a silver light slashed through the air, and went straight into Yuan Suyen's shin. Yuan Suyen stretched out his leg, and fell straight on his back without any reaction. The reversal happened too quickly. Yuan Su was still stunned when Dr. N came running over. Following him were his father Yuan Zheng, and a man who was panting with exhaustion, and had dark circles on his eyes and mouth. Dr. N quickly checked Yuan Suyen's condition, picked him up, and turned to leave. Yuan Zheng was still wearing a military uniform. His hair hadn't been combed yet, and was stained with some silver gray. It was obvious that he had rushed back after a war. As for what method he used, there was nothing else except space travel. 1. Furthermore, the first battlefield is so far away from here, spanning the distance of an entire planet. Imagine how much Fawar Yuan Zheng expended just getting here. It's incredible that he's still standing here. Did my daughter really build this wall? Note: space teleport. Through technological sensing, a person can quickly move from one location to another, limited to a straight line distance of 2 kilometers and a diagonal distance of 5 kilometers. Moving further will consume more Fawar. For use only by high-ranking military and government officials. Chapter 31. Next to the teacher stood the principal, who had just arrived. "General Yuan, you damaged the wall, and you've beaten this man. Of course, I'm not asking for compensation. I'm mainly concerned about the children watching. If nothing is done, it will have a negative impact on their education. Don't you agree?" This meant both compensation and punishment. Yuan Su didn't know how the matter was handled. He only remembered that after his sister returned that day, he taught the rest of the class in a daze. He hurried home, only to find Yuan Suyen still unconscious. Not only was he still unconscious, but he was standing in a transparent glass chamber, his eyes closed. Enshrouded in a blue light, his entire body glowed with a strange aura. Connected to the glass chamber were a series of testing and treatment instruments. In just 2 or 3 hours, these instruments had almost filled in Beauty's studio. "What's going on? Why hasn't she woken up yet? What did you do to her? What happened to my sister?" As soon as he saw this scene, Yuan Su instinctively felt that something serious had happened to Yuan Suyen, and his mood soured. Without knowing why, he grabbed Beauty by the collar. However, he was still young, and was no match for Beauty. He was quickly defeated. Beauty was holding Yuan Su's hands, with such force, that Yuan Su winced in pain. Furthermore, his arms were being held so tightly that they hurt. Yuan Su gritted his teeth, and glared at the man before him, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Beauty, in the middle of his work, was suddenly interrupted and was furious. This was especially true because Yuan Suyen's health was at stake. Without a word, Beauty expertly took out 2 small bottles of potion with his free hand, opened them, and placed them on the table. He then took out a silver needle, dipped it in the potion, and inserted it twice into Yuan Su's throat, once into his temple. What the hell? Yuan Su struggled until he suddenly realized he couldn't make a sound. Even his vision gradually faded. He could only wave his arms and twist his body in protest. Since you want to scream so badly, then scream in your heart. Since you want to see your sister so badly, I keep you from seeing her for a few days. All that noise, it's so annoying. This was the first time Yuan Su had felt Dr. N's dominance so directly, but he was so angry that he didn't pay any attention. He wanted to make more noise, but then, thinking about hurting his sister, he stayed still and remained motionless. Seeing him like this, Beauty was finally satisfied. But he had no idea that Yuan Su was having 1,000 twists and turns in his mind at this moment. Dr. N know who exactly was Beauty. Why had she come to their house, and pretended to be so loyal to her sister, pretending for so long, only to be exposed today? What was her motive? Her sister? But her sister was only a year younger than him. What value could she have to him? Could it be she was using her sister to gain Dad's trust, so she could secretly get what she wanted from him? Yes. That had to be it. Damn it. He knew it was like this. That's why he should have chased Beauty away when she came in. Now, her sister was truly in her power. At this thought, and Bewley's voice chimed in. "TSK, you little brat. Do you know you almost ruined my plans?" "Yuan-su, what do you mean?" "Almost ruined everything." "Damn. You even admitted it. So what should I do now? How should I get my sister out? How can I make sure she's okay? What should I do? What should I do? Damn it, find a solution." Yuan-su slapped his head, tears welling in his eyes from a mixture of anxiety, worry, and other emotions. And in Bewley's eyes, those were tears of extreme self-blame for not protecting his sister. Yuan-su truly cares about his sister. And Bewley sighed. And Bewley's heart softened, and her tone when speaking to Yuan-su was much softer than usual. "Do you know? Yuan-su, what does ? Know? Is she finally going to reveal her purpose?" "Humph, old witch, I definitely remember this." "And Bewley, when you came over just now, you interrupted my work, and the nutrient infusion was forced to stop. Swayan almost became even weaker due to lack of nutrition. Fortunately, I stopped you in time, and nothing happened. Now her treatment system is officially operational. Just wait 5 more days, and Swayan will wake up." "Yuan-su, huh? What?" "And Bewley, you kid, you have absolutely no manners. Didn't anyone tell you to knock before opening a door? Hospitals, shopping malls, infirmaries, and places like that prohibit loud noise? Do you know that with that grabbing gesture you made just now, if I hadn't reacted quickly and stopped myself from pressing the wrong number, Swayan would have been in trouble, right? Blocking your vision and vocal cords is your punishment. Keep it like this for 3 days. Remember this time, and you won't do it again." And Bewley's words weren't quick, and Yuan-su slowly began to react. So he just gotten into trouble again. Thankfully, Dr. N stopped him. 3 days later, Yuan-su regained his sight and hearing. He felt that eyes that could see everything in the world were truly beautiful, as was a voice that could speak so much. After this lesson, Yuan-su never dared to offend Dr. N again. He never wanted to experience the horrible experience of being bruised and battered, wanting to cry out in pain and complain, but unable to. As for why Yuan Swayan's personal combat power had increased so dramatically at that time, Yuan-su still didn't know the reason. Both his father and Dr. N said it was because Yuan Swayan's Fawar ability had suddenly erupted and gone out of control, causing this. Yuan-su didn't believe this explanation, but his father and Dr. N were very tight-lipped, and no matter how he asked, they kept the same excuse. Just after the exam, when he was about to return to the dormitory after dismissal, he heard the instructor complaining. He knew his sister had lost control again, and rushed over in a hurry. Everyone around him looked at Yuan-su as if he were a marquis, but Yuan-su himself paid no attention, pacing anxiously outside the door. Only when Casey, with a TSK, turned and left without a moment's hesitation. The others waited until Bewley finished examining Yuan Swayan, before leaving one by one. The moment the ward door opened, Yuan-su rushed in, leaving only a shadowy figure behind. Chapter 32. Yuan Swayan woke up the following afternoon. After the exam, they all had a day off, free to do whatever they wanted. Therefore, many students who felt they hadn't performed well on the test immediately opted for extra training. When Casey and the others were no exception. Yuan Swayan had just woken up and turned to look around, only to see Dr. N. How rare. She woken up sick one day, and her brother wasn't there. "Auntie N, why am I dizzy again?" As Yuan Swayan's personal physician, out of courtesy, Yuan Swayan should have called her Dr. N. However, after growing up together, Bewley felt that this was too unfamiliar, so Yuan Swayan changed the name. Yuan Swayan didn't understand why, but at Dr. N's insistence, she obeyed and changed to Auntie N. Yes, she didn't understand the meaning of intimacy, but she was very obedient. Hearing Yuan Swayan's voice, Bewley paused, putting down what he was busy doing and immediately turning to look at her. Seeing that Yuan Swayan was truly awake, the anxiety that had been building in his heart finally settled down. Bewley stood up and squatted beside Yuan Swayan's bed. He gently stroked the top of Yuan Swayan's head, soothing her like a child. "It's okay. Your Fawar ability just went haywire again. It recovered quickly this time though. You can continue training as usual. But don't push yourself. When you feel tired, take a break before continuing, or you faint again. Got it?" Yuan Swayan's brows furrowed slightly, but a faint smile played at the corner of his mouth, perfectly covering the scowl that didn't quite match the smile. "I understand. Thank you, Anton." Seeing Yuan Swayan so docile, Bewley's eyes softened, and a feeling of pity welled up within her heart. Her little princess, so docile, the two of them sat in silence. A gentle breeze blew in through the window, gently ruffling the white bed curtains and blowing Dr. N's golden hair, which was tied back. The warm sun took advantage of this opportunity to stream into the room, gently falling on Yuan Xuan's cheek. For a moment, the entire infirmary seemed enveloped in this gentle reflection of light. However, this warm feeling didn't last long before it was shattered by a sudden voice. "My dear sister, you're finally awake." Even without looking, Yuan Xuan and Beauty knew who was coming. Yuan Su, carrying a pot of freshly poured hot water, hurried to Yuan Xuan's bedside, his hair disheveled, his face slightly tired, and his clothes reasonably neat. He left a large pot of hot water aside. He then pushed Dr. An into a corner, took Yuan Xuan's hand in his own, and spoke with deep concern. "My dear sister, you're finally awake. Do you know how worried I was about you during your coma? I was so afraid something would happen to you, leaving me all alone. How lonely I would be. And Beauty, what an idiot." Yuan Xuan thought of her still living father, Yuan Su, "It's good that you're awake, it's good that you're awake. Once you're awake, we'd be loving siblings again." Ha ha ha. After a few hearty laughs, Yuan Su finally remembered the hot water he'd forgotten. He hurriedly unscrewed the cap and removed the small drinking cup. He gave it to Yuan Xuan, blowing on it to cool it down. Yuan Xuan, who still hadn't the energy to sit up, said, Yuan Xuan stared at the water cup motionlessly. Seeing this, Yuan Su urged him, "Drink it quickly. You slept for so long, you must be thirsty. I got this hot water specially for you." "Brother, you're so considerate." Yuan Su grinned, revealing his 8 large teeth in a brilliant smile. And Beauty couldn't bear it any longer and reminded him, "How can you drink it while you're lying down?" After this reminder, Yuan Su suddenly realized, "Oh, I almost forgot. You can't drink it while you're lying down." Sometimes, and Beauty really wanted to kick Yuan Su. Yuan Su stood up, placed the kettle and cup on the table nearby, then bent down and slowly helped Yuan Xuan to her feet, gently leaning her back against the wall. He then handed the hot water from the table to Yuan Xuan, adding gently, "If you're tired, I can feed you slowly." And Beauty's feet itched, feeling helpless. Every time she saw him like this, she couldn't kick him again. Yuan Xuan had no intention of drinking it, but she thought of her brother's temper. Having developed this habit over the years, Yuan Xuan knew without hesitation why Yuan Su had just come in with the hot water. He must have been watching over her since she fell into a coma, refusing to sleep at night, fearing she wouldn't be able to give her what she wanted if she woke up. The hot water must have been changed over and over again, just waiting for her to wake up and drink it. Yuan Xuan sighed softly. Although she wasn't thirsty, and didn't really feel like drinking it this time, she drank it anyway. Not drinking it would be troublesome. The results of this assessment have been sent to the terminals they have temporarily received. They can each check their own competition results and added credits, but the rankings have not yet been released, and it is still unknown what the final ranking will be. As for why the rankings hadn't been released yet, they soon discovered the reason. At 5 p.m., a sharp, piercing bell suddenly rang through the training camp. At the sound, those eating hurriedly ate their last 2 bites, those training rushed to the playground, those resting immediately dropped their terminals, and those showering hurriedly dried themselves and put on their clothes. Without exception, everyone hurried to the playground to assemble. Only Yuan Xuan, who hadn't fully recovered yet, couldn't go. So, everyone except Yuan Xuan did a 1-hour running training session on the playground. Those who had performed poorly in the assessment were given a particularly harsh lesson, even carrying weights. As for the top 20, who had performed well, they rested for 5 minutes, longer than the others. Of course, this resting period included everyone on Yuan Xuan's team except Shurimo. Aside from Wen Kezi and Lin Lusheng, the others all agreed that this was all thanks to Yuan Xuan, otherwise, they might not have achieved such a result. Immediately, they all decided to treat her to a delicious meal during their next break. After the running training session, they rested for 10 minutes before heading back to the general hall. The instructor explained that starting tonight, the colonel would hold group classes in the general hall every Saturday and Sunday evening. From Monday to Friday evenings, students entering the second phase of intensive training would receive their own substitute instructors for non-physical and non-offensive training. By the time they finished training, Yuan Xuan had regained some strength and was able to get out of bed and walk slowly. Accompanied by Yuan Su, she also attended tonight's class. Chapter 33. The first thing I saw was the vivid ranking list. The rankings of all the students in the training camp, along with their total scores, were displayed on a hanging digital wall. In the command department, Yuan Xuan and Enlin tied for first place. Before the official rankings were released, Colonel Rao brought Enlin to the infirmary where Yuan Xuan was staying, saying he wanted to give them a lesson. When they arrived, Yuan Suan was distracted, and only came back to his senses after Yuan Su and Dr. An left. Yuan Suan, still exhausted, could only lie down and greet them. "Hello, Colonel Rao." Rao Fenghua sat in the chair Dr. An had occupied, finding a comfortable angle to face Yuan Suan and An Lin. "Time is short. I'm here to ask you a few questions. Just answer your honest thoughts." An Lin straightened up and sat in the chair Yuan Su had occupied. "Okay." Yuan Suan nodded. "Okay." Seeing their agreement, Rao Fenghua wasted no time and simply asked the question, "After knowing the location of the DPN main body, why did you choose to destroy it yourself instead of letting others do it? For example, the operators, who were of little use behind, during the assessment, although An Lin always made decisions slower than Yuan Suan, he always made the same choice, even choosing self-sacrifice. But aside from these two, when faced with this situation, the other commanders generally chose to have the analysts or operators drive the armored vehicles forward, and when danger approached, they would simply drive away. This decision was made in two ways, by playing rock paper scissors or drawing lots. Of course, realistically, the person who destroyed the DPN itself would inevitably die. To put it bluntly, this choice was a brutal one. Sacrificing one person could save everyone else. Or sacrificing all combatants, commanders, analysts, and operators to escape safely. The instructors were relieved that no commander chose to save a minority. Thus, the purpose of the question had been fulfilled. But they hadn't expected Yuan Suan and An Lin to choose self-sacrifice to save everyone, which led to Rao Fenghua's question. Of course, this was also to assess Yuan Suan and An Lin's scores. Yuan Suan: "If victory requires the sacrifice of one person, I hope that person is me. I don't believe my analysts lack judgment, and my operators are just as important as everyone else. An Lin: "I don't want to see sacrifice. Everyone's life is equally important. Given a choice, I prefer us all to escape safely together, but I don't have a choice, so I choose myself." Rao Fenghua paused for a moment, finally understanding their answers. Although the two people's statements differed, their meaning was identical. They both chose to sacrifice themselves because they didn't want their comrades to die. But on the real battlefield, such a choice wouldn't be advisable. Thinking of this, Rao Fenghua asked them another question. "You all chose to sacrifice yourself, but have you ever considered what your comrades would do if you died and the enemy attacked again, requiring your command?" And Lin hadn't really considered this question, and it stumped him. He lowered his head and began to reflect on whether he had done anything wrong. Unlike him, Yuan Suan quickly gave his answer. "This was the best option I could make in this situation. At the time, I thought of consciousness preservation technology and consciousness projection technology. With so many options available to the deputy commander, he would definitely have a third layer of insurance. So I made a bet, trading my life for his third layer of insurance. If it really happened, and my bet was right, he would appear before me, revealing his true face. My consciousness would retain his memories, and I would eventually kill his consciousness. That way, when I finally faced the higher-ups, my consciousness would tell the truth, because consciousness remaining after death cannot lie. If, on a real battlefield, victory required the sacrifice of one person, and I were still needed in command, I wouldn't choose myself. In that case, anyone could sacrifice, but not me, because I was the commander, and I had to lead everyone to victory. I wouldn't take my own life lightly, nor would I take the lives of others lightly. But in the situation the colonel described, I must live." Rao Fenghua was surprised that someone who hadn't personally experienced the cruelty of war could say such words. A war represents countless lives. Soldiers, especially commanders, must understand the importance of life and make the most rational choice when appropriate, even if that choice means sacrificing the lives of lowly soldiers. This is something Rao Fenghua understood all too well after serving as deputy commander for several years. It's also why, despite being clearly eligible for the position of commander, she has always refused to become one. The responsibility for lives carried by a commander is too heavy. She witnessed commanders collapse from self-blame, and seen the families of fallen soldiers vent their resentment on them. She couldn't bear the consequences. At that moment, Rao Fenghua vaguely thought that perhaps Yuan Suan would truly be a qualified commander in the future. "Is this the only reason you chose to kill the deputy commander?" The deputy commander under assessment not only intended to kill his superior, but also contacted the enemy forces, collaborating with them, and killing numerous soldiers. Rao Fenghua didn't believe Yuan Suan simply wanted to preserve evidence of the deputy commander's evil deeds. If that alone motivated him to kill, and if he acted without mercy, wouldn't Yuan Suan be too hard-hearted? If it were someone else, like An Lin, who, When his consciousness confronted the deputy commander had felt the urge to kill, he would have been extremely hesitant. He didn't want to kill, nor did he dare. Ultimately, he chose to knock the deputy commander unconscious and report everything. This was the normal course of action for someone who had never killed anyone. Yuan Suiyan, because he betrayed his country, and traitors must die. This time, she answered each of the questions directly, without hesitation or a single quote from a book, because these were her truest thoughts. Many times, as a commander, she couldn't be lenient. She had to kill when she had to, and die when she had to. A moment's hesitation could lead to significant losses for her army. And Lin didn't know what she was thinking, but after hearing Yuan Suiyan's words, he was deeply moved. Although he still disagreed with killing the consciousness, he couldn't help but approve of Yuan Suiyan's choice. Command requires decisiveness and the ability to make decisions based on all available information, including information that isn't present. He admitted that compared to Yuan Suiyan, he wasn't a genius, so he would have to work harder in the future. If he couldn't think of something right away, he would think about it slowly. One day, his choices would be no less accurate than others. After the questioning session, Rao Fenghua shared Yuan Suiyan and Lin's responses with several instructors. After discussion, they all agreed that while Yuan Suiyan's choice was correct, the deputy commander should ultimately leave the matter to the Archon, not her. The consciousness should be killed unless absolutely necessary. So Lin's final choice gave him extra points, and Yuan Suiyan's choice deducted points from her. The final result was that Lin and Yuan Suiyan tied for first place in the command department. Chapter 34. The lecture in the General Hall was given by Rao Fenghua, covering the history of ancient human development and a brief history of the humanoid drone corps. Rao Fenghua held the microphone in his left hand, while a large screen behind him displayed historical images. Humanity once inhabited an ancient galaxy 300 million light-years away, home to various ancient human civilizations. A brief history of the galaxy shows that human society in the ancient galaxy was divided into several nations, with Chinese civilization being the most prominent. Chinese civilization, with its ritual and music systems, the I Ching, the 8 trigrams, red calligraphy, and ancient Chinese as its sources, was one of the world's oldest civilizations at the time, with a continuous lineage throughout history. The ancient martial arts we learn today are also part of the legacy of Chinese civilization, but due to the vast loss of civilizations during the galaxy's transition to development, we can only learn and understand a partial legacy of these ancient martial arts. The birth of the humanoid drone corps also originated in the final era of the old galaxy. They called its century the Apocalypse. The Apocalypse was born from a human-caused disaster. In the old galaxy, humanity lived together on a planet called Blue Star, divided into numerous nations based on geographical location. Each nation spoke a different language and had its own script. Our current writing system is a new language created and gradually developed by the old humans during the apocalypse to survive. At that time, there was a nation called Neon. They lived on a small island with a small population and a small territory, but their government was extremely ambitious, seeking to dominate humanity through force. However, they were a small nation, and in the human world at the time, it was impossible for them to defeat other nations. So, they decided to release nuclear wastewater into the ocean, using it to exterminate the population of other nations. Initially, the nuclear wastewater affected only a small area of the ocean, wiping out all life there. The Chinese people attempted to save it, but were powerless. Later, the impact of the wastewater grew ever greater. First, marine life suffered a devastating blow, with tens of thousands of marine species wiped out. Then, humans and land-based plants and animals, exposed to the wastewater for a long time, began to mutate. The human body began to soften, with humans watching their skin peel off piece by piece or transform into zombies. Over time, the country that first released the wastewater suffered the consequences and perished first, followed by the devastating blows from other nations, large and small, that recklessly destroyed the natural ecosystem. To survive and combat the mutated plants and animals, nations formed joint resistance forces and established new weapons research and development centers, developing anti-Nine Heavens and True Lord fighters. Under the resistance of human pilots, they achieved a period of stability, but the mutated plants and animals continued to evolve. After a period of time, the wastewater coalesced and developed a new virus that preyed on humans and was highly contagious, with no cure. The old humans abandoned the infected and continued to fight the mutated plants and animals. The mutated plants and animals devoured the infected, allowing them to grow efficiently. Soon, the old fighters were no longer effective. The R&D Center immediately began developing new weapons, But these weapons were still ineffective. Then they came up with viruses. The mutated plants and animals devoured the infected, allowing them to evolve. They began recycling the infected and combining them with fighters, creating new fighters called Adam and Eve. This was the initial prototype of the drone army. Later, they discovered that this fighter plane had a fatal flaw. No matter how well the pilot protected themselves, prolonged contact with it would infect them. As a result, the number of infected people continued to grow, creating an almost unbridgeable gap. At this time, the old galaxy entered a great ice age. Snow fell incessantly, and the long-dormant black ocean erupted in a massive flood, nearly submerging the Earth in the water. Gradually, glaciers formed, and the mutated flora and fauna vanished completely during the Ice Age. The remaining humans all fled to the Sky City. During the Ice Age, new creatures emerged from the ice and snow, sparking a war between humanity and these new creatures. The previous Adam and Eve were no longer useful. So, they began modifying the fighter planes, fusing Jotian, Xinjuan, Adam, and Eve. Some even went so far as to implant their own brains into the new fighter planes, driven by madness to survive. However, these fighter planes developed their own consciousness, and would not completely obey the pilot's commands. So, the fighter planes underwent another transformation, this time to perfection, the most satisfying of their imaginations. They are divided into two types. One is a drone army programmed to fight on its own. The other is a commander with a human brain in mind. These two types are the old version of the humanoid drone army, but back then, the commanders called themselves the new humans. They have long fought against the new creatures and, for a time, suppressed them. At the same time, they have set their sights on the old humans, aiming to transform all humans into the new humans like themselves. They believe that if all humans, including those who have died, become the new humans, humanity will never again suffer such a devastating blow. The old humans disagreed, yet they had no way to fight the new humans, so they began to flee and search for habitable places. During their research, researchers discovered a new galaxy, the Chintang Galaxy where we now reside. They created spaceships, and led the few remaining ancient humans to the Chintang Galaxy. Using their previous knowledge, they created one perfect living environment after another. After millions of years of development, the Chintang Galaxy became home to us and everything we have today. Meanwhile, the new humans, frozen in time, entered a period of dormancy. The old galaxy ushered in a new biological age. We don't know how the humanoid drone army appeared in the Chintang Galaxy. When they first appeared, they had no memory or information about the old galaxy. They simply engaged in a frenzied slaughter, exploiting the Fawar energy within humans. Hence, we named them the Killers. Not only that, according to historical records left by the ancient humans, they have evolved. Their attack capabilities are superior to those of the old drone army. Their drones are also more sophisticated and durable, requiring less energy to operate. Its commanders lack human emotions and consciousness, leaving only primitive, frenzied killing intent and improved attack capabilities. Because their commanders resemble humans, they have been given a new name, the Humanoid Drone Corps. The Humanoid Drone Corps is still evolving, and we don't know how far they will advance, but we must protect our home at all costs. Finally, I hope everyone will remember to protect the galaxy we currently inhabit and refrain from reckless behavior. The integrity of the natural ecosystem is also something we must protect. We must remember the past and ensure that no tragedy will ever repeat itself. This universe lacks the necessary galaxies to inhabit, and we shouldn't destroy them one after another out of selfishness. Chapter 35. Ralph Fengwa paused, and the image on the big screen stopped at a comparison of the old star before and after its destruction. She glanced at the students seated in the audience. This is the final article in the Sorrows of Interstellar History, written by our contemporary historian, Roford. I'm reading it to you today, so that you can understand the magnitude of the blow the old star suffered. Of course, I can't expect you to empathize, but you should understand how important the natural environment is to us humans. Although the environment we live in today is largely a fusion of machinery and technology, and natural landscapes have become increasingly rare, we must still learn to protect the few remaining sanctuaries. To help you gain a more intuitive understanding of this history, I specially invited Dr. Ramirio of the Federal Military University of Technology. Starting today, Professor Ramirio will lead his students on a mind travel tour to allow you to personally experience the history known as the apocalypse. At this, everyone, including the students who were still a little distracted, perked up. Who is Dr. Ramirez? He's one of the most brilliant minds in contemporary science. Today's operator track setting technology is the result of his invention and experiments. This invention provides combatants with greater operational possibilities and more living space, making it a crucial technology for the military. Furthermore, his papers have also brought about profound changes and developments in modern science and technology, particularly in warfare. Take, for example, the upcoming technology for mind travel. This is a technology that allows people to experience the past firsthand. This technology is now widely used in classrooms, such as literature, history, and politics. Through first-hand experience, students gain a deeper understanding than simply listening to lectures or memorizing them. Since the development of this technology, students' learning efficiency has significantly improved, and societal cultural development has also seen significant progress. With such a significant contribution, even those who don't admire him remember his name, Ramirez. How could they not be excited to have such a person personally perform mind travel technology on them? It seems you're really hoping Dr. Ramirez will perform this technology on you. Amidst the students' anticipation, an elderly man with half-gray hair took the stage. His short, half-gray hair was neatly combed. Though 71, age hadn't diminished the maturity of his face. Instead, it was the maturity accumulating through time. At his age, he possessed a unique charm, and one could trust his authority with one glance. Contrary to his outward appearance of composure, the moment he took the stage, he tossed the manuscript in his hands onto the upright podium. At that point, everyone was already immersed in admiration and excitement, paying no attention at all. Ramiro raised the microphone. The audience's eyes blazed. Ramiro opened his mouth. The audience was slightly excited. Ramiro began to speak the first word. The audience was thrilled. Consciousness travel is a very complex technique, best suited to small groups of 30 to 50 people. If the group gets too large, the system will be overburdened. Up to this point, everyone could still understand him. Then, he suddenly launched into a series of codes and calculations. Even the precautions became a series of calculations and code. The enthusiasm gradually eroded as these incomprehensible things became obscured. The audience remained silent, the only difference being the confusion in their eyes. They all tacitly wondered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? That tower, the cardinality, the Yara, and so on, it all sounds impressive. From confusion to whispers, all it takes is one person to start. Lin Lushan poked Feng Ziyu beside him. What is he talking about? Why don't I understand? Feng Ziyu stared at the doctor, his eyes filled with confusion, but he muttered, "You're stupid." With them starting the conversation, the whispers spread wider and wider. Yuan Suiyan sat next to Chu Xiefeng and turned to say something incomprehensible. A deer wandering through the fog eventually lost its way and could never find its home again. He was addressing Chu Xiefeng, but he didn't understand what he meant and could only mutter dryly, "Quiet." Yuan Suiyan shut up and looked at the doctor on the stage, spouting technical jargon. Dr. Ramirez had a favorite student, Irving Werner Noyes, who had been the league's most outstanding backup technical assistant for the past 2 years. Waiting backstage for the assistant to begin his mind travel technique, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. Finally, he sighed and decided to go on stage. Amidst the murmurs, they watched as a tall, refined man in a white shirt, black pants, long hair, and gold-rimmed glasses stepped onto the stage, stopped the doctor's rambling, and took the microphone. The doctor then left the stage, snorting at Alvin before leaving, looking particularly displeased. Alvin didn't care. He simply began to explain his theory in human understandable language. "Hello, everyone at the Federal Military Academy. My name is Alvin Werner Noyes, a student of Dr. Ramirez. I'm sorry just now, but my professor is accustomed to infusing all his lectures with technical jargon, so you might not understand what he just said. So let me explain it again. Mind travel technology is a very complex technique, mostly suitable for small groups of 30 to 50 people. Larger groups can overburden the system, especially with a total of 770 people. In such a large group, our mind travel technology will have to withstand forces beyond its inherent limits. Therefore, this large-scale technology represents a technological breakthrough for us, and it requires the full support and cooperation of everyone present to achieve the best results." Li Lianyan poked the waist of the student next to him. "So we're just test subjects." The student slapped his hand away and dodged to the side. "Shh, it's so itchy." Chapter 36. Having studied with Dr. Ramirez for so long, Alvin, knowing the doctor's character well, ultimately decided that it would be best for him to personally handle all operations and explanations. So, he personally handled all the precautions and operating instructions, with the doctor watching from the side and occasionally providing guidance. The large-scale mind travel technology was extremely complex, and the preparations alone took a full 15 minutes. When the mind travel officially began, Yuan Xuan's first sensation was a chill, 1,000 times colder than she felt during the exam. All she could see was a blanket of snow and a blanket of silvery white. The winter clothing of the Great Ice Age was more outdated than she expected. Even the remaining humans lived in groups, all crammed together in a large flat, using the little remaining heat from the heating system for warmth. When the new humans attacked, she had no power to resist, and could only desperately fleeing to the safest center of the base. Not all of the old humans were so lucky. While hiding, many froze to death, starved to death, or were murdered. Only she and a few others survived to the end, yet they still could not escape the ultimate decision of the higher-ups. Researchers discovered a new habitable star system and built a spacecraft, but the spacecraft could only carry a limited number of people, so they had to make choices. Building a new star system required researchers, government personnel, medical personnel, construction experts, and military personnel. The civilization of the old star system could not be easily discarded. It was the cultural evolution of their humanity from ancient times to the present, and it was of great significance. Therefore, the few remaining researchers of the civilization had to be taken away. Finally, the limit was reached, and the useless ordinary people were left behind, forced to become new humans, and ultimately swallowed by the Great Glacier. After her first death, Yuan Xuan became a soldier fighting outside. It was a novel experience. For the first time, she felt physically strong and experienced firsthand the realities of fighting on the front lines. How should I put it? Physically strong, but mentally not at all. If it weren't for the conviction that she had to protect everyone behind the scenes, she would have wanted to commit suicide immediately. After her second death, she experienced the feelings of being a member of various professions. The one that impressed her most was a commander. He was the only commander left among the old humans. He shouldered the lives of all the soldiers, and everyone behind the scenes. To prevent the breach and ensure the survival of the soldiers, he used every means she had ever seen or known. After a battle, to prevent his soldiers from becoming puppets of the new humans, he personally destroyed their brains with a gun, allowing them to rest in peace. The War of the Apocalypse was brutal, but Yuan Xuan felt that everything she had experienced today was her treasure. The consciousness journey ended, and what they thought had been almost 5 years had actually only passed by an hour. Luckily, the consciousness journey had concluded perfectly, without any technical errors. Dr. Ramirez and Irwin could also complete their academic report, sharing this significant technological advancement with the entire galaxy. Ralph Finghua assigned all students a homework assignment about the end of the world. While many lamented the cruelty of the apocalypse, and Lin's mind kept echoing with one sentence: the development of the new civilization requires us. Now we must sacrifice ourselves to carry the genes of our descendants, allowing them to live in a new and peaceful interstellar world, so that humanity can continue to thrive. This was the painful decision made by then Consul Sue Winley after careful consideration. If the spaceship hadn't been under capacity, she would have chosen to take everyone with her. Unfortunately, the situation was urgent. If they didn't leave quickly, everyone would have become puppets of the new humans, and even the last of humanity's genes would be lost. For the sake of humanity's rebirth, Sue Winley had no choice but to make this decision. To preserve the genetic sequence, during the massive attack by the new humans as the spaceship departed, the last commander, Offley, led all the soldiers and perished alongside the new humans, allowing the spaceship to depart safely. Technology in the apocalypse was far less advanced than it is today, and Lin couldn't even imagine how humans in ancient and prehistoric times survived, and he didn't have the heart to think about it right now. And Lin only knew that everyone in the apocalypse had made tremendous efforts and sacrifices for the survival of humanity, especially the Archon. For the rest of her life, she would carry the weight of a dead life on her shoulders. Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help but open the terminal and began to move his hands around it. The second phase of training began. It wasn't until the third day that Yuan Xuan fully recovered her strength. Because she had fallen behind for 3 days, she had to devote more time and energy than others to catch up. If the first phase of training was challenging, then the second phase was incredibly demanding. Shuttle runs, 5-step boxing, and obstacle courses now seem like child's play. Training now involves daily 2-on-2 sparring, and the intensity of the action is unwavering, otherwise it becomes an extreme form of mental and physical torture. For example, you be repeatedly attacked during the next exercise, or suddenly be transported into a mind travel experience during training, forcing you to experience the brutality of the battlefield firsthand and fight with all your might. At first, they didn't take it seriously, but after a few days, after everyone had experienced that feeling 2 or 3 times, no one dared to slack off. After sparring, Yuan Xuan's meal time has been reduced to 5 minutes, and his sleep time has been reduced from 6 hours to 5. Besides sparring, basic training, and classes, Yuan Xuan spends any extra time in his personal training room sparring with the digital man. As luck would have it, during the extra training time at noon and in the evening, and Lin, Wen Kezi, Yuan Su, Li Lianyun, Lin Lusheng, Feng Ziyu, Yan He, Sher Mo, and Alvin were all present. Originally, this was just training for these cadets. As for Alvin's presence, the reason was simple. He needed to practice the raid technique. This type of raid requires human assistance. The machine has memorized the raids after so many attempts, leaving little room for training. While there are some people who can perform them manually, no one is as suitable as Alvin. Thus, combat training and raid training have become Alvin's exclusive domain. Won't you take a break? Chapter 37. Over the past 2 days, Alvin has become accustomed to Yuan Xuan's daily routine. He truly admires her self-management skills. After spending these past 2 days, he's noticed that many people here work hard, but none are as dedicated as Yuan Xuan, who trains like a robot day and night. It's said that her personal doctor has privately told her many times, but she's never listened. Well, I have to train. Ever since experiencing what a healthy body feels like, Yuan Xuan has silently vowed to train her body to a healthy state. Alvin said, "Then I begin?" Yuan Xuan nodded and smiled slightly. "Okay, thank you." After several days of intense training, Yuan Xuan's body has developed muscle memory. She was just waiting for the digital man to attack, but the next second, she blocked a punch from the side. However, her reaction time was there, but her strength wasn't. She could barely catch the attack, and counterattack was impossible, so she could only evade and seek other means. Digital figures attacked one after another from different directions, and Yuan Xuan tried her best to block and evade them. 20 minutes passed, and Yuan Xuan finally felt her strength was running out, and was finally knocked to the ground by the digital figures. When Yuan Su finished a training session and looked towards Yuan Xuan's training room, he happened to see Yuan Xuan lying on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to move. He knew he couldn't let Yuan Xuan fight so hard. If it weren't for her persistence and his desire to quickly give up her desire to be a commander, he shouldn't have agreed to let his sister come to the training camp in the first place. Is this command absolutely necessary? As Yuan Xuan struggled to get up and continue, Yuan Su shouted, "That's enough. You should rest." This was the first time Yuan Su had spoken to Yuan Xuan like this. For a moment, Yuan Xuan was so stunned that he forgot to even get up and just stared blankly at Yuan Su. "What's wrong with you?" Yuan Su didn't answer Yuan Xuan's question. Instead, he half knelt down, picked Yuan Xuan up, and walked towards Dr. An's infirmary. Dr. An didn't say a word during the entire journey, remaining unusually silent. Needless to say, Yuan Xuan was a little unaccustomed to this. Dr. An, who was having a moment's leisurely time, was sipping coffee, hoping to refresh himself. Seeing them enter in Yuan Su like this, he was immediately puzzled. "What's wrong? You look so aggressive." But Yuan Su ignored her. "Give up. Your body can't hold on." Yuan Xuan hadn't even settled into her chair when Yuan Su's voice fell, his subdued tone completely unlike his usual. How could she not have sensed Yuan Su's intention? Pursing her lower lip slightly, her eyes flickering, Yuan Xuan tightened her grip on the chair, looked up, and stared into Yuan Su's eyes. "I can handle this. Before you say anything nonsense, let me take a look at your vitals chart." With that, Yuan Su snatched Dr. An's laptop and expertly opened the section devoted to Yuan Xuan's daily vitals. Now it was Dr. An's turn to be stunned. His hand, about to snatch the laptop back, faltered midair. "You little brat, you snooped through my laptop while I was gone?" Yes, Yuan Su had, on the night Yuan Xuan fainted during the exam. That night, he took advantage of Dr. An's nap during the session and, curious about his sister's health, took a peek. Dr. An had been with them for so long Yuan Su knew all her habits. Yuan Xuan's health was always Dr. An's top priority, so both the terminal and the computer kept records of her condition. In the final analysis, his reason for peeking was simple. He didn't believe Dr. An's theory that her Fawar abilities were out of control and causing a loss of balance in her body functions. He believed Yuan Xuan's fainting had another reason. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but once he did, it was shocking. He didn't understand much of the technical terminology, but he knew terms like Fawar ability, strength fluctuations, functional balance, and body support. Aside from the columns for Fawar ability and strength fluctuations, which were both stable, all other conditions were showing signs of gradual deterioration, indicating a poor physical condition and the need for a dormant period. He didn't understand Dr. An's reason for using the term dormant period, But he knew Yuan Swan's body absolutely couldn't allow her to continue training like this. She glanced over her daily physical observation report. Although she couldn't understand much of the technical terminology, Yuan Su's thoughts resonated with Yuan Swan. She turned to Dr. An, who remained silent. "Auntie An, can you tell me what's going on with my body?" Yuan Swan had questions about her health, but she hadn't previously paid them any attention, her only focus being on how to become a commander. Now, after reading these reports, her questions about her health resurfaced. When she was little, she lost control and smashed a wall. She temporarily lost consciousness at the start of her training run. And 2 days ago, her sanity seemed to have vanished. All these reactions told her there was something wrong with her body. How could someone with poor health unleash such explosive power after losing control? And how could someone who was physically weak temporarily lose consciousness due to extreme exhaustion, and then regain full strength upon regaining consciousness? "Auntie An, you've always been concerned about my health since I was little, so you must know what's going on with me, right? My loss of control couldn't be caused by my Fawar ability, it must be something else, right?" Yuan Swan's words sounded inquiring, and she spoke with a certain patience, but in reality, she was quite calm. To her, the question was insignificant. She simply wanted an answer. However, Dr. An didn't directly answer Yuan Swan's question. He simply silently retracted his laptop, turned back to his terminal, and left Yuan Su and Yuan Swan with the back of his head. "If you want to know, ask your dad." Yuan Su asked. "Dad knows? By the way, don't peek at my things anymore." And Bewley picked up her documents, stood up, and walked out, turning back to glare at Yuan Su. "Even if you have something to do." After Dr. and left, Yuan Swan tried to video call General Yuan, but Yuan Su stopped her. "Whatever the reason, you must go home. You can't continue training." Yuan Swan frowned slightly. When Yuan Su got serious, he was a carbon copy of General Yuan. Chapter 38. This can't be forced. Yuan Swan's mind kept flicking through novels and videos, searching for a way to cope. Finally, she found a suitable solution. "Do you remember what I said before about why I wanted to attend the military academy, and why I wanted to come to the training camp?" How could Yuan Su not remember what she said? In the past, Yuan Swan had argued with him for almost a month just to get into the military academy, and during that time, she had worked out relentlessly. It was only because he and his father were incredibly worried that they finally agreed, but on the condition that she couldn't overexert herself while at the academy and couldn't participate in any large-scale training or competitions other than military training. They had originally refused to let her come to the training camp this time, fearing she would push herself and cause her health to continue to deteriorate. But Yuan Swan said she wanted to be a commander capable of standing firm on the battlefield. She was determined, and once she made a decision, it was hard to change, so they agreed. However, the conditions this time have become stricter. If her health deteriorates or she can't hold on any longer and wants to withdraw from the training camp, she must transfer to a political science and economics program. In fact, she proposed this condition herself. "Yuan Su, so what? You said you transfer if your health deteriorated. I think now is the time to do it." Before the training camp, her health was clearly back to normal. As long as she took good care of herself, nothing would happen. But what about now? Since the training camp began, her health has been getting worse day by day. At first, it was fine, not noticeable, but after the exams, her health has clearly deteriorated, yet she's still forcing herself to train. Yuan Swan didn't take it seriously, and it hurt him to see it. How could someone train so recklessly? Not even a break. If he kept training like this, he'd be done for sooner or later. He might as well transfer to a political economy school and stop wasting his time. When it came to emotions, Yuan Swan was inherently slow. It could even be said she had no emotional sensitivity at all, so naturally, she couldn't imagine what Yuan Su was thinking. Yuan Swan's only thought was how to convince him, and then how to convince General Yuan. "I want to be a commander. It's my dream, just like you want to be the best marksman. So I can't give up, and I don't want to. I worked so hard to embark on this path, and this is exactly what it feels like. Yuan Su, do you know what it feels like to have forgotten who your biological parents are, and who you are?" Yuan Swan wasn't Yuan Su's biological sister. General Yuan had brought her back when Yuan Su was 7. General Yuan said he found her on the battlefield. She was already unconscious, with no drone soldiers around. She lay motionless, covered in blood and dust, her hair disheveled, looking as if she had escaped from a pile of corpses. She was a little girl, and no one knew what had happened to her. He felt pity for her and took her home. When Yuan Suan first awoke, she called the three of them dad, mom, and brother, then passed out again. When she woke up again, she had forgotten everything. Madame Yuan, seeing this, felt even more pity for her, and decided to adopt her. Thus, Yuan Suan became a daughter of the Yuan family, and Yuan Su's younger sister. Yuanxi's mother died when he was 8 years old. Yuan Suan had only been home for a year, and had barely gotten to know them when his mother was killed by the last remaining drone during a post-war planetary recovery operation. From then on, they lost their mother. Yuanxiu understood all too well the pain of knowing who his mother was, yet still losing her. While he couldn't imagine the pain of forgetting who his biological parents were, and not knowing whether they were alive or dead, he knew that if he were in her shoes, he too would want to know who they were, how they were doing, and whether they were still alive. This question left Yuanxiu at a loss for words. Yuan Suan continued, I know I have a family now, a father, a mother, and you, but I still often wonder who my parents are and where my biological family is. You know what? Every time I take command, I feel a sense of familiarity, as if someone had commanded me as a child. So I think if I could become commander, I'd be able to remember them, and be closer to them. Yuan Suan's words completely drained Yuan Su of his strength. All his seriousness and anger vanished. I understand why you want to be commander, but you can't be so careless with your body. I understand your desire to know who your family is. Even if you don't become commander, I can help you find them, and so can Dad. As long as we're willing to spend the time, we eventually find out who your biological parents are. For some unknown reason, Yuan Suan, who should have spoken gently, suddenly yelled, but I don't want to just sit there and wait. It wasn't really a roar, but it still made Yuan Su aware of her reluctance. Yuan Su was stunned. This was the first time she had shown such emotion in front of him. She had always been gentle and indifferent. So Yuan Su's immediate reaction wasn't anger, but joy. His sister had lost her temper with him. How adorable she was when she lost her temper. If the current situation wasn't suitable for showing off, Yuan Su would have wanted to go out and have fun, saying his beloved sister had lost her temper with him. Suppressing his excitement, Yuan Su put on a stern face, and said in a solemn voice, Okay, let's video chat with Dad first. If he agrees, then whatever you want is up to you. The decision had been made, but the laptop wasn't in their possession. They had to go find their respective instructors to get it. As they were about to go find their instructors were already looking for them. Shi Yusin and Chu Xiefeng walked one after the other. Shi Yusin crossed his arms, looking displeased. You haven't even finished your meal yet, and you're already looking for my student? Yuan Su isn't your student, and he hasn't caused any trouble. Why are you looking for him? He's leaving me without a full meal. Chu Xiefeng, with his usual stern expression, said coldly, General Yuan wants to see you. Hearing it was General Yuan's request, and remembering that the man before him was a die-hard fan, Shi Yusin could only smack his lips and say TSK. Thankfully, they didn't have to walk far before they ran into Yuan Su and Yuan Suan, saving them the trouble of searching further. Chu Xiefeng's office was cluttered with things. Almost all of them were records and miscellaneous items related to their students. In comparison, Chu Xiefeng's own belongings were pitifully few. Chu Xiefeng had even cleared a space for video calls. During this time, Chu Xiefeng reported Yuan Suan's situation to General Yuan daily, not missing a single detail. After receiving the news, Yuan Zheng would find time to video chat with Yuan Su and Yuan Suan almost every 3 days to inquire about Yuan Suan's situation. Yuan Zheng had carefully considered the decision to summon Yuan Su and Yuan Suan today. Suan, transfer to another school. You're no longer suited to the military academy. Chapter 39. Yuan Suan hadn't expected General Yuan to say these words the first time she saw him. Chu Xiefeng had advised Yuan Zheng about transferring Yuan Suan. Just before meeting Yuan Suan, the general learned about her recent training and physical condition. Of course, Dr. N had informed him of her condition. He hadn't expected Yuan Suan to be so dedicated, and while he was relieved, he was also worried. Working hard in training was certainly good, but how could she be so dedicated? The thought immediately crossed his mind that she wasn't suited to the military academy. Thinking of Yuan Suan's potential, Chu Xiefeng was actually quite unsettled, so he offered General Yuan this advice. She's a good candidate for a command. But that was all. After watching Yuan Suan's training and exam videos, Yuan Zheng admitted that his daughter was indeed a good candidate for a command. However, while there were other good candidates, there was only one daughter. She couldn't possibly ruin her health in the pursuit of becoming an excellent commander. To dissuade his father, Yuan Suan repeated what he had just said to Yuan Su. Normally, Yuan Suan rarely spoke in a normal manner, So today he was so normal, which surprised Chu Xiefeng and Yuan Zheng. But they were older, and even if they were surprised, they didn't show it on their faces. Yuan Zheng paused for a moment. I take care of your biological parents' affairs. Just wait for the news. As for commanding, forget it. You made a promise, and you should keep it. Pack your things today, and go home tomorrow. His words were a direct death order to Yuan Suan, leaving her no chance for recourse. For some reason, Yuan Suan felt a strange feeling rising within her. She clenched her fists and shouted, Father, this is my only ideal. She didn't know why, but she felt compelled to speak out. She had to. If she spoke, there might still be a chance, but if she didn't, there would be no chance at all. Please promise me. Apart from becoming a commander, nothing else means anything to me. Political economy is a good path, and under your guidance, I could have a smooth life, but that's not the life I want. I want to be a commander who can protect all my soldiers. This is the meaning of my life. This is my only request, please don't refuse. She kept calling him you, and she kept asking him please, even raising it to the point of meaning. Yuan Zheng didn't understand why she was so obsessed with becoming a commander. He had heard the word ideal so many times along the way, but what good was it, no matter how noble it was? Ultimately, they would be buried in the dust or lost in the process of achieving their ideals. Yuan Suan spoke sincerely, and Yuan Su listened intently. He had truly discovered a new side of his sister today. If I insist on refusing, what will you do? I choose another theater of operations, join the military, and start as a private. Yuan Suan's eyes were bright and resolute as she looked at Yuan Zheng. Her imperfect demeanor faded, revealing a solemnity and nobility, a tenacity that refused to yield no matter the circumstances. This glance dazzled Yuan Zheng, and the Yuan Suan before him was no longer Yuan Suan, but a different woman. Suddenly, a bold idea crossed his mind, but it was too absurd, impossible. She bore none of that man's characteristics. He quickly regained his composure and dismissed the thought. At that time, I will release your photo to the military. You won't stand a chance. This meant he wouldn't budge. Yuan Suan stepped forward. Father. Okay, it's settled. Go back and pack your things. I come pick you up tomorrow. Yuan Suan simply stared at him, hesitant to agree, as if this would change Yuan Jing's mind. The two stared at each other for a moment, before Yuan Suan finally gave in. She lowered her head, clenched her fists, and whispered, I understand, General Yuan. After receiving his response, Yuan Zheng was about to lecture Yuan Su, but just as he was about to speak, Rao Fenghua burst in. She straightened her posture and gave a perfectly executed military salute, General Yuan. The moment he saw Rao Fenghua, Yuan Jing's brow twitched subtly. I apologize for interrupting your conversation with your family. I'm here today to ask for someone. I hope you agree. As the marshal's direct subordinate, Rao Fenghua was often dispatched by him to handle administrative matters for the military. So, even if Yuan Zheng wasn't familiar with her, they already gotten to know each other after numerous interactions. But Rao Fenghua gave him a very bad impression. Whenever she showed up, Yuan Jing's workload would become excessively heavy, and the amount of documents he needed to resubmit would be exorbitant. Sometimes, she would even force people into his army, making his already demanding work even more difficult, leaving him so busy that he could barely get away every day. Therefore, to Yuan Zheng, Rao Fenghua was synonymous with trouble. Yet, she always acted in the name of the marshal, and he couldn't refuse her. He had come today, wondering what trouble she would cause. Yuan Zheng felt a familiar, ominous premonition. Who? Your daughter. Yuan Zheng asked bluntly, and Rao Fenghua responded with equal force. The small room fell silent again. Reason. Yuan Suan is a promising candidate for the command department. Or to be more precise, a command genius. Genius, Yuan Zheng had to admit. After watching Yuan Suan's exam videos, Yuan Zheng also retrieved some of her practical exercises from her time in school. He had to admit, in many of her decisions, she acted more like a seasoned soldier than a student. Her command was unmatched by any ordinary student. Rao Fenghua, as you know, talent is hard to come by, but talent is hard to come by. Right now, the military is in great need of talent. As you're also aware, I have several other colonels serving as instructors at various military academies, specifically to select talent for the military. This task was personally ordered by the marshal. Before we left, the marshal specifically stated that today's young forces are our top priority. We must select the best from among them and train them well. That way, even if we die in battle one day, there will still be excellent soldiers to defend the Federation. Since the marshal has spoken, I can't refuse. That's why I came to Major Chu and asked him to let me personally train Yuan Suiyan. Unexpectedly, I heard you were planning to let Yuan Suiyan go. I really didn't mean to do that. Chapter 40. Whether this was intentional or not, Yuan Zheng didn't know, but he knew that even though he was a genius, Yuan Suiyan's health was more important to him than anything else. I can't promise you that. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. You see, Yuan Suiyan has such a natural talent for command, how could it be wasted? As her father, don't you feel sorry for her? A talent like her was born to belong to the military. Letting her go like this would be too cruel for her, wouldn't you say? Her body can't withstand the intense training of the military. Rao Fenghua licked her dry lips, thinking she couldn't give up just yet. She continued, what is a person's highest ideal? To join the military and give everything for the Federation and its people. Your daughter has such a lofty ideal, you should be proud of her. And the Marshal has said that we must recruit talented people at all costs, as high-quality reserves to prepare for the upcoming Drone Corps and defend the Federation. Therefore, especially talents like her, the military must keep them. Losing such a talent would be a huge loss to the military in the future. Rao Fenghua smiled, but she was deeply unhappy. Every time she gave him a mission from the Marshal, he remained silent, forcing her to talk her out until her mouth was dry before he reluctantly accepted the task. Even after accepting it, he acted condescending, as if she inherently owed him something. It would have been fine before, and he probably relented at this point. But today, he was being extra difficult to talk to. Even after all she said, he still refused to agree. Why is it so hard for him to get a job? I sent the Marshal all of Yuan Suiyan's training and exam materials since the training camp. After reading them, the Marshal expressed his eagerness to have Yuan Suiyan join the military. I came to Instructor Chu today to discuss this, but I didn't expect to hear you tell him to leave. I overheard this, but I can't ignore it. You know, I'm a colonel directly under the Marshal, and I'm also his direct administrative officer. Since the Marshal wants someone, I can't refuse to stay. So, please, General, please be so kind as to let me decide whether Yuan Suiyan stays. She spoke so sincerely, yet so evasively, that Yuan Zheng finally understood. She meant that everything was the Marshal's decision, and she couldn't go against it. She should go to the Marshal. She wouldn't be able to help. I talked to the Marshal, but she can't go on. Having said this, Yuan Zheng was no fool and understood the consequences of continuing to refuse. And yet she still refused? Rao Fenghua didn't understand, but she couldn't give up. You've been a colonel for so many years, so you must know that a person's potential is limitless. Her current health isn't good, but that doesn't mean it will continue to be so after training. I believe that as long as Yuan Suiyan works hard, her health will improve. Besides, since I've chosen her, it means she have access to the highest level of technical and medical support in the military. With that, she recover. You can rest assured. At this point, Rao Fenghua paused. This was her last bargaining chip. If the Admiral still refused, she would be completely out of excuses. While waiting for Yuan Zheng to react, Yuan Su spoke up. Colonel, is it true that you personally train my sister and provide her with the highest level of medical support? Rao Fenghua's lips curled up in a faint smile. Of course it's true. Instantly, Yuan Su's objections faded considerably. With the support of the highest level of medical technology, Yuan Suiyan's health would surely improve rapidly. Combined with the colonel's personal training, her self-protection abilities would surely improve significantly. Such a good offer, no one would refuse it. Instantly, Yuan Su looked at Yuan Zheng, also tempted to persuade his father. But before he could open his mouth, Yuan Suiyan asked the same question she had intended to ask her father back in the infirmary. Father, what's wrong with my health? This question had always been a source of worry for Yuan Zheng, and if possible, he would have preferred to keep it a secret. But Yuan Suiyan's body had repeatedly gone out of control, and he tried to hide it. Given Yuan Suiyan's personality, he'd definitely find a way to get him or doctor and to reveal it. His daughter was so smart. Asking this meant she was certain her condition wasn't what she told him before, but rather that Fawar's ability was out of control. The possibility of Fawar's ability going out of control was incredibly small. Only someone born at SSS level and suffering from chronic malnutrition could possibly go out of control. How impossible was it to be born at SSS level? In the entire Chintang Star region, including their federation, only 5 such individuals had ever appeared. Of these 5, only one SSS level player has ever lost control. Thinking of this, Yuan Zheng seemed to have discovered a blind spot. His face was serious, his eyes filled with regret. Doctor An said, you should have been an SSS level player. However, before I brought you back, your body was attacked by drones, and your abilities were significantly depleted, causing significant damage to your body functions. If you lose control of your emotions for any reason, you lose your mind, and your abilities and body functions will temporarily go haywire. Fortunately, this was within control, so nothing serious has happened. Over the years, your abilities have gradually diminished, ultimately remaining at D level. Although you recovered to C level in the first 2 weeks of training, your Fawar abilities have declined again after this loss of control, and it's hard to say whether they will recover. You should know that damaged Fawar abilities can't be cured by medical treatment. No matter how good the treatment, it's useless. At best, it can only maintain a basic balance for your body. This statement was filled with so much information, especially the first word SSS, that everyone in the room was speechless. Yuan Su, what? SSS. He must have heard right. Chu Xiefeng glanced at Yuan Suan, then back again, then finally looked at the table lost in thought. Rao Fenghua silently shed a tear of sympathy. A genius commander, superb abilities, and such an incredible buff stack gone just like that. Yuan Suan, Yuan Suan, falsehood can bring happiness and win many friends. But truth can easily sting others and drive them away. Why? Because people are false creatures. They prefer to wear a false mask than to have it exposed. But I hate that. Between truth and falsehood, I prefer truth. Yuan Suan, who used to speak incoherently, has finally returned, but this time his words are very easy to understand. Yuan Su never used the word doubt to describe his father. The reason was simple. He knew him too well. He'd rather die than lie. Dad never lies, so what he says must be true. Yuan Suan's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes darkened noticeably. She felt a tightness in her chest, a tingling discomfort, the moment she heard those words. If she had to describe it, well, she couldn't think of a word. Who is Yuan Su? A girl-watching maniac. As long as he was around, any change in Yuan Suan's behavior would escape his notice. What's wrong with you? Yuan Suan turned to look at Yuan Su, bewildered. What was wrong? Chapter 41. You look upset. Are you upset because your SSS abilities are gone? Are you thinking that if you were healthy, you wouldn't be so restricted? Or are you cursing the drones in your heart? Wanting to tear them to pieces? Come on! Speak it all out loud, my dear sister. Don't hold it in because you're embarrassed. You get hurt? The taciturn Yuan Suan returned, and with him, the boastful Yuan Su. The more Yuan Suan listened, the more she felt she had no room to refute him, and she seemed to subtly agree with him. So was she upset just now? Then, after you finish talking and scolding, let's spend your command career at school properly, and then go study political economy. My dear sister, this way, you won't be defeated on the battlefield due to health problems. You can continue to command during this period, and consider it the fulfillment of your command dream. I think this is a very good proposal. What do you think? My dear sister? My beloved old father? And the respected Colonel Rao and Instructor Chu? Yuan Su said this, and he also thought so in his heart. Since Yuan Suan's health was already beyond saving, and she so wanted to be in command, this was the best solution he could think of. If everyone took a step back, the matter could be resolved satisfactorily. However, Yuan Su had originally not intended to call Instructor Chu, but since he was here, it would have been awkward not to. This proposal was primarily intended to stop the conflict between his father, his sister, and Colonel Rao. Yuan Su's words sparked a wave of agreement, and several people agreed. Yuan Suan still had 2 years left at the school, plenty of time to change his mind. The moment the call was cut off, Yuan Jing video called the marshal. Contrary to expectations, the marshal was basking in the virtual sun on a lounge chair by the pool, sipping a drink. Why virtual sun? Of course, it was because it was cloudy there, and he wanted to bask in the sun. I never thought General Yuan would actually call me on video. Times have really changed. I'm sorry to interrupt your rest, Marshal. Yuan Zheng spoke sincerely, and the Marshal was surprised. You actually have a habit of being polite? You know, ever since Yuan Zheng became his subordinate, he never seen him behave politely. Yuan Zheng was a man who always spoke his mind, and left immediately. Expecting him to be polite? Dream on. As Yuan Zheng spoke, he didn't look directly at the Marshal, but instead looked down. He stood straight, arms hanging straight at his sides, his entire being appearing incredibly sincere. I'm calling you today about my daughter. Please don't enlist her in the army, and make her your direct command. The Marshal pulled his sunglasses off in surprise. After confirming that the person before him was indeed Yuan Zheng, he put them back on. Your daughter? Yuan Suan? Yes. You're worthy of being the general of the first battlefield and commander-in-chief of the entire federal army. I look quite a bit dumber, having guessed it so easily. I can pretend I know nothing, but I can't do that with my daughter. The two men engaged in a charade, the reason being Yuan Swayan. She's a genius. Wouldn't it be a shame to abandon her? She's a genius in command, but her health is so poor, there's no chance of recovery, that she's completely unsuited for the battlefield. When God opens a door for you, he closes a window. It's perfectly normal. Yuan Zheng, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised it, staring directly into the marshal's face. He was nearly 60, but he looked nothing like his youth. Instead, he looked like a man in his 40s or 50s. His physique was as firm as a young man's, and his appearance betrayed no trace of his true age. There's someone who might be more suitable than her. Oh! The marshal's interest piqued. He immediately removed his sunglasses, sat up, and stared directly at the person on the video link. If you can say he's good, he must be an exceptional person. Tell me, who is he? Yuan Zheng looked directly into the marshal's eyes, his gaze filled with determination. His name is Mu Yebai, and he's a student in the command department at Leong Military University. The marshal frowned, suddenly doubting Yuan Zheng. A student in the command department at Leong Military University? Why haven't I heard of him from Philip? Is he really that amazing? Philip was the chief instructor assigned to Leong Military University. If Mu Yebai was truly so exceptional, why wouldn't Philip have told him? Yuan Zheng explained it all in one sentence. He likes to hide his abilities right now. Oh! Yuan Zheng, I have a suggestion. Leong Military University and the Federation Military University are both training on Yulio's star. Why not have a friendly match before their training officially ends? It can serve as a pre-tournament preparation for the league. If my daughter loses, please give up on recruiting her and replace her with Mu Yebai. The marshal said, what if your daughter wins? Yuan Zheng, who didn't want his daughter to join the military, paused briefly before continuing. When the time comes, he'd prove his strength to you in the league. After all, you still don't want to let go. The marshal slumped back into his recliner, his hands clasped behind his head, looking remarkably relaxed. Forget the friendly matches. Let's go straight to the league. I be judging their own abilities. If your daughter proves to be more formidable, I won't let her go. After a brief pause, Yuan Zheng's eyelids drooped. Okay, if there's nothing else, I hang up. The marshal stood up this time, and looked at Yuan Zheng sternly. Even though he was wearing only swimming trunks, his aura only grew stronger. You must always remember, this is all for the Federation. Yes. With a deep voice, Yuan Zheng ended the call. Yuan Swayan and Yuan Su, completely unaware of what was happening over there, were heading to the training room numbered A0224 on the second floor. Entering the second phase of intensive training, not only has the difficulty and intensity of the training increased, but students have also been divided into different levels. Students who passed the previous exams in various subjects are now training in teams in training rooms numbered B0201 through B0222 on the second floor. Daytime training isn't divided by department, and existing groups are reshuffled every 2 days. This is to improve their coordination with others. As for training room A0224, it's naturally used by Rao Fenghua to train the promising youngsters she's recently identified. As for those who fail the assessment, that's the responsibility of the other instructors currently in charge of the first floor. Chapter 42. Great, everyone's here. When Yuan Swayan and Yuan Su arrived at the training room, it was still empty. However, after only a short wait of about 3 minutes, the others gradually arrived, including several people Yuan Swayan knew. This included, but was not limited to, An Lin, Lin Lusheng, Shi Mo, Yen He, Wen Kezi, Feng Ziyu, Yirong, and Li Lianyun. Rao Fenghua arrived last. She glanced at everyone, seeing that no one was missing, and then spoke. From today on, I will personally train you 17. My training will be even more rigorous than your second round of training 2 days ago. I give you 5 minutes to get to know each other and prepare yourself mentally. I'm lucky to have the colonel personally teaching me. This came from Li Lianyun. Didn't you hear what the colonel said? The training will be even more rigorous. This came from Yirong. Why was I chosen? It was Shi Mo who yawned. We're so destined to be together. We can actually train now. This was Yan He's greeting. Damn! It's you again. This was Lin Lusheng's outburst upon seeing Yuan Swayan. Apart from anything else, my junior high school sister and I really are destined to be together. Lin Lusheng, who felt even more destined to be together, snorted coldly at Li Lianyun's words. After some pleasantries, the 17 people learned each other's names, and then the training officially began. The training was divided into 2 parts. physical training, shooting training, and combat training. The physical training and shooting training, of course, were both more challenging. Physical training and shooting. Both close-range shooting and long-range sniping were essential skills they had to master. It was just a matter of specialization. Since physical fitness is the most fundamental of all, Rao Fenghua immediately had Alvin adjust the training room's temperature and environment, transforming it into an outdoor playground with a blazing sun. With such intense sunlight, they soon began to feel the heat and, after a while, felt the urge to undress. It's extremely hot, nearly 60 degrees. This is our first day of physical training, a time to adjust. All of you, grab your weights and run 20 laps around the playground. What is hell? This is hell. It was so intimidating from the start. They couldn't even imagine how much more intimidating the training would be. The weights were the same for everyone, with no reductions based on gender, not even Yuan Suyen. So, while completing his own training, Yuan Su wanted to support Yuan Suyen, but the heat made him dizzy and powerless. After the weighted run, there was a weighted obstacle course and a weighted shuttle run. All of this weighted physical training was completed in extremely hot weather. They only drank water 3 times throughout the entire morning, and each time, they were given a limited amount of small cups. Shooting training was also conducted under the scorching sun, and the difficulty was even more brutal. Rao Fenghua specifically set a set number of hits for each person, allowing them to repeat as many times as they wanted. However, before each repeat, they would receive a challenge from the colonel. After being knocked down, they would rub their sore spots and continue shooting. During this training session, with the exception of Li Lianyan, Yuan Suyen, Yuan Su, and surprisingly, Shurimo, everyone else received at least 10 hits. After the morning's physical training and shooting drills, everyone collapsed to the ground, exhausted and unable to get up. If it weren't for the hunger and need for food, they wouldn't even want to eat. You still have the energy? When Yuan Suyen finished his meal in 5 minutes, and was about to leave for more training, the only female attacker, Titia, was shocked. Lin Lushing swallowed his last bite of food and said, "How can someone who only rests when shooting be exhausted?" Li Lianyun looked at Lin's back, wiped his mouth gracefully, and stood up. It seems our classmate Xiaoan is just as reckless as Xiao Mei. Following Li Lianyun's movements, the rest of the group finished their meals, put down their bowls and chopsticks, stood up, and headed for the training room. Seeing this, Titia quickly stood up. "No, you guys are acting like this, you know?" Walking around the table, she turned back to Shurimo, who was still slowly eating. "Aren't you leaving?" Shurimo swallowed his food and said, "No, I'm tired." "Okay, take your time, I'm leaving." And just like that, a frantic training session took up everyone's lunch break except Shurimo. The afternoon combat training was divided into 3 parts. First, undergraduate combat training. Second, close combat training, and third, squad combat training. Undergraduate combat training was naturally conducted in separate training areas, according to the different departments. At this point, Lin finally had some time alone with Yuan Suyen. Command Department combat training focused on mastering tactics and mastering the recording and filing of military supplies and other documents in various situations. This could also be considered training for emergency situations. Training was difficult, but Lin still tried to carve out a little time during each session to talk to Yuan Suyen. "Let's have a match." A match? After this session, we have a 10-minute break. Let's play a match during those 10 minutes. The proposal came so suddenly that Yuan Suyen, thinking about her upcoming training session, was a little reluctant. "If you beat me, I help you convince your brother to stop trying to transfer schools." This idea immediately touched Yuan Suyen's heart. One more person meant more possibilities. "Okay." So, with this okay, Yuan Suyen answered without hesitation. "But if I win, you have to tell me what your purpose is in being a coach." This was Lin's only current obsession with Yuan Suyen. As for his previous desire to beat Yuan Suyen, after experiencing it firsthand, and thoroughly understanding how hard she worked, he no longer felt the urge to compete. And Lin clearly understood one thing: Yuan Suyen was a genius at commanding. He couldn't match her, but he had to at least catch up. So, Lin memorized all of Yuan Suyen's efforts and applied them to his own, working tirelessly on any areas where he lacked until they were perfected. With this in mind, his training intensity skyrocketed, and he and Yuan Suyen tied for first place in the training camp for the longest training hours. He had figured it out, but he still wasn't willing to face Yuan Suyen head-on. After some consideration, he finally made up his mind today. And Lin chose a tactical competition. According to his request, Alvin erected a small tabletop battlefield in the training room and installed a soundproofing system around the 2 areas, preventing Yuan Suyen and Lin from hearing each other's conversations. Chapter 43. 10 minutes was a limited time frame. The two men, through their spoken words and a traditional translator, conveyed their words to the small tabletop battlefield, which then quickly followed their commands. Each sentence took less than a second to complete. Practically the moment a sentence was spoken, the characters on the battlefield would follow suit. Their agility was comparable to that of a human, even more obedient than a real person. At first, Yuan Suiyan exclaimed, "How obedient!" The battlefield was set in an ancient era, so the tactical competition also utilized ancient tactics, such as the 36 stratagems and Sun Tzu's art of war. The commanders would learn and memorize the ancient battlefield and ancient tactics, but they weren't paramount. Therefore, whenever she asked any commander to take the test, she would say it was difficult. And Lin specifically chose the medium mode to see just how far behind Yuan Shu was. At the beginning, Lin and Yuan Suiyan were evenly matched, practically evenly matched. Each employed tactics that effectively contained the other's forces while preserving their own. But as the battle progressed, Lin felt his tactics increasingly strained. Furthermore, he felt as if Yuan Suiyan had been pulling him step by step, as if she had been carefully setting a trap from the outset. This feeling truly materialized in the latter half. Lin suddenly lost two of his key generals defending the city, and most of his lands fell to Yuan Suiyan. Furthermore, Yuan Suiyan's soldiers had also infiltrated his inner city. Before the time was up, Lin knew he had lost. Not only did he lose, he lost completely. He had fallen into Yuan Suiyan's trap from the very beginning. He had only known Yuan Suiyan's hard work, her crazy and eccentric personality, but only now did he fully understand the extent of her command once she entered command mode. She even understood the ancient war pattern so well that she could orchestrate her strategy from the outset, even in this situation. He lost, completely lost. That day, a cloud floated in the sky. Akai said it was beautiful, and she wanted to catch it and give it to me, asking me to wait here. I waited obediently, but I waited and waited until my hair turned gray, my skin flabby, and my voice limp, but she still didn't return with the cloud. I decided I couldn't wait any longer. On the day I died, Akai finally returned with the cloud, but I no longer wanted it, and I didn't want to see her again. Yuan Suiyan suddenly told a story, an incomplete one. As he listened, Lin was stunned. The story felt incredibly familiar, yet he couldn't place where he heard it before. He frowned and decided to speak directly, speak plainly. So Yuan Suiyan changed the story. Fair and Lide were good friends. They grew up together, and had a very close relationship. But one day, they got into an argument over a sunflower. Lide said to Fair, "Let's have a running race. If I win, you give me the sunflower. If you win, I give you the sunflower." Fair agreed, and they ran. But Fair won, and when she was about to take the sunflower, Lide snatched it away before her. Furious, Fair questioned Lide, "We agreed that whoever won would keep the sunflower. Why did you take it?" Lide replied, "The sunflower is mine. I won't give it to you." Lide snatched the sunflower away. Later, Lida made friends. Initially, the other friends were very kind to him, but he constantly broke up with them, and so they all cut ties. Lonely, he finally realized his mistake, and went back to Fair, apologized, and became good friends again. However, Fair declared she would never be his friend again. As the second story unfolded, Lin finally remembered where he had heard the first story before. Not only the first, but the second was also very familiar to him. Both stories are about the importance of honesty. Lack of it leads to dislike. These were fables they had learned in elementary school. Lin, you could have just told me to be honest." As if inspired, Yuan Suiyan's eyes widened, his lips parted, and he spoke, his voice etched with clarity, "Be honest." Amidst Lin's helpless sigh, the afternoon's second combat training session began. Close combat, to put it simply, was a one-on-one fight, except their opponents were programmed digital beings, always stronger than their current strength. While sparring with the digital beings, Colonel Rao would occasionally launch sneak attacks, beating the students to a pulp, forcing them to cry out for mercy. The combat training lasted an hour and a half, and 19 people endured it. By the end of the training, everyone, without exception, had varying degrees of scarring. Especially Yuan Suiyan and Lin, who had fought so hard that they lay motionless on the ground, feeling numb all over, as if they had lost consciousness. This is probably what they call numbness from pain. Of course, this doesn't mean that others are in better shape than they are. These two are just examples. Yuan Su sat on the ground, his upper body pressed against the wall, resting and recuperating, his eyes occasionally glancing at Yuan Suiyan lying on the ground. Lin Lusheng rubbed the sore spot on his body, complaining nonstop. This is the first time in my life I've been beaten so badly. What kind of digital guy is this? Damn it! I'm going to destroy him sooner or later. Feng Ziyu lay flat on his back beside Lin Lusheng, his hands neatly placed at his sides, his eyes closed. If it weren't for his slightly heavy breathing, one would have mistaken him for a corpse. When Casey struggled to stand up to drink some water, but her strength was exhausted, and her entire body was aching so much that she couldn't get up. Yirong hugged his knees, tears welling in his eyes, his face a mournful look. Why was I chosen here? My name and my life are truly contradictory. Damn, it's not easy at all. As he spoke, tears threatened to fall, but he forced them back, thinking it would be too embarrassing to cry now. Another operator, Noel, sighed. Oh, just bear with it. Just bear with it for a while. We all be stronger. Yirong said, No, I won't. By the time I get through this, I be gone. As a shooter, his goal was to hide and defeat the enemy in secret, so he wouldn't get blood on his body and could leave without a trace of dust. How cool, and now? Yirong sighed again, sigh. Yirong's sigh drew a collective sigh from the others. Chapter 44. At this moment, Yanhee walked in. Everyone, come drink some water. Dr. An has brought you some medicine. Seeing the water in Yanhee's arms, and Dr. An following behind him, the pain and fatigue suddenly faded away, and all she wanted to do was drink the water and apply the medicine. As the only female attacker among the 17, Dixia was always the first to rush in. Yanhee, you're such a good person. At that moment, Yanhee, who had originally looked very intimidating, instantly transformed in everyone's mind into a tall, mighty figure, exuding a sense of solidity and reliability. He easily finished a bottle of water and applied the ointment to the sore spots on his body, groaning in pain as he asked Yanhee, How are you, hiss? Still got the energy to give us? Ah. Get some water? You don't. Ouch. Doesn't it hurt? Yanhee scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Actually, I'm fine. I've probably been used to being beaten since I was a kid, so my skin is tough and thick, so I don't feel much pain now. Li Lianyun immediately grasped the key point, being beaten? Seeing the classmate next to him struggling to apply the ointment himself, Yanhee picked up the ointment and helped him, saying, Yeah, my family lives on a garbage planet, so we never had money. When I was a kid, my mother became seriously ill, and the expenses were quite high, so I started working as a martial arts sparring partner to make money. Being a martial arts sparring partner often involves getting beaten, so I guess I'm used to it. I think I can handle it pretty well now. After Yanhee finished speaking, the training room fell silent for a moment. Li Lianyun asked again, What about your mother? How is she doing now? Dixia replied, She should be fine now. Senior, you tried so hard. Yanhee paused as he applied the medicine. She's gone. We couldn't save her. The training room fell silent again. Li Lianyun now wanted nothing more than to slap himself twice. He shouldn't have asked those few questions. The others also regretted listening to gossip. Sensing their emotions, Yanhee remained expressionless, speaking as usual. It's nothing really. My mother's been gone 7 years. Besides missing her, I'm not as sad as I used to be. Li Lianyun wanted to slap himself even more. I understand how you feel. At this moment, Yuan Su unexpectedly broke the silence. I was also very sad when my mother died, but thinking about it now, it's not as painful as before. Yuan Su moved to Yanhee's side and patted his shoulder. Brother, I understand you. It would have been fine if he hadn't patted her, but when he did, he happened to pull on the wound on his back, and Yuan Su immediately cried out, Ouch! It hurts so much, ouch! Quick, please, let me see why it hurts so much, ouch! With Yuan Su's cries, the training room became lively again. Someone was scolding someone else, or someone was yelling at someone else, and the noise was constant. You really don't want to die. Dr. An looked at the red marks on Yuan Sui's arms, and the bruises on her shoulders, then took out professional equipment to examine her body, and finally uttered these words. Yuan Sui grabbed Dr. An's hand, and called out very quietly, Antian. This was Yuan Sui's usual way of apologizing to Anbuli. She did this when she didn't know how to express herself, but wanted Anbuli to understand quickly. And it just so happened that Anbuli was the one who fell for her tricks the most. But this time, Anbuli was truly resolute. Don't look at me like that. It's useless. If you don't get enough rest, after today, don't expect me to examine you again, and don't expect me to talk to you again. Yuan Su had seen and heard the commotion and immediately rushed over to add insult to injury. My dear sister, you've been humiliated. Who told you to be so careless about yourself now? How many times have Anton and I warned you? And you won't listen. What will the consequences be? Anton is really mad at you, ha ha ha, my dear sister Swayan. Resting well is the right thing to do when you're resting, understand? Do you get it? Yuan Swayan, who had just been told by Dr. N, was listless. Her head drooped, her body slumped, and even the smile she barely maintained was gone. Upon hearing Yuan Su's words, Yuan Swayan tightened his drooping hands, then tightened them again, but remained silent. Have you rested enough? If you have, we begin our final training session of the day. With Rao Fenghua's impetuous shout, the training room, which had just calmed down, suddenly erupted in wails. It's over. I'm dying again. How time flies. I haven't rested enough. Colonel, can't you rest a little longer? Colonel, my head hurts, my arms hurt, and my stomach hurts. Can I rest a little longer? No. I'm so tired. Rao Fenghua, anyone who's complaining of being tired, in pain, or needs a break, come to me right now and have a fight with me. If you win, you can rest. If you don't, you have 2 hours of extra training after tonight's class. Of course, I'd be doing that myself. With this, the training room immediately fell silent. They can have additional training, but the colonel can't do it himself. It'd be fatal. Seeing they were quiet, Rao Fenghua waited a few seconds before saying, "Stop yelling? I don't dare. Stop yelling. Stop yelling, stop yelling." Rao Fenghua, ready for training? A dozen people answered in unison yes. Rao Fenghua smiled with satisfaction. Okay, then, let's officially begin today's final training session, squad combat training. You will be divided into 2 teams, each with the same number of members. The commanders will be Yuan Swayan and Enlin. You will choose your team members, but each section must be on the team. There's no set number. Once the teams are divided, you will enter a simulated battlefield to defeat drones, competing in numbers and time. Is that clear? Rao Fenghua's voice was particularly resonant with the last sentence. Encouraged by this shout, the students all responded loudly, understood. Yuan Swayan and Lin, step out and stand on my left and right. Yuan Swayan and Enlin obediently stood on either side of Rao Fenghua. The rest of you, choose your group. Once you've chosen, line up in front of your chosen group. After Rao Fenghua finished speaking, Enlin glanced at Yuan Swayan. She remained the same smiling, diligent student, unfazed by the lack of people. Her composure prompted Enlin to assume a composure too. He matched Yuan Swayan's smile and gazed calmly at the 15 people in front of him. Hey, junior high school girl, I'm here. Chapter 45. The first choice was Li Lianyan. The reason was simple. Following Yuan Swayan would make the battlefield experience exciting and fun. With Li Lianyan's actions, the others followed suit, and soon, their selections were complete. The final distribution was as follows. Yuan Swayan's team consisted of analyst Li Jia, operator Yin He, attackers Feng Ziyu and Sui Fengfei, gunner Shi Mo, and shooter Li Lianyan. And Lin's team consisted of analyst Wen Keizi, operator Noel De Flya, attackers Lin Lusheng and Titia, gunners Yuan Su, Gu Vida, and Yu Tu, and shooters Li Wei and Yirong. After the team formation, Enlin had 2 more gunners, and 1 more shooter than Yuan Swayan. They all knew Yuan Swayan's commanding abilities, so why did they choose him? Wen Keizi and Lin Lusheng, who had been Yuan Swayan's rivals and teammates, wanted to make Yuan Swayan suffer, lest she never learn what a teammate was, leading people into danger. Some thought following Yuan Swayan was too dangerous, and they needed to stay safe with Enlin. Others felt safer teaming up with Enlin. The video of the last exam was released 2 nights ago. To teach them how to fight in a tie for first place, the instructors watched 2 videos of Yuan Swayan and Enlin conducting the exams. Although Enlin was always a step behind Yuan Sui, his steps were steady, never giving off a sense of danger. Moreover, he comforted his comrades when they lost control, making them feel incredibly reliable. Therefore, if the choice was a commander, they would prefer Enlin. For this reason, Yuan Swayan's team more or less had 2 people forced to go, such as Li Jia and Shi Mo. After watching Yuan Swayan's exam video, Li Jia firmly believed that if he were Yuan Swayan's analyst, he would never be able to keep up with Yuan Swayan's progress like Wen Keizi. He would undoubtedly question all of Yuan Swayan's decisions, believing that following Yuan Swayan was too difficult. However, before he could make a choice, Wen Keizi had already gone to Enlin's place, so he had no choice but to choose Yuan Swayan. As for Shi Mo, he wanted to slack off, but slacking off with Yuan Swayan was impossible. He didn't want to go, but Colonel Rao personally nominated him to go. The teams were divided, and everyone entered the campus battlefield simulator. The scene, environment, weather, and temperature were already fully configured, and even the difficulty level was set to C, just 2 levels below the highest difficulty. The campus battlefield simulator's difficulty levels are divided into easy, hard, and extremely hard. These 3 main difficulty levels are further divided into levels A, B, and C, so even the C level within this extremely difficult level is extremely difficult. Before they entered the military academy, they had only trained up to the difficult B level, and even that level was already quite challenging for them. Today, they skipped a level. With Colonel Rao watching, they were in a state of utter distress. There was no command room during today's training. When they entered the battlefield, everyone was in one place. It was a heavy rainstorm, and the location was a city separated by a long river. The side that looked like a steely ruin was the one where the drones were located, while the side of the city that appeared damaged, but not completely destroyed, was where the students were located. Their mission was to defend the signal tower. By the end of a training session, if the tower's damage was less than or equal to 30%, the mission was considered a success. The 2 teams would compete in terms of overall drone kills, personnel injuries, fatalities, and tactical proficiency. The time limit was only 30 minutes. This meant that the moment they entered the battlefield, the battle had already begun. Immediately, without hesitation, everyone drew their weapons and began attacking and shooting at the drones. With the shooters and gunners without cover, the operator's FIW capabilities were put to the test. He quickly operated on the terminal, switching his FIW capabilities to full protection mode and activating a shield. He positioned the shooter, commander, analyst, and himself behind the shield, allowing the drones to attack from range while still giving Li Lianyan room to fire. Yanhee's FIW capabilities were A-level, more than enough to create a shield to protect them, without tiring at all, and capable of lasting at least 15 minutes. At this time, Li Jia was also using his FIW capabilities to create a virtual image. This is the characteristic of the analyst's FWAR ability. When an analyst is outside the command room and can observe the surrounding situation firsthand, they can use FWAR to enhance their observation and analysis skills. This FWAR ability presents everything they see and analyze as a virtual image. The degree of completion of the virtual image is determined by their own data analysis capabilities and the strength of their FWAR ability. However, this virtual imagery is extremely complex, as it encompasses not only the real situation but also data analysis, and the resulting imagery varies depending on the location, so the final presentation is more than just a single image. This is precisely why, even when outdoors, without a battlefield command panel or signal, the commander can still gain a very intuitive understanding of the current battle situation. Of course, the extent of observation and analysis varies depending on the capabilities. Therefore, once on a real battlefield, it's typically a small team operating together to ensure the ultimate confirmation of the overall commander's message. This is why command, analysis, and operation require certain combat capabilities. At this moment, Yuan Suiyan was shooting drones with a Swift and Li Lianyan, who was using a cassowary. Feng Ziyu, Senior Sui, Sure Mo, now move to the left as far as you can. Senior Li, and I will attract the drone's attention. Once all the drone's attention is focused on us, you can launch a surprise attack from the rear. Hearing that he was supposed to attract attention, Li Lianyan laughed heartily. It was truly exciting. Li Jia, still working on the virtual image, paused and asked, "Isn't this method too risky?" "No, I won't." It was Sui Fengfei who objected. He ran straight towards the drones on the left, shouting as he ran, "There are so many drones ahead, perfect for me to show off my skills. Just retreating like that is pointless." Shortly after he finished speaking, Sui Fengfei felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. He stopped and looked over his shoulder, only to confirm that he had been hit by one of his own men. "What are you doing? You can't shoot accurately, so you're hitting your own people?" Yuan Suiyan said coldly, "If you don't obey me, the next time it's your heart." Chapter 46. Sui Fengfei flew into a rage. "Damn! You did it on purpose." Rage couldn't dampen Yuan Suiyan's spirits. Her gentle voice echoed through everyone's ears. "Remember, I'm the commander. Either obey or be out." A moment of silence. Li Lianyan chuckled. "Little sister, so strict." Following Li Lianyan's voice, Sui Fengfei's furious voice followed. "Out. Out of what? I think you're the one who should be out. As a commander, attacking your own teammates, how can that be justified? I don't think a commander like you, no matter how capable you are, will ever be able to command on the battlefield. Everyone, continue to follow orders." With these words, Yuan Suiyan aimed her Swift at Sui Fengfei again. Just as a silver-white bullet was about to be fired, her Swift was suddenly lifted upwards, shooting directly into the sky. Following her hand, she saw that the person moving it was Li Lianyun. Although he was trying to stop Yuan Suiyan, he didn't stop firing at the drone. It could be said that he was multitasking. Li Lianyun's multitasking didn't affect his shooting accuracy. It seemed that under these circumstances, his accuracy was even better than usual. Xiao Xuimiai, there's no need to actually eliminate someone. Li Lianyun said this with a smile, but anyone could hear the accusation. Yan He said, yes, Commander. While I agree that what he did was wrong, there's no need to actually kill Sui Fengfei. What? I was saying, why are you shooting into the sky? Turns out you really want me to die. Sui Fengfei overheard Li Lianyun and Yan He's words, and immediately became even more furious. Are you truly sick? I didn't listen to you just once and you're like this? You can't just talk properly? You want to shoot me for once I didn't listen? What the hell? I never seen you act like this in so many commanders. Damn it, you never seen anything like this in my lifetime. Okay, don't be angry for now. I think the commander has her reasons for doing this. She doesn't really want you to die. Yan He took 2 steps forward, but he was still concerned about the protective shield and the drones outside, so he didn't leave. He just spoke anxiously from inside. Right, Commander. Sui Fengfei was furious and snorted coldly. Reason? What kind of reason could there be? She just doesn't need a disobedient person. Just for this reason, she would even kill a teammate who temporarily disobeyed, that is, me. Yuan Suiyan did not deny, yes. This admission left Sui Fengfei speechless, and even more angry. Still. So I deserve to be eliminated, didn't I? At this point, Yan He, the mediator, was at a loss for words. He just remembered that they were still in training, and needed to calm the argument down. Okay, Sui Fengfei, don't get angry. Let's wait until training's over to argue, okay? Now's really not the time for this. Stop arguing? So it's still my fault? She can't talk things out properly, and wants to kill me straight away. Is that my fault? Is that unreasonable? Sui Fengfei said, as he dispatched several oncoming drones, essentially taking out all his anger on them. Yan He, the mediator, I'm innocent. Yan He, no, that's not what I meant. Sui Fengfei, listen to me. Oh, I don't know what to say. How about you try to mediate? He was referring to Li Jia. Li Jia, What the hell? This had already started before he could react, and he was still busy with virtual imaging. How could he have the time? Despite this, to save Yan He's face, he said dryly, be patient for a while, and everything will be fine. After dispatching several drones in a row, Sui Fengfei was so enraged by this remark that he wanted to chop down the person who had spoken. Come on? You want me to? I won't. If I didn't have more feelings than someone else, I'd chop them right now. Li Jiao listened and gave Yan He a resentful look. Yan He chuckled, apologetically. Yuan Suiyan, who had been silent for a long time, said, You're too impulsive. Impulsive? She actually had the nerve to call me impulsive. Did you hear that? She actually called me impulsive. Sui Fengfei addressed Feng Ziyu, who was standing beside him. She, someone who kills teammates, actually had the nerve to call me impulsive. Absolutely. Feng Ziyu, who had been standing beside Sui Fengfei, suddenly snapped. Actually, we can try to talk nicely. Sui Fengfei looked at Feng Ziyu in disbelief. Talk nicely? Didn't I talk nicely? Wasn't I telling the truth? Okay, you ignore a team-killing commander, and now you're all blaming me. So it's all my fault, right? Everyone, you're all crazy. Feng Ziyu frowned, looking back at Sui Fengfei with a calm gaze, all emotion, no substance. He sighed and said to Yuan Suiyan, Commander Yuan, apologize. With these words, Sui Fengfei fell silent, as if waiting for Yuan Suiyan's apology. Yuan Suiyan was confused. Why? She truly couldn't understand why someone could be so difficult, always seeming to be a nuisance. As soon as he finished speaking, Sui Fengfei stopped chopping at the drone. Ha! You just can't tolerate me. Well, it's all my fault, alright? I just leave, alright? I stop being an eyesore and a nuisance. With that, Sui Fengfei swung his short blade, glanced at Feng Ziyu, and then tightly closed his eyes, ready to stab himself in the heart. Feng Ziyu, Just as Sui Fengfei's short blade was about to make contact, and Feng Ziyu's hand was about to grab Sui Fengfei's wrist, the entire battle scene suddenly vanished. They were back in the normal training room. And Lin's group's training continued nearby, and the battle footage was broadcast live on the big screen. Unlike their initial argument, their training went smoothly. Lin Lushan didn't lose his temper, and when KZ didn't question Lin's decision, easily filled with passion. This was completely different from how he behaved with Yuan Suiyan during the exam. Yuan Suiyan was confused and bewildered. What do you mean by differentiation? Returning to reality, Yuan Suiyan became his mute Yuan Sui once again. No one paid any attention to Yuan Sui's sudden outburst, merely wondering what was going on, and why they were suddenly forced to stop training. In reality, this was all thanks to Shurimo. Chapter 47. Shurimo, a man incredibly lazy and averse to trouble. At the very beginning of training, he heard a quarrel. His instinct told him that if he didn't withdraw quickly, he'd be dragged into trouble, so he decisively withdrew. After withdrawing, he had to endure the scolding and the clamor from within, which annoyed him immensely. So, regardless of Colonel Rao's feelings, he shut down their group's training and forced everyone to withdraw. Huh? What did he do now? Of course, he went back to his all-too-familiar corner and slept soundly, thinking that the training was already closed, and knowing that Rao Fenghua had something to say for a long time, he simply went over, grabbed Shurimo's collar with one hand, and dragged him back to the team. Shurimo, who was about to close his eyes, was suddenly awakened, but he didn't dare to resist. He could only follow the colonel's hand, bending over, tilting his head back, and taking small steps to keep pace with Rao Fenghua. During this time, Sui Fengfei, noticing Yuan Suiyan standing right next to him, sneered and immediately stood a meter away from him. Dragging Shurimo to the front of the group, Rao Fenghua specifically called out Yuan Suiyan and Sui Fengfei, placing them on either side of Shurimo. Are you all calm? Shurimo's eyelids drooped, and he replied listlessly, yeah, I'm calm. Sui Fengfei and Yuan Suiyan, one staring straight ahead, the other bewildered. The three of them were so angry that Rao Fenghua roared, calm down. What are you all arguing about? This roar startled the others behind him. With the exception of Feng Ziyu, who remained calm, the others looked a bit overly frightened. Li Jia couldn't help but grumble. Even if they weren't alert, they'd been frightened. The muttering didn't escape Rao Fenghua's ears. What did you say? Speak louder. Li Jia straightened up and shouted, Colonel. I didn't say anything. Rao Fenghua, either say what you just said out loud, or add 10 more laps of weighted running to tonight's training. Li Jia felt terrible. He didn't want to run with weights. So he clenched his fists, lowered his eyes, and lowered his head slightly, shouting, I'm scared to death even though I wasn't alert. It would have been fine if he hadn't shouted, but this shouting hit Li Lianyun's funny bone. He tried to suppress his laughter, but the corners of his mouth curled up. What are you laughing at? Do 150 squats. If you don't do one correctly, start over. Li Lianyun wailed inwardly, trying to beg the colonel for mercy, but Rao Fenghua's glare killed him. He could only do the squats with a sad face, like a wronged young wife. Rao Fenghua looked at Li Jia again. You. When you're ready, do 200 squats. If you don't do one correctly, start over. Oh! Li Jia felt uncomfortable, but he couldn't resist, so he obediently walked over to Li Lianyun and did the squats. The only two people left in the room who hadn't been scolded or punished were Feng Ziyu and Yan He. You too? Rao Fenghua glanced at the two men again, and this word immediately made them straighten their bodies, which had just relaxed slightly. Forget it, go and rest. As Rao Fenghua finished speaking, Feng Ziyu and Yan He breathed a sigh of relief, congratulating themselves that they wouldn't be punished. After addressing the people behind him, Rao Fenghua turned his attention back to the three troublemakers in front. Do you all know where you went wrong? Shurimo rubbed his eyes. I shouldn't have come out early and cut off everyone's training. Sui Fengfei turned his head to the side. I'm not wrong. Yuan Suiyan stared at Rao Fenghua with innocent eyes. Though he didn't say anything, his meaning was clear. What had she done wrong? Rao Fenghua's veins bulged at his attitude. Even though she had anticipated that teaching these three would be a bit of a hassle, she hadn't expected all this trouble to come at once. Sui Fengfei was fine. He was just impulsive. Shurimo was completely troubled. He just wanted to slack off all day, resting and sleeping. The most troublesome thing was Yuan Suiyan. She had thought of Yuan Suiyan's willingness to kill without hesitation, but she hadn't expected him to be so unhesitating, and to deal with disobedient teammates so drastically. For a moment, Rao Fenghua was overwhelmed. She had scolded Shurimo, but he showed no sign of changing his ways. He continued to make mistakes even though he knew they were wrong. Rao Fenghua initially wanted to strike him first, but after some thought, she decided to strike Sui Fengfei first. Why didn't you obey the command? Sui Fengfei was still furious, so he replied, because she's annoying, and I didn't want to listen to her. Rao Fenghua twitched her itchy foot. On the battlefield, can you just disobey me? Sui Fengfei, but this isn't a battlefield, this is just training. Rao Fenghua, What if this were a real battlefield? Do you know what the consequences would be for disobeying the command? Sui Fengfei, this isn't a real battlefield, this is just training. And when I ran out, I knew I could win. What's there to be afraid of? Rao Fenghua's head pounded. This guy was just a reckless brat. What a waste of his supposedly smart face. What are you afraid of? Okay, you don't know what you're afraid of, do you? Come here. Sui Fengfei took a step forward with his head held high, then felt something kick his feet. He staggered and fell to the ground. He immediately realized it was Colonel Rao who had kicked him. Get it? This is the consequence of your reckless rush. If you run into a trap, you be the first to die. Sui Fengfei sat down where he had fallen. Colonel, it's not as serious as you say. I just tripped you because I wasn't paying attention. If you don't pay attention to small things, you only be more impulsive when you encounter big things. Do you think the battlefield is some kind of fun place? If you run into a trap, even if you're lucky enough not to die, you still break arms and legs. Even if someone comes to rescue you, do you think that person will survive unharmed? It's impossible. As he spoke, Rao Fenghua also addressed Yuan Suiyan. And you, what do you think of human life? An object you can discard at any time. Can you kill him at will? He's your teammate, not your enemy. If a teammate disobeys, you can find a way to make him obey. Why choose such extreme measures? Do you think you have to kill every disobedient teammate you encounter on the battlefield in the future? Kill them? Then who will defend the country? Who will protect the Federation? Just you, the commander? After speaking of Yuan Suiyan, Rao Fenghua looked at Shurimo again. And you? All you do is slack off and sleep, finding it troublesome. You don't think about serious work, and you're not active in training. What's going on? Are you tired of living, and want to go to the battlefield and be rations for drones? She addressed everyone else. At this moment, and Lin's group had just finished training, so she called them together for a lecture. Remember this. Training is to equip you with higher combat capabilities and survival skills. Don't slack off just because the training is tough. Human life is never worth taking lightly. If you don't even protect your own life and the lives of your teammates, how can you protect others, let alone defend the Federation? Do you remember the motto and oath of the Federal Military University? Do you also know why each of you became a combatant, commander, analyst, and operator? When Casey, tell me. Chapter 48. Suddenly called upon, when Casey remained unfazed and replied calmly, the motto of the Federal Military University is go all out, fearless of danger. Wield a sharp blade, bravely advance. Dedicate yourself to the Federation, without regret or worry. My oath is, I am willing to dedicate my everything to the Federation. During my time at the university, I will strictly discipline myself, live up to every training opportunity, keep my responsibilities in mind, and do everything for the Federation. I enrolled in the Federal Military University to become an excellent analyst, dedicating my all to the battlefield in the future, defending my country. She answered calmly, but the glint in her eyes betrayed the excitement and overwhelming emotion she felt as she spoke. That's right. Regardless of your original motivation for entering the military academy, your goal is the same, to defend our country and to contribute to the peace of the Federation. Therefore, you must remember our motto and oath, especially the oath to dedicate yourself to the Federation without regrets or worries. The moment you choose to become a soldier, your life no longer belongs to you, but to the Federation. None of you have the right to harm yourself, or you are harming the Federation. Especially not to shoot a teammate. Because he is your teammate, not your enemy. When your life is gone, how can you defend the Federation? When your teammate's life is gone, how can you defend the Federation? So from now on, no one is allowed to take human life lightly. Do you remember? And Lin, Wen Kezi, Yen He, Yirong, Yuan Su, Lin Lusheng, Feng Ziyu, Li Lianyun, Noel, Li Jia, Yu Tu, Titia, Gu Vida, Li Ivy, remember. Seeing that everyone else was fine, Rao Fenghua's fury finally subsided a bit. However, upon seeing Shurimo Sui Fengfei and Yuan Suiyan, his anger was uncontrollable again. You three, do you remember this? Sui Fengfei turned his head away. He knew he was wrong, but he still refused to accept it. I remember. Yuan Suiyan gave her usual smile. Colonel, I remember this. Shurimo let out a light breath. I remember this. Rao Fenghua, remember this? You three, after training tonight and tomorrow night, write me a 10,000-word self-criticism. Reflect carefully on your mistakes and what you should do next. And do 10 more laps of weighted running tonight. After that, Rao Fenghua called Alvid over and had him set up a training mode filled with dangers and traps, and another mode with a constant stream of drone attacks. He then had Sui Fengfei and Shi Mo enter both modes for this afternoon's training. This was Sui Fengfei and Shi Mo's training after the upcoming war. They first had to conduct combat training. And Lin was the chief commander, and Yuan Suiyan was the deputy commander, but they were not allowed to speak beyond giving their opinions on the direction of the battle. The rest of the team took their positions and followed orders. Their opponents were Rao Fenghua and a group of robots. The competition venue was set in the cyber world, late at night. Their main task was to protect their team's energy core and destroy the opposing team's energy core. Are you all ready? As the producer of this competition, Alvin took on the role of referee, officially starting the competition. Putting on her small earhook communicator, Rao Fenghua said, "Let's begin." The cyber world, still brightly lit in the dead of night, possessed a unique beauty shrouded in darkness. The interplay of coldness and vibrant colors was a truly novel experience. In the history of the development and fall of the old planet, there existed a period of cyber technology. Due to mass production, almost the entire world was enveloped in steel and technology. The sky, polluted, lost its light forever. Plants and animals were nearly extinct, and humans acquired artificial bodies and organs. When his own body, reduced to nothing but flesh except the head, with virtually every part of it artificial, and Lin couldn't help but think that, by this measure, humans at that time were almost as good as robots. With such robust bodies, it's no wonder the cyber age faded. "Junior, what are you daydreaming about?" And Lin, who was sighing, was snapped out of his thoughts by Li Lianyun's voice. Sorry, I was distracted." After that, and Lin looked at everyone again. "How's it going? Are you all dressed?" Sui Fengfei raised his hands and looked over them. "My body has turned into steel. The material is really fine and strong. What else do I need to wear? I think I can fight like this." His words were blunt, and some agreed, such as the two attackers, Lin Lusheng and Disha. "Lin Lusheng, this body is so much better than mine." "Disha, I think so too. My body has suddenly become so good. I feel like I can fight without worrying about being hit. A bump doesn't even hurt." Hearing them speak, and seeing their equipment laid out, and Lin remained calm. He patiently explained, "Although our bodies have become artificial limbs, and we can no longer feel pain, this doesn't mean we have no weaknesses. The center point of our backs is a weak spot. Once attacked, our bodies will cease functioning immediately. Furthermore, this is a cybernetic world, meaning we aren't the only ones transformed into steel bodies. Colonel Rao's is the same. Therefore, it's even more important that you equip your equipment properly to have the strength to fight them." With this, the three men, who had just been immersed in the joy of receiving their new bodies, immediately realized what was happening. Sui Fengfei slapped his head. "Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? I'm glad you reminded me. I put it on right away." Lin Lusheng sighed, but not at Lin, but at himself. Titia reluctantly picked up her equipment from the ground. "Okay." And Lin looked at Yan He and Noel. "What's the current distribution of personnel on Colonel Rao's side?" "Noel, most of them are wearing invisibility cloaks, invisible from the control panel. One person is heading our way. Another is cloaking, then closing it, and each time he puts it on, he changes location. He's moving around in his cloak, and his direction isn't fixed. It seems he's running all over the place." Yan He added, "And the person heading our way seems to be running fast, but he also seems to be running very slowly. He's moving fast, but he hasn't moved very far." Noel and Yan He were talking, but neither of them quite understood why this was done. However, since they weren't commanders, they certainly wouldn't understand, so they tactfully chose not to ask. In fact, Lin, a student in the command department, was also confused. Chapter 49. What was the purpose of letting these two out? To attract their attention or to let them down their guard? Lin looked at Yuan Suiyan again. "Why do you think Colonel Rao did this?" Yuan Suiyan knew why, but she had been muted by Colonel Rao, so she couldn't say anything. Lin, Yuan Suiyan, The two stared blankly for a moment, but Yuan Su, standing beside them, suddenly realized, "My dear sister, this is under the direction of command. Colonel Rao said you can speak under the direction of command, so you can speak now." Yuan Suiyan glanced at Yuan Su, lowering her head slightly in thought. Sui Fengfei said dissatisfiedly, "Why ask her? Can't you take the lead? I don't want to follow her orders." With that, Yuan Suiyan's thoughts of commanding stopped. She walked to an empty chair and sat down, her arms folded in front of her, staring blankly ahead, as if she were going to be a hands-off manager. And Lin was helpless. And Lin and the others already knew what had happened between Yuan Suiyan and Sui Fengfei. They had wanted to mediate, but the timing didn't allow it. But leaving it alone didn't seem like a good idea either. As the commander, Enlin had to deal with the immediate situation first. Enlin, Li Lianyun, Iran, Li Ivy, and Iran, put on your invisibility cloaks and go outside to patrol the area. If you see an enemy, don't act rashly. Send me their location information first. Be sure to conceal yourselves and protect yourself to avoid being spotted. Li Lianyun, Iran, Li Ivy, yes. Enlin, sure. Mo Yuan Su, stand guard on the left. You two, Gu Vida, stand guard on the right. Don your invisibility cloaks. If attacked by an enemy, don't fight back, just block with your shield. Protect yourself and avoid injury. If a fight becomes necessary, then fight, but make sure you stay alive. Sure. Mo Yuan Su, you two, Gu Vida, Roger. Enlin, Feng Ziyu, Lin Lusheng, Disha, don your invisibility cloaks, remain on standby, and be ready to attack at any time. Feng Ziyu, Lin Lusheng, Disha, okay. Enlin, when KZ will be responsible for analyzing the data on the maps to the left of Area D, as well as Areas B and A. Li Jia will be responsible for analyzing the data on the maps to the right of Area D, as well as Areas C and E. I believe in your abilities, you will be able to achieve perfect accuracy. When KZ, yes. Li Jia, okay. Enlin, Yen he will be responsible for cooperating with Wen KZ. He was also responsible for assisting Li Lianyun, Irong, Sure Mo Yuanshu, Feng Ziyu, and Lin Lusheng, including switching weapons and equipment, presetting ballistics, and other supporting operations. Noel was responsible for coordinating with Li Jia and also for assisting Li Ivy, U2, Gu Vida, and Titia, including switching weapons and equipment, presetting ballistics, and other supporting operations. Yin He, Noel Defolia, Roger. After giving everyone instructions and establishing a temporary defensive strategy, Enlin didn't dare to relax. He shouted, everyone, please remain vigilant at all times. Don't let your guard down. The enemy could attack at any time. I hope you won't be eliminated by letting your guard down. Everyone, Roger. At that moment, everyone seemed to be united. No one harbored any distrust of Enlin's words. Yuan Xuan, watching, seemed to sense a surge of excitement. She even felt her own heart begin to flutter. Yuan Xuan couldn't help but wonder, why, seeing the instructions were finished, yet it wasn't her turn. Sui Fengfei couldn't sit still. What about me? Come over here for a moment. I need to talk. He addressed both Sui Fengfei and Yuan Xuan. Sui Fengfei obediently stood before Enlin, but Yuan Xuan simply turned to look at him, indicating that she didn't want to go over, but could sit here and listen. Enlin didn't care to dwell on her attitude. The main person he wanted to talk to was Sui Fengfei. Enlin said, then I tell you. I hope you listen carefully, even if it's just one word. Sui Fengfei, go ahead. Enlin, we're on the battlefield now, so everything should be prioritized. Sui Fengfei, you're an attacker. You should be clear about your duties, to destroy the enemy with all your might and obey orders. Yuan Xuan, you're a commander. Your duty is to fulfill your duties as a commander, regardless of time, location, or circumstances, and to bring victory to the battle you're currently in. You can hold off on reconciliation for now, but orders must be given and obeyed, because this determines our victory in this war. Okay? Seeing no reaction from either of them, Enlin continued his persuasion, I imagine you're both strong-willed individuals, so you're probably both reluctant to admit defeat. To be honest, while I'm confident in my commanding abilities, I'm not so confident I can defeat Colonel Rao. Therefore, this match requires a more suitable commander than me, namely Yuan Xuan. Her commanding abilities are far superior to mine. Sui Fengfei's offensive prowess is also quite strong, otherwise she wouldn't have chosen him to be personally trained alongside us. Therefore, this match also requires a striker like Sui Fengfei. He may not be able to sit back and wait for the outcome, but his explosive power and ability in group fights have always been formidable. If we want to win this match, we can't do without either of you. If the previous words had caused Yuan Xuan and Sui Fengfei to hesitate, then these words sealed their decision. Sui Fengfei, I can follow orders, but I don't want her to personally command me. Yuan Xuan, I don't manage people. This was a compromise. At this point, Enlin felt relieved for a moment. Okay, Yuan Xuan, tell me what to do, and I take charge. Sui Fengfei, from now on, just follow my lead. Hopefully, they won't argue anymore. Sui Fengfei, okay. At this moment, Irong's message arrived. There's a shooter atop the communications building west of Area B. At the same time, Noel suddenly saw a blue blip on the control panel, belonging to the enemy, rushing towards Irong at breakneck speed. Immediately she shouted, "Irong, there's someone attacking you from behind." At this moment, Rongzi was hiding in a car. Hearing Noel's voice, he quickly set up his swift and aimed behind him, but he saw nothing. "Where's that person?" That sudden scream scared me to death. "Did you see it wrong?" Noel had indeed seen it just now, and she was very sure of it. "I didn't see it." To confirm whether there was indeed someone, Irong cautiously got out of the car and checked his surroundings. "But I really don't see anyone." At this moment, Yuan Suiyan spoke. "Turn off the enemy position display on the control panel, and only display the positions of your own teammates." Yin he did as he was told without asking, but Noel, confused, asked why. Yuan Suiyan didn't answer. It wasn't her business. She only told him what to do. And Lin thought about it, and he understood. Chapter 50. And Lin, the enemy positions displayed on the control panel right now are meant to confuse your judgment and keep you constantly on edge, causing you to tire out your fighting spirit later. This way, if you're attacked, you won't be able to react. Such examples abound in tactical command books. In the first month of sophomore year, their command department even trained specifically on this very tactic, yet now he's completely forgotten it. Yuan Suiyan saw him explain and quietly added, "For safety, we must remain vigilant, but not overly so. A healthy spirit is also essential for victory." Others didn't quite grasp these words, but Lin did. This was a line from their sophomore course on how to maintain combatants' high spirits. After hearing the explanation, Noel temporarily turned off the local position display on the panel and switched to displaying the positions of his teammates. And Lin looked at the position display on the panel. Some were still moving forward or to the side. Neither side is making any moves now. Colonel Rao is likely trying to deplete their energy, while also trying to determine their location. But while they're searching for us, they're also keeping a constant eye on their surroundings, which means their minds are constantly on edge. The defensive formation he just set up was to persuade Yuan Suiyan and Sui Fengfei. Now that they've done that, we should be able to officially begin. And Lin, all attackers, attack. Target the two enemy shooters who are attracting our attention. If you encounter other enemy fighters along the way, avoid combat for now. If you can't avoid it, do your best to stay alive. Lin Lusheng, Feng Ziyu, and Disha, got it. Sui Fengfei was immediately excited upon hearing this. He smiled and swung his battle axe, sending a gust of wind through the air. "I've been seeing those two guys for a while now. I'm going." Seeing him like this, and Lin frowned slightly and advised earnestly, "Don't be impulsive. Follow my instructions. Don't do what you did last time and just run after the powerful one. If you get hurt, I'd be in big trouble." Last time, referring to the assessment. A D-class melee drone suddenly appeared, and Sui Fengfei was eager to fight it. And Lin needed a strong person to stop the drone, so he sent Sui Fengfei. At first, he was able to hold it off, but when it came time to retreat, Sui Fengfei kept fighting the drone, and even shouting couldn't stop it. This disobedience gave Lin a headache. To protect the team's most formidable attacker, and Lin had to slightly change his plan. He pleaded with him for a long time, explaining the downsides of continuing the fight. He practically ran out of words before Sui Fengfei finally stopped. Sui Fengfei raised his head and gave Lin a confident smile. "Don't worry, Commander. I won't be so impulsive this time. I follow your instructions." And Lin harbored doubts, but couldn't bring himself to voice them. With a gentle smile, he said to Sui Fengfei, "Go ahead." Watching Sui Fengfei leave, and Lin continued his instructions. Li Lianyun and Li Ivy, stay hidden and assist the attackers. When necessary, deliver a single strike. Find a place to hide near the marksman you spotted, and be careful not to be spotted. Lin Lianyun, Roger. Yong Yi, Roger. Li Yibi, yes. After that, and Lin continued to instruct the remaining people, Yuan Su, Gu Vida, Li Jia, and Noel, go to the school's energy room in Area C. That's the energy core you need to protect. Gu Vida, what do you mean? Isn't the energy core here the real one? And Lin, no, our energy core is real, but we want to make Colonel Rao think yours is the real one, and ours is just a cover to facilitate follow-up operations. Gu Vida, understood. I'd be right there. After they left, Lin, Yuan Suiyan, Wen Kezi, and Yin He were the only ones left in the small, empty energy room. The entire cyber world is divided into 5 areas, A, B, C, D, and E. The basement where Yuan Suiyan and the others were located was behind an abandoned shop in the southeastern part of Area E. This location was neither good nor bad. The good thing was that there was a storefront up ahead, providing cover. Because it was so close, It looked like it was part of the store. The surrounding ground was practically covered in scrap metal, making it difficult for anyone to reach it unless they flew in midair. The bad thing was that aside from the abandoned store, there were no other intact buildings nearby. A closer look would reveal that they were two separate structures. Without a diversion option, they could quickly lose. And Lin considered many locations, but ultimately chose the school's energy room in Area C, simply because it was neither too far nor too close. If anything happened, he could react quickly or call back the combatants there. This was in Lin's plan. If the two current hidden dangers could be successfully resolved, the competition would officially begin. Just as Lin was thinking this, Lin Lusheng also encountered the point displayed on the operator panel. Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu stood in front of a floating round ball and fell into silence. Finally, it was Lin Lusheng who broke the silence. Can this thing be called a shooter? This floating round ball is called a pseudo-beacon, 1, which means a camouflage signal mark. It is generally used for training military academy students and military personnel. Its main purpose is to interfere with the opponent's judgment and hide the current location of teammates. However, depending on the command, its usage can be diversified. For example, modifying its properties now can attract the enemy's attention and lead the enemy into an ambush. With a bang, Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu dodged to the sides, and a silver-white light spot fell to the ground. The light spot dissipated, leaving a little light white smoke. Immediately following, an attacker, almost entirely clad in black iron and dressed in red, let's call him attacker number 1, wielding a massive axe, charged directly at Lin Lusheng. Lin Lusheng reacted quickly, dodging the attack with a swerve, and then slashing directly at attacker number 1's axe with his right short blade. With a resounding ding, Lin Lusheng's left short blade simultaneously struck the opponent's left shoulder. Note: pseudo-beacon, a camouflage signal marker. Commonly used in training for military academy students and military personnel, its primary purpose is to confuse the enemy and conceal the current location of allies. Large numbers of pseudo-beacons can be deployed simultaneously. Chapter 51. The opponent also reacted quickly, grabbing Lin Lusheng's wrist in an instant, and turned his battle axe, moving it horizontally towards Lin Lusheng's body. At this time, Feng Ziyu swung his long blade, and the number 1 attacker, in order to avoid the long blade that was slashing his arm from bottom to top, immediately accelerated his movements, exerted force, and directly split Lin Lusheng's short blade, and then threw him away. Lin Lusheng took advantage of the force and turned back, finally kneeling on one knee not far away. When Feng Ziyu was about to go up and continue to attack him, a gun vulture, 1, suddenly attacked him. The vulture is one of the gunman's attack methods, so there is another gunman here. Here we will call him number 1 gunman. When the gun vulture came up, Feng Ziyu made a quick decision and swung his long blade to cut it off immediately. At the same time, he jumped forward and went straight to the number 1 gunman. Seeing this, the number 1 gunman retreated while releasing Xiao Luing, 2, blocking Feng Ziyu's forward steps with great speed. Feng Ziyu raised his shield, and the bullets collided, making a crackling sound, and the surroundings continued to echo. In the confrontation, there was an unstoppable momentum. When the two sides advanced and retreated, attacked and dodged, and no one could break through, Lin Lusheng also faced the attacker again. Lin Lusheng still faced the attacker head-on. Just as the number 1 attacker's axe chopped down from above, Lin Lusheng crossed the short blades in his hands, slid forward, and made an extremely sharp sizzling sound. Then he flipped over, and the two short blades immediately seized the opponent's axe in an instant. However, this was not the end. Before the tomahawk landed on the ground, attacker number 1 acted decisively and kicked the end of the tomahawk, sending it into the air. When Lin Lusheng's short blade was about to hit his neck, he slid forward and used the wall beside him to jump into the air. He grabbed the tomahawk and chopped it down hard. A strong gust of wind blew. Even Feng Ziyu's hair was affected, fluttering slightly. The little falling yings attacked continuously, but Feng Ziyu was unable to break through. After repeated attacks from the little falling yings, cracks began to appear in his shield, and he was about to collapse. The little falling yings were very tricky. They had the same function as the multi-seeds, being more numerous, but they were more powerful and consumed more Fawar energy. More importantly, once they locked onto an opponent, they would follow them until they struck. Hence, Feng Ziyu's constant attacking, defending, and dodging had prevented him from breaking through. In desperation, Feng Ziyu decided not to attack directly. Instead, he turned and charged at full speed, running towards Lin Lusheng as a wave of little falling yings descended upon him. A battle axe descended from above, and the little falling yings attacked from behind. Lin Lusheng immediately retreated a few steps and launched a flying kick, sending the battle axe directly in Feng Ziyu's direction. Lin Lusheng, take my move. Feng Ziyu didn't reply, simply stopping his run. When the axe reached him, he somersaulted on the handle, giving the momentarily unsteady attacker number 1 a kick. He then sped up his body, using the axe as a new shield. Little falling leaves struck the axe, making a series of muffled thuds. Seeing his axe about to strike his teammate, attacker number 1 immediately leaned back, steadying himself and the axe. Gunner number 1 also paused his attack. At that very moment, 2 medium-sized silver-white points of light darted towards attacker number 1 and the gunner. However, their reactions were also quick, dodging to the left and right, and the points of light rushed straight towards Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu. They were not pushovers either, and they raised their blades and attacked the 2 people in front of them. When the battle started again, Li Lianyan quickly picked up Fei Huan 3 and left the place to find another hiding place. As soon as he stood up, a light spot hit Li Lianyan's arm directly, leaving a small wound on his arm. 4. Without thinking of running away, Li Lianyan chose to immediately return fire from the place where he had just been shot, but unfortunately, he didn't hit it. Just as he was about to continue looking for the next hiding place to hide, the opponent's shooter, let's call him shooter number 1, fired another shot. Li Lianyan, I was waiting for this shot. At almost the same time as the shot was fired, Li Lianyan also fired a shot at a 26-degree angle with himself as the center. Regardless of whether he hit it or not, he chose to jump off the circular platform on the top floor and hide in the small room under the Yuan platform. As he jumped, Yirong also seriously injured shooter number 1 under Lin's instructions. The main reason was that their battlefield was too close to Yirong. Yirong had been targeting the shooter from the start. Seeing him attack Li Lianyan, he couldn't help himself. He asked Lin for permission, and after receiving it, he immediately attacked without hesitation, shooting him. It was just a pity that the shot went a bit off target. Yirong attacked quickly and dodged just as quickly, moving to another position before the shooter could react. As luck would have it, he happened to see the small battle on the slide ahead from the window. Titia wielded her double blades, Swifengfei wielded her battle axe, and the 2 engaged the enemy's second and third attackers in a close fight. Swifengfei swung his battle axe, meeting the attacks from both. As Dixia leaped up, flipping onto the rails, she moved her hands, fusing the 2 blades together. The shorter scimitars instantly transformed into a larger, curved blade. Taking advantage of the moment Swifengfei was knocked back a few steps, Dixia flung her curved blade. The curved blade spun in midair, its sharp edge swerving towards the second attacker on the left. The second attacker reacted quickly, blocking the blow with his short blade. However, the force was considerable, and he was knocked back several steps. He swung his short blade again, and the sharp blades collided with each other, creating a sharp sound. The second attacker regained his footing and, with all his strength, hurled the curved blade towards Swifengfei. Swifengfei's axe swung airily at that moment, striking the spinning blade. The blade immediately flew the other way. Titia wasn't in a hurry. She simply leaned forward, leveraging the momentum, and leaped forward, catching the blade midair. With a powerful push, she flung it towards the second attacker. With the experience gained, the second attacker wasn't sent flying by the blade this time. Instead, he planted his feet and hurled it back. Titia, dashing through the air, smiled brightly. You're a pretty good robot. As she finished her words, Titia grabbed the spinning blade and swung it again, sending it flying again, this time towards the third attacker. Swifengfei, who was in the middle of a fight, saw this and immediately said in dismay, "Why are you stealing my men?" With this, Swifengfei inadvertently turned and charged towards the second attacker. Note: Vulture, a tracking projectile that automatically locks onto and attacks an enemy if it can see them. Xiao Luing, a close-range, medium-range attack that targets the opponent. It's fast and fragmented, and once locked onto, it's virtually impossible to dodge. This attack consists of a large number of bullets, which consumes a lot of energy. Protective Shield, a standard, movable handheld shield, best used in conjunction with a blade. Fei Huan, a medium-range shooting gun with a slow recharge rate but extremely powerful, easy to maneuver, and requires a lot of energy. Wound, because the player is in a gene system and uses a mimic body, they won't bleed, but they will lose their gene war abilities. Once all gene war abilities are lost, they are considered dead. Chapter 52. A tomahawk swung horizontally, and the second attacker leaped hastily, barely avoiding the blow, only to be met directly by Titia's punch the next second. Titia focused her Fawar power on her right fist, increasing the power of her punch. The punch flew straight at the second attacker, landing right in front of him and knocking him to the ground. At this moment, Titia also dropped to one knee, reaching out to catch the rapidly spinning arc. With a horizontal hand, she raised her head and stared directly at the third attacker, her brows furrowed, revealing a brilliant yet commanding smile. Though she hadn't yet won, it felt as if she had already secured victory. The previous blow had caught the third attacker off guard, leaving a cut on the third attacker's body. Unfortunately, it wasn't large, only a minor injury. Titia rose, switching her arc back to double-bladed form, charging straight at attacker number 3. Swifengfei, axe raised, charged at attacker number 2. "Hey! Take my axe?" With this cry, Swifengfei swung his axe down. Attacker number 2 swung his short blade and aimed directly at Swifengfei's wrist, intending to knock him down. The opponent's speed was so fast that Swifengfei struggled to parry, and his axe fell to the ground. However, he remained unfazed, instead admiringly praising him, "Your robot is quite interesting." As he spoke, Swifengfei concentrated all his Fawar power into his fist. Then, with incredible speed, he swooped down, grabbed the incoming short blade, and yanked attacker number 2 forward. His fist struck him squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground. This was not the end. As the second attacker fell to the ground, he quickly supported himself with his other hand and leaped up, gathering strength on his left foot and giving Swifengfei a fierce kick in the stomach. Just as Swifengfei was kicked away, a silver-white spot of light appeared behind the second attacker. This attack was different in size from the ones given by the sharp-nosed Swift and the flying Swift. The sharp-nosed Swift's rays were small, with a dark head and almost no tail line. The flying Swift had no rays, but a round bullet that was completely silver-white. So this attack came from the cassowary 1. The attack it sent out carried an extremely long and intense ray, and it rushed straight towards the second attacker at an extremely fast speed, hitting the second attacker's fatal point on the back. This attack came from Li Wei. He thought he was dead, but unexpectedly, just as the attack was about to hit, a double single-point shield, 2, suddenly appeared on the back of the second attacker. At that moment, a figure rushed towards Li Wei at an extremely fast speed. As the smoke cleared, the second attacker's vital point was only scratched on the top, a tiny gash. The cassowary's powerful power has its downside. It easily reveals its position. As Li Wei fled, the second and third attackers immediately turned and ran towards Li Wei at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Swifengfei was the first to draw his battle axe and give chase. "Fuck! You're running against me. Why are you running? Stop! Turn left." Li Wei, still desperately running, turned according to the command, and the fourth attacker, chasing him, was getting closer and closer. "Turn right." Turning again according to the command, Li Wei entered a maze-like alley with many twists and turns. This was a residential area. From Yan He's operation panel, the residential area was circular in shape, with no order and very messy. Li Wei would easily get lost if he ran inside without Yan He's instructions. Just as the fourth attacker was about to catch up with Li Wei, Yan He's voice sounded immediately. 600 meters ahead, turn 100 degrees to the right and rear of you. At the same time, Yan He moved on the operation panel and put on the chameleon 3 on Li Wei. The appearance of the chameleon instantly concealed his figure in this dark place, making him temporarily disappear from the sight of the fourth attacker. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Wei quickly found a suitable place to hide and put on the invisible cloak. While this area was temporarily safe, Swifengfei and Disha, chasing attackers number 2 and 3, arrived at the automated processing plant directly in front of the center of Area D. Although the automated processing plant was small, it was extremely enclosed, making it extremely vulnerable to ambushes. Furthermore, they were now far from Area E, where the energy source was located. If something went wrong, reinforcements would be too late. So and Lin, who had just been planning to let them continue fighting, said, "Swifengfei, Disha, don't go in. There might be traps. Now head to the residential area at the junction of Areas D and B to eliminate the enemy attackers." So far, all the enemy attackers have appeared. 1 is searching for Li Wei, 2 are inside the automated processing plant, and 1 is engaged in a fight with Lin Lusheng. 2 shooters have appeared, 1 of whom is seriously injured and his current location is unknown. 1 gunman has appeared and is engaged in a fight with Feng Ziyu. The whereabouts of Colonel Rao, her operators, and analysts are currently unknown, as is the location of the Colonel's energy source. Meanwhile, they already provided a false source of information about the energy source's location, and it seems Colonel Rao hasn't fallen for it yet, as she hasn't rushed to destroy the energy core. Furthermore, the Colonel currently knows the location of 4 attackers, 2 gunners from the school in Area C, an operator, and an analyst. Judging from their recent battle, the robots can't communicate or think, simply following orders, fighting when necessary, and retreating when necessary. Therefore, it's impossible to extract information about the Colonel's energy source from them. We need someone to find it. Titia, forced to stop outside the processing plant, was a little disgruntled. Are we changing direction now? I haven't fought enough yet. Swifengfei ran to the processing plant's entrance, battle axe in hand, peering in from the side. The machines are operating properly here. How can there be a trap? I'm having fun with that attacker, so I won't go in. With that, Swifengfei was about to enter when Titia slapped him on the back of the head. How foolish. Can you still call a trap if you can see it? And Lin patiently advised, traps aren't that easy to spot. Don't let anything happen now, or it'd be very troublesome later. I need you to play a role later. Swifengfei faltered upon hearing this. Note, cassowary, a large shooting rifle with powerful and fast shooting speed, but also relatively inconvenient. Dual single-point shield, a stacking of single-point shields. Depending on the power level, up to 3 can be stacked at once to block powerful attacks from that part of the body. Chameleon, invisible to the naked eye after wearing, but its location can be seen on the control panel. The weapon or the body color can be adjusted according to the actual situation, and it will be ineffective when attacking. Chapter 53. Swifengfei rubbed his chin. So I'm quite important. Lin, Yes. Swifengfei automatically ignored the silence that preceded it, smiled, and took Titia with him, heading directly to the residential area at the junction of districts D and B. Watching the 2 green dots on the control panel rapidly move, Yuan Xuan leaned back against the seat, blinking his hollow eyes, as he looked up at the pitch-black ceiling and wailed, "We lost." And Lin, who was still pondering how to get Colonel Rao to confirm that their energy core was in the school in Area C, looked at Yuan Xuan and asked, "What?" Yuan Xuan glanced at Lin, flashing his signature Yuan Xuan smile again, and spoke word by word, "You lose." "Definitely." And Lin was puzzled. Why? Yuan Xuan had wanted to explain, but seeing Lin's expression, he suddenly didn't want to. So, he replaced the explanation with a warning, hoping he understand. The school is very conspicuous. Conspicuous? After repeating the last 2 words, and pondering for a moment, Lin finally understood the problem. Yuan Xuan's warning was correct. The school was very conspicuous. More precisely, Yuan Su and the others were very conspicuous. He made a mistake by having Yuan Su and the others reveal their location without their cloaks, hoping to tell the Colonel where their energy core was. He'd forgotten that this was too obvious. Their blatant exposure, in Rao Fenghua's eyes, was a bold gesture. "I'm right here, come and destroy me." Rao Fenghua wasn't stupid. Regardless of whether that was the true energy core, the mere fact that it was so blatantly beckoning her made her wary of simply going over. What if there was a trap? Wouldn't she have fallen into it? Even if there were no traps, would they leave the core point exposed, waiting to be destroyed? Of course, there was also the possibility that the true energy core was there, but they had deliberately left it exposed to distract her, allowing her to overlook it and search for the energy core elsewhere. But given Lin's cautious nature, he wouldn't take such a gamble. So, the school in Area C was either a trap or a diversion. So where was their true energy core? If there was a trap, what was the trap at the school? Thinking of this, Rao Fenghua dispatched an analyst and a marksman to investigate the school's traps and the true energy core. While Rao Fenghua was dispatching his men, Lin was also thinking about how to break the deadlock. As long as the Colonel sent men to search, their large group would eventually be discovered here. At that point, Colonel Rao could have everyone who had attacked or was currently attacking outside to hold back all their attackers and marksmen, and gather all those who hadn't yet appeared here. They would lose. So what arrangements should he make to resolve this predicament? Lin glanced at the map, finally settling on a direction. He immediately said, "Sure Mo and you too, stay here and hide. Don't reveal your presence. The rest of you, come with me to the small underground mall on the left side of Area E." You two was about to say, "Got it," when Yuan Xuan spoke again, "The direction is right, but the people are wrong." This time, Lin didn't bother to ponder, but instead inquired, "What's wrong with the personnel?" The small underground mall in Area E is a relatively enclosed area, and from an outsider's perspective, it's a perfect place to store the energy core. We go there and deliberately lure the enemy to our location, which will confirm that our energy core is there. If they find this area first, Sure Mo and you two will initially hide. That way, when they see the empty supermarket, they won't mistake the energy core for that location, increasing our chances of luring them. If they carefully search, sure Mo and you two could quietly deliver a fatal blow, eliminating their members. Yuan Suan asked, "Where are the people at school?" And Lin said, "Use a camouflage signal to replace theirs. Have Yuan Su and Gu Vida locate the shooter and eliminate as many as possible. Li Jia and Noel will hide at the energy core, while Sure Mo and you two assist with sneak attacks." I don't think there's anything wrong with this arrangement. In fact, there wasn't much wrong with this arrangement. Some of Yuan Suan's ideas overlapped, but it still needed some refinement to be a perfect arrangement. Yuan Suan smiled sweetly. "Do you need any advice?" As the arrangements officially began, Titia and Sui Fengfei arrived at the residential area at the junction of areas D and B. However, they had been searching for attacker number 4 for a long time, but still couldn't find him. Sui Fengfei was frustrated. "No, what kind of place is this? It's full of twists and turns, and everyone looks exactly the same. I think it might as well be renamed a maze." Didi agreed. "Yeah, it really does look like a maze. I don't see a single place that looks different." The two of them continued walking in the direction Yen he had given them, unsure of where they were. Anyway, as they walked and complained, they arrived at a space that seemed to require a resident ID card to enter. Sui Fengfei didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Just then, a shout came from his communication, "Attack at 90 degrees. Instinctively, Sui Fengfei turned to avoid it, but the attack wasn't a person, but a stream of small fallen flowers. Fuck. Not even human. Sui Fengfei cursed inwardly and immediately cast a protective shield to block the wave of falling leaves. Unfortunately, the attack was too swift, and even with his quick deflection, Sui Fengfei still sustained minor damage. Just as the falling leaves had ended, Disha heard a voice, 45-degree direction. With Sui Fengfei's experience as a lesson, Disha immediately cast a protective shield to block the attack coming from a 45-degree angle. But the attacker was indeed a human, the opponent's fourth attacker. The opponent used immense force, and even though Disha was braced, she was still slammed into the pillar behind her, and the force sent her shield flying. Sui Fengfei was startled by the sound of the impact. "Oh my god! Are you okay? Does it hurt? Pain? That's impossible. After all, her body is made of steel, so she has no sense of pain." Titia snorted softly. "It's alright, but I want to kill him right now." Sui Fengfei grinned. "What a coincidence. Me too." Titia swung out her twin blades, and Sui Fengfei slashed out his battle axe, both slashing at the man they faced. In an instant, the utterly silent place was filled with the sounds of fighting. Chapter 54. Seeing Sui Fengfei charging towards him, axe raised, the second gunman immediately turned and ran elsewhere, unleashing a series of multi-seed blasts to create distance. Sui Fengfei chased, dodging the barrage of attacks while shouting, "Hey! Why are you running? Stop if you're a man. Let's have a proper fight." But the other man was a mindless robot, obedient only to orders. How could he care less about what the man behind him said? He simply kept running forward, turning corner after corner, taking on one multi-seed blast after another. While sustaining another minor injury, he suddenly picked up speed, using the nearby wall as a few steps to reach the top. He leaped up, axe raised high, and slashed straight at the second gunman. Just as the axe was about to fall, the second gunman suddenly stopped and fired a shot to either side of him. Stop! Boom! Boom! Two explosions in quick succession instantly ruptured Sui Fengfei's eardrums. The walls on either side were also shattered by the blasts, sending shards of rubble flying and falling one after another. The once pristine path was suddenly filled with smoke. Sui Fengfei, who was about to land on the ground after being bombed, felt a sudden tug on his right foot. He flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground with a deep groan. Sui Fengfei sat up and looked forward. The person pulling him was Levi. Levi almost collapsed to the ground. Swift slid down in front of him, revealing a strand of silk thread at the muzzle of his gun. This thread just happened to be connected to Sui Fengfei's right leg. With that, Sui Fengfei immediately understood what had happened. "Thanks. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead." After this incident, even the dumbest Sui Fengfei could see that it was a trap. If Levi hadn't saved him, he'd either be seriously injured and waiting to be eliminated, or already eliminated. "Didn't you hear the commander yell so loudly just now?" "Huh? What?" Sui Fengfei hadn't heard it, because the yell came at the same time as the explosion, and his ears couldn't bear it, so he simply ignored the yell. "Sui Fengfei, Levi, are you all okay?" As the abnormal display on the panel ended, Lin breathed a sigh of relief as the light points representing Sui Fengfei and Levi hadn't disappeared. Sui Fengfei laughed heartily. "Don't worry, we're fine." And Lin was completely relieved, but couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. I'm glad you're okay. Don't be so reckless next time, or I'm afraid we won't be able to get you back in time. Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. I wasn't being reckless. In close combat, a gunner can't beat an attacker, so I just wanted to eliminate him. That's fine, isn't it? And Lin patiently explained. That's fine, but you were still being reckless. You have to understand that the opposing gunners are about as strong as ours. Even in close combat, they wouldn't necessarily lose. Yet, they didn't choose to fight, but instead fled. Their only attack against you was multi-seeds, not little falling flowers or meteor showers. This was clearly a trap designed to lure you into chasing them, leading to their elimination. Do you understand? Fei suddenly realized. Ah! I was wondering why he only used multi-seeds. So that's how it is. And Lin, remember, I'd be more careful next time. Fei stood up and dusted himself off. Okay, I go find Dietya now. At this point, Fei finally made the right decision. Fei strode over to Li Ivy and extended his hand. Let's go! Li Ivy, who had just pulled Fei out of his slump, had only just regained some strength and wasn't ready to leave yet. You go, I wait. Okay then. Fei withdrew his hand, shrugged, and casually followed Yan He's directions to Dietya's. As they began to move, Yuan Suiyan couldn't help but wonder, why are you saying so much? The question came so suddenly that Lin understood her meaning after a moment's thought. She was asking why she had to go through so much detail with Fei. She thought it unnecessary, perhaps a waste of time. And Lin found this a bit strange. Although Fei is reckless, he's not disobedient. If you explain things to him and make him understand the reasons, he obey. He just suffered a great loss, a lesson learned from his recklessness. He should be more obedient from now on. Yuan Suiyan frowned slightly, as if he had figured out how to control a disobedient teammate, to put him on the brink of life and death, and then make him think it was the enemy who did it. Maybe he tried that next time. And Lin naturally had no idea what she was thinking, but before this match began, Colonel Rao had specifically called him aside and given him 2 instructions. The first was to make Fei understand the consequences of acting rashly, and judging by his condition, that result seemed to have been achieved. The second thing was to teach Yuan Suiyan how to get disobedient teammates to behave. To be honest, Lin wasn't sure if Yuan Suiyan understood, because her thinking wasn't based on common sense. So he felt he needed to explain further. When teammates are disobedient, you can actually correct them based on their personality. You don't have to resort to forceful tactics, or else they become even more disobedient. Take Fei, for example. He's certainly disobedient because he loves to attack. When his passion gets the best of him, he charged forward without command, but he listened to your explanations. As long as you're willing to talk him through it, he still obey. Yuan Suiyan suddenly understood, and a sweet smile crossed her face. I understand. But he wasn't sure what kind of understanding she meant. The arrangements are complete. I'm leaving. This is up to you. Don't make any mistakes. Victory depends on this. Yuan Suiyan donned her invisibility cloak and put on her communicator. She turned back to Lin. A blue light enveloped her, giving her an inexplicably cold and resolute aura. Her smile was sweet, yet it felt insincere. And Lin, watching, inexplicably snapped to attention, standing straight. Got it! As Yuan Suiyan left, the battle between Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu reached a lull. Aside from the previously vulnerable number 1 shooter, everyone else had only sustained minor injuries in the previous clash. Now, the number 1 attacker and the number 1 gunner stood on the ground, one on a wall that had been broken during the fight. Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng stood on and below a half-meter-high platform, respectively. After a long period of unsuccessful attacks, Lin Lusheng grew irritated. I'm so tired of fighting. Feng Ziyu pondered for a moment. It feels like the other team isn't using their full strength, like they're just playing a joke on us. Chapter 55. Ah? Lin Lusheng glanced at Feng Ziyu, then at the man across from him, unable to help but recall the battle that had taken place up to that point. During the battle, although he and Feng Ziyu would occasionally switch targets, he was certain that neither of them had held back, and that the opponent's moves had always been merely counters to theirs, never truly killing them. Lin Lusheng, why would they hold back? Feng Ziyu lowered his head slightly, pondering, perhaps they're stalling for time. Lin Lusheng asked again, what are they stalling for? Feng Ziyu didn't know, so he contacted Lin to report the situation. The answer he received was to continue fighting, simply delaying each other, without causing casualties for the time being. After receiving the answer, Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng exchanged a glance, then stood there, staring at each other. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Suddenly, a breeze blew, ruffling their hair and tinging the silence with a chilling, impending battle. Neither moved first, merely watching the other, observing their every move. The slightest movement from the other would ignite their battle anew. The stalemate lasted for an unknown amount of time. Just as Lin Lusheng felt he could no longer stand, a sudden explosion erupted from a distance. This explosion served as a signal, and Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu charged at the opposing gunners and attackers, their momentum completely different from before. One wielding a long blade, the other a two-handed short blade, they attacked without hesitation. Lin Lusheng, hey! You guys aren't going to hold back this time, are you? Seeing their actions, the opposing attackers and gunners no longer held back. They, one behind the other, unleashed their full might to meet the attacks from Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu. It was at this moment that Li Lianyun, who had been lurking for a long time, located the enemy's number 1 shooter and eliminated him, who was easily injured. The number 4 attacker, located in the residential area, was also eliminated by Sui Fengfei with a single axe blow after the combined attack of Titia and Sui Fengfei. The explosion emanated from the school area in Area C. This was Yuan Suiyan's new plan. Rather than relocating all the people there and leaving it useless, it would be better to make full use of its resources. So, at Yuan Suiyan's suggestion, and Lin first had 3 people from the school, Yuan Su, Noel, and Li Jia, set a trap inside the school. Once the trap was set, Yuan Su would go out and locate all the enemies near Area C and actively attack them, luring them into the school. Noel and Li Jia would wait inside, waiting for the enemies to enter and activate the trap. Gu Vida returned to the small supermarket in front of the energy core and waited. If the enemy didn't fall for the trick and enter the school, then attack them with all your might, inflicting as much serious damage as possible, but leaving one alive, and luring them to the small supermarket. If by chance you encounter people on both sides, then if you can, eliminate them, leaving 1 or 2 alive, and lure them to the small supermarket. If you don't encounter anyone heading to Area C, then execute another plan. If everyone has gone to the school area, then Yuan Su will quickly return to the school area and work with Noel and Li Jia to eliminate as many as possible, leaving 1 alive, and luring them to the small supermarket. Yuan Su, Noel, and Li Jia followed instructions, setting traps using silk, silver needles, scalpels, rocks, and broken iron rods. Yuan Su then began searching for the enemy in Area C. As luck would have it, the 3 of them ran into 2 groups of enemies. Yuan Su encountered a gunman not far from the school, while the one entering the school was an analyst sent by Rao Fenghua. Analyst data analysis can be used in many ways. Besides analyzing terrain, battle conditions, and various personnel and weapon data, it can also be useful in areas where traps are located. Analyst number 1 first surveyed the school and calculated its total floor space. He then checked classrooms, offices, playgrounds, library, cafeteria, dormitories, and auditorium, calculating their respective areas, and finally arrived at the power distribution room. The school's energy room was located next to the power distribution room, and Noel and his team had set their traps right there. The analyst stood there, scanning the equipment within the switch room. After taking note of all the data he saw, he left the switch room and headed for the final destination, the energy room. She had originally come to verify whether the energy core was truly within the school. Since it couldn't possibly be found anywhere else, the only remaining options were the switch room and the energy room. The switch room she had just inspected couldn't possibly hold the energy core either, so the only remaining options were the energy room. After leaving the switch room, the analyst became extremely cautious, eager to thoroughly inspect every spot and every piece of debris before leaving. It was precisely this cautiousness that made Noel and Li Jia, hiding in the shadows, feel a wave of trepidation, fearing she might fall into a trap. Both of them stared wide-eyed. Noel clutched the silk thread tightly in both hands, daring not to move. Li Jia clutched a small iron tube tightly to his chin, ready to release the silver needle within. The analyst took each cautious step, finally stopping 5 meters outside the energy room. The reason was simple. She had noticed something suspicious. There were 2 tiny bumps on the ground just 5 meters away, invisible without close inspection. The school grounds were flat, and there were no such bumps anywhere else. If one was a coincidence, then 2 in the same place were unusual. The analyst immediately moved and tried to retreat. Just then, Li Jia whipped out his pistol and fired the silk thread directly at the analyst. The silk thread was fast, and so was the analyst. Just as he was about to lose his grip, the silk thread finally entangled the analyst's arm. Come in. Li Jia exerted force, pulling the person in, and then, with incredible speed, attached the other end of the silk thread to the wall. As Li Jia moved, Noelle tugged forcefully at the silk in her hand, sending the silver needles flying first, hurtling towards the analyst. Seeing this, the analyst immediately stood up, ignoring the silk entanglement. She dodged the incoming silver needles as best she could within her range of motion, firing 2 shots at the window in the direction of the silk that had entangled her. Li Jia and Noelle immediately dodged the incoming shots, avoiding injury. Several more silver needles and scalpels followed, this time with a more ferocious attack than before. The analyst dodged, but inevitably sustained injuries. The attacks grew heavier each time. While dodging, the analyst kept count, so she could easily relay the data to Rao Fenghua, letting her know how many auxiliary tools and Lin have left. Chapter 56. Analyst 1 struggled mightily until Gunners 1 and 2 finally arrived, having been lured here by Yuan Su. Seeing the trap activated, Yuan Su dove headfirst into it. At that moment, the frantic stream of silver needles, scimitars, and darts ceased. Analyst 1 also paused, gazing intently at the men before him. Then, a streak of silver light shot forth, accompanied by another tremendous roar. The 2 gunmen, having ceased their pursuit, abruptly fled, one only finding safety after a broken arm. As Noelle, having activated the green bamboo, turned to leave, he was struck by Gunner's 3's bullet and instantly eliminated. Li Jia's hand, reaching out to help her, suddenly stopped where it was. I knew it. Damn! That was Li Jia's only thought when he learned of the new arrangement, and it came true. If I'm right, he'd be next. When the explosion sounded, Yuan Su ducked inside, taking Analyst 1 with him. When the explosion died down and the smoke and dust billowed, Shooter 3 left to search for the energy core. Shooter 1 activated the meteor shower. A torrent of bullets instantly launched into the air, fragmenting into a vast array of tiny dots before descending simultaneously. Silver-white dots of light instantly dyed the entire small world white, engulfing the energy room. There was no escape, no way to flee, only to wait for its destruction. As the meteor shower descended, the energy room was half destroyed. Li Jia, shielded by an omnidirectional shield, hid in a corner, trembling. Yuan Su, shielded by an omnidirectional shield, collapsed, then rolled outside. A series of multi-seeds then appeared, attacking a single point on Yuan Su's omnidirectional shield with all their might. The omnidirectional shield can protect the entire body, but it has a weakness. It will shatter when subjected to intense attack on a single point. As expected, Yuan Su's omnidirectional shield was already cracked. The number 1 gunman activated the meteor shower again. Li Jia, fearing for his life, remained trembling in the corner. Yuan Su, ignoring the danger of falling, immediately disarmed his omnidirectional shield, dodged to the side, and activated his transformation shield. The transformation shield instantly formed a square barrier that floated above Yuan Su's head. The number 2 gunman's multi-seeds transformed into small falling leaves, which launched 3 consecutive attacks at Yuan Su. Yuan Su did not dodge, but met them head-on, weaving his entire body between the small falling leaves bullets and running forward at a breakneck speed, dodging each incoming bullet. Seeing Yuan Su approaching, the number 2 gunman suddenly stopped attacking and turned to run. Just as he took his first step, Yuan Su ran over and grabbed his arm, forcing him to turn around. With a tug, the second gunman instantly stood before Yuan Su, his body pinned to the spot. As Xiao Luiying turned back behind him, Yuan Su's ghostly voice echoed in the second gunman's ear, "Die for me." The sentence was short. If the second gunman were human, his hair would stand on end, as Yuan Su's voice at that moment sounded like a demon seeking his life. Just as the second gunman was being eliminated as a shield, Yuan Su was uncontrollably caught by Xiao Luiying, suffering a severe wound in the waist. The meteor shower stopped, and Li Jia cautiously peeked out, just in time to see the injured Yuan Su giving the second gunman, Xiao Luiying, an even more ferocious opponent than the first. As Xiao Luiying attacked, Yuan Su took off running towards the small supermarket. After holding on Xiao Luiying, the second shooter also chased Yuan Su, determined to eliminate him. Next came the sleight of hand at the small supermarket. At this moment, Li Jia's communication again transmitted in Lin's message. Li Jia, conceal your position. Be sure to hide well. If necessary, eliminate the seriously injured. Li Jia, He's going to be the marksman for once. Li Jia, got it. At the end of the school battle, Irong and Yuan Suiyan also located Colonel Rao, and confirmed that his location was the energy core. Irong immediately chose to pass the message to Enlin. Upon hearing the news, and Lin immediately issued a series of instructions. Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu have 5 minutes to complete the battle, then proceed to the edge of Area A, as indicated on the map, to rendezvous with Yuan Xuan and follow her instructions. Lin Lusheng, Feng Ziyu. Got it. And Lin switched the communication back to Disha and Swifengfei. Swifengfei, follow the map route provided by Yin He to Area E and proceed carefully to the mall. Disha, follow the map instructions to the edge of Area A to meet Yuan Xuan and follow her instructions. Disha, Swifengfei, got it. And Lin, everyone, proceed with caution and be sure to protect yourselves. Everyone, got it. As the attackers began to separate, the battle at Area E's energy core was about to begin. Here, a chaotic battle ensued, involving Yuan Su, Shiremo, Gu Vida, Yu2, and Wenkazi. Gunner number 3, Gunner number 1, Shooter number 3. Gun versus gun, shot versus shot, two groups at opposite ends, each using all their might. Gunshot after gunshot echoed across the small mall, shattering the already chaotic contents even further. Multi-seed, small falling flowers, and meteor showers rose and fell, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell who had launched the attack. Li Lianyun and Wenkazi were ordered to hide in the shadows and assist when the opportunity arose, but Li Lianyun saw no room for him to attack, let alone Wenkazi. While the battle was raging, Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu, under pressure, delivered a final blow that surpassed their usual strength, eliminating the enemy's top gunner and top attacker in one fell swoop. At the same time, the small underground mall in Area E was discovered, and it was the number 3 shooter who was found. After listening to the operator's report on the battle and receiving the number 3 shooter's findings, Rao Fenghua felt a little strange. There were many shooters in this small mall in Area E, and they were attacking with all their might. Under such circumstances, their energy core would most likely be there, and some of them had rushed back to provide support in that direction, but Lin was nowhere to be found. Normally, a commander would stay where something needed protecting to ensure its safety, but Lin wasn't there right now. Why, on the control panel, the enemy reinforcements were still running, and Operator 2 had lost sight of them. Operator 2 reported in an emotionless, mechanical voice. They donned their invisibility cloaks. The panel has lost track. Upon hearing this, Rao Fenghua immediately asked, a deception? The student who had just arrived had deliberately tricked her into thinking the energy core was in this small supermarket in Area E, but he had donned his invisibility cloak just as he was about to arrive. If the small supermarket was truly where he was heading, then this action was completely unnecessary. Furthermore, since Lin and Yuan Xuan weren't there, this meant the small supermarket was a deception. They had all their gunmen attacking at full force there to deceive her, making her think it was there, when in reality, their energy core was somewhere else. That was the small underground mall in Area E. Chapter 57. Thinking he had seen through everything, Rao Fenghua immediately issued the order, all gunmen and attackers, proceed to the small underground mall in Area E and attack until victory. Second shooter, return, and we will ambush to prevent any enemy sneak attacks. As the order was issued, Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng had already reunited with Yuan Xuan and Yirong. You said the order to end the battle within 5 minutes, didn't you? As soon as he saw Yuan Xuan, Lin Lusheng asked directly, his voice low and firm. And Lin never gave a time limit when giving orders, so when he heard the 5-minute limit, Lin Lusheng became suspicious, especially since the requirement to end the battle within 5 minutes was so stringent. After all, the enemy's attackers were more powerful than theirs. They could only eliminate them in a 2-on-1 duel. If it was a 1-on-1 duel, they would have to defend with all their might. So, upon hearing the 5-minute limit, Lin Lusheng became furious again. He cursed and beat Yuan Xuan, wishing he could devour her alive. Under these harsh conditions, with the help of Li Lianyun and his own explosiveness, he finally eliminated all of his opponents within the allotted time. God knows how exhausting this fight was. Yeah. Yuan Xuan didn't deny it. This was the tactic she and Lin had agreed on, and there couldn't be any timing errors or omissions, otherwise their chances of victory would be slim. She was certain that the arrangements in Area E would completely convince the colonel that their energy core was in the Area E underground mall, but once the fight actually began, it was unclear how long they could hold their own without being exposed, so a quick victory was necessary. Lin Lusheng, what should I do if I feel like cursing so much? Feng Ziyu patted Lin Lusheng on the shoulder. Calm down. Now's not the time to be angry. Lin Lusheng slapped Feng Ziyu's hand away, signaling his anger, but he didn't actually say anything. I'm entangled by the enemy attackers, and I'm afraid I can't get through. It was Didia who brought the news. On her way there, She happened to run into attackers number 2 and number 3, whom she had previously fought. Attacker number 2 immediately attacked Didia, while attacker number 3 continued running towards the small underground mall in Area E. Yuan Xuan opened his mouth, but the words he was about to say changed, changing his tone. Okay, attack with all your might. Be careful not to get eliminated. Here, Yuan Xuan paused and added, otherwise, the losses will be great. This statement itself was not ambiguous, nor did it have any other meaning, but to the others, it sounded strange. Lin Lusheng and Yirong, who had been directly commanded by Yuan Xuan once before, felt something was particularly off. Pausing his communication with Titia, Yuan Xuan glanced at the remaining 3 and composed his words. Now that we're down 1 attacker, can the 2 of you hold off the colonel for 20 minutes while eliminating the analysts and operators? The time was long, the task was immense. Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu had no confidence. They'd be lucky if they could hold out against the colonel for 10 minutes, and that was without eliminating anyone. If they were to eliminate anyone along the way, they'd probably only last 5 minutes at most. If Titia were still there, it would be fine. Including the eliminations, 10 minutes, no more. Feng Ziyu said firmly, no, the colonel is too powerful. We can't defeat him, and we can't hold him off. Yuan Xuan, hoping to avoid unnecessary arguments, had no choice but to abandon her first plan. She had 3 attackers attack the colonel and the analyst operator, making it easier to eliminate them. She would then attack the energy core herself. If the colonel blocked her, she would use this as a distraction while Feng Ziyu destroyed the energy core. Now that this method was no longer viable, she had only the second plan. Yuan Xuan stood up and unleashed her Fawar ability, spreading it as far as possible to sense everything in the area ahead. Where the Fawar ability spread, the entire scene gradually took shape in Yuan Xuan's mind, except for the color that had faded to black and white. Everything else was clear at a glance. Soon, Yuan Xuan retracted her ability and slowly opened her eyes. She had a rough idea of the terrain and buildings ahead. Unfortunately, her Fawar ability was too weak. After the last outburst, it had dropped back from near sea level to D level. Otherwise, she could see a wider area, further away, and hold out longer. Yuan Xuan, easy. Find a place to hide and stay connected. In 10 minutes, follow my instructions. Target the energy core. Easy, Roger. Yuan Xuan, Lin Lusheng, Feng Ziyu, hold the colonel for 10 minutes. Injure him if possible. Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu, Roger. Yuan Xuan, there are traps around the building. There's a high probability of explosion. The range is unknown. Be careful when you approach. Lin Lusheng looked at Yuan Xuan and finally spoke sensibly. Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng, Roger. Yuan Xuan added, I go first. You follow my instructions. As soon as the words fell, before they could even ask why, Yuan Xuan had already left the spot. Seeing this, Yirong had no choice but to take the initiative and find a suitable place to hide, ready to shoot. Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu watched as Yuan Xuan drew her pistol and, holding it, cautiously advanced step by step, making no sound. They watched as she skirted the energy truck outside, ascended a flight of stairs from the side, and finally stopped on the bleachers, where she raised her gun and fired directly, aiming for the pupil door lock. The shot struck the door lock with pinpoint accuracy, breaking it and completely locking Rao Fenghua and the others inside. This action startled the others inside. The 2 operators and the analyst stood up and turned to look outside, but Rao Fenghua remained unfazed. The missing few had finally arrived. Yuan Xuan fired 1 shot, then another, and another, hitting one of the green bamboos lying in ambush outside. A green bamboo exploded, and this explosion triggered more explosions, one after another. Yuan Xuan stood in the stands, feeling a slight shakiness beneath her feet. Perhaps it was because there were also green bamboo trees near her area. As expected, the explosion quickly reached her area, hitting the bottom of the stands and tearing them apart. Yuan Xuan fell from the stands, landing flat on her back. Come in. Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu watched the commotion, lamenting Yuan Xuan's madness and disregard for his own life, when these words crossed their minds. This was the command Yuan Xuan transmitted to them, using his Fawar ability. Without hesitation, the 2 men drew their weapons and ran as fast as they could to the spot where the explosion had temporarily subsided. The smoke and shattered buildings obscured their view, making it difficult for those inside to see the specific situation outside. Chapter 58. Arriving in the dust, Feng Ziyu swung his long blade with all his might, striking the door with 2 consecutive blows, shattering it. At the same time, another explosion erupted, landing just 30 meters from the two of them. Feng Ziyu quickly grabbed Lin Lusheng and fled at breakneck speed, carrying him inside. Ralph Fenghua waited eagerly. The two had entered in such a state of disarray, having practically half rolled in to avoid the explosion. Yuan Xuan's command was a test of survival, and Lin Lusheng once again clearly sensed this. "Come in, does it hurt?" Those seemingly caring words sounded like death warrants to Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng. After a day of beatings from the colonel, even if their bodies were made of steel, they would still subconsciously feel the pain. Feng Ziyu took a deep breath, steadying his beating heart. He suddenly stood straight. "Colonel, we come to seek your advice." Ralph Fenghua smiled, one hand on her waist, her erect frame radiating a commanding presence. "Are we all going to attack us together, or one at a time?" Feng Ziyu took another deep breath and said, "Together." Ralph Fenghua couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, all right." She stepped back, taking a stance, and waved at the two men, signaling them to come forward. At this point, it was impossible not to fight. Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng also stepped back, tightening their blades, exhaling softly, and then, one after the other, attacked Ralph Fenghua. "Hey! Let's see who can return a blow to the colonel first." "All right." With that, the two armed men squarely faced the unarmed colonel. Needless to say, one was kicked back, and the other was sent flying. Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu refused to admit defeat, climbing to their feet and continuing their attacks, only to be kicked again. This situation continued unabated, the two men taking the beating one-sidedly, buying time for Yuan Xuan and Yirong. Lin Lusheng silently vowed that, after this training match, he would make Yuan Xuan pay him enough for his mental damages and medical expenses. "What? Is that all you can do? You're not even worthy enough to be my punching bag. Look at your current state. If you want to be beaten, you should see if I'm willing." The movement to climb up suddenly stopped. "With your FIW abilities, you're still considered A-level? You're still considered excellent attackers? I think you better give up. Yuan Xuan is more qualified to be an attacker than you are. You all have no desire to win." Bane slowly popped out of his hand, supporting himself on the ground. "What are you looking at? Was I wrong? Wasn't I?" Lin Lusheng exerted his full strength, leaping up, concentrating his Fawar power on his fists, charging straight at Ralph Fenghua. His eyes blazed with fury, his entire body like a pissed-off lion, fiercely pouncing on its prey. "Not convinced? Then stand up and prove it to me. Otherwise, you're unworthy of the title of attacker." As soon as these words fell, Feng Ziyu, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but get angry. He picked up the long blade beside him, and while Lin Lusheng was constantly attacking with his fists, he seized the opportunity and attacked with a commanding momentum, his long blade striking Ralph Fenghua several times in a row. Until they were both sent flying again, Ralph Fenghua sighed inwardly. Provoking the opponent really worked. Wasn't that a good demonstration? Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. "What? That's all you can do? It seems your offensive abilities are just SOSO. The tone was filled with sarcasm, and even Feng Ziyu, who had calmed down somewhat by this point, was provoked once more. He raised his long blade and attacked again. A few moves later, Lin Lusheng followed suit with his fist. Lin Lusheng's attacks became more powerful, faster, and more forceful with each blow. Feeling his changes, Ralph Fenghua was slightly startled, and Feng Ziyu also regained his composure at that moment. The colonel was goading them, urging them to bring their full strength to bear. He had only reached the limit of his strength, but he hadn't expected Lin Lusheng's strength to continue to rise during their duel with the colonel. Furthermore, Lin Lusheng's Fawar abilities seemed even stronger than before. He was just one step away from reaching S rank. Feng Ziyu was stunned, speechless. "What are you standing there for? Are you giving up already?" Though Ralph Fenghua was initially stunned by the shock of her many moves against Lin Lusheng, she quickly recovered and unleashed even more powerful attacks against him, continuing to provoke Feng Ziyu. Feng Ziyu's shock quickly turned into a refusal to admit defeat. Lin Lusheng's FIW ability was already nearing S level, there was no reason he couldn't be. The fighting grew increasingly rapid, and Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu continued to be beaten back, though their resistance lengths were clearly increasing with each blow. Taking advantage of the intense fighting, he fired 3 consecutive shots straight at the operator and analyst, striking them squarely in the back and instantly eliminating them. These 3 shots came from Yuan Xuan, who was skulking against the wall, not daring to make a sound. After launching these 3 strikes, Yuan Xuan intended to attack the energy core behind her, but before she could even fire a shot, she was knocked to the ground by the incoming Feng Ziyu. The two figures clashed, and although she felt no pain, Yuan Xuan felt as if she were being crushed. Feng Ziyu immediately stood up, pulled Yuan Suiyan up, and apologized. Sorry, are you okay? Yuan Suiyan didn't reply, but simply glanced at Rao Fenghua, who had kicked Lin Lusheng away again. This move had truly caught her off guard. She drew her pistol, and Feng Ziyu and Lin Lusheng attacked Rao Fenghua again, with Yuan Suiyan firing in between. With Yuan Suiyan's addition, and the fierce attacks from Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu, Rao Fenghua finally felt a little strain. But not that much. As Rao Fenghua was enjoying herself, she fired another shot, seizing the opportunity to strike the energy core. Her sharp eyes noticed, and immediately threw out her shield to block this considerable attack. The shield was instantly shattered by the bullets. While throwing the shield, Yuan Suiyan unleashed 2 multi-seed attacks. Her abilities were weak, and the power of her attacks was naturally weak, but even so, it was enough to blind Colonel Rao. Feng Ziyu, charging towards Rao Fenghua, spun with acceleration, slashing with his long blade, striking the energy core with 3 consecutive strikes. The training match was over. Alvin closed the training grounds, cleared everyone out safely, and, at Rao Fenghua's behest, announced the final results of the training match. Since the winning condition for this match is solely based on who destroys the opponent's energy core first, regardless of the number of eliminations, the match is a draw. At the word draw, Sui Fengfei was the first to lose his composure. What? I just fought tirelessly for so long, then was besieged, and you tell me it's a draw? Chapter 59. The second person to get restless was Lin Lusheng. Is your system correct? I just got beaten so badly by the colonel, and the result is a draw. They weren't the only ones in disbelief. Yuan Suiyan was also in disbelief. She believed her arrangements were correct and must have diverted the colonel's attention. So why was the result a draw? Once attention is diverted, it's hard to get it back. Yuan Suiyan continued to speak incoherently, and Lin seemed to understand something. Colonel Rao looked at Yuan Suiyan's fair face and smiled. Isn't it strange why it's a draw? Rao Fenghua had only known Yuan Suiyan for a short time, only 2 weeks, but that was enough time for her to understand the complex meaning behind her words. Considering the actual situation and what had happened, Yuan Suiyan was essentially asking how she had managed to react and destroy their energy core within the short time frame. She successfully tricked him into believing it was in the small underground mall in Area E, even at the perfect time. Rao Fenghua wasn't shy about her explanation. Your setup was perfect. You successfully tricked me into thinking your energy core was in the small underground mall in Area E. Even when you attacked me, I had no doubts. Perhaps it was just luck, my marksman, while shooting at Wenkazi and Li Jia, suddenly discovered the true energy core, leading to this outcome. I thought I won, but it turned out to be a draw. It would have been better if they hadn't recalled it. However, this recollection immediately overwhelmed Li Jia and Wenkazi with guilt. Both of them were not good at analyzing and fighting, so they could only play a supporting role in the back and help kill people secretly. As a result, they were not good at dodging, so they were targeted. They originally planned to escape to a small supermarket to hide and launch a sneak attack, but they were eliminated in advance by the opponent, so the shooter discovered their energy core. Originally, they hadn't planned to return to the supermarket, but the situation was a complete chaos. The two of them, completely useless, could only seek shelter. Other places were packed, and they would surely be eliminated if they went. After much deliberation, they finally decided to return to the supermarket, deciding to launch a surprise attack if anyone approached. They all agreed that the area had been lured away, and returning wouldn't lead the colonel to believe the core was there, so it didn't matter. But just as they reached the difficult road next to the supermarket, they were eliminated by an enemy marksman. And this was the final outcome. When Casey hung her head, speechless, Li Jia clutched the hem of his pants and uttered a pained, sorry. Yuan Sui understood and felt relieved. There was nothing wrong with her command. And Lin soothed, it's okay. Don't blame you. It was all coincidence. This consolation was worse than no consolation. When Casey lowered her head even lower, and Li Jia's grip tightened. After the training match, Sui Fengfei and Shurimo were forced to begin their specially prepared training. Yuan Suiyan was called aside by Rao Fenghua, while the rest of the group continued their training as normal. Everything seemed normal, everyone worked hard and didn't slack off during training. Yet, everything seemed different. Sui Fengfei kept yelling and cursing, while Shurimo stood up for once. When Casey, Li Jia, Noel, and Yinhe began to take the initiative in training, honing their offensive abilities. When Casey and Li Jia were particularly diligent in their shooting and attacking drills. Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu took the initiative to increase the difficulty of their attacking drills. As their instructor, Rao Fenghua was deeply pleased to see this. These past few days, At Yuan Su and in Bewley's insistence, she had stopped volunteering for extra training, aside from those assigned by Rao Fenghua. This was primarily due to the 10,000-word self-review. 10,000 words, very difficult. That evening, Yuan Suan, pondering how to write her self-review, waited for Wen Keizi to return from the extra training. The two exchanged a glance, a gesture of greeting. Wen Keizi sat down on her bed, rubbing her aches and pains. This quiet atmosphere had always been the norm for the two of them in the dormitory. Yuan Suan glanced at the dark sky outside, then at Wen Keizi, who was massaging her legs. Her gaze was stark and unwavering, sending chills down Wen Keizi's spine. She paused her massage and looked back at Yuan Suan. "What are you looking at?" Yuan Suan asked. "What is differentiation?" This question was so sudden and so confusing, with no context or real-world evidence to support it. Wen Keizi couldn't fathom it. Speak human language. Yuan Suan, why don't you question Lin's command? Wen Keizi's explanation was simple and clear. Because you act like a lunatic, and he's down to earth. Yuan Suan's calm eyes rippled slightly. A lunatic? Wen Keizi was speechless for a moment. She herself didn't. Got it. She rested her hands on her knees and decided to have a good talk with Yuan Suan. You can watch Lin's command videos and your own. Compared to him, you're even crazier. Your command direction is always correct, and we all trust your ability. But whenever you're in command, I feel like I'm teetering on the brink of life and death, as if you're going to eliminate even your teammates. But when Lin's command is on, I don't feel that way. While his commanding skills aren't as good as yours, he gives me a sense of stability. Even if we don't win in the end, the process makes me feel like I have hope of survival. The ripples in Yuan Suan's eyes deepened. If you're truly strong, why fear the risks? Wen Keizi was rebuffed by this statement, because she truly couldn't refute it. During a combat training session, if her offensive abilities had been at a relatively good level, what should have been a sure win wouldn't have ended in a draw because of her. Dejected, Wen Keizi shut up and went to shower and sleep, determined to work even harder tomorrow. Asking Wen Keizi alone wasn't enough. She even planned to ask everyone the same question over the next 2 days. So, starting from the second day of training, during every break, she, always the most enthusiastic about training, stopped. Instead, she asked everyone what differentiation meant. She received the same response, just plain talk. The results were largely the same. Li Jia said, I can't keep up with your thinking. I die. Yan He said, it's okay. I don't really feel anything. It's just that maybe Lin's side is safer, so everyone chooses him. Noel said, following you might be a little dangerous. Lin Lusheng said, you're just a lunatic. Fengziu said, you're a bit crazy on the battlefield, but I can kind of live with that. Li Lianyan said, junior sister, I still really like your madness. It's nothing more than excitement. On the first day, Yuan Suan questioned these people. After the others learned about Yuan Suan's problems from them, they gathered together for a 2-hour meeting after the training session that night to discuss Lin and Yuan Suan's command styles. Chapter 60. The meeting was initiated by Li Lianyan, who had no particular purpose, simply for fun. Actually, we can roughly divide our opinions into 4 groups. One that favors Yuan Xiaoxue, one that favors Xiaoxue, one that's neutral and doesn't care, and finally, those who want nothing to do. Now, please invite representatives from each side to state their views, starting with those who support Yuan Xiaoxue, that is, me. As the conductors under discussion, Yuan Suan and Lin were temporarily muted. Li Lianyan, a faint smile on his face, boldly expressed his opinion. During the last assessment, I was directly commanded by Xiaoxue. How should I describe her command style? Crazy and bold, but every choice is absolutely correct. It's just that she doesn't like to explain herself, so it always feels like she's risking her life. But I think that's a good thing. It's exciting, and it helps us stay on track during combat. Lin Lusheng, siding with Lin, countered, exciting? Can commanding be described as exciting? It's just that Yuan Suan is involved in this competition. Whether you're her teammate or opponent, you're on the brink of death. So if I had to choose, I choose Lin, at least he's stable. This was the conclusion drawn from the experience of being Yuan Suan's teammate twice and her opponent once. When Yuan Suan commands, it's either crazy or fatal. He, on the other hand, always teeters on the edge of madness and death. The person who refuted him was someone who had never had a strong presence. Yu Tu said, the battlefield is never peaceful. Yuan Suan's command is a bit crazy for us, but doesn't it also give us an opportunity to train ourselves? Yirong was unconvinced. I want to live, and of course I accept death, but I'd rather die in combat with the enemy than at the hands of my teammates. You too, The colonel said Yuan Xuan's command was spot on, without a single mistake. And Lin himself admitted that his command wasn't as strong as Yuan Xuan's. The instructor reviewed the last assessment video with us, and I'm sure you all know that none of our respective teams had a better command than Yuan Xuan. So her ability is unquestionable. As for the madness, I prefer to think it was her best choice after careful consideration. Yuan Xuan listened and nodded silently in agreement. Gu Vida sounded a little uneasy. Then why didn't you choose Yuan Xuan when selecting your team for training? Yu Tu was speechless. Because the training mode was already difficult, he was afraid it would be even harder with Yuan Xuan, turning it into a complete hell mode. But could he say that? Of course not. He was on Yuan Xuan's side right now. Saying so would be an admission of defeat. You too, don't get off topic. We're discussing whose coaching style we prefer. This completely stumped Gu Vida. Had he strayed from the topic? Li Jia adjusted his glasses. There's a flaw in your theory. Yuan Xuan's commanding ability is unquestionable, as we all witnessed. But I don't believe she necessarily forces us to teeter on the brink of life and death. With excellent command, she's fully capable of ensuring her players' victory in a safe manner, without forcing those who don't want to go crazy to join her. Li Jia's final words were final, and the training room fell silent for several seconds. It was when KZ who broke the silence. And Lin's command is so steady, it makes us feel protected. Every explanation he gives us clearly understands the purpose at the time, and we act more conscientiously. But is this kind of protection under his wings really a good idea? Since we've chosen the military academy, we definitely become soldiers in the future. On the battlefield, many things are beyond our control, and we can't always remain calm. From the historical wars we learned, a careful observation will reveal that once on the battlefield, commanders have a lot to consider. It's impossible to explain every order. So what should we do when we don't get an explanation? Should we just give up the battle? It's true that Yuan Xuan's command style may be a bit crazy, but it's also training our own abilities. If we are strong and capable enough, then we can face any challenge head-on without fear. When KZ was kept awake for hours last night by Yuan Xuan's words, and after much thought, she came to this answer. Yuan Xuan's command, while frantic, was powerful and accurate. To fully follow her lead, one must also be strong enough. In the final analysis, they simply weren't strong enough at the moment. When KZ and Li Jia's words were both valid, and even made people stop arguing, and start to seriously consider whose words made more sense. Yin, he said, actually, I think they all have their own styles. We're not commanders, and we don't understand the tactical arrangements involved. We're just soldiers. Given that, all we should do is obey orders and follow their guidance. After all, even if a commander is powerful, he can't really lead us into a trap, right, everyone? Titia agreed wholeheartedly. Senior, you're right. The discussion ended there for now. Li Lianyan was about to resume presiding, allowing the two most contentious groups to discuss separately for a while, and then resume their discussion after reaching a conclusion, when Rao Fengwo walked in. She had been heading off to rest, but when she realized these brats hadn't practiced extra since she left, she decided to return and give them a lecture. She ended up listening to the entire first half of their debate. I have to say, these brats still have some room for improvement. I heard all your discussions. There are roughly 3 main points of view. One is that Yuan Xuan could use a gentler approach to direct you. Another is that you're not strong enough to keep up with the madman's pace. And the third is that a soldier's duty is to obey orders and follow directions, right? At the sight of Colonel Rao, all the students stood up, straightened their postures, and looked at her. Rao Fengwa, everyone sit down. I'm just here to observe and give you direction when you're done. Why else would they say they were a group of talented people? As soon as Rao Fengwa spoke, even if they still felt a bit intimidated by her, they shifted their focus to the discussion. The discussion in the training room was heated, the chorus of loud voices, and the quiet conversations pausing and resuming, inexplicably creating a strong atmosphere of learning. Yuan Xuan watched from the side, her eyes growing darker. Somehow, she felt the urge to join in. And Lin, sitting on the other side, was also wondering if she had done anything wrong. Just as the discussion shifted from whether Yuan Xuan's madness was appropriate to whether they were strong enough, an untimely roar erupted. Sui Fengfei, no, are you justifying her madness? No matter how crazy she was, she shouldn't have pointed her gun at her teammates. Chapter 61. Sui Fengfei, no, are you justifying her madness? No matter how crazy she was, she shouldn't have pointed her gun at her teammates. He was still angry, he hadn't calmed down. He was still thinking about Yuan Xuan's attempt to shoot him again after failing to land a single shot. Li Jia, Aren't we discussing who commands better, Yuan Suan or Enlin? Why should we obey the other commander's orders? He didn't finish his words, and at the last moment, he forced himself to swallow his last words, just a little short of saying what it had to do with actively eliminating teammates. To be honest, these were two completely different things, and Sui Fengfei himself was also responsible for the incident. If Li Jiao were to put it bluntly, it would be that Sui Fengfei disobeyed and disrupted order, and Yuan Suan's shot was just giving him an opportunity. If he hadn't obeyed, his elimination would have been his own fault. Sui Fengfei, I didn't say I disobeyed orders, but she could have just said it nicely, but she chose to just shoot me. I admit I was wrong. I didn't follow orders at that time. But does that mean she's not wrong? She's the commander, and her commanding style is crazy. Does that mean she can just eliminate teammates at will? Li Jia's face darkened slightly, and he adjusted his glasses. You're very uncalm right now. Seeing the situation about to escalate, even the most clueless Lin Lusheng knew what Sui Fengfei was up to. If you want her to apologize, go talk to her. There's no point throwing a tantrum here. We're not Yuan Suan. This silenced Sui Fengfei. He turned his head away, still a little dissatisfied, and muttered under his breath, she won't apologize. While they were discussing this, Enlin and Yuan Suan were also having their own conversation. Enlin now fully understood the gap between himself and Yuan Suan, but there was one thing he couldn't let go of until he figured it out. What's your purpose as a commander? Such directness caught Yuan Suan off guard. What could her purpose be? Yuan Suan blinked, not rushing to answer, simply staring at him. Enlin, at noon on the first day of training, I asked you why you wanted to be a commander. You know, what you do has a purpose, and there are goals you must achieve. So what's your purpose? What's your goal? Yuan Suan blinked again. Ah, she remembered. A commander is someone who gives strength to the soldiers on the front lines. Yuan Suan pondered for a moment, then rephrased her previous statement with a simpler one. I want to be the only one. The only one, such an arrogant statement. There are so many commanders in the Federation, and almost every soldier has their own designated commander. To become the only one, she must not only be superior to all commanders, but also conquer the hearts of all soldiers, making them willingly obey her as the commander, and unite all their strength. Then, she would be the only one. This would be incredibly difficult. Until now, no one except the marshal would dare to boast that they were the one. But she actually wanted to be the one? Enlin's first reaction was suspicion, but when he looked closely at Yuan Suan's deep eyes, which reflected her calm face, her dark pupils seemed incredibly deep, like the depths of the ocean, with no bottom to be seen. Yet, they were so still, as if they could stir up a massive wave at any moment, overturning everything and leaving only her as the fish swimming in the sea. He didn't seem so skeptical anymore. Enlin felt foolish for dwelling on this answer for so long. He paused, and Sui Fengfei's noisy voice reached him. Enlin, I think you need to resolve your conflict. Otherwise, there will be conflicts whenever they meet again. Yuan Suan looked at him, silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yuan Suan stood up and walked toward Sui Fengfei. Suddenly, a shadow blocked his light. Sui Fengfei turned around and saw it was Yuan Suan. What? Sui Fengfei's tone was unkind. Yuan Suan opened his hands and closed his eyes, looking ready to be bullied. Sui Fengfei was completely bewildered. No, what are you doing? You want me to hug you? Hearing this, Yuan Shi became displeased. He immediately stood up and stood in front of Yuan Suan. You're the only one who wants to hug my sister? Yuan Shi turned back to Yuan Suan. My dear sister, what are you doing? Even if you want to fall in love, you can't just hug anyone. You never even hug me. You're making it so difficult for me, your brother, to do this. Yuan Suan opened her eyes, deflated, pouted, turned around, left, and sat down. The movements were fluid, seamless, without a moment's hesitation. Yuan Shi breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to glare at Sui Fengfei fiercely. Sui Fengfei, what the hell? Anlin looked at Yuan Suan, who had returned. What were you doing just now? Yuan Suan blurted out again, it's even. Anlin, what's even? What kind of even is this? So he just went to apologize? Why close his eyes and open his arms when he apologizes? Suddenly, Anlin realized, you just wanted him to punch you or strike you, because you shot him before, and now he's punching you back, so it's even. Even though your brother blocked it, and Sui Fengfei didn't land that punch, that was due to force majeure, so it's still even, right? Yuan Suan nodded. Enlin, The questions here ended, and the heated discussion over there also concluded. The crowd then split into 4 groups. One was willing to endure the devastation under Yuan Suiyan's frenzied command, becoming stronger. One was a timid and reckless player, and would eventually destroy himself. One continued to obey orders and follow instructions. One just wanted to end it quickly and rest. This outcome wasn't surprising at all, as they had different opinions to begin with. In the final debate, after everyone had fully presented their views, it was Lin and Yuan Suiyan's turn to express their original intentions behind the command. And Lin, from the beginning, our training taught us that a commander's duty isn't just to win the war, but also to save the lives of as many soldiers as possible. I don't want another life to be lost in vain during a battle or training exercise. I hope to be everyone's backup, ensuring that no matter what situation you find yourself in, there's always a way out. Yuan Suiyan smiled brightly. Invincible, unstoppable. She spoke only 8 words, yet they spoke with such force that they inexplicably struck everyone's heart. Rao Fenghua checked the time and stood up, intending to conclude the 2-hour discussion. Well, 2 hours are up, and it's time for you to conclude your discussion. I believe you all gained something today. To this end, I simply want to say that each of your conclusions is correct. A soldier's fundamental duty is to obey orders and follow commands, so you must do this regardless of who's commanding you. It's also true that you can't keep up with a madman because you're not strong enough. Therefore, each of you must give your all in future training. This is for your own sake, not to keep up with anyone else's command. Finally, Yuan Suiyan can provide you with more moderate command tactics, adjusted according to your abilities. This is a very stable option, but it doesn't guarantee you constant security. What matters most is your own ability. In short, the road ahead is right before your eyes. Young people, forge your own path with your own feet. Dismissed. Chapter 62. After last night's discussion, the dozen or so people's enthusiasm for training was unprecedentedly high. No one cried out in pain during weighted runs, braving the scorching sun or driving rain. During shooting and assault training, no one complained of pain. Over the past few days, they had adapted quickly, and no one considered stopping training. The only thing that remained unchanged was Shurimo, who remained exceptionally independent during training. After completing the basic training and any extra tasks he was forced to perform, he would simply rest, never training for a moment longer. To others, this state of mind seemed like a waste of S-level Fawar abilities. It would have been much better if they had been given them. As for Yuan Suiyan, after submitting her 10,000-word self-reflection, she also temporarily stopped her voluntary training. The reason was that doctrine stated that due to her declining Fawar abilities, her body needed some rest time. Without adequate rest, her abilities would continue to decline. After 12 years, Yuan Suiyan had painstakingly cultivated her FIW abilities to near sea level. Now, a sudden burst of activity would have been enough to cause them to drop, but if she didn't rest properly, would they continue to decline? How could this be possible? For the sake of her FIW abilities, Yuan Suiyan had no choice but to stop her voluntary training and get ample rest. It was during this rest that Yuan Suiyan was surprised to discover that her brother's requests for transfers had become less frequent, and his calls for her to give up command had almost vanished. The last time he'd done that seemed to be on the 3rd day of Colonel Rao's training. During this time, whenever Yuan Su visited her, he simply inquired about her health and urged her to rest. Yuan Suiyan thought Lin must have gone to see him. Just as she was silently approving of Lin's honesty and trustworthiness, she was greeted by a figure on the rooftop, watching various battles unfold, studying, and correcting mistakes. Because the moonlight was directly behind him, his shadow was stretched out extraordinarily long. The figure stood beside her, and watched for a moment. Yuan Suiyan didn't react, still lost in her own thoughts. The figure picked up the manuscript Yuan Suiyan had placed before her, examining the densely packed text and the intersecting dots, lines, and planes. A headache arose. Is there something wrong? Upon hearing this, Yuan Su looked at the person sitting down. She continued to read and write, looking very serious, as if the words she had just said were an illusion. The figure walked over to the chair opposite and sat down, hands in his trouser pockets, legs crossed. The evening breeze blew his hair, making it look a little messy. From a distance, this scene looked like a scoundrel picking on a top student. Of course, I came to see my dear sister to reconnect. You've been so cold to me during this training camp, and it's so hard on me. If we don't get in touch, I'm afraid our already fragile brother-sister bond will completely vanish. Yuan Suiyan raised her eyes, her pupils dilated, her lips slightly parted, as if she had just heard something shocking. After a moment's thought, she used a phrase many people had recently used against her to respond to Yuan Su. Speak humanly. Yuan Su lowered his legs. When did you start playing heretic? Why didn't you tell me? I'm your brother after all. How could you hide it from me? If it weren't for the training camp, I wouldn't know anything. My dearest sister? You're making me so sad. Sob. As he spoke, Yuan-Su pulled his hands out of his pockets, a handkerchief still tucked into his right. He began to imitate the aggrieved young wife in a TV drama, turning his head and wiping away non-existent tears. Yuan Suan was helpless, yet helpless. It started in the first year of junior high and stopped in the second year of high school. From the first year of junior high to the second year of high school, 5 years had passed. Coincidentally, during those 5 years, he had also been training furiously for the gunner training and exams, a time when he hadn't paid much attention to Yuan Suan. He recalled an incident. Yuan Suan had private tutors throughout junior high and high school, and was merely enrolled in school, attending only for exams. The reason was Yuan Suan's poor health, and they feared that if the same situation arose again, they wouldn't be able to stop it, leading to rumors that would force him to transfer schools again. Yuan Suan was very sensible and obedient, though also quite stubborn. She obediently agreed to study at home and studied diligently, but in the second half of her first year of junior high, she suddenly wanted a holographic game simulator. Because she was still young and studying was more important, her father refused. To achieve her goal, she tried various methods and voluntarily promised to use it only for relaxation, with doctrine supervising her. Unable to persuade her, her father finally agreed. It was then that they realized that once Yuan Suan really wanted something, she would become incredibly persistent, and no matter what she said or how much she objected, it would be useless. So you had already decided to be a commander when you asked for the holographic game simulator, right? Yes. Then how did you get someone like Jing to become your master and teach you shooting? It turned out to be the online name of the man who taught Yuan Suan shooting. He was so skilled that he was once used as a teaching material in military academy classes, so Yuan-Su couldn't have been unaware of him. However, he never imagined that his sister would actually know him and become his apprentice. Yuan Suan rolled his eyes to the right. I promised him not to tell anyone. Yuan-Su, you're lying. Yuan Suan rolled his eyes to the right like that when he lied. Seeing that his cover was about to burst, Yuan Suan simply threw his original question back at him. What's wrong? As if he hadn't heard his question, Yuan-Su simply changed his question. Since you wanted to be a commander since then, why did you learn shooting? He had asked a lot of questions today, and Yuan Suan was a little unaccustomed to it. Some people say that commanders also need to be able to protect themselves. Looking into Yuan Suan's deep eyes, Yuan-Su felt a sense of unfamiliarity for the first time. Perhaps, as Lin said, he hadn't truly understood his sister, and had no idea how ambitious she was about becoming a commander. A few nights ago, after training, Lin came to see him. He said he was there to persuade Yuan Suan to give up the idea of transferring Yuan Suan. Yuan-Su, though usually boastful, never had a good face when it came to personal matters. What does my family's affairs have to do with you? Aren't you meddling too much? And Lin, have you ever truly understood her? Chapter 63. Have you ever truly understood her? Of course I understand my sister. Do I need you to tell me? But I don't think you understand her determination to be a leader. The two parted on bad terms that day, but Yuan-Su kept thinking about it afterwards. He was thinking about everything Yuan Suan had said and done since the training camp. Yuan-Su didn't know if Yuan Suan truly wanted to be a leader. He simply thought she was stubborn, that it was just a whim, and that after the league, once she experienced the challenges of leading, she'd give up. Yuan-Su didn't know that Yuan Suan had dreamed of leading so long ago that she even played the game Heresy and learned to shoot in it. Yuan-Su also didn't know that Yuan Suan, driven by her own strength and physique, would work so hard to improve her Fawar abilities, never wanting to rest for a moment. Yuan-Su even less knew that Yuan Suan, a natural leader, would still work so hard to learn how to lead when she was alone. Looking at the papers and notebooks on the table, as well as the different colored pens, it's clear that her desire to be a conductor wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a genuine desire. And then, there was the group discussion that day. Yuan Suan never sought others' opinions on a single matter, but that day, she had that discussion to understand why so many people chose Lin. Seeing Yuan-Su's prolonged silence, and feeling a bit upset by his actions today, Yuan Suan opened her mouth and uttered something she read from some book. Appropriate care can be a reconciler of emotions, but excessive care becomes a burden, suffocating the person being cared for. Yuan-Su curled his lips. I'm worried about the wrong thing. Yuan Suan blinked, feeling something was amiss. Yuan-Su no longer cared about her thoughts. He sighed and asked Yuan Suan one last question, very seriously. Choose between command and health. Which would you choose? Yuan Suan replied without hesitation. Command. Yuan Su laughed at this answer. It was quite expected. The cool summer night breeze swept away the lingering restlessness of the day, leaving only a faint moonlight. In the darkness, the lights and moonlight shone against each other, incompatible yet seemingly inexplicably harmonious. Do you know why your name is Suan? Yuan Suan shook her head. She didn't know. Suan means peace every year. In ancient Chinese, it means peace, happiness, and good fortune every year. When Mom saw you when you were picked up, she said, you must have suffered a lot before, otherwise how could you be so dirty and thin? When you first woke up, you called us Mom, Dad, and Brother. Then you fainted again, and when you woke up you forgot everything. Mom said it must be God's will, and so you truly became a family. It took Mom a long time to come up with this name for you. She searched through dictionaries and thesaurus, but she couldn't find any words or characters that could be used to name you. She searched for about 2 weeks before finally finding this word from a friend who studies ancient Chinese. She thought it had a very good meaning, so she named you this. She hopes you be safe every year. You can't live up to this name. Otherwise, Mom and I will be heartbroken. Oh, and Dad too, though I think he'd probably choose to completely avoid any chance of you getting hurt. After saying this, Yuan Su turned his head and looked at the moon. Mom, since becoming a commander is all she cares about, from now on, let's all keep her safe and sound. Mom, please bless us in heaven. Yuan Su shouted this. Yuan Suan rubbed his ears, and also looked at the moon quietly. Hey! What are you doing? You're enjoying the cool air, and you didn't even call me. Lin Luxing's sudden words brought the two people, who were immersed in the moonlight and reminiscing about their loved ones, back to reality. Gu Vida poked his head out from behind him. Wow! It's so cool up there. Tell me the truth, how long have you been there? Why didn't you call us? The two men came up to Yuan Su, one in front and one behind, rubbing their hands, with a kind look on their faces. Yuan Su jumped at the sight. Oh my god! You're actually going to hit someone? You don't have to. Feng Ziyu followed closely behind, mocking Lin Luxing. You've been training so hard for so many days. I thought you'd grown up, but you're still acting like a child, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Lin Luxing raised his fist. Huh? What? Looking for a fight? Shurimo and Li Yibi were dragged out by Disha, and you too. Disha pulled Shurimo forward with all her might, using immense force. Now that we're here, don't even think about leaving. The rooftop is so cool, a bit of fresh air will help you cool down. Shurimo was forced to follow behind silently. Seeing the people ahead, you two waved at them. Hey! You guys come get some fresh air too. Li Wei muttered quietly from the back. Why don't you come to training? Hey! Sway! Give me back my detective novel. I've been reading it secretly. It's one thing you took from me, but if the instructor finds out, I lose my last bit of joy. Give it back. As he finished speaking, a few people saw Sui Fengfei running forward, holding a book high. Yirong chased after him, shouting. The last group to arrive were Li Lianyun, Wen Keizi, Yan He, Noel de Folia, Li Jia, and En Lin. Li Lianyun, right? And then, oh! Junior, Brother Yuan, and all the brothers and sisters, you're all here. Lin Luxing, who was arguing with Feng Ziyu, looked over and rubbed his hands. What do you mean by brothers and sisters? We don't deserve a name, do we? Li Lianyun smiled. Xiaolin, don't be so irritable. It's not good for your health. The moment she saw Yuan Suan, Noel rushed towards her. And then, you're enjoying the cool breeze too. Noel rushed quickly, but with great discretion, she stopped in front of Yuan Suan. Yuan Suan glanced at the notes, and the pause command video on the table, offering a polite smile. Yes. Noel smiled too, but with a hint of sincerity. Me too. What a coincidence. When Keizi and Lin walked to the fence next to Yuan Suan, where they stood and sat, enjoying the cool breeze. Li Jia walked toward the fence, braving the breeze, and sighed heartily, it's so cool. Yan Hezi, smiling broadly among the crowd, looked like he was enjoying himself. As for what he was enjoying, no one knew. Yuan Suan glanced at everyone, and saw that everyone who had trained with her had arrived. Everyone's here. She was wondering why they were all gathered together out of the blue. This wasn't Yuan Suan's first day studying up there. People often came to the rooftop to cool off, but they never came together. The fact that they were all gathered together today couldn't be a coincidence. Something's wrong. Chapter 64. There's a problem. Li Lianyun had somehow stood in front of Yuan Suan. Your expression says that, junior sister. Li Lianyun laughed, and Yuan Suan laughed too. I'd been noticed. Noel, standing behind Yuan Suan's chair, couldn't help but ask, "What are you two talking about?" Li Lianyan pointed first at Enlin, then at Yuan Su. He said this guy hasn't been feeling well lately, and he thinks it might be his problem, so he asked me to see if there's any way to fix it. He was referring to Enlin, and this guy was Yuan Su. Enlin noticed that Yuan Su's condition had become somewhat off since their last conversation. During this period of training, Yuan Su had been quite distraught. His shooting accuracy wasn't as good as before, and he was often hit during close-quarters combat training, not to mention combat training. His performance was a complete mess, and Colonel Rao had been scolding him frequently for this. Enlin felt the problem was his own, so he went to Yuan Su yesterday to apologize, but Yuan Su said it had nothing to do with him. Enlin couldn't let it go, and Li Lianyan, Enlin's roommate, naturally noticed something was amiss. After asking, he found out what happened. Today, they saw Yuan Su on the rooftop. Li Lianyan had come to mediate, but he overheard the siblings' conversation. Li Lianyan folded his arms and said, "But it seems everything's fine now." After much talk, he still didn't reveal what exactly happened. Seeing him pause, Yuan Suan felt a pang of anxiety. Yuan Su understood. "So what does this have to do with you calling them all up here?" Li Lianyan was honest. "We're all brothers. It would be great if we could all come up and have some fun together." Yuan Suan gently repeated the key point in Li Lianyan's words. "Brothers?" Noel, standing behind him, angrily said, "Who wants to be your brother?" "Stop imagining things." "What?" Li Lianyan exclaimed. "We're not friends. Friends are brothers. Don't you consider us friends?" "Little Noel, you're so heartless." "Who's heartless? Who's heartless?" Noel retorted, hugging Yuan Suan's neck. "I just didn't give you my love, right, and then?" Yuan Suan's attention was completely focused on this. Brothers? Friends? These words were unfamiliar to her. "Hey! Want some?" Sui Fengfei came over with a can of drink and held it out to Yuan Suan. Yuan Suan raised an eyebrow and smiled sweetly. "What's wrong with you?" Sui Fengfei's actions were extremely confusing. They all knew Sui Fengfei was not only reckless, but also vindictive. He still hadn't let go of Yuan Suan's shooting. So why was he suddenly offering a drink? Noel was the first to suspect. "Did you poison it?" Sui Fengfei immediately retorted, "I didn't even open it, what the hell?" Yuan Su snatched the drink and set it aside. "Then what are you doing?" Suddenly, his hands were empty. Sui Fengfei wanted to curse, but he held it back. Instead, he looked at Yuan Suan and withdrew his hand angrily. "I heard Enlin say that you were trying to apologize to me last time. How can that be considered even? Your actions were so unclear, who would understand? Today, I gave you the drink, and you accepted it. That's even." As Sui Fengfei spoke, his head was looking away, and he looked awkward. At the end, he even flung his hand. "Anyway, if you accept it, take it. If you don't shoot me with a gun." Yuan Suan understood. He was here to even things out. The others understood, too. He was here to apologize. During this period, Sui Fengfei had been constantly subjected to the rigors of trap training. Almost every day, he was either being blown away or on the verge of being blown away. He wanted to adjust his mimicry to a pain-free mode, but Colonel Rao wouldn't let him, so he resorted to running traps with 70% pain sensitivity. Every time he was blown away, or fell into another trap, a quagmire, an icy cave, or a pile of boulders, his body endured far more than it should have. He had persevered until now by his unyielding spirit. Through the rigors of this training, he had a profound understanding of the importance of following orders and the dangers of recklessness. Sui Fengfei felt that he must learn to restrain himself in the future, not just follow people when they're impulsive. He should also listen carefully to what they say, at least to the extent that he noticed more. He simply refused to accept his mistake, which was why he hadn't apologized. Today, he had a chance, and thinking that Yuan Suan wasn't like ordinary people, he hesitated for a long time before finally making a desperate move and taking his treasured favorite drink, which he hadn't dared to drink, to Yuan Suan. His apology gift was already so valuable, he couldn't just do it again. A brief silence fell, and Yuan Suan remained motionless. Yuan Su said, "If you don't want to." He didn't have to accept it. Unfortunately, before he could finish the second half of his sentence, Yuan Suan picked up the drink, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Sui Fengfei took one look, turned his head, snorted, and walked away. Yirong and the others immediately approached. "Hey, old Sui, where did you get the drinks? Hiding them, huh? Great. You got something so good you don't even share it with everyone. Anything else? If you have any, Bring it all out. Swifeng Fei rolled his eyes at Yerome, the leader. Get lost. I only have this one bottle. No more. Around them, some were arguing, some were chasing, some were chatting, some were gazing at the moon. The small rooftop was packed with this crowd, their noise and bustle non-stop, creating a stark contrast to the usual tranquility. The moon was still high in the sky, but now it seemed filled with a sense of joy. Yuan Suiyan suddenly felt that if this could continue, it wouldn't be so bad. The day after the cooldown period, according to the schedule, should have been the day for the second round of intensive training assessments. Just as they were anxiously awaiting the assessment requirements, they received a notice stating that the assessment had been postponed and that they would instead conduct a field training exercise. The training distance was 20 kilometers, and after reaching their destination, they would rest for 2 nights before returning, so the total duration of this exercise would be at least 3 days. The dozen or so people trained by Rao Fenghua were asked to return to their original classes. On their first day back, they were met with enthusiastic greetings from their classmates, all with the same questions. How was it? How was it training by the colonel himself? Was it tiring? We've been pounded to death by the instructors these past 10 days. You shouldn't be any worse off. I envy you for being trained by Colonel Rao himself. You're so lucky. To this, Yerong simply said, I give it to you, I give it to you. This blessing is too much for him to bear. Training requires carrying weights, otherwise it is not considered a training. So at the request of the instructors, they all carried weights, switched to combat mimicry, and brought all the necessities such as water, tents, simple medical supplies, etc. Chapter 65. The summer was hot, the sun at its zenith. To preserve the natural resources of Yulio Star, there were no traces of technological development beyond a few military training camps. That's why, despite the heat here, even without air conditioning, it was still better than on other planets. Yuan Suiyan, who had always lived like a greenhouse flower, had never walked such a long distance in one go. Even though her training had been rigorous, walking such a long distance didn't quite match the training. Ho Yanyu, holding a loudspeaker, explained the precautions as he walked. This training exercise will test your willpower, physical fitness, and wilderness survival skills. Don't leave anything behind. This contains your survival supplies. If you forget anything, your camping gear will be short of supplies, and you won't be able to stay well. Always remember to take care of your belongings, and don't fall behind. Anyone who falls behind will be punished by having their squad do 50 squats. As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately asked Yuan Suiyan, I heard Colonel Rao's training is very demanding. You're working so hard, you'd definitely be able to keep up with the team, right? Yuan Suiyan smiled politely, and looking at the lush green plants ahead, she nodded slowly. Yes. That puts my mind at ease. The road ahead was flat, the air was fresh, and the hills on both sides were lush green. From time to time, birds flew overhead, bringing with them a brief, clear chirp. Ho Yanyu's voice continued, you can earn extra credits on the way there. You can choose to take them or not. The condition is to ask your instructor for questions. Each question is worth 1 point. There are 10 questions in total. If you answer all of them correctly, you will get an extra 2 points. If you answer 2 questions correctly in a row, there will be an extra bonus. That's great. I thought the training was just training, but I didn't expect there's an opportunity for extra credit. Instructor, when does the quiz start? Some were eager to try, while others were quietly contemplating. And Lin was the one contemplating. He had a feeling something was amiss, but without a clue, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Ho Yanyu said, your instructors will tell you at the beginning. You can't rush to answer questions, you must answer them one by one. After walking for a long time, Yuan Suiyan was exhausted. It was her determination not to do squats that kept her going. If possible, she wouldn't want to fall behind, but her legs couldn't keep up. She'd fall behind, then jog, then fall behind again, then jog again. This repeated so many times that, despite her best stamina, she was practically exhausted. Seeing she was about to fall behind again, 2 girls immediately grabbed her arms and said, you can't do that. Let's walk together. From then on, Yuan Suiyan would take turns carrying her forward after every few steps, striving to keep pace with the others. Halfway through the journey, they took a break and finally faced their first questions. To prevent them from mixing up their answers, each question was different and varied in difficulty, catching many off guard. Chu Xifeng, how can we deploy troops in the mountains to maximize combat effectiveness? No matter how difficult the other questions were, they could be found in the textbook. But with Yuan Suiyan's, the answers were immediately upgraded. Only by thoroughly integrating the knowledge in the textbook could they be considered perfect answers and receive a credit? Yuan Swan sends scouts to survey the terrain, enemy distribution, and other situations. Work with analysts and operators to improve signal connectivity and map creation. Control key areas, such as commanding heights, narrow passages, or caves, and deploy troops accordingly. Deploy troops in appropriate numbers to different locations, assigning them to different tasks, such as main attack, flanking cover, and sniping. Assign shooters or riflemen based on their firepower to provide suppressive fire and cover from the outside. Ensure smooth communications between teams, ensuring that commands can be received and transmitted in a timely manner. Ensure the unobstructed flow of supply lines and the timely delivery of logistical materials. Yuan Swan answered the question carefully, without any mistakes, and thus received 1 credit. The second question came after they continued walking for a while. Chu Xiefeng asked, "We just passed a lake. If there's an attack drone in the lake, how can the soldiers on land lure the drone out from the bottom and kill it?" The second question was based on a local resource, but she hadn't expected it to be so simple. All gunmen use small falling leaves to focus their fire on the lake bottom, forcing the creature out. If all goes well, we can kill it underwater. If not, we can use lions or tigers. Simple and straightforward, but not wrong. Chu Xiefeng gave her the point and an extra reward. Yuan Swan opened it and saw 3 small parts inside, seemingly used to assemble something. Every few steps, they would stop to rest and answer questions. After completing all 10 questions and answering them all correctly, Yuan Swan not only received all the small rewards, but also learned a little secret. To make the training more interesting, all students were divided into 77 groups. The winner was the one who successfully found their teammate and eliminated the others. There was a reward on the return trip. What was the reward? I don't know. 770 people were divided into 77 groups, meaning each group had 10 people. Finding the remaining 9 out of 769 people was a bit challenging. Clues about their teammates were given to them, and they had to find them on their own. While searching for their teammates, they could also initiate eliminations, but they couldn't be spotted and couldn't eliminate their own teammates. Otherwise, it would be considered cannibalism, and both of them would be eliminated, with 10 points deducted. This meant they couldn't just attack randomly, they had to attack with intelligence. However, thinking wasn't everyone's forte. For example, Sui Fengfei, Lin Lesheng, and Yiron considered themselves lucky to avoid elimination. Yuan Swan, let's work together. Just as Yuan Swan was pondering how to best accomplish this, a commander from her class approached her, inviting her to collaborate. Look, there are 77 groups total. If you really count them, it's 10 people against 760 people. We have fewer commanders than combatants, so it's impossible to evenly distribute the 10. So, I don't think the instructors will put us commanders in the same team. That would create a team composed entirely of combatants, weakening our combat effectiveness. If we can work together, perhaps we have the strength to fight in the end. With 77 groups, the total number of commanders is only 65. A team can't have 2 commanders, so those 65 teams should be all combat teams. 1 commander, 1 analyst, 1 operator, 2 attackers, 2 snipers, 2 marksmen, and 1 combatant from any of these categories. Actually, as long as the tactics are sound, and the teammates aren't holding them back, it shouldn't matter. Yuan Swan thought about it, and was about to refuse when the person she was about to cooperate with suddenly stabbed her. Chapter 66. The scalpel blade aimed for Yuan Swan's neck. Yuan Swan reacted quickly, dodging backward and grabbing his wrist. His grip loosened, and the scalpel fell, which Yuan Swan caught with his free hand. Classmate, now's not the time to eliminate anyone. Yuan Swan let go, and the man in front of him withdrew his hand, rubbing his slightly sore wrist before turning away. Besides the commander whose attack had just failed, others also attempted to catch Lin Lesheng, and the others off guard, but were each defeated. Sui Fengfei was puzzled. Damn! Why are you attacking me? What if we're teammates? Why are you trying to kill them too? Do you have any brains? Yuan Swan observed this situation, while searching for clues about her teammates. When she had searched almost every part of her body, and found no clues, she took out the bonus she earned for answering the questions. The 5 bonus items were all small parts. She examined them carefully, inside and out. They looked exactly like communicator parts. No one except the operator had learned how to assemble the parts, so she should find one now. Yuan Swan glanced around, quickly settling on a single person, who turned and ran toward her. Inen, can you help me with a puzzle? Noel de Fria held a palm-sized square panel. On it was a Sudoku puzzle, a very difficult one at that. Being able to command doesn't mean you can do Sudoku. No, Yuan Swayan replied, handing the communicator parts to Noel. Can you help me put it together? Okay. Noel took the pile of parts and immediately recognized them as communicator parts. Huh? Why is your communicator just a bunch of parts? It was a simple question, but Yuan Swayan sensed something different. Is your communicator complete? Noel muttered, well, each of us operators has a communicator, but we can't use it yet. It seems the main communication connector isn't with us. Huh? This looks like the main communication connector. Yuan Swayan wasn't surprised, but simply asked, is this the bonus you got for answering the questions? Noel nodded, his expression clear and serious. Yes. Ah, the instructor said that as long as I solve the puzzle, I know who my other teammate is. Yuan Swayan grasped the key point. Another teammate, the first one is me? Noel said, yes, that's you. The instructor told us one by one before we set off. Yuan Swayan, so you knew from the beginning about this elimination round during the training, right? Noel, yeah, but it's a pity the instructor said you could only find your first teammate after finishing the puzzle. Otherwise, I would have come to you right away and told you the news. Yuan Swayan knew Noel was one of her teammates. Putting on the main communication connector and connecting the communication, a deep male voice came from it. Who? Is the communication working? Noel's communicator didn't respond at all. Why? Hey! On the other side, if you're there, please let me know who my opponent is. The male voice on the other side spoke at the right moment, and Yuan Swayan suddenly thought it was best to turn off the communication. At this moment, another female voice rang out, Are we teammates? How are we opponents? The instructor said that once the communication is connected, anyone who can talk is a teammate. Yuan Swayan suspected the woman who spoke was near Lin Lesheng, because she heard him yell angrily, Damn! What a lousy communication. Even though she didn't know what was going on over there, if she could just look and find Lin Lesheng, she'd know what that woman looked like. At this moment, another relatively calm voice spoke. No, I heard the instructor say that we can be teammates or opponents, it's up to us to choose. Why are the information we're getting different? While Yuan Swayan's communication was buzzing, Noel's also connected, and the answers she received from the chatter were almost identical to Yuan Swayan's. Noel, who firmly believed that Yuan Swayan was her true teammate, told Yuan Swayan about this and asked her what to do. Yuan Swayan smiled politely and said nothing. She felt she should understand what was going on, but she needed strong convincing evidence. Yuan Swayan closed the communication and asked Noel, how many teammates are there on your team? Noel, I don't know. The instructor only told me you were my teammate. He didn't tell me much about the others, just told me to find them myself. Yuan Swayan raised an eyebrow. So that's what happened. Yuan Swayan had closed the communication earlier because of the noise. After a moment of silence, she opened it again. Everyone, let's go together. She wanted them to be her teammates. 77 groups, 10 people each. If this was the required information, why didn't the others get this information? Opponents exist, teammates exist, and the ability to choose whether or not to become an opponent's teammate also exists. Therefore, the number of team members shouldn't be limited to 77 groups of 10. She had just been misled. The instructor's little secret only told her that there were 77 groups, but didn't specify the number of people in each group, meaning the number of people was not fixed. The initial group might indeed be 77, but in this case, the number of people in each group could be freely changed. If things went well, it could even be possible to make most people part of the team. It all depends on how it's done. A deep male voice. Huh? Yuan Swayan cut to the chase. I'm Yuan Swayan. You can choose to be my teammate or my opponent, but I promise that under my command, you can't kill me. So instead of becoming my enemy, why not become my teammate? We can achieve victory together. It's a good choice for both you and me. She wasn't just speaking to the deep-set male, but also to the others on the line. You can choose to kill me directly, but you definitely fail and be captured alive. Then you still choose to be my teammate. How about we skip that step and be more direct? The female voice asked, but shouldn't each group consist of 10 people? Yuan Swayan's smile sweetened slightly, and he explained patiently, the information we received from the instructors varied, but I think one thing is consistent. 770 people divided into 77 groups. We subconsciously assumed there would be 10 people in each group, but the instructors never specified the number of people in each group, only that they would be divided into groups of 10. There are now 77 groups. Some of our teammates are known from the start, some need to find them on their own, and some have to decide who to team up with. In this case, how can we determine who our teammates are? Because some people have to decide whether to team up with them, it's impossible to have 10 people in each group. Of course, we can choose to control the number of people, but we can't control everyone. There will always be people who prefer more people, like me. In that case, there will always be people left alone, and the weak will join forces, and the strong will become stronger. Is this what you want to see? Now, are you willing to join me? Chapter 67. But we've been divided into 77 teams in total. If, as you say, our choices change, won't the number of teams keep shrinking? Each team will either get bigger or smaller. How can we avoid being discovered and eliminated? Won't the teams with ever-shrinking numbers eventually become easy prey for others? That doesn't make sense. I don't think the instructors would do that. The steady voice questioned him. Yuan Suiyan sighed silently. I told you, some people prefer as many people as possible. Besides, this is a training exercise, unlike ordinary training. If there are too many teams, we end up in a chaotic battle on the ground. We all know that Yulu Star is a protected green ecological planet under the Federation's key protection. Any damage is prohibited, and otherwise, we be held legally liable. This also means that our battles cannot cause any damage to the planet. If it were a large-scale brawl, the chances of not suffering damage would be very small. The instructors are also soldiers. Would soldiers lead the charge in breaking the law? No. Therefore, a full-scale conflict is out of the question. If it were to happen, it would only prove that you're foolish. Reasonably doubting everything that can be doubted, and finding the correct answer from that doubt, is the only way to the right path. While listening, the deep male voice suddenly felt a personal attack, and couldn't help but say, damn it. Just say it, without the personal attacks. The calm voice continued to ponder and question rationally. At this rate, we might all end up splitting into several large groups. How could a fight between these large groups not be a full-scale conflict? You're so stupid. Yuan Suiyan laughed cheerfully. Because I'm here, how could I let you fight each other? If you're going to fight, it should be against the most important person. Hearing this, the female voice asked, the most important person? Yuan Suiyan, join me, and I tell you. After this, no one said another, and a brief silence fell over the communication. Yuan Suiyan, I give you 10 minutes to think about it. When you thought it through, answer me. With these words, Yuan Suiyan turned off the communication and looked at Noelle beside him. She was stunned by what Yuan Suiyan and the others had just said. While she still hadn't understood, Yuan Suiyan already understood everything. Noelle, Enin, what's your brain made of? It's so devilish. Yuan Suiyan simply smiled. Noelle, get some people. Huh? Oh, okay. Noelle was stunned. Just as she was about to start communicating again, she suddenly remembered. What about this question? Yuan Suiyan, I want them all to know. Noelle de Freya, ? Because the team search and elimination activities had begun, the teams previously formed by class had dispersed. Everyone was moving forward, searching for their teammates. Only the Sagittarius team remained on their original class. And Lin's communicator had been repaired by another operator. When he heard the different answers, he felt something was wrong. However, since the number of Team 77 was there, it meant that not everyone had already decided on their teammates. Some, like the analyst team, needed to choose their own team. His job, then, was to convince them to follow him. Once a sufficient number of people had gathered, his team would be complete, and he could move on to the next step, elimination. That was his plan, and it wasn't until Yuan Suiyan came to him and shared his thoughts that he suddenly realized what was wrong. When Yuan Suiyan explained this to Enlin, he also delegated the subsequent recruitment of new members to her, mainly because she truly hated explanations. 10 minutes passed quickly. When Yuan Suiyan opened the communicator again, the female voice and the steady voice had already agreed to her request, while the deep voice was silent. The female voice said, I'm from the Gunners Department, my name is Lin. The steady voice said, I'm from the Analyst Department, my name is Zhang Tian. Then the next one would be the Attack Department, Yuan Suiyan thought. The Operations Department would already know about the first teammate. As long as they found the first teammate and helped them install the communicator, the next teammate would naturally follow. Analysts need to independently decide which team to join. Communication simply gives them an opportunity to learn about each other. They then exchange information with other analysts, gather statistics, and analyze the information before ultimately deciding which team to join. Archers, on the other hand, are given a communicator from the start. They are told that the other party is their teammates, but upon actually connecting, they discover that this is not the case. This is when their discernment is tested. Marks don't take any actions, so the conditions they receive are definitely different. If their teammates are left to search on their own, they will definitely take action, rather than continuing to follow the group. So the message they receive from their teammates should be about waiting for them to come find them. The other classes all have established patterns of action, so the only one with an irregular pattern is the attack class. So the attacker's message is about waiting for the communicator to connect, and those who connect are the enemy. In reality, this isn't the case. It now depends on whether the parties can turn the enemy into a friend. My dear sister, are you still able to walk? If not, I can carry you. When Yuan Su arrived, Yuan Suan was about to go find Li Lianyun. Is there something wrong? Yuan Su waved at her, then glanced around, as if afraid of being overheard. Yuan Suan leaned closer to his hand, and Yuan Su asked, "Do you know what castor bean is?" "It's a plant with medicinal properties used as medicine." Yuan Su whispered mysteriously into Yuan Suan's ear, and Yuan Suan listened intently, seemingly discussing something extremely important. After Yuan Su finished speaking, the two continued their discussion, completely oblivious to their surroundings. At that moment, a dart flew at breakneck speed, hurtling towards Yuan Suan's throat. Just as it was about to strike, Yuan Su swiftly intercepted it. Seeing his first strike fail, the man threw another scimitar and turned away. It could be said that his use of hidden weapons was excellent, leaving no trace at all, yet he chose to use a second strike. Feng Ziyu's sharp eyes caught sight of Jiang San's figure, while Yuan Su quickly intercepted the scimitar's attack, collecting both the dart and the scimitar. "I told you, attack me, and you fail." Even thinking about the attacker coming back to kill her, Yuan Suan had already made her plans. She used her Fawar ability to get Yuan Su to come over for a serious discussion, luring him into the trap and allowing him to attack without hesitation. She also instructed Feng Ziyu and Titia to keep an eye on her area and capture anyone attacking her if they saw them. "TSK, I was so careful. How did you find out?" Chapter 68. Without a second attack, we can't catch you. Feng Ziyu held the attacker close to him, while Titia walked beside him. The three of them stood in a row, looking like a group of close friends chatting. TSK. The captured attacker tried to break free from the two men's grasp, but Feng Ziyu held him tightly, and Yuan Su and Yuan Suan also kept a close eye on him, leaving him no room to escape. After a struggle, the attacker gave up. "Forget it, go ahead and kill me." Disha said, "That's so boring. Rather than being eliminated and unable to participate in the next battle, why not play a little longer? If you're willing to join us, I guarantee you survive safely to the end." "Don't you want to survive to the end? Don't you want to achieve the final victory?" The attacker glanced at the others and refused bluntly, "I won't betray my teammates. Either kill me or let me go. I'm definitely not joining you." Yuan Suan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned. "Your teammates? It seems they're pretty fast too." The attacker raised his head and snorted, looking very proud. Disha suddenly had an idea. "What's the big deal? If you don't want to betray your teammates, you can convince them and join us. That way, we all be teammates, and there won't be any betrayal." In reality, this was Noelle's advice, and she was just repeating it verbatim. Just now, Yuan Suan asked Noelle to recruit people, and Noelle thought of this group of people, so Noelle found Titia first. After hearing the situation, Titia was initially reluctant to agree, as she didn't want to betray her current teammates. She was also somewhat tempted to agree, as she desperately wanted to fight alongside Yuan Suan and the others. Facing Titia's hesitation, Noelle spoke to her, and Titia suddenly realized what was going on. She immediately said to Noelle, "Little Noelle, you're so smart." Noelle felt encouraged, and while Titia went to persuade them, Noelle enthusiastically went to seek out the others. Feng Ziyu was one of them Noelle had persuaded. The attacker pondered, and it seemed to make sense. Someone had just said they wanted to eliminate the dozen strongest players first, so they launched surprise attacks on them one by one, but none of them succeeded, and one even got eliminated. If they joined forces, their fate was predictable, failure. But what if they joined forces? The attacker compromised. "I can join you, but only if I can convince my teammates and they agree. Otherwise, it's impossible." Yuan Suan smiled faintly. "Okay." Feng Ziyu and Titia released the attacker. When he left, Feng Ziyu followed. The training march soon reached the lunch break. Everyone rested, shared their food, and chatted while eating. This was a peaceful period, with no eliminations allowed. Yuan Suan found the commander, who had attacked him at the beginning of the game, and sat down next to him with his food. The commander ate silently, not saying a word. After swallowing, Yuan Suan asked, Do you think I'm strong? The commander, fully prepared, didn't expect her to ask such a question and immediately felt fooled. Don't you have any idea? Any normal person, after competing against her and watching her command videos, wouldn't think she was weak, right? Yuan Swayan probably understood their thinking, and why he was so easily goaded into eliminating them in the first place. Because they were considered so strong, no one could defeat them if they united. Even if they fought individually, they were no match. So they decided to eliminate the strongest first, and then fight each other. Will you join me? After half a morning of recruiting and eliminating people, as some were eliminated, most people also learned the theory Yuan Swayan had come up with. This majority included everyone in the command department. A commander can't be clueless. Even if they didn't know at first, they would have known through indirect inquiries. Now, the only thing they didn't know was how the others chose, and whether those dozen or so chose to cooperate. Having already attempted to kill Yuan Swayan once, the commander had never expected him to act this way. The commander was confused. I eliminated you before, even though I lost. Why did you ask me to join you? Yuan Swayan, one more teammate is always better than one more opponent. Being eliminated only shows that you didn't think clearly at the time. Haven't you figured it out now? Since I made my decision, and some of us, over a dozen, have chosen me, that means I can only win. If you choose to follow others, you're doomed to lose. I want to give you a chance to win. Hearing this, the commander hesitated. Yuan Swayan didn't press for an answer, but continued to eat. When they were almost finished, the person next to him finally spoke. What are the conditions? Indeed, after his first sneak attack failed, he knew he couldn't defeat Yuan Swayan on his own, so he planned to find another way to deal with Yuan Swayan after the team members gathered. Then, he heard the true rules of the game, and it was Yuan Swayan who told him. To be honest, the gap was too big. If he were to find another chance to kill Yuan Swayan now, he would have no confidence at all. He had prepared himself for the ultimate defeat, but Yuan Swayan wanted him to join her team. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. After all, being with Yuan Swayan would greatly increase his chances of winning. He would always remember the exchange match during freshman training camp, where Yuan Swayan dominated, eliminating everyone with just a few weaklings. But if he really tried to eliminate her, would she really have no grudge against him? He didn't believe it. Yuan Swayan, tell me, who ordered you to launch a surprise attack on us at the very beginning of the game? This question startled the commander next to him. How did you? He swallowed the rest of his words. Yuan Swayan smiled politely. It was just a guess, but now it's confirmed. So class, don't hide it, tell me. When he saw their eliminations this morning, Yuan Swayan felt something was amiss. A quick thought would reveal the reason. Aren't they afraid that the person being eliminated might be a teammate? If the person was a teammate, they would be eliminated together. For example, if someone tried to kill Sui Fengfei, he killed him instead, and both of them would be eliminated at the same time. That's why Yuan Swayan thought something was wrong. They were acting almost simultaneously at that moment. The timing was perfect. If no one had told them to act at that time from the beginning, how could they have acted at the same time? Chapter 69. Yuan Swayan wanted to know who that person was, and it would be best if the person who had the clue was the one who had tried to kill her but failed. The commander gave up struggling and said honestly, I don't know who it was, but it must be a commander, because their voice appeared directly in my brain. Another unique feature of the commander's Fawar ability is that it allows him to select a specific person and transmit his intended message and instructions directly into their brain. The other person can then receive the instructions without needing to communicate. However, this ability has a drawback. It doesn't allow for communication. The recipient can only receive and execute. I didn't want to do it at first, but he said that eliminating you would change the inevitable outcome. I was tempted, so I agreed. He gave us time to consider, and when he agreed, he immediately stepped to the front of his team. We all agreed, and then he set a time. When the time came, we would eliminate you. But we still failed. After subduing the person and giving him a mission, Yuan Swayan went to find Li Lianyun and the other 3 marksmen. She wanted to know if, as she suspected, the marksman was waiting for his teammates to find him. Li Lianyun had finished his meal long ago, and was just taking a moment to rest. Seeing Yuan Swayan approach, Li Lianyun immediately greeted him. Hey, junior high school girl, you're here. What do you want to see me for? Yuan Swayan, chat with you. If it hadn't been a question, Li Lianyun wouldn't have been suspicious, but it was, just chatting? Yuan Swayan nodded, looking very serious. Yes. There was clearly something fishy going on. Li Lianyun didn't intend to expose it. He simply narrowed his eyes and changed the subject. Speaking of which, Junior, what have you been doing back there all morning? Why are you all so noisy? You've been talking non-stop since the quiz was over. According to the original team marching order, the archers were in the front, the commanders were in the back, and in the middle, from front to back, were the gunners, attacks, operations, and analysts. However, since the game began, all the teams except the archers had automatically disbanded, and were no longer organized. Li Lianyan was genuinely curious, and Yuan Suiyan had indeed learned something from this. The archers had no idea the game existed. Why? Yuan Suiyan didn't rush to tell him about the game, but instead changed the subject. What rewards did you get for answering the questions? I got communicator parts. The change of subject was abrupt, but Li Lianyan didn't mind. A few small bags, seemingly filled with notes. The instructor told us to look at them at the campsite. What's up, junior sister? You want to see? Yuan Suiyan told him what his reward was. Yeah. Li Lianyan didn't hold back. Honestly, I'm curious too. What's written on those notes? Let's take a look together. The 5 small bags were opened. Although Yuan Suiyan's gaze was directed towards Li Lianyan, she was actually observing the instructor. She noticed from the corner of her eye that Instructor Ho had seen their actions, but didn't intervene. Instead, he continued chatting with Shiryusen. By not stopping them, it was implicitly acknowledged that they were allowed to see ahead of time. There were a few lines of large characters written on the note from the Archer department. The rules of the Archer game were that before arriving at the campsite, you could not eliminate anyone and could not recognize any teammates. After arriving at the campsite, if you saw someone from other departments starting to eliminate others, you would then carry out the elimination action. You had to eliminate the other party within a maximum of 3 shots, otherwise it would be considered a failure, and 1 credit would be deducted. All archers were divided into 4 groups. On the first night of camp, they chose which team to join, and would assist that team the next day. Next was the list of groups for the archers. It was quite long, as many people were grouped together. This meant that all archers would be in no more than 3 or 4 groups. Yi and Li Ivy weren't in the same group, and likely none of the 3 of them would be in the same group. This meant that the archers' operation wouldn't officially begin until they arrived at the campsite, and the archer selections directly determined the numerical superiority of their teams. If a few individuals weren't already selected, they would be eliminated. Having obtained the intelligence, Yuan Suiyan had achieved his goal with Li Lianyan, and Li Lianyan's curiosity had been satisfied. This win-win situation left Li Lianyan feeling unsatisfied, and he happily let Yuan Suiyan leave. 10 kilometers to the campsite, they rested as they walked, occasionally chatting and laughing. When someone faltered, others, regardless of past grudges, came to support them, carrying them forward. Perhaps because the group had already been fully formed, some still fell behind, though significantly fewer than in the morning. The afternoon sun slowly set from its peak, its glow appearing in the sky, shimmering upon everyone as they finally reached the campsite. The campsite was in a small valley across from the waterfall. The waterfall here was not small, but not too large either. Even to look at it, it was spectacular enough. The sound of running water continued, bringing a refreshing coolness to the valley. For the first time, the group felt the refreshing air of nature. Help! This place is so comfortable. Oh my god! This waterfall is so beautiful. Wow! So cool! Having arrived, exclamations of surprise rang out incessantly, one after another, bringing the once quiet valley to its own lively atmosphere. Okay, we arrived. Don't just stand there, let's set up camp. This time, it was Rao Fenghua who spoke with the loudspeaker. They had the courage to act coquettishly at the instructor's command, and they dared not disobey the colonel's orders. This must be the damned physiological suppression. The tents and various supplies also came into play at this moment. Huh? I think I'm missing something here. Does anyone have extra ground spikes? I don't seem to have any. Someone was pressing on the tent, when a sudden loud shout caught everyone's attention. As his voice appeared, others began to shout about other missing items. I have extra. Someone had already set up their tents, and enthusiastically began distributing the extra supplies to those in need. Even so, this didn't change the fact that many people didn't have all the materials needed to build a tent. What's going on? Without a tent, how are we supposed to sleep tonight? Are we supposed to be feeding mosquitoes under a tree? Help! I don't want to feed mosquitoes. Damn it! As the truth was revealed, some people began to complain. Unlike here, all the eliminated students had already set up their tents. The instructors had also set up their tents, and seemed to be gathering some extra supplies. In fact, if you look closely, you see that these items were missing from the tents of the people complaining. Why don't we go grab some tents? Chapter 70. Why don't we go grab some tents? Someone suddenly suggested this, some agreeing, some opposing. But that's not good. If we steal other people's tents, where will they sleep? Didn't you notice that those eliminated people all have tents to sleep in? So if we eliminate them, they still have full tents to sleep in, and we have full tents to sleep in too. Killing two birds with one stone, isn't that great? The opposing voice hesitated for a moment. That seems true, but aren't our teammates among them? We can't eliminate our teammates too. The person who suggested elimination said, who said we're eliminating our teammates? We can just eliminate those who aren't our teammates. There are so many opponents, aren't there enough tents for us to share? And Lin's heart sank. This wouldn't work. He had to find a solution. From now on, the number of eliminated people should be as few as possible, preferably none, otherwise Yuan Xuan's plan would probably fail. With this in mind, Lin found the nearest instructor and asked, do we have to sleep in tents according to departmental divisions? Can we sleep in groups for games? Yusin fanned himself with his hat, sitting in the tent like an old man on a ridge, looking quite relaxed. Of course not. Games are games, but training is about building your unity. Living in groups won't cultivate that ability. Getting his answer, Lin left. Nearby, Ho Yongyu couldn't help but ask, how can there be such a rule? Isn't it up to them where to sleep? They can live however they want. Yusin fanned himself and said casually, if young master hadn't asked me, they would have let them do whatever they wanted. But now that he's asked, the situation is different. It means they don't want to eliminate anyone because of the tent incident, which is bad for us. Ho Yongyu, huh? Yu Zha added, Yuan Xuan is very smart. This morning, when she was flooded with information, she already knew the true rules of the division and might even have guessed who the real opponent was. So if she wanted to control the situation, she wouldn't want to see more people eliminated. At this point, Rao Fenghua came in with food. Yes, she doesn't want to eliminate anyone. If Lin cooperates with her, then Lin will fully implement her decision. What can I say about this kid, Lin? He's a little too rule-oriented. All actions are easy to predict, so his reason for asking this question was to resolve the tent issue. Since the idea of still living in tents by team wasn't feasible, they could only continue to live by individual teams. Our goal is to have as many people eliminated as possible. If the tents aren't fully built, some students will choose to be eliminated, which will achieve our desired result. If they want to completely resolve the tent issue, Yu Zha took over. Unless they choose to mix tents. Rao Fenghua gave him an approving look. That's right. But that would increase the number of people in each tent. Then teammates and opponents would be sharing tents, increasing their risks, and making it difficult to discuss tactics. In that case, would they still choose to mix tents? Ho Yongyu listened to their analysis and thought it over carefully, finding it quite plausible. If it were me, I wouldn't even consider taking that risk. If he shared a room with his opponent, he feared being quietly eliminated in his sleep. Especially if the numbers were unequal, sleeping with his opponent would leave him feeling anxious and sleepless all night. Rao Fenghua looked at Yusin, who was picking up a biscuit. Well done, Lieutenant Shi. Yusin took a bite of the biscuit and gave a nonchalant smile. At that moment, all he needed was a little bit of foxtail grass to perfectly capture his demeanor. Little Rao's business is my business. How can I not do it well? While eating, Lin also shared the situation with Yuan Xuan. Originally, he had thought of asking the instructor about the rule. If feasible, he could divide the teams into tents to ensure everyone had a place to stay, thus avoiding further eliminations. However, this approach proved unworkable. Since he couldn't think of any other suitable solution, he had no choice but to seek Yuan Xuan's advice. Yuan Xuan, first eliminate them, then mix them up. Lin didn't understand. Why? You said those eliminated will become our final opponents, so we should reduce the number of eliminated players to ensure our ultimate victory. So why are we still doing eliminations now? Plus, mixing them up wouldn't be appropriate. It would mean opponents and teammates would be living together, which is too risky, and wouldn't be conducive to team communication. They probably wouldn't agree to that. Yuan Xuan took a bite of his apple and continued, our real opponent is the instructor. As expected, upon hearing this, Lin, along with Wenkazi, Noel, Disha, and you two, who were also in the tent, were all shocked. You two, wait a minute. What did you say? Who are our opponents? Noel, and you're not kidding me. Disha, what the hell? Instructor? Really? Wenkazi's surprise subsided a bit, her voice rising and falling slightly, but not much, making it hard to hear. What's the basis for this? The training camp is actually the second assessment. Yuan Xuan's statement was once again shocking, and everyone's astonishment reached a new peak. You two thought he might be hallucinating. What? Noel felt his vision blurry. And then stopped joking. This isn't funny. Tinier seemed eager to try. Really? Is this true? When Casey's voice was a little unsteady. She pinched the bridge of her nose, her voice trembling. What's the basis? And Lynn's hands, clutching the food, tightened unconsciously. He was the first to react. Yeah. I didn't quite understand why there was this kind of game during the training, and it could earn you credits. If it was just... During a regular training exercise, there's no such thing as credits. Furthermore, we eliminated nearly every commander who initially passed the message for elimination, but haven't found one. The only ones left are Colonel Rao and Instructor Chu. They're the only two instructors besides our students with command capabilities, so the order must have come from one of them. If this training exercise is a second assessment, and the instructors are our true opponents, that would explain their order. But how did you know for sure? It's hard to fully explain it based on just these 2 points. Chapter 71. But how did you know for sure? Just these 2 points still don't fully explain it. Yuan Suiyan bit her legs, hugging them with her hands, dangling the apple core from her hand. Before you asked the instructor that question, it was just a guess. Now it's confirmed. This time, it was when Casey who figured it out. So before Lin asked the instructor that question, the instructor didn't say anything about how we should live in the tents. We all just subconsciously assumed, based on experience, that we should be assigned tents according to our rank, which meant the instructor didn't really care how we lived. But when you asked, instructor sure said no. This is different from his. Our initial behavior doesn't match up. If it really wasn't allowed, they should have told us right from the start. Noel took a plastic bag and began to collect the food waste. So, the instructors are really our opponents? What's their goal? Is it just to make us all kill each other, and reduce the number of opponents for them in the final battle? After Yuan Suiyan's explanation, along with Casey and Noel's words, Lin suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be that those who are eliminated will become members of the instructor's side after being eliminated? As soon as these words came out, Yuan Suiyan couldn't help but glance at Lin. For some reason, he felt like a teachable child. The precursor to a storm is always incredibly quiet and peaceful. The wind blows steadily, the clouds fade, the branches sway, and people outside appear and disappear one after another, leaving only ignorant children playing and skipping. Until the storm arrives, everything will be veiled in the dark storm until it subsides. After dinner, it was a rare moment of rest. Some people met to admire the moon and the stars, others played by the river, and still others played among the sparse trees. If there was one word to describe the atmosphere at that moment, it would be peaceful. And then, watch out. Noel stood in the stream beside the waterfall, gathering a handful of water and throwing it directly at Yuan Suiyan. Yuan Suiyan dodged in time, but the pouring water still hit her hair, her clothes, and her exposed arms, dripping down, creating a faint splash in the water. Yuan Suiyan, not to be outdone, immediately bent down and scooped up the water, sending it hurtling towards Noel. Ah! Instantly Noel turned her back, splashing water onto her back. Noel threw another handful of water, this time towards Dixia. Ah! Good on you, Noel. Just stand there. Dixia, who had been trying to catch a fish, gave up and threw a larger splash at Noel. The waterfall flowed relentlessly, birds chirped in the forest, and amidst the scorching summer heat, this cool place was filled with laughter and joy. As if influenced by their presence, the waterfall seemed to slow down. Just then, a streak of silver light pierced the water, shattering the splashing water as it raced towards Yuan Suiyan. Just as the silver light was about to strike Yuan Suiyan on the back of the neck, Noel reacted quickly, creating a protective shield behind him, saving his life. Wow! Enin, are you okay? After blocking the attack, Noel rushed to Yuan Suiyan's side, spun her around, and confirmed she was alright. Only then did she feel relieved. Noel's timely intervention brought a sigh of relief to the others. What a joke. If Yuan Suiyan were gone, they'd be doomed, right? But before they could fully relax, they were confronted by 2 attackers and 3 gunmen. The attackers were targeting Dixia, but she refused to give in. She immediately unleashed her double blades, leaped and spun, dodging the attack, and launched a powerful kick, catching both attackers squarely in the chin. Dixia fell back into the water, creating a massive splash, but remained unfazed. Excuse me. You sneaked up on me, so I couldn't be soft-hearted. The 2 attackers, hit in the chin, fell directly to the grass, retreating back repeatedly to steady themselves. Dixia admitted she wasn't a 1-on-5 attacker like Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu, but she was more than capable of fighting 2 against 1, especially after the colonel's demanding training. 15 days of training hadn't had much effect, but even this small amount of water couldn't stop her. Fuck. We knew sneak attacks wouldn't work on them. What should we do? We're already here, what else can we do? Fight. If she doesn't die, we all die, and I still have to live in the tent. Their voices were loud enough for Titia and the others to hear clearly. Noelle deployed a protective shield, shielding the less capable ones within. Noelle's abilities were A-level, but not just any A-level. Especially after Colonel Rao's grueling training, she, an A-level, could now withstand the attacks of up to 3 A-levels at once. The 3 gunmen outside were 2 A-level and 1 B-level. The shield was still very powerful, and they couldn't break through it for the time being. Don't eliminate anyone. Just as Titia was about to go all out in this one-on-two situation, and Lin's voice suddenly entered her mind. As soon as she said this, Titia quickly retracted her force, pushing the 2 attackers away once more and moving away from them. She had almost forgotten that their purpose in coming to play in the water was to invite attacks, allowing the archers to eliminate them, but they couldn't eliminate anyone. Yuan Suiyan explained that the archers' battle lines differed from theirs. They were more like peace ambassadors. Once they spotted someone disturbing the peace, they would eliminate the first person to attack. But they couldn't be eliminated either, or they would become the instructor's subjects. They wanted to minimize this, so their goal was to give the archers a chance to eliminate those who were trying to eliminate them. Since those who didn't want to join them were impossible to convince, it was better to get them out early, making it easier for later actions. If Lin hadn't reminded her, Titia would have almost given up. With this reminder, while Titia was pushing the attackers back, the 2 attackers and 3 gunmen were also met with a barrage of fire. Apart from anything else, his marksmanship was incredibly accurate, 1 shot per kill. With that kind of accuracy, not many people could match it. Disha turned to look in the direction of the shooting. Such accuracy, senior brother? Senior brother was what they called Li Lianyan, but Disha didn't see anyone. That was Li Lianyan's skill. When he really wanted to hide, no one could find him. In short, their goal had been achieved. Now it was all about other things. The elimination wasn't going to be done in secret, so the noise was quite loud. Commander Yuming could hear it even from his tent. Actually, I think this is a perfect opportunity. Since you joined Yuan Suiyan's team, you can go undercover and try to turn the others against you. When necessary, you can kill Yuan Suiyan with a single strike. Then you can take control of her team, while I and the others eliminate the remaining ones and take control of their own teams. That way we win. Chapter 72. The person speaking to Yuming was another commander, trying to persuade him to cooperate. Although we're not as powerful as Yuan Suiyan and Lin, we're not bad either. I believe that if we can work together, defeating them won't be a problem. Furthermore, we have strong backing. Even if we can't defeat them, they certainly can. Then, we definitely win. However, Yuming's attention was focused on the we in his previous sentence and the strong backing in this one. It's not that I can't cooperate with you, but you must at least tell me who's on your team and who your strong backing is. Otherwise, I can't work with you. Seeing the other party lapse into silence, seemingly reluctant, Yuming continued, if you want to cooperate, you must trust each other and know each other's backgrounds. You know who I recruited and that I joined Yuan Suiyan's team, but I don't know who your teammates are, or who the strong backing you mentioned is. This isn't fair to me. If you can't prove the truth of your claims, I'm sorry, but it's hard for me to choose to work with you. But I already told you that I didn't actually join any of Yuan Suiyan and Lin, Fengziyu, U2U, or Jishua's teams. After a day, up to this point, excluding the archers and the eliminated students, all the students have been divided into 6 major groups. However, within these 6 groups, some are stirring up trouble, like this commander, who's from U2's team. So, the actual groups should be 7. The person before me is likely one of the 7th group. There are also members of the 7th group in the other groups, but the number and identity of each is unclear. Yuming shrugged slightly, preparing to leave. You don't want to tell us? Seeing he was about to leave, and the cooperation was about to end, the commander became anxious. Okay, as long as you agree to cooperate, I tell you. Yuming stopped walking and looked back at him. Tell me first. The other commander fell silent again. Yuming raised his foot to leave again, and the other commander became anxious. Okay, I tell you first. Yuming felt reassured. The commander continued, but how can you guarantee that you will cooperate with us after I tell you? If I tell you first, and then you change your mind, our intelligence will be completely leaked, which is disadvantageous to us. Hearing this, Yuming also sighed and asked, do you really think Yuan Suiyan will truly accept me as her teammate? It would have been better if he hadn't asked this question. But once he did, The commander's mind immediately raced. Yu Ming had attempted to kill Yuan Suan, though unsuccessfully. However, in order to learn information from Yu Ming, he had recruited him into his ranks. But could Yuan Suan truly be completely free of resentment towards Yu Ming? Wouldn't Yu Ming also be wary of Yuan Suan? Perhaps it was worth a fight. If he failed, he would die. At worst, he would just have to face the criticism. Seeing the commander begin to hesitate, Yu Ming continued, I don't think I survive if I join. After all, I killed her before, so she can't possibly be completely wary of me. But I want to survive. These seemingly frank words instantly cemented the commander's resolve. Okay, I tell you. With the negotiations concluded and the attacks outside almost subsiding, it was soon time for bed. After the last round of eliminations, Ji Shue's team had lost quite a few lives. The other teams had also suffered losses, but not significantly. Ji Shue squatted in front of her half-finished tent. Damn! We lost so many people. How are we going to play anymore? The person squatting next to her said, Why don't we just give up? We really can't beat them. Ji Shue, don't forget, we all came together to defeat Yuan Suan and his gang. How can we give up? We haven't lost yet. Cheer up. Another person said, but our numbers are already dwindling. If this keeps up, sooner or later we all be gone. Just as Ji Shue was about to curse again, Yuan Suan and Enlin appeared before them, accompanied by Titia. They simultaneously used their Fawar command ability to summon the captains of the other teams. Seeing the people arriving one after another, Ji Shue's expression darkened. What are you doing? It's not time to fight anymore. Enlin's voice was steady, seemingly oblivious to Ji Shue's anger. Senior, we came to see you and called them along to discuss the tent issue. Ji Shue's biggest annoyance right now was the lack of intact tents on her team. Even with many teammates eliminated, it still didn't change the situation. Now that the other captains were all coming, she instinctively assumed they were coming to steal her tents, to take the intact ones from her team and give them to their tentless teammates. You're going too far. The others, unaware of her thoughts, were at a loss for words after hearing her words. Enlin, I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm here to offer a suggestion. Ji Shue was completely convinced that her idea was correct, and that this was exactly what they were planning. So, before Enlin finished, Ji Shue interrupted him. Stop pretending, okay? You just want to steal our team's tent. Do you think I'm stupid enough to listen to you? If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to tolerate such a blunt scolding. For example, you two, you're crazy. If we were to steal your tent, would it be just a few of us? Wouldn't it be better to bring more people to kill everyone in your team? Ji Shue was speechless, but she still refused to accept it. What else could it be? Aren't you all from the same group? And Lin sighed softly. Stop arguing. I was talking about mixing. Look, now all of our teams, regardless of the number of teammates lost, there should be tents that are uninhabitable, but we all want to live in tents. Simply dividing them into groups wouldn't be appropriate, so I think it's better to mix them. Yu Ming objected. Mixed? But we're not in the same team or class. If we mix, it feels a bit too dangerous. While sharing a class does count, at least we can take some precautions for the future. So I don't think mixing everyone is appropriate. And Lin added, Indeed, I thought about this before proposing mixed housing. It's too risky and inappropriate. But if we don't mix, there will definitely be a problem of excess or insufficient tents, which is even more inappropriate. I also asked the instructor if we could split up the groups, but he said no. So, the only way we can get everyone into tents now is to mix them. Ji Shue was tempted by this suggestion. Her biggest weakness right now was the tents. It wouldn't be a bad idea if all her teammates could live in tents. But how can you guarantee there won't be a sneak attack at night if we all live together? How can we have discussions within the team? Chapter 73. If Ji Shue's team's biggest weakness right now is the tents, it's the tents. If all her teammates could sleep in tents, there wouldn't be anything wrong. But how can you guarantee that no one will attack at night if we all stay together? How can we hold discussions within each team? And Lin patiently explained, how can we do this? Several of our captains will sleep in one tent, so we can monitor each other. If we wake up the next morning and find that a captain has been eliminated by another, the eliminated team will automatically disband and be evenly distributed among the remaining teams. If a teammate is eliminated during the night, the eliminated team will give 5 teammates to the eliminated team as compensation. If group discussions are necessary, we select a key player and a commander. After the key players have reached a consensus, the commander will pass the decision to the remaining team members. This was a good idea, and no one else objected. Thus, the tent issue was resolved. Ji Shui looked at Yuan Suan again. Why aren't you talking? Yuan Suan, having been called upon, looked back at Ji Shui, his eyes blinking. And Lin explained, this is her solution. I'm just speaking on her behalf so everyone can get a good night's sleep. The decision was made, and the team leader dismissed the group. There was another commotion outside, as they assembled the tents and divided into teams to ensure everyone had a place to sleep. A good night's sleep, no one was eliminated. This was their first and only day of camping. After observing the group yesterday evening and choosing their teams last night, all the archers had already decided on their teams. Li Lianyun chose Team Anlin, Irong chose Team Fengziyu, Li Wei chose Team Yueming, and another team chose Team Yutu. With these choices, all teams, except Yuan Suan and Ji Shui, now have shooters. This difference in numbers will only become more pronounced, especially for Ji Shui's team, which already had fewer players. Their numbers will only appear even more pitiful in comparison. I think our defeat is inevitable. Why don't we give up trying? With such a huge disparity in numbers, we really can't win. Do we really have to keep trying, Senior Ji Shui? Actually, rather than struggling, I have a suggestion. Yuan Suan's team is smaller than the other teams right now. Why don't we join her? That way, maybe we can make it to the end. Amidst the sighs, a voice emerged. Ji Shui hesitated for 5 seconds before objecting. I disagree. Even if we're outnumbered, so what? As long as our will remains, we win, even with every last ounce of our strength. Wherever I, Ji Shui, am, I will never give up easily. If you're willing, follow me and challenge them. If you're not, you can stay or leave. I, Ji Shui, won't stop anyone. As she spoke, the rising sun hit her, casting a golden glow over her. A group of people sat on the ground, watching her, enveloped in the morning sun, and inexplicably felt the urge to follow her to the end. Senior, I go with you. Someone started, and the others behind them began raising their hands. I go with you. And me. Me too. One by one, their hands were raised, but in the end, no one truly chose to give up. Looking at the group before her, Ji Shui's heart inexplicably softened. She had only wanted to give it her all, but she had never imagined so many would choose to join her. This time, she had no choice but to win. Okay. Since everyone has chosen to follow me, I won't let you down. Everyone, victory or defeat depends on this one. Let's fight them together with all our might. No victory, no retreat. As Ji Shui's final words fell, everyone in her team shouted in unison, no victory, no retreat. The shout was so powerful that the valley practically reverberated with their voices. Sure Yusen listened and looked in Ji Shui's direction. Hey! That's quite a bit of momentum. Yu Zhao looked in Yuan Suan's direction. No matter how strong the momentum is, it won't change the inevitable losing situation unless a miracle happens. But miracles only have a 0.001% chance of happening. Rao Fenghua smiled. But just based on this courage to fight back and this inspired momentum, I can give Ji Shui a couple of extra points as encouragement. I hope she can keep it up. After assembling the team, Ji Shui led her men to Yuan Suan's group. Yuan Suan and Ji Shui faced each other, one full of vigor, the other calm and composed. The increasingly intense sunlight shone upon them, like a kindling of war. The other side's momentum clearly indicated a fight, but Yuan Suan didn't want to fight, so he tried to persuade them. Join me, I lead you to victory. Ji Shui spat, I will never give up. Yuan Suan, that's not surrender. It's joining me, and then we can all win together. Ji Shui, fight or die. Negotiations failed. Yuan Suan smiled sweetly, determined to completely crush her. And so the battle began. Yuan Suan retreated to the back of the team, directing the attack while shooting and eliminating the enemy. Yuan Su stood guard by her side, protecting her. Noelle and Wenkazi stood to her left and right, one analyzing the situation, the other assisting her teammates. Titia charged forward, battling Ji Shui. So far, Yuan Suan had calculated many things correctly, but only 2 things incorrectly. One was that the campsite had been equipped with a temporary virtual combat system, meaning that fighting there would not cause any loss of a single blade of grass or a single tree. The other was Ji Shui's stubbornness. Last night, several captains lived in a tent. Yuan Suan planned to have everyone cooperate with her to defeat the instructor and win the final victory, but Ji Shui was unwilling to cooperate. She refused to cooperate. She hated this feeling. Everyone, attack on the right wing, retreat on the left wing. Noelle, cooperate with the gunner to use the Hornet 1 to target the opponent. Use all your strength to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Don't give them any breathing space. When Yuan Suiyan's instructions appeared in everyone's mind, the morale was boosted in an instant, and they were on par with Ji Shue's team. With the appearance of the Hornet, the two teams that were originally fighting hard also reversed. Soon, Ji Shue's team was defeated one by one. Senior sister, you better admit defeat, really, otherwise you will be wiped out. Disha slashed Ji Shue's shoulders with both swords, forcing Ji Shue to kneel on the ground. Dirt splashed on her body, her hair was no longer as neat as before, and her body was almost covered with scars from Disha's beating. She grasped Titia's wrist, unbending, her eyes blazing with fire. I'm not going to give up. With that, Ji Shue, exerting immense strength, dragged Titia to the ground. Note: Bumblebee, a combination of vulture and little falling flower. When launched, a large number of bullets tracked the opponent. Chapter 74. Disha had room to resist, but Ji Shue's gaze had prevented her from reacting. At that moment, she reacted, and just as Ji Shue was about to launch another attack, Disha reached out and shoved her aside, her twin blades resting on Ji Shue's neck as she fell. Ji Shue lay on the ground, Disha kneeling over her. Both of them were covered in mud. Disha stared into her eyes, a little confused. Why do you have to defeat us? Aren't we supposed to be on the same side, defeating the instructor to claim victory? Pinned to the ground, with blades pressed against her neck, any movement would have meant Ji Shue's elimination. Since it had come to this, Ji Shue simply stopped struggling. What I hate most is people like you who are gifted with talent, relying on your talent to get everyone's attention. All the instructors compare you to us, telling us to work harder. But why? How am I not working harder than you? How am I not more diligent than you? Why are your efforts praised, while mine are always ignored? I won't accept it. No one knows the feeling of hard work being ignored better than her. Whether it was during training camp or any other training sessions in the past, she always heard from others. Lin Lesheng, Feng Ziyu, Disha, and Sui Fengfei, they're all so talented, yet they still work so hard. So, you have to work even harder to match them. But didn't Ji Shue also work hard? She worked just as hard as anyone else, and her progress was no less than anyone else's. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, there was always someone telling her to try harder. Okay, then she will work harder. As long as she works harder, her efforts will not be ignored. She wanted to use her strength to prove to everyone that she, Ji Shue, was no less capable than anyone else, and now? She had fought for so long, driven by sheer passion, only to be defeated by Dishia's double-edged sword. I saw it. Dishia's expression was dazed, her grip weakening slightly, but she still held him firmly in place. We fought before, and although you lost that time, you're clearly much stronger now. Defeating you before didn't require any effort, but now it's different. Defeating you will require effort. Your strength is enough to show me just how much effort you put in. Your efforts are not just witnessed by me, but by them as well. Otherwise, how could so many people choose to follow you, refusing to admit defeat no matter how hard they fight? They chose to follow you to fight us, because they were inspired by you, weren't they? The figures entangled in the mud remained motionless for a long time, the mottled shadows of the trees falling on them. Ji Shue looked at Dixia, her fiery anger vanishing in an instant, leaving only astonishment. Senior, you're truly amazing. Even when you were about to lose, you still managed to get so many people to follow you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do that. Disha's voice was quiet, but every word sank deeply into Ji Shue's heart. Ji Shue had wanted to give up, but now, she felt that perhaps, continuing to strive wasn't a bad idea. Not for anything, simply to become stronger, nothing more. Just as Disha was about to let go and let Ji Shue join them, Ji Shue, who had already given up struggling, suddenly moved her right hand, and the lancet transformed by her Fawar ability pierced Disha's abdomen. Titia reacted quickly, slashing Ji Shue's neck and eliminating her. Then, with a quick roll, she dodged the scalpel blade. Although the dodge was timely, it still left a small wound. Tisk, it's just a wound. Titia, wait! Next time we compete, I won't lose. Ji Shue, eliminated, released her mimicry, returning to her pre-fight cleanliness. Titia wasn't upset, simply saying, okay, I wait. With Ji Shue's demise, the battle here also came to an end. As for the other teams, to prevent further eliminations, they chose not to engage in a chaotic battle. Instead, they sent representatives to participate, while the others cheered on from the sidelines. Whichever team lost would automatically become the winner. Although Team Yuming had a considerable number of players thanks to the addition of Yi Wei and his archers, his team was no match in terms of strength, so he chose not to participate and instead joined Yuan Suiyan. If we were to name the match this group was most looking forward to, it would definitely be the one between Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu. This year's juniors have 4 exceptional attackers, and none of the seniors could possibly beat them in singles. It's fair to say they're truly exceptional, so a battle between exceptional individuals is bound to be exciting and thrilling to watch. So, when Feng Ziyu proposed a match against Lin Lusheng, everyone was thrilled. Not only were they excited, but Lin Lusheng was too. God knows how long he'd been wanting to fight Feng Ziyu. If the instructors hadn't forbidden them from fighting during training, Lin Lusheng could have easily battled Feng Ziyu for 800 rounds a day. I finally waited for this day, Feng Ziyu. Let's have a good fight today. You can't hold back today, or I'd be your grandfather. Lin Lusheng concentrated all his Fawar power on his 2 short blades and charged towards Feng Ziyu at breakneck speed. Feng Ziyu also concentrated all his Fawar power on his long blade, meeting Lin Lusheng's blow head-on. I disappoint you then. The long and short blades collided with a soft sound, and the Fawar power exploded in a silvery white halo around them, emitting bursts of light and dazzling light. The onlookers exclaimed, "Holy crap! Amazing!" In a circular area, 2 figures separated and then met, clashing with each other in close combat, echoing with crisp resounding clashes. The Fawar power was scattered everywhere, creating small circular pits in the flat ground. The onlookers stared intently, not daring to utter a single sound, fearing that a single sound would interrupt their attack. "You've grown weaker." Lin Lusheng slashed Feng Ziyu back 2 steps, but his movement wasn't particularly smooth, lacking any of the excitement he felt in the fight. Feng Ziyu steadied himself and stood still, his chest heaving as he panted. "You've grown stronger." Lin Lusheng didn't believe it. He and Feng Ziyu had grown up together, and no one knew Feng Ziyu's strength better than he did. Feng Ziyu was definitely stronger than him, but now... "Come again! Don't hold back, you damn fool." With these words, Lin Lusheng, raising his 2 short blades, attacked Feng Ziyu again. Chapter 75. "Come again! Don't hold back, you damn it." With these words, Lin Lusheng raised his 2 short blades and attacked Feng Ziyu again. At this point, Feng Ziyu chose not to fight back, but leaped back and swung his long blades. 2 blade strikes, one in front of the other, sliced through the colorless airflow, slashing straight at Lin Lusheng with a force that pierced the air. On the surface, this attack seemed insignificant, but everyone present could sense the depth of Feng Ziyu's Fawar energy. The attack, a concentrated force of Fawar energy, would shift color from silver-white to gold depending on its intensity. If it was pure gold, it signified the full force of the attack. Feng Ziyu had used his full strength in this attack. Holy crap! Full power! Oh my god! That's incredible power! He's truly a gifted player. His combined power is so powerful. I'm ashamed of myself. He used all his power, so Lin Lusheng has to lose. Not necessarily. I'm betting it's a draw. Just as everyone was speculating, Lin Lusheng caught 2 flying blades. At first, Lin Lusheng was forced back a short distance, but he quickly adapted, using his Fawar ability to further enhance the power of his short blades. The color of the short blades grew darker, as Lin Lusheng exerted more power. Feeling the strain, Lin Lusheng chuckled softly, "That's right." But his excitement didn't last long. With a crisp clang, Lin Lusheng lunged forward, breaking the 2 blades apart. Feng Ziyu's attack failed. Wow! That's amazing, guys. Lin Lusheng is amazing. He even managed to break through such a powerful full-strength attack. And he hasn't even used his full strength yet. We won! We won! Well done, Lin Lusheng. Some of the onlookers cheered, others sighed. Lin Lusheng stared at his still pure golden short blade, unable to believe it. He thought of how many times he'd been defeated by Feng Ziyu's move, how many times he tried to defeat him but failed, and now he succeeded? Feng Ziyu retracted his long blade, stepped in front of Lin Lusheng, and patted him on the shoulder. "Congratulations. You've been trying to break my full-strength attack, and today you finally succeeded." Lin Lusheng should have been delighted, his long-cherished wish fulfilled, but he felt a pang of dismay. Lin Lusheng slapped Feng Ziyu's hand away. "Are you kidding?" With this slap, Feng Ziyu's joy for Lin Lusheng faded. "No one's kidding. This is the truth, Lin Lusheng. You've gotten stronger." With these words, Feng Ziyu turned and headed back to his team. Lin Lusheng chased after Feng Ziyu and stopped him in his tracks. "I don't believe it. Even if I gotten stronger, I can't surpass you so much all of a sudden. Feng Ziyu, tell me, haven't you been training hard enough?" Feng Ziyu couldn't help but yell, "Don't you know whether I've been training hard enough? Why do you still need to ask me?" "Lin Lusheng, are you a bit too self-conscious?" You're not happy about winning, and you're even arguing with me in front of so many people. Are you mentally ill? Yes. I'm sick, so what? Even if I gotten stronger, it wouldn't have happened all of a sudden. Either that or you gotten weaker. Let's fight again. I don't believe I can beat you in just 15 days. Seeing the situation about to get out of control, and Lin and Yin, he immediately rushed over to intervene. Eventually, they each held one person, saying, stop arguing, as they dragged the other person back to their own team. The situation ended on bad terms, and the heated atmosphere faded into a silence tinged with a mysterious awkwardness. To ease the awkwardness, and Lin was about to step forward and say that it was time to assign teams when Yuan Suiyan and Yu Ming returned with their teams. Everyone join my team. Yuan Suiyan's first words were a bold attempt to recruit new members. After the recent competition, the teams had been reorganized, and Yu Ming had joined Yuan Suiyan's team. The current team structure was divided into three: Team Yu2, Team Enlin, and Team Yuan Suiyan, with Team Enlin having the largest number of members. Yuan Suiyan's initial words, as if to dismiss the previous battle, naturally made some people unhappy. We're not even competing, and you're asking us to join you straight away. That's not good. That's right. We don't even know who's going to win, so why should we join you? With someone taking the lead, the voices grew louder. At first, there were only a few people, but slowly, there were many. Yuan Suiyan didn't panic. Instead, he glanced at everyone calmly. Do you really want to fight me? You end up like Senior G's team. Do you really want to be eliminated? This smile, this remark, instantly reminded all the remaining juniors of the horror they once felt at Yuan Suiyan's mercy. As a result, many of the juniors fell silent. Some others, thinking of the outcome of Ji Shue's team, fell silent. How could they put it? Ji Shue was the strongest attacker besides the dozen or so of them, and even her entire team was eliminated, leaving no one alive. What was the point of their struggle? Yuan Suiyan continued, our true opponent is someone else. You should think carefully about whether or not to follow me. Otherwise, you'd be eliminated. At this, many of the uninformed were furious. Those who had just been opposing Yuan Suiyan immediately began to debate the veracity of the matter. Some even ran over to Enlin and Yu2 to question him. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples, that's what it's like. You say the opponent is someone else. What's your evidence? Who is that person? Suddenly, a voice countered. This was exactly the question Yuan Suiyan had been waiting for. Not one person, but a group. That group is. Before she could finish her words, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Some, armed with silver needles and scissors, attempted to eliminate others, but were stopped by others, such as the commander who had previously instigated Yu Ming's rebellion. Seeing the assassination attempt fail and the others exposed, the commander made a decisive move. I'm sorry, she made me do this. She was lying when she said the real enemy was someone else. There really wasn't any real enemy. She just wanted to take advantage of everyone's downfall to deliver a fatal blow. That way, she win. While performing, he used his Fawar ability to question Yu Ming's inaction, and even stopped him. To this, Yu Ming replied, oh sorry, I didn't say it all before. I want to survive, so I need to obtain important intelligence to give to Yuan Suiyan to prove my loyalty. This response infuriated the commander, but in his current situation, he was completely unable to resist, and could only glare at him. Chapter 76. With this command in mind, when questioned, they nodded frantically, admitting that it was Yuan Suiyan who had ordered them to do it. Each of them brought their acting skills to a climax, tears streaming down their faces, as they accused Yuan Suiyan of his crimes. They didn't seem to be lying at all. Damn! Yuan Suiyan, you're going too far. I almost believed you. If they hadn't been caught, I have been killed. Scheming woman! You want us to join you? Forget it. This scene of the crusade looked incredibly familiar to Lin Lusheng and Feng Ziyu. Isn't this a replay of the scene when Yuan Suiyan had blamed them, and then a group of people came to crusade against them? Thinking of this, Lin Lusheng couldn't hold back his smile. This was truly, what? Karma. He wanted to see how Yuan Suiyan would explain it. Unexpectedly, Yuan Suiyan offered no explanation. Instead, he smiled and walked over to the instructors watching the show. Colonel, instructors, I think it's best for us to be open and above board. When others accuse you of something you didn't do, the right thing to do isn't to explain, but to present the facts. Facts speak louder than words. As Yuan Suiyan finished speaking, the few who hadn't succeeded in the sneak attack were brought before the instructors. They were your people from the beginning, weren't they? The instructors placed them among us students to disrupt our judgment, creating the current situation and, by the way, to convert some of our dozen or so members to your side. That way, the instructors would win, and we would likely fail the assessment. Am I correct, instructor? Ralph Fengwa looked at the students before her. She wasn't surprised by the situation, she just felt it was a little too fast. According to her plan, this group of students would have to use up at least the entire morning's time. Leaving them with a few more students would allow the instructors to compete with the remaining surviving students in the afternoon. But Yuan Suiyan wanted to end the assessment early. Yu Zha countered, "What's your basis for saying that? As everyone knows, we never participated in your games." Yuan Suiyan, "Because the instructors are the controllers. How can a controller personally participate? Unless it's the very last minute." As for the basis, she didn't want to explain herself again, so this time it was Yu Ming who stepped forward and told Yuan Suiyan everything he had learned, including but not limited to everything the commander had said when trying to persuade him to defect, and the identity of his powerful backing. If they were all undercover agents planted by Yuan Suiyan within the various teams, then after being apprehended, they unanimously chose to point the finger at Yuan Suiyan. Isn't that too obvious? This is clearly a frame-up, and the instructors are the ones who truly enabled this. As if to prove Yu Ming's claims, the student standing behind Yu Zha suddenly moved, slashing with a short blade at Yu Zha's left shoulder with lightning speed. Unfortunately, the strike didn't cause any significant damage, only leaving a shallow scar on the instructor's left shoulder. Because Fang Ming, who was next to Yu Zha, reacted quickly and threw the man back to Yuan Suiyan's side. Seeing this, Rao Fenghua would have been a fool if she still didn't understand what was happening. Okay, learn my plan. The colonel taught me well. What was there to be unclear about now? Rao Fenghua was simply acknowledging what Yuan Suiyan and Yu Ming had just said. But you probably have more than one undercover agent among us, right? Rao Fenghua dropped the pretense, and neither did Yuan Suiyan. He gestured to everyone, signaling for them to gather behind him. With the gesture, not only the students in the original teams, but also those behind the instructors, began to move. Within a minute, everyone was assembled. Except for the students, who had been the instructors' team from the beginning, and Ji Shua's team, all the other students gathered behind Yuan Suiyan and quickly lined up according to their original classes. The sudden change caught the instructors off guard. Several instructors had expected some of the eliminated students to be among Yuan Suiyan's, but they hadn't expected so many. Almost 2/3 of the eliminated students returned to their ranks. Rao Fenghua was startled, her pupils slightly dilated. When did you convince them? Yuan Suiyan blinked. You could have said it any time before being eliminated. Of course, she didn't do it herself. Instead, she assigned the task to Enlin, who then did the persuasion. As for the so-called eliminations, the eliminated individuals, and the battles, most of it was carried out according to a well-planned plan, a play. Except for this final questioning, which wasn't a play at all, she had orchestrated it all. There were also those who were unaware, but under the incitement of this group, their stance would become firm. Ji Shua's team, however, was a completely uncontrollable variable. According to Yuan Suiyan, Ji Shua's team should have belonged to her, but Ji Shue, knowing who her true opponent was, chose to oppose her anyway. Therefore, Ji Shua's team had no choice but to be completely excluded. Yuan Suiyan asked again, Colonel, is this assessment over? Rao Fenghua clasped her hands and gave a wild laugh. Why, you don't want to compete with us? Most of the students were moved by this. Why did they choose to be enemies with the instructors? To compete with them. After all, usually the instructors were the ones to beat them, never the ones to resist, and so, a competition between the instructors and the students officially began. The command department and the command department instructors competed in tactical application. The operations department and the operations department instructors competed in operational proficiency. The analysis department and the analysis department instructors competed in data collection and virtual imaging speed. As for the attackers and gunners, the situation was much simpler and more unrestrained. It all came down to one word, shoot. The archer competition, represented by Li Lianyun, Irong, and Li Ivy, involved shooting flying birds. The valley was once again engulfed in a cacophony of noise, with the sounds of fighting and talking mingling from all sides, interspersed with the wails of failed students and the cheers of successful ones. Those who failed had to try again, while those who succeeded watched from the sidelines. Until sunset, with time running out, everyone reluctantly concluded the competition. After dinner and an hour's rest, all students gathered, and Rao Fenghua began his lecture again. Do you know why the second exam is taking this form? The people in the front row murmured, I don't know. They were also baffled. Every previous exam had either been a direct battle or a command and control exercise. This time, it was supposed to be a game, but it turned out to be an exam. This was the first time they had ever seen such an unusual exam. Chapter 77. Ralph Fenghua. This test tests each of you on your ability to discern, react, and integrate. From the outset, we've given you all different information. When you have the opportunity to interact with others, you receive different information. In this situation, you all be thrown into confusion. Your task is to discern the correct information amidst the complexities, constantly defend against surprise attacks from the other side, and avoid being eliminated. Alternatively, you can find your true team, always trust your teammates, and make the right choices. In this test, your final choice isn't factored into the scoring rules. We're looking at your ability to discern information, react promptly, and integrate as a team. I'm convinced you've done a great job. This test is also meant to remind you all that even when you're on the battlefield and encounter false information, you must discern it, remain vigilant, anticipate any attacks, and integrate your team to counterattack. Do you remember? Everyone, I remember. The voice boomed, echoing through the valley. Ralph Fenghua smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Then, for this second test, I declare everyone has passed. Oh! Great. Excellent. Colonel, you're awesome. The return journey was long, but everyone felt incredibly relaxed. At least they didn't have to think about so many things like they had on the way here, and they didn't have to worry about surprise attacks, which led to frequent fights. It was precisely because of the difficulties of the journey that the return journey was filled with such joy. Yuan Xuan, a representative of those who had performed exceptionally well, had quickly found the ending and perfectly laid out the plan. Her return journey was as follows. Except for times when she wanted to walk in breaks for meals, she was carried the rest of the time. Yuan Xuan relished this, but Yuan Su resented it with a vengeance. How could anyone touch his sister? So, to prevent others from touching Yuan Xuan, he decided to carry her himself, never letting go until he was extremely tired. Other outstanding performers, such as Ji Shui Yuming, and Lin, Noel, Li Lianyun, and Lin Lusheng, were rewarded with the removal of their weights. Those who hadn't performed well or performed poorly, such as Shiremo Sui Fengfei and Li Wei, would carry their loads. As they walked and chatted, laughter and joy filled the air. Someone suddenly broke into song. The snow eagle soars across the sky, its long cry of battle, and within the azure, there's our path. This melody, this word, should be familiar to students of the United Nations University. It's their school song forward. Immediately, someone joined in the singing, coming in under the blazing sun, departing in the warm breeze, marching forward courageously. Someone took up the verse, and many more joined in, unfazed by the howling wind, undaunted by the torrential rain. The future holds its challenges, but glory will also crown me. As the song grew, Yuan Xuan swung his legs on Yuan Su's back and joined in the singing. Thousands of stars illuminate my body, the bright moonlight guides my path. Yuan Xuan's voice echoed in his ears, and Yuan Su, as if hearing a hint of joy, couldn't help but join in. The azure song that cleanses the crimson earth will be played from now on. Let the light of peace hang forever high in the sky, welcoming the grand warmth and rebirth. Your singing is terrible. When the school song ended, Disha, standing beside Sui Fengfei, finally couldn't help herself, having been baptized by Sui Fengfei's off-key singing. At the end, she finally couldn't help herself. Next time, don't sing. Just shut up, or the people listening to you will go crazy. This blunt and awkward statement immediately caused Sui Fengfei to misunderstand. What? Want to fight? It was mainly because Sui Fengfei's off-key singing sounded exactly the same to him, so Disha's words sounded like a provocation. Disha couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You're sick. Amidst all the laughter and singing, they finally arrived back at the training camp before dark. What was remarkable was that upon returning, they weren't allowed to train, but were instead allowed to rest. Noelle couldn't help herself. As soon as the group dispersed, she rushed over to drag Yuan Xuan up to the rooftop to cool off. However, before they even reached the rooftop, and Bewley arrived for a physical exam. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuan Xuan was forced into the infirmary. If there was one thing that bothered Yuan Xuan the most, it was in Bewley's physical exam. If she had been unconscious, it would have been fine, but she was conscious. Antian. No! Yuan Xuan tried to struggle, but was rebuffed. She had no choice but to shut up and let Bewley manipulate her. The physical exam was a tedious process, from eyes to mouth, then from mouth to head, body, and internal organs. 3 hours passed easily. Fortunately, your body is stable now. Keep up the good work. Don't overexert yourself, or your body won't be able to handle it, and your abilities won't grow. After giving her earnest instructions, and confirming that Yuan Swayan had truly listened, and Bewley let her go. They turned off the lights for the night, and perhaps tired from the last few days, Yuan Swayan fell asleep quickly, falling into a deep slumber not long after closing her eyes. She was awakened by a commotion. Outside, the alarms were blaring loudly, and if you listened closely, you could hear a series of sounds of fighting and shouting. The shouts, coming closer and closer, were, "Everyone, get up! Those who are sleeping, get up! Drones are coming!" The dorm slumberers were awakened one by one, turning on their lights and asking those around them with hazy eyes what was going on. When Yuan Swayan sat up, when Casey had already dressed and was about to call her, "Wake up! The drones are coming!" When Casey's voice was calm, her eyes expressionless, her usual coldness, provided she ignored her attempts to get dressed. Yuan Swayan was still dazed after being woken up, and sat on her bed for a long moment before reacting. Huh? This realization suddenly jolted Yuan Swayan awake. With a start, she quickly dressed, opened the door, and ran to the hallway, glancing out the window. Oh my god, it would have been fine if she hadn't looked. But now, she was completely stunned. Late at night, the sky was pitch black. Someone had broken into the control room and turned on the power to the training camp. An army of drones attacked one after another. Some students, still awake and some who had been awakened, were engaged in combat with the drones. Up the hallway stairs in the dormitory, others were engaged in combat with the drones, trying to stop them from advancing. Yuan Swayan, I woke up to find my house robbed. What should I do? When Casey had suddenly joined Yuan Swayan, too many. Looking around, all the students were still gathered in the dormitory area, but there was no sign of the instructors. Where were the instructors? Inan, this is bad. Think of a solution. Chapter 78. Noel hurried over, pistol in hand, ready to defend against incoming drone attacks. Follow me. Leaving that word, Yuan Swayan took a step forward, his face solemn. He walked at a brisk pace, his hair swirling with his movements, his clothes neatly arranged, exuding an indomitable aura. When Casey and Noel followed her, also moving forward at a breakneck pace. Students, awakened by the call, dressed and hurried to block the drone attack. Commanders, observing the situation, quickly calmed down and began directing their forces to fight. Hurry! Everyone, hold on! We can't retreat. They're so annoying in the middle of the night. As the strongest attackers in the girls' dormitory, Disha and Ji Shue's first choice was to fight from the front. The echoes of the attacks continued in the stairwell, and Yuan Swayan and the other two quickly rushed to the rooftop. Since it was sleep time, none of them had any auxiliary tools. They relied solely on the makeshift equipment the instructors had instructed everyone to carry at all times, such as the operator's recommended control panel and the combatants' makeshift weapons. Even their combat mimicry was improvised. These makeshift equipment didn't last long, lasting only 45 minutes at most. They had to either end the battle within 45 minutes or break out of the encirclement and head to the training room to retrieve their own equipment. As soon as they reached the rooftop, when Casey began creating virtual images based on what they saw, Noel's scalp tingled as he gazed down from the rooftop at the dense mass of silver-white steel below. Sometimes, a single glance reveals the precise nature of the situation. For example, they were now completely surrounded. Drones were constantly entering the training camp through the side entrance, some attacking the dormitories, while others searched the training building, the cafeteria, and the main playground. Noel sighed, "It's over. Temporarily link your abilities." This was Yuan Swayan's command to Noel. Okay. Temporarily linking your abilities means connecting your abilities with others, allowing them to temporarily use them. However, there's a side effect. After the connection is broken, the user's abilities will become distorted and unusable for 15 minutes. Noel quickly connected her abilities to Yuan Swayan's, allowing him to use them. Primarily because Yuan Swayan's abilities were too low, and he didn't have a communicator, this was the only solution she could use. For temporarily linking abilities, please wait. The attacks continued, drone after drone being repelled, and people after people being injured. Ji Shue's voice echoed through the girls' dormitory. Hold on. These drones are nothing but useless scrap metal. As long as we hold on, victory will be ours. Yes. The girls who heard Ji Shue's voice shouted in unison. The temporary linking of abilities was successful. As the voice echoed, Yuan Swayan could sense a strange sensation within him. How could one describe it? It felt like a long, thin, slowly flowing string was weaving through his bones. It felt tingly and itchy, yet not uncomfortable, rather a very comfortable sensation. As the temporary connection of abilities was successfully completed, when Casey's virtual image was also completed, according to the current situation, there are a total of 3,000 drones, of which 800 are attack type, 460 are G-class, 240 are F-class, and 100 are E-class. There are 1,300 gun type, 580 are G-class, 630 are F-class, and 90 are E-class. There are 900 shooting type, 470 are G-class, 310 are F-class, and 120 are E-class. No command type, artillery type, or E-class or higher drones have been detected yet. However, the possibility of their sudden appearance later cannot be ruled out. All drones will be divided into 5 groups. One will attack the dormitory building, where we are now. The other 3 groups will patrol and prepare for the training building, cafeteria, and playground. The final group will encircle the training camp. The training building's facilities, all located on the 3rd floor, have been spared the attack. However, their patrol speed is very fast. At their current patrol speed of 20 square meters per minute, it shouldn't take them more than 30 minutes to find our combat equipment. We must arrive within 30 minutes. When Casey's report was swift and clear, and Yuan Swayan quickly grasped the situation. She stepped forward, her fawar deployed in an instant. She gazed at the pitch-black night sky ahead, her eyes stern and solemn, a stark contrast to her training self. All troops, listen. When the voice reached his mind, and Lin and the others were attacking and assembling their forces, ready to break the encirclement and charge out. Yuan Su, recklessly, rushed forward, heading towards the girls' dormitory. He was going to find Yuan Swayan. When Yuan Swayan's voice entered his mind, he paused slightly, then continued running. All combatants will be divided into groups of 6, each with a commander, an analyst, and an operator. The operator will deploy a protective shield to protect those around them. Disha will go up to the rooftop to cover me. Swifengfei will cover Lin, Li Jia, and Yan He. Feng Ziyu will lead the way. Lin Lesheng will cover the rear. Shurimo Yuan Su, Gu Vida, and you two will form 2 teams, providing cover fire alongside everyone, and Li Lianyun, Yirong, and Li Wei will provide cover fire in the center. Everyone must reach the training building as quickly as possible within 30 minutes to obtain their combat equipment and begin the actual battle. Afterwards, until I give any orders, all personnel will follow Lin's command. A firm voice echoed in everyone's mind. Though not loud, it was enough to reassure them. They began to assemble according to Yuan Swayan's instructions. The scene of the commander directing the battle immediately dissipated. Within 10 minutes, the team was quickly assembled. The operator deployed a protective shield, and the combatants formed a circle, surrounding the commander, analyst, and operator. As they advanced, the commander continued to command, and the analysts continued to analyze. The 2 opposing forces in the dormitory finally saw a turning point. The teams, forming a circle, defended, counterattacked, and advanced, and soon one team reached the training building. Noelle looked down, her despair finally easing. That's good. They're all starting to leave. What should we do now? We can't stay here forever. As the voice fell, Yuan Su arrived on the rooftop where Yuan Swayan was. Enin, are you okay? I've been looking for you for ages. Why are you on the rooftop? Yuan Su was swift. The moment he found Yuan Swayan, he rushed forward, grabbing his arm, his voice tense and rapid. Didi arrived a second after Yuan Su, and was the first to question him. Chapter 79. Disha arrived a second after Yuan Su, and was the first to question him. I was wondering why that shadow looked so familiar. It was you. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be covering for the others, as they head towards the training building? Yuan Su, solely focused on checking Yuan Swayan's safety, ignored Disha. He still held Yuan Swayan's shoulders, looking her up and down, until he was sure she was alright. Only then did he feel relieved. I'm glad you're okay. Don't run around now. Even if you do, don't get me out of the way, okay? What if you? No, I won't let anything happen to you. Yuan Swayan broke free from Yuan Su's hands, and turned to look at the people below, who were running as fast as they could towards the training building. You shouldn't have let anything happen to them. She was blaming Yuan Su for not following orders. However, there was no time to blame Yuan Su. All the students in the dormitory had already left the building. Their teams were arranged in an orderly manner. Golden lights shuttled through the numerous drones, and the sound of fighting did not stop at all. Lin Lesheng was at the end of the team. He continued to attack with his short blade. One drone after another fell, and they continued to replace them. The patrol drones from other sides also came up one after another. Seeing this, one after another, all the students were also trying their best to attack, but they still couldn't slow down the speed of the drones. They are too fast. Our attacks can't keep up. If this goes on, It's hard to say whether we can reach the training building. Hold on, we must hold on. As long as we get to the training building and get our mimic ring, one, and equipment, we will be fine. But there are too many, one after another. Who cares? To be able to fight so many drones once in my lifetime is worth dying for. Ugh! Don't talk nonsense, I don't want to die yet. Listening to the constant chatter around him, most of them expressing fear at the sheer number of drones, and Lin felt he shouldn't keep going like this, or someone would die before they even reached the training building. Protected by Yan He's shield, and Lin used his Fawar ability to transmit a message into everyone's heads: don't lose heart. The drones are indeed numerous, but so are our numbers. As long as we work together, fight back with all our might, and protect ourselves, we will definitely survive. We're not far from the training building anymore. We must hold on. As long as we hold on, we can win. As luck would have it, Ji Shui happened to be not far from Lin. She turned to look at him, her lips curled slightly. Could such gentle words, meant to boost morale, actually be effective? Whether or not, those who heard it felt that Lin's voice possessed a quieting power. When his voice rang out, their restless hearts were greeted with a sense of calm, their earlier fears soothed. However, it certainly didn't ignite the fires of passion within them. Suddenly Ji Shui shouted, "Hey, don't forget, you're all military academy students. You entered the academy to defeat drones. Since we're going to defeat drones, how can you be so naysaying now? Everyone cheer up. If we fight well in this battle, we might even add a significant mark to our resumes. Don't you want to be noticed and recognized by the military leader soon? If you do, then bring out all your weapons and fight with all your might, until victory is won." Ji Shui didn't know if those farther away heard her, but many people nearby did, as they all joined her in shouting the last 4 words. "Senior, you're right. We're cadets, and fighting drones is our duty. Never give up. For the future, never give up." The shouts of "never give up" echoed one after another, spreading the sentiment among everyone. Soon, it had spread to everyone. Never give up. Lin Lusheng, who was left behind, heard the excitement and felt inspired. Never give up. Humph, take 2 slashes from your grandfather. He sprinted and turned, wielding 2 short blades at breakneck speed. In a matter of seconds, the 15 drones before him fell. The others, providing cover, were also inspired by these shouts, and used all their strength. The drones that attacked were temporarily blocked from approaching, creating a completely different atmosphere from before. Their transformation from being nearly unable to fight back to now being able to fight back was perfectly captured by the eyes of the people on the rooftop. Noelle watched with mixed emotions. Just now, seeing them nearly collapse, her heart leaped into her throat, wishing she could join them in the fight. Now, seeing them fighting back with all their might, she finally felt a sense of relief. When KZ then added, the total number of drones has increased to 3,500. Of the 500 new drones, 250 are attack and 250 are gun type, all G-class, with no gun type. The new drones, along with those already on the playground, are en route to support the attack on all students. According to the current situation, the probability of the last 5 groups of students, including Lin Lusheng, successfully reaching the training building is 30%. Fire Lotus, 2, attack the drones coming to support from the rear and attract firepower. Yuan Suiyan said this to Noelle and Yuan Su. She wanted to draw as much firepower from the drones coming to support and from the rear of the team to this side as possible, to ensure that the 5 groups of students behind had more chances to reach the training building. The consequences of doing so are obvious. Drawing the attention of the drone support and the rear troops to them means that they will face a large number of drones, and with their weak combat power, it will be difficult for them to resist. Yuan Su and Noelle refused in unison. No. They looked at each other in tacit agreement, and Titia also looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Yuan Su immediately came to his senses. If we do this, most of the drone forces will come to our side. We can't defeat them with just a few of us, and you will also be in trouble. I don't agree. Noelle also said, and then, you can't get into trouble. The 2 men were resolute, unyielding. When KZ, watching from the side, was seething with rage. Before Yuan Suiyan could say anything, when KZ stood before him and said, "Even now, are you still thinking only of Yuan Suiyan? So many classmates are down there. Each and every one of them is fighting the drones with all their might. Whether they're close friends or not, they're all our classmates. If you don't, are you going to watch them die? Yuan Suiyan isn't the only one in this world. Please open your eyes a little wider and see what's happening." Note: Mimic Ring. This ring is used to switch combat mimicry during combat. It's a wrist-sized, circular ring, available in gold or silver. It's typically worn for convenience. However, cadets' mimic rings are kept by the school. Those left behind are temporary. Combat mimicry in the training room is switched directly by the system upon entering training mode. The same applies to the operator's control panel and the commander's dedicated command terminal. Fire Lotus, a combination of longworm and meteor shower. When launched, the meteor shower descends along a predetermined trajectory, dealing significant damage to a specific location. Chapter 80. Following Winkasi's finger, while the front of the team advanced smoothly, the rear faced an even fiercer attack than before. As Winkasi predicted, the last 5 groups, including the trailing Lin Lusheng, gradually separated from the rest of the team amidst the drone attacks. As the front continued forward, the 6th group in the rear noticed their situation and immediately asked Lin what to do. "We can't abandon them," that was Lin's thought. "We can't easily abandon anyone. The rest of you continue forward and reach the training building as quickly as possible. You two, I, and the 2 attackers will head to the rear to help them escape. Don't object. There are too many drones, and you still need to get equipment to deal with more." With this order issued, those who wanted to stay had no choice but to continue forward. Only Yuming objected. "You can't leave." Commander Yuan said, "You command the entire army after reaching the training building. Leaving now will make things difficult later." "I go later." Yuming was in the middle of the group, still some distance from the rear. Fortunately, his Fawar ability was at level A, not too weak. After speaking to Lin, he ran back on his own. Yu Tu and the other 2 attackers also began to run back. Seeing this, Lin wanted to disagree, but he had no choice but to let Yuming pass. "Be careful and make sure you return safely." Yuming, no need to say a word. The 6 groups in the rear were surrounded. The attackers in the middle, along with Lin Lusheng, attacked the incoming drones from outside the operator's protective shield. The gunners, from within the shield, used multi-seed, little falling flowers, and meteor shower to attack the drones in the middle. The archers, from behind the shield, attacked the incoming drones and those currently engaged in long-range fire. Fuck. There are so many of them. They're all so fearless, so annoying. Lin Lusheng continued his previous pace of attacking 10 to 15 drones at a time. The attackers watching closely couldn't help but sigh in awe. As expected of the strongest attacker, his sustained burst of power is truly powerful. Perhaps because Lin Lusheng was with them, and so positive, the surrounded students didn't seem afraid at all. Instead, they seemed incredibly excited. "Oh my god, this is the first time I've been surrounded like this. This feels amazing. Leave me alone. Attack with all your might." As they watched the drones surrounding them grow, Yuming and his companions raced towards them. Just as they neared their arrival, a series of Fire Lotus attacks descended, blasting apart the drones behind them, and the middle sections of the supporting drones. Instantly, the drones were thrown off their stride. Yuming and his men, who were heading to support, as well as those within the encirclement, heard the noise and saw the Fire Lotus, their attention instantly diverted. Yuming looked up in the direction of the Fire Lotus, just in time to spot several dark figures and 4 combined rifles, divided and ready for further attack. A large, pale golden light shone brightly in the darkness. In this situation of constant siege and inability to break through, it burned their eyes like a flame of hope. Aim at the right rear of the encirclement, directly in front of the supporters, and fire 4 consecutive Fire Lotuses. After addressing Yuan Su and Noel, Yuan Suiyan used his Fawar ability to address the encircled and support personnel. Yuming, lead the attack on the drones. Lin Lusheng, lead all attackers, attack the drones in Yuming's direction, and try to break the encirclement. The rest of us, attack the surrounding support drones. Attack with all our might, hold nothing back, and reach the training building with all our might. As Yuan Suiyan finished speaking, Yuan Su's Fire Lotuses descended one after another, emitting resounding roars on the ground. Numerous drones were shattered, simultaneously attracting the attention and diversion of even more drones. With over half of the attacks directed at them, the pressure on Lin Lusheng's side instantly eased. Seeing this, Lin Lusheng paused his attack and cast a deep glance at the people on the rooftop. If Yuan Suiyan could hear, he wanted to call her insane. Attracting most of the drones to their side would make things easier for them, but wouldn't it be harder for them to resist? Apart from Dixia and Yuan Su, everyone up there was capable of fighting. Why? Are they rushing to die? Lin Lusheng was furious. He struck with greater force and greater speed, his afterimages appearing to be 4 or 5 in number. The people around him couldn't help but gasp in amazement again. Devil. With most of the drone's attention diverted, And thanks to Lin Luxing's fierce attacks and everyone's concerted efforts under Yu Ming's command, they finally broke through the encirclement. Yu Ming led the team and quickly fled towards the training building. The people on the rooftop breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and also a sigh of relief for themselves. The reason was simple. The number of drones attacking them had increased, thanks to Yuan Su's several fire lotuses. When Casey's anger had stunned them, and left Noel speechless, but Yuan Su remained unwilling to speak. Anything was fine. He didn't want anything to happen to his family anymore. She's your sister, and you only care about her. But they're also someone else's family, someone else's daughter, brother, sister. Even if you don't care about their lives, you should know what their death means to their families. Yuan Su, are you so heartless? When Casey's words silenced Yuan Su. Seeing the situation below becoming increasingly complicated, Yuan Suiyan suddenly dismantled her temporary mimicry and thrust a gun at her forehead. Anin! What are you doing? Noel and Yuan Su were both shocked and tried to stop her. If you don't agree, I die right now. Yuan Suiyan's smile was sweet, but her eyes were calm. She stood straight, gazing at the two before her. Her eyes were as deep as ever, and Yuan Su knew she wasn't joking. He grabbed Noel, who was about to continue forward, and promised solemnly, okay. Several fire lotuses fell, giving Lin Luxing and the others a chance to survive, but also putting them in danger. Originally, as long as they hadn't taken action, this would have been the safest place in the entire training camp. Watching the swarm of drones heading towards the dormitory, Yuan Suiyan's sweet smile faded a little. Now, it's our turn to break through. The situation had become such that blaming them was pointless. Yuan Su and Titia could only guard the three people at the back, one in front and one behind. Chapter 81. The power connection was severed. Noel reclaimed her Fuwar ability and cast a protective shield, encasing the three of them within it. Descending the stairs, Yuanqi led the way, while Titia stood beside him, attacking any drones he missed. Yuan Suiyan, Wen Kezi, and Noel advanced within the protective shield and under the protection of the two. Outside, the drones were swarming one after another, the defenses were tight, and the stairwell wasn't as spacious as the outside. Yuanqi wanted to use the meteor shower, but his A-level abilities weren't weak. While not nearly S-level, they were nearly as powerful as 2.5 A-levels. 2.5 A-level gunmen using the meteor shower would likely destroy the staircase, and they still had to go down. If they did, they would be completely trapped. According to Yuanqi's thinking, this was a good option. At least Yuan Suiyan wouldn't have to take any risks. But Yuan Suiyan didn't want to. Use the rifle, connect to Xiao Luing. The temporary link to her abilities was broken, and Yuan Suiyan's own abilities were still in disarray, unable to be used. She wanted Yuan Su to hear her, so she could only shout. Noel, standing next to her, seemed a little deafened by the sudden roar. And then, I didn't expect you could be so loud. Wen Kezi also rubbed her ears. The few of them continued forward, Yuan Su's Xiao Luing landing precisely on each approaching drone, shattering them into lifeless pieces of metal. The stairs wound downward, and they paused and ran. Attacks from the front would occasionally strike Noel's shield, but fortunately, her shield was not weak, so these attacks did not cause much damage. The drone's barrage of attacks was ultimately no match for Yuan Su and Dishia's meticulous assault and Noel's defense, ultimately forcing them to retreat from the dormitory building. However, this was when their true battle began. The drones swarming from the front and sides completely surrounded the group. Yuan Su retracted his rifle, and Xiao Luing switched to meteor shower. Logically, the fire lotus would have been the most effective weapon right now. However, its use required Noel's control panel, and since she was currently using a protective shield, the control panel simply couldn't coordinate with the gunner's use of fire lotus. The same was true for Bumblebee's tracking attack, so Yuan Su resorted to meteor shower. A barrage of golden bullets rose into the air, forming a dazzling array of stars in the air. They then plummeted down, blasting every drone within a 300-meter radius. Seeing this, Dishia unleashed her full attack, weaving in and out of the mist drones with nimble movements. She flung and swung her double-edged blades again and again, drawing graceful arcs of gold amidst the golden light. The two men's attacks were dazzling, and Noel couldn't help but sigh, as expected of combatants. And then, if I became a combatant, would I be as handsome as them? Yuan Suiyan didn't know how to respond, so she added something she learned from nowhere. The benefit of delusion is that it can easily provide psychological comfort, but if you take delusion as reality, it's a disaster. Noel, okay, she was struck. As Yuan Su and Titia attacked, several people continued to move forward, stopping and starting, and the drones outside continued to swarm in, and the large group of students entered the training building. The training building has 4 floors. All their equipment is stored in the room on the top, far left. Fortunately, the drones haven't reached the 4th floor yet. Keep your formation organized and proceed according to your current formation. Each student will receive their own mimic ring, command terminal, control panel, data recorder, and communicator. Then, they will take their assigned combatants out to attack the drones. Command, operation, and analysis will all proceed to the rooftop, forming their respective groups. Li Jia will hand the divided area map to the assigned groups for regional combat deployment. And Lin's voice reappeared just as someone entered the equipment storage room. He had been extremely nervous the entire way there, fearing someone in such a large group might lose their lives. Fortunately, they all worked hard, and even though 5 groups behind them were forced to fall behind, this ultimately didn't happen. According to Lin's instructions, the students began to divide their responsibilities. The combatants provided cover for the command, analysis, and operation, heading to the rooftop, while those behind them followed the formation to retrieve their equipment. Shirimo was walking past Lin when he was suddenly grabbed by him. He happened to be standing nearby. Grab your mimic ring, use the bumblebee, and try to eliminate all the drones in the training building. Shirimo, who had been fighting almost at full strength all the way here, said he was tired, and using the bumblebee would be even more tiring, so he didn't want to do it. This negative attitude made Yanhee anxious. No, brother Shir, you can't be so negative. You have to cheer up. Think about why you came to the military academy, think about all your companions, and think about yourself. You are the only S-level user among us. Only you can save everyone from this dire situation. Shirimo followed his words, glancing at the others who were striving hard, showing no signs of fatigue, and even poised to win. They probably don't need my help. His lack of urgency made Yanhee very uncomfortable. Of course they do. And wasn't that the reason you joined the military academy for this moment? If you're willing, you can achieve your wish right now. Yanhee's overly positive attitude made Shirimo uncomfortable. Even so, he really didn't want to get involved. If this was truly a drone invasion, why were the instructors missing? Why were the school doctors also missing? Besides, he didn't join the military academy to eradicate drones or defend the Federation. Yanhee's words of encouragement continued. Seeing Shirimo's lack of response, and Lin was just thinking of switching to someone else when Shirimo finally spoke up. This is so troublesome. His words meant he agreed, because he didn't want to hear Yanhee's nagging anymore. Shirimo quickly put on his mimic ring, switched to combat mimicry, and returned to Lin and Yanhee. 2 types of bullets were released from behind him. Under Yanhee's control, the 2 different shapes merged. Shirimo also adjusted his Fawar ability to a pale golden state. All combatants, retreat. As Lin finished speaking, the attacking combatants retreated, and the bumblebees followed suit. Rays of pale golden light quickly filled the training building, continuously attacking the drones within. 1 bumblebee stopped, and then 2 more followed. Seeing the drones being destroyed one by one, the morale of the retreating cadets soared. God damn. Go! Go! This bumblebee's attack power is incredible. Is this S-rank power? Oh my god! We have a chance of victory. Suddenly someone shouted charge. With the word charge, everyone's attacking nerves were activated. One by one, they all advanced, attacking the remaining drones in the training building, determined to capture them all. Chapter 82. The battle showed no signs of stopping. The command and analysis personnel and operators, who had reached the rooftop, also began their own tasks. There are a total of 3,500 drones. After the attack, only 2,000 remain. Of these, 521 are attack type, 266 are Class G, 189 are Class F, and 66 are Class E. There are 813 gun type, 415 are Class G, 335 are Class F, and 63 are Class E. There are 666 shooting type, 399 are Class G, 188 are Class F, and 79 are Class E. The destruction is still ongoing. At the current attack rate, it will take another 115 hours to completely destroy all drones. When KZ was still calculating and reporting the data when Yuan Suiyan suddenly turned, using the swift blade to aim at the right rear, and fired a series of scattered attacks. 3 silver-white bullets flew past the drones in front of him, striking a small detection drone squarely. At the same time the reconnaissance drones were destroyed, 4 E-class drones emerged from the drone formation, 2 attack drones, 1 gunner, and 1 shooting drone. There was also a D-class all-purpose drone on its way to the training camp. Coincidentally, Lin Lusheng had just left the training building when he encountered the 2 E-class attack drones. Lin Lusheng, who was about to help Yuan Suiyan and the others, was instantly furious. Fuck. You're just going after me, right? Do you have any nerve? I was just surrounded, and now you're coming after me again. What? You're so easy to catch. The drones ignored his words. With fierce momentum, they swung their iron arms and hands, attacking Lin Lusheng one after the other. Last time, it was just one D-class attack type, but this time, 2 E-class drones. Lin Lusheng, unwilling to be outdone, charged forward, leveraging the body of a nearby G-class attack type to leap and somersault, dropping from midair. He swung his 2 short blades down hard, slashing against the D-class drone's fuselage, leaving 2 slightly deep cuts on its shoulders. Damn you blocking me. Without waiting for the first attack type to react, Lin Lusheng used its momentum to lunge forward again, slashing horizontally with his right short blade. This time, the drone reacted in time, raising a particle shield to block Lin Lusheng's attack. Okay, if I don't crush you today, I'd be a different name. As he finished speaking, Lin Lusheng swung the short blade in his hand, weaving rapidly between the 2 drones, attacking their legs and bodies, leaving them with tiny but glaring wounds. Lin Lusheng was now nearing S level, so a mere 2 E levels meant nothing to him. His only priority was to destroy them as quickly as possible. Seeing their wounds were inadequate, Lin Lusheng took 2 steps back. You're still trying to block me like this? Ha, you're so foolish. Just as he was about to attack again, delivering the final blow, Lin Lusheng suddenly witnessed an incredible scene. The damage just inflicted on the drone was slowly disappearing, its body gradually returning to its original state. Not only Lin Lusheng, but also Sui Fengfei, who had rushed over, witnessed this scene firsthand. Sui Fengfei glared. Auto-recovery? How can we fight them? They're already like this. I'm afraid we won't be able to kill them even if we hit them 1,000 times. The E-class drones arriving this time were special models, possessing self-recovery capabilities. Once they paused their attacks, they would automatically recover from any damage inflicted. The only way to completely defeat them was to strike their vital points, destroying their core. While Lin Lusheng was under attack, Yuan Su also encountered another E-class gunner drone. After the attack, he discovered the same situation as Lin Lusheng's. They had learned about this type of drone in class, but this was their first real encounter, and after so long in combat, they had forgotten all about it. When KZ reported the situation to Yuan Suiyan, who then had Noelle connect her abilities to arrange this final move. Lin Lusheng, Feng Ziyu, Sui Fengfei, and Li Ivy headed to the cafeteria rooftop to attack the E-class gunner drone. Li Ivy was responsible for keeping a close eye on the gunner, preventing it from leaving the roof. If it attempted to jump off the roof, it was to be dealt a fatal blow. The key point was where the gunner's head and body met. Gu Vida, U2, Shiremo, and Disha will attack the E-class attack drone outside the training building. Disha will be responsible for containing it, and preventing the attack drone from getting close to the gunner. The key point is the center of the attack drone's upper body. Li Lianyun, Irong and Yuanxiu, your targets are the gunners on my side. Yuanxiu will continue to attack the gunners, and Irong will disrupt them. If necessary, Irong and Li Lianyun will use Bat 1 and Giant Stream 2 attacks on them. You can use them at your discretion. End the battle within 10 minutes. Only success is allowed. After the battle against the E-class, you will assemble at full speed to deal with the upcoming D-class all-position drones. Make sure to eliminate them before they can kill anyone. Yuan Suiyan spoke rapidly. With only 3 minutes left of the 45-minute time limit for the makeshift equipment, she didn't have much time to issue orders, so she had to convey her entire plan as quickly as possible. Not only that, with her abilities connected, Noelle couldn't use her shield anymore, especially after the makeshift equipment's timer expired, as her shield could only protect her alone. The situation was dire. With these E-class drones, students were being killed one after another. Yuan Suiyan had to issue updated orders quickly to ensure the survival of as many people as possible. Yuan Suiyan addressed the remaining personnel with the following instructions. All shooters proceeded to the training building's rooftop and began firing. All A-class attackers and gunners attacked from the front, while B-class attackers and gunners attacked from the rear. All combatants' combat mode assistance was provided by B-class operators. A-class operators deployed a shield to surround the training building, preventing drones from entering. All analysts and commanders, armed with firearms, supported the combatants' attack from the rooftop. And Lin was in charge of commanding the entire force, while Yu Ming was responsible for assisting in Lin. No backup was allowed, combo skills were essential. Yin He was responsible for weapon switching and other operations for key players like Lin Lusheng. Li Jia continued data analysis, ensuring data integrity, and eliminating any errors. Yuan Suiyan had completed these final arrangements. Victory now depended on them. Without Noel's protective shield, Yuan Suiyan was again formulating his tactics. Titia followed orders and headed to the front of the training building. Yuan Su was also fully engaged in attacking the gun types. Ultimately, the task of attacking the drones and protecting Yuan Suiyan fell to Winkezi. Note: Bat, a combination of long worm and multi-seed. When launched, most of the bullets follow a predetermined trajectory, ranging from near to far. Giant Stream, a combination of vulture and meteor shower. When launched, a large number of powerful bullets automatically lock onto the opponent, making them virtually impossible to dodge. Similarly, the cost of this attack is significant. Chapter 83. When Casey was using Xiao Luing, she didn't have the Fawar ability of a gunner, nor did she have combat mimicry, so her Xiao Luing wasn't as good as the real gunners. Furthermore, they were now surrounded by drones, and when Casey was nervous about using it. During her training, her accuracy was quite good, especially after her last training match with the instructor. With constant practice, her accuracy had improved a bit. Although she wasn't hitting the target every 3 shots, she could still hit many targets with casual attacks. Perhaps because she was nervous and wanted to hit the target too much, her current accuracy was far from her training level. Even Noel, who was a complete wreck at shooting, noticed this. "Winsy, are you okay?" When Casey even clenched her fists. "I'm fine." She appeared calm on the surface, but only she knew her true feelings. Our battle hinges on this final stand. We cannot retreat, we cannot be timid, and we cannot retreat. We temporarily lost teammates during the battle, but it was precisely because they bravely advanced, fighting to eliminate the drones before us, securing a glimmer of hope for themselves and everyone else. We must not let their sacrifice go to waste. Our path to survival depends on our own struggle, and our path forward depends on our own battles. Soldiers, hold fast to your weapons. For your fallen comrades, and for your own survival, fight. Yuan Suiyan roared these words, their impassioned tone resonating seamlessly with everyone, especially when Casey. After each word, she felt a sense of calm, and the little fallen flowers began to speak more accurately. As these words were spoken, the temporary equipment's useful life officially expired, the ability connection was severed, and the mimicry of several people was dispelled, leaving Yuan Suiyan's own abilities once again in disarray and unusable. Seeing the approaching drones, Noelle steeled herself, deciding to give it a try and, like when Casey, used Xiao Luing. After all, there were so many drones, it was impossible for her to miss a single one. Anything could happen in battle. What if her accuracy improved as she continued firing? It's hard to predict, right? While barely resisting the attacks, the 3 of them advanced. Noelle's accuracy was abysmal. She fired continuously, yet she failed to hit a single drone, let alone improve her accuracy. If the temporary equipment weren't now useless, Noelle would have truly wanted to give her abilities to Yuan Suiyan, letting him take the attack. And then, what should I do? I can't! At that moment, the budding flame within Noelle, eager to emulate the sharpshooter, was completely extinguished. If she survived, she learned to be a marksman next time. As soon as she asked this question, drones swarmed over. 3 individuals, lacking combat mimicry or offensive capabilities, swarmed closer and closer under Winkesi's cover. The sounds and roars of attacks continued unabated. Swifengfei, Lin Lusheng, Yu2, and the others were also engaged in combat with their designated E-class drones. 10 minutes, not a second to waste. Under the command of Lin and Yu Ming, the main force unleashed a continuous stream of combo moves, their attackers' attacks becoming increasingly swift and fierce. The commanders and analysts were also providing effective support. "It's Commander Yuan." Just as Lin and the others were concentrating, someone suddenly shouted. Just as Yuan Suiyan, Winkesi, and Noelle de Folia thought they were about to die, and Noelle had even thought of her last words, several massive blasts suddenly fell from the sky, catching the drones around them off guard and instantly freeing Yuan Suiyan and the other 2 from danger. Unable to utter her last words, Noelle felt a mixture of regret and a sigh. The feeling of saving someone is pride, while the feeling of being saved is like the people on the rooftop shimmering with golden light. It's hard to describe these feelings. With these blasts clearing the way, an attacker and 2 gunmen approached. The attackers hacked away at the drones for them, while the gunmen used meteor showers to attack. The attackers too rough. The shooters evasive. The gunmen's attacks didn't seem as powerful as Yuan Su's, but they were still magnificent. They were her most satisfying attacks. Noelle felt she had to continue learning to be a marksman. With their help, Yuan Suiyan and the other 2 finally entered the training building, obtained their own mimic rings and equipment, and reached the rooftop. Yuan Xuan's first priority was to understand the current battle situation. And Lin told her everything that had happened so far, and Yuan Xuan could clearly see the situation from the rooftop. Everyone was fighting well, and the drones were being eliminated one after another. Victory was in sight. The last 30 seconds of the 10 minutes remaining. On the cafeteria rooftop, the E-class marksman was dealt the final blow by Li Ivy, and Lin Lusheng, Feng Ziyu, and Sui Fengfei all bore injuries. The reason was that the marksman was too good at running and hiding, making their close combat both smooth and uneven. In the end, it was Feng Ziyu's suggestion to force him to jump that finally gave Li Ivy a chance. Lin Lusheng cursed the time pressure, the attacks, and the exhausting running. Outside the training building, Disha single-handedly held 2 E-class drones. She said it was a bit strenuous, but manageable. The 3 gunmen stayed away, and Disha fought and retreated, giving them ample space to attack. Eventually, the 2 E-class drones fell to Disha and U2, respectively. Disha wiped a sweat from her non-existent sweat. Huh? That's not very satisfying. 200 meters from the dormitory building. After Li Lianyun tossed his equipment to him, Yuan Su switched into combat mimicry. From that moment on, he relentlessly used Fire, Lotus, and Bumblebee, wishing he could blast them to smithereens all by himself. In fact, he did, blasting them to smithereens all by himself, leaving Li Lianyun and Iroh no chance to attack. Li Lianyun sighed as he watched. As expected of brother and sister. When the battles at these 3 locations concluded, the battle at the main force here was also drawing to a close. There are a total of 1,000 drones remaining, of which 325 are attack type, 190 are Class G, 105 are Class F, and 30 are Class E. There are 468 gun-type drones remaining, 260 are Class G, 187 are Class F, and 21 are Class E. There are 207 shooting-type drones remaining, 117 are Class G, 65 are Class F, and 25 are Class E. At the current attack speed, it will only take 10 to 20 minutes to destroy all the drones. Our total number of personnel is 770, of whom 122 have died, leaving 648 remaining. 65 are seriously injured, and 131 are slightly injured. The moment the virtual image was completed, when Casey immediately relayed her calculations. Her calculations and image generation were incredibly fast. To Li Jia, standing nearby, when Casey's speed was like a human calculator. In just 1 minute, not only was her imaging done perfectly, but her calculations were flawless as well. Li Jia, this isn't human. Chapter 84. Human potential is limitless. After Yuan Xuan's morale boost, the people, previously locked in a bitter battle, eliminated half of the enemy in just 10 minutes, significantly exceeding Wen Casey's previous calculations. A person's ability can only be linked twice a day. If it's linked more than twice, the linked person's ability will be stagnant for 3 days. Whichever it's useful, Yuan Xuan can't use other people's abilities today. Others' things are still theirs, not yours. Tell them to keep fighting. Our battle will be victorious. In these final moments, don't let up. As long as we persevere, we will have our moment of glory. Yuan Xuan wanted to tell everyone this in person, but she couldn't. Her abilities were in a state of disarray, and she couldn't use them. Even if she could, at her current level, she could only tell 5 people at most, and those 5 people had to be by her side. So, even if she wanted to, she could only tell Enlin, and then have Enlin tell everyone. Sigh, that's inconvenient. Just as Enlin was carrying out Yuan Xuan's instructions, Yu Ming suddenly handed over his communicator. Use this, be more direct. Looking at the communicator in his hand, silence fell around them. Even Enlin's voice paused for a moment. No, this makes them look so stupid. The communicator was right at their ears. How could they have all forgotten it? Anyway, Yuan Xuan had suddenly forgotten how the communicator had gotten to her ear. From this point on, her mission was to command Lin Lusheng and the others to attack all-around drones like D. And Lin and the others continued their respective duties, striving to defeat all remaining drones. D-class all-purpose drones are extremely special, even more special than special-class drones. Special-class drones only have a single attack direction, but the damage they cause can be healed if their core is intact. They exist in G-class and E-class drones. An all-purpose drone has 3 modes: attack, shooting, and shooting, which can be switched between at any time or used simultaneously. A D-class all-purpose drone, when fully armed, becomes extremely formidable, equivalent to a SS-class fighter. What is an SS-class drone? For example, if you encounter a 51-story building an S-class gunner using a meteor shower can only destroy the top 3 floors. An SS-class gunner using a meteor shower can destroy the 30th floor, and an SSS-class gunner using a meteor shower can destroy the entire building. However, using a combination of skills is even more powerful. The only good thing is that these incredible drones only exist in D-class drones, and do not have a healing state. Otherwise, if an A-class drone could also surpass their technology and reach full scale and healing status, I'm afraid the entire Chintang star would be lost. Based on the current situation, they have a group of A-class drones and one S-class drone, although there's also a near S-class drone in the middle. It would be somewhat difficult to defeat a D-class full-scale drone. For example, their current battleground is in the open space behind the training building, completely out of the way of the students fighting in front. The full-scale formation is a bit strange. How can I describe it? It was a giant, silvery white object shaped like an eye. It had 2 arms on top and 2 legs below, but its feet were sharp claws. The ends of its eyes were wing-like, but featherless and bare. It was awful. The attack was directed at the 2 tentacle-like arms, which stretched and wriggled. This sudden movement caught Titia off guard, and she swatted it away. Swifengfei, who was behind, helped Titia up, saving her from falling. Thanks. Swifengfei, hee, I'm handsome, aren't I? Unable to resist, Titia immediately kicked Swifengfei. The attack missed, and Lin Lesheng and Feng Ziyu, learning from their mistakes, rushed forward and slashed at the tentacles with their blades. However, they only inflicted a small wound, and that was despite Lin Lusheng's half-strength attack. Lin Lesheng smacked his lips. Really tough. Before he could finish his words, Feng Ziyu grabbed the tentacle, and was about to attack it when it suddenly began to swing, attempting to throw him off. The tentacle was quite powerful, forcing Feng Ziyu to sway in the air. To prevent himself from falling, Feng Ziyu clung to the tentacle tightly, and continued to launch blade strikes. Blow after blow pierced the top of the drone's eye, but no damage was done. He was left staggering and looking utterly miserable. Lin Lesheng watched him from below, inexplicably amused. Ha ha ha, Feng Ziyu, do you see what you look like now? This is what happens when you don't train properly, ha ha ha. He was working hard up there, but someone was laughing at him from below. Feng Ziyu tried to hold it in, but he couldn't stand this idiot. I told you, I trained very hard. The flames of war, long dormant, were reignited. Lin Lesheng declared, absolutely not. You simply haven't trained well enough. I can't possibly surpass you in just one training session. Feng Ziyu no longer had the desire to explain to this idiot. The attack from above wouldn't work. This D-class's head was too tough for him to penetrate alone. Just as he was about to let go, the tentacle suddenly stopped moving. Let go. As Yuan Xuan's voice rang out, countless spikes suddenly sprouted from the tentacles, each one so long that it could pierce a person. Feng Ziyu managed to get down just in time, but he was still injured. A long gash ran across his clothes and body from chest to shoulder. Fortunately, this was due to combat mimicry, so it wasn't fatal and wouldn't bleed. He landed right next to Lin Lesheng, who had also spotted Feng Ziyu's wound. If you're alright, stand up. The Feng Ziyu I know isn't that weak. Feng Ziyu half knelt on the ground, his wound still aching. Lin Lesheng raised his short blade, glaring at the drone. You little bastard, you offended me. Suifeng rushed forward. You offended me too. Titia's double blades combined into a spinning arc, and she ran forward at the end. All the gunmen, using Fire Lotus, aimed directly at the top of the drone. As Yuan Xuan finished speaking, when Casey began analyzing the trajectory, Noel locked on the trajectory, and the gunmen separated the long worm and meteor shower and prepared for fusion. Titia flung her spinning blade, heading straight for the center of the eye. Seeing this, Swifengfei swung his hands, his battle axe adding further force to the spinning blade. Lin Lusheng's 2 short blades slashed at the tentacles, one on each side. When Casey, Fire Lotus Fusion is ready. Chapter 85. When Casey, Fire Lotus Fusion preparation complete. Yuan Xuan pressed the communicator. Launch. With these words, 4 Fire Lotuses shot out simultaneously. Countless golden lights formed a fleeting golden bridge in the air, shimmering with brilliance, but at the moment of explosion, they formed an unparalleled, vast golden light. The golden light shimmered, completely enveloping the drone. With a crackling sound, a massive hunting stream danced wildly around it, and Titia and the others instantly leaped 100 meters away. The exploding golden light faded, but the drone remained unscathed. Its entire body was completely enveloped by the massive circular particle shield that unfolded. After the golden light dissipated, a streak of blue light could be seen streaking across the shield. Shurimo and the other three readied their fire lotuses once more. The lack of damage was within their expectations, and no one was particularly surprised. On the contrary, if this omnidirectional drone had been easily damaged by these 4 fire lotuses, they would have seriously questioned whether it was actually a D-level omnidirectional drone. The omnidirectional particle shield vanished, and its wings suddenly moved. 2 slender claws gripped the ground as it moved forward, the outer wing shells unfolding and transforming, the entire wing instantly transforming into a rectangular shape, densely packed with firing holes and condensing bullets. It was about to attack in all directions. Yuan Swan, gunner, ready to fire target, above the eyes. Archer, ready to fire target, wings. Attacker, ready to silk target, feet, restrict its forward movement. As soon as the command was issued, Lin Lusheng and his 4 men, 2 on each foot, immediately released silk to entangle its legs and pull backwards. When they saw it was almost impossible to pull it back, they barely managed to stop it. Under Noel's control, the great stream merged and prepared, awaiting the command to fire. The fire lotus responded, once again creating golden bridges. However, this time, all-around bullets were also released. The white and golden lights collided, and the golden light, unable to withstand the impact, was immediately pierced by the silver light. Suddenly, countless silver lights rushed out, rushing towards everyone, and the 4 attackers were unable to avoid it. Yuan Swan, great stream fire. Attackers, attack the bullets. Li Lianyun was the first to react, and the first great stream was released. Lin Lusheng and the other 4 immediately formed a protective shield, defending against it while attacking the incoming white bullets. The impact of these bullets was extremely powerful, and a single one could create a deep crater on the ground. Even with their shields, they were useless. They could only run to avoid the bullets, and do their best to cut off the incoming bullets. The roar of the fire lotus and the mighty stream of water pierced the drone, one after another, producing a series of violent explosions. Golden and silver lights flickered intertwined, and figures moved incessantly within. The moonlight faded, the starlight dimmed, and all around was nothing but the golden and silver light. Suddenly, a long, thin attack emanated from the drone, heading directly towards Yuan Swan. It was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached the training building. A sudden flash of white light shattered the shield formed by all the operators, instantly creating a massive hole in the rooftop directly in the direction of the explosion. The rooftop collapsed, startling those on the other side, and causing a sudden commotion. What's wrong? Oh my god! Why did it collapse over there? Where are Commander Yuan and the others? What should we do? The shields are all broken. Seeing the interference, Yu Ming immediately said, "Don't panic. The shield being destroyed only means their opponent is formidable. What we need to do now is to focus all our efforts on destroying the drones here. Everyone, concentrate. With Yuan Swan and the others over there, nothing will happen. Everyone, continue the attack." The people around Yu Ming asked, "But the rooftop over there has collapsed. Are Commander Yuan and the others really okay?" And Lin looked toward the collapsed rooftop, his eyes darkening. "No." Yu Ming also said they'd be fine. And Lin raised his hand and pressed the communicator on his ear. "A-level operator, use all your strength to restore the shields. This can't happen again." A-level operator, "Yes, to say I'm not worried would be a lie. Those over there are their elite troops. Any loss to any one of them would be a huge loss, but they can't dwell on that right now. No matter what happens, they must focus on the battle at hand." This was the key lesson they learned in command class. Everyone can panic, but they, the commanders, cannot. Command is the core of everyone. They must lead everyone to victory. The loud bang, accompanied by the sound of collapse, sent panic through the people below, especially Yuan Su. When this final fire lotus was unleashed, the falling bricks and tiles from the collapsed staircase also crashed to the ground. Yuan Su turned around and saw the dark, deep hole that had collapsed from the explosion. Anan! At this moment, Yuan Su couldn't hold back any longer. With a roar, he ignored the drone in front of him and ran directly towards the training building. He was clearly right down there. If he'd been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. But why did it end up like this? Mom is gone. Is his sister going to disappear too? No, absolutely not. And then, please, don't get hurt. Disha was facing that direction when the rooftop collapsed. She watched helplessly as they were blown up and the rooftop collapsed, powerless to stop. In that moment of stunned silence, her right hand was severed by the incoming bullet. However, she ignored the pain. Yuan Swan and the others must have been in even greater pain than she was. She pursed her lips, tears glistening in her eyes, a flicker of hatred. Disha was about to turn and attack the drone when suddenly, 3 extremely powerful meteor showers streaked overhead, their crimson gold light gleaming with might, striking the drone's wings. Shurimo had used all his strength in this attack. Even just now, he hadn't used his full power. You two, standing beside him, happened to witness Shurimo's expression change. Normal Shurimo exuded 2 words: laziness. Now, Shurimo exuded only awe. Fonziu, looking toward the rooftop, was the first to speak and the first to calm down. They be fine. Our mission continues. This omnidirectional drone must die. Disha, yes, it must die. Sui Fengfei, since they haven't heard from us yet, they must be fine. But since this drone dared to target them, it must die. The rest of the group agreed. Regardless of whether Yuan Suan and the others were truly in trouble, since this drone had dared to harm their companions, it must be destroyed, no matter the cost. Chapter 86. The paused attack outside began to resound. Yuan Suan, pinned down by Noelle, coughed a few times as the smoke and dust from the explosion filled her nose. Noelle, ahem, Anan, are you okay? Li Lianyun helped Wenkazi up from the ground. Little Winzy, are you okay? If anything, Wenkazi really didn't want to be called that. It made her feel nauseous. Yongyi and Li Ivy supported each other to their feet and dusted themselves off. Yongyi, no, I mean, that attack was too sudden. If you hadn't reacted quickly, we would have lost our lives. The attack had come so suddenly that Yuan Suan, who had been observing the drone's weaknesses, suddenly shifted her gaze and caught sight of the sudden explosion. She immediately ordered everyone to retreat and had Noelle deploy a protective shield, enveloping them. When the attack reached them, they barely escaped. Despite this, Noelle's shield was still shattered, and from protecting Yuan Suan, she also suffered some minor injuries on her back. Wow, little Noelle, you look seriously injured. As Li Lianyun was thinking about leaving, he glanced and happened to see the wound on Noelle's back. His cry drew the attention of the others, including Yuan Suan. He ran, oh my god! That's serious. It must be painful, Noelle. How can you endure it so much? After all, the injury was meant to protect Yuan Suan, so she wanted to see it too, but Noelle stopped her. And I'm fine. Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. It won't hurt much. That being said, Noelle was actually in real pain, as if her entire back was being burned by flames. Hearing Noelle's words, Yuan Suan temporarily put aside Noelle's wound and instead looked at the massive hole in the rooftop. They had fallen directly to the 3rd floor of the training building. From the sounds, Shurimo and the others hadn't given up the fight, which was a good thing. Yuan Suan smiled sweetly. Don't you think this drone is really annoying? From that smile, they knew Yuan Suan was going crazy, really going crazy this time. Li Lianyun smiled with narrowed eyes. I do. So, junior sister, what do you think we should do now? How about just blow it up? Yuan Suan opened his mouth, about to give an order, when he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. The footsteps were urgent, accompanied by familiar shouts. Following the sound, he saw that familiar figure. Yuan Su's figure kept shuttling back and forth in the training building, appearing extremely flustered. Time seemed to stand still when he saw Yuan Suan. He paused, looking at the person before him. Her neat ponytail was now disheveled, as were her clothes, but she was unharmed. Suddenly Yuan Su's eyes welled up. I'm glad you're okay. Commander Yuan, what are you going to do now? This time, he unexpectedly didn't rush over, nor did he offer any words of concern. His attitude suddenly became distant, causing Yuan Suan to frown and have a bad feeling. Forget it. Now wasn't the time to dwell on this. Go to the rooftop. As soon as Yuan Suan finished speaking, everyone immediately ran up the stairs at top speed. When they reappeared on the rooftop, everyone finally relaxed, suddenly feeling the joy and relief of a key figure being resurrected. They were all fine, which meant they would definitely win. At that moment, everyone's attacks returned to their peak, and the drones below were destroyed one by one. Yu2 and Gu Vida continued to use Fire Lotus, attacking from behind and above. Yuan Su and Shurimo attacked from the front and above the omnidirectional type, making sure to distribute their bullets more closely and maintain their firepower without any loss of power. Disha, Sui Fengfei, and Fonziu distracted the tentacles and destroyed as many of them as possible. Lin Lusheng planned to attack directly below the eye, where his weak spot was. Be careful, the omnidirectional type could launch a surprise attack from below the eye. A familiar voice reached their ears. Everyone outside, attacking with all their might, didn't turn their heads back toward the rooftop. Instead, they began adjusting their movements according to Yuan Suan's command. Yes, command, the voices responded loudly, as if everyone had exerted their full strength. The combined sounds were faintly audible, surpassing the sound of explosions. All archers use massive stream, attacking the center of his eyes and wings. Li Lianyun, Irong, Li Ivy, Roger, Noel, adjust everyone's abilities to full strength to maximize their attack power. Noel, yes. Yuan Swain, link my abilities with Winkasi's, and I use them. Noel immediately retorted upon hearing this, what? No, Enon, you already used your ability to connect twice today. You can't use it again, or you won't be able to use your Fawar abilities for 3 days straight. In her haste, Noel ripped the wound on her back, causing a sharp pain throughout her body, but she fought to hold it in. Yuan Swain didn't really care about this. As long as she could eliminate the Omni type before her, 3 days of inability to use her abilities wouldn't be a big deal. When Casey was the second to speak, I disagree. If you can't use your abilities, I'd be the one in trouble. Yuan Su was the third to speak, but his tone was filled with anger. Yuan Swain, please take care of yourself, okay? He wasn't looking at Yuan Swain, but at the target below, but his voice gave the impression of someone about to be slaughtered. Yuan Swain pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction. 3 days without being able to use abilities isn't a big deal. It just means lying in bed for 3 days without moving. It'd be fine after 3 days. The omnidirectional attack continued, seemingly about to repeat the previous one. However, the city shield had been reinforced, and the blow collided with it, sending up smoke and dust that barely offset the impact. The shield was restored by the A-level operators. The Fire Lotus and the Giant Flow continued their attacks, following Yuan Swain's designated direction. The effect was indeed much better than before. This was the conclusion Yuan Swain had reached after careful consideration on the way up. This omnidirectional attack was fierce, but it always deliberately left its center point when attacking. These center points were supposed to be shielding the true center point. The top of the eye was the biggest trap. If you keep attacking it, its attack will reach its peak intensity, and it will automatically explode. At that moment, no one nearby will survive. After eliminating so many locations, the only remaining point was the center of the base of the eye. This was the only spot it had an attack from, and it was also the most vulnerable to close-range attacks. Based on the tonality of this group of drones, this should be the weak point of this omnidirectional drone. Chapter 87. Why do you say you command? You command? Yuan Swain's appearance and the command were immediately greeted with excitement, and the attackers continued to cross the line of fire. Lin Lusheng, in particular, braved the blazing flames, risking his life to approach the drone, retreating just as he was about to be affected, only to advance again. Seeing the tentacles behind him, their spikes charging towards him, Fengziyu quickly blocked them. As the spikes were about to pierce him, Lin Lusheng was forced to retreat, unleashing 3 consecutive short blade attacks. Fuck. Damn it! A crimson gold light struck the tentacle, and Lin Lusheng turned and fled, leaving it to Fengziyu to deal with without a second thought. At the moment he turned, 3 short blade attacks struck the tentacle, easily severing the very tip of the tentacle they had been trying to cut through. Fengziyu saw this and frowned. Has he gotten stronger again? He seemed close to S. Just as he left, Fengziyu was nearly stabbed again, but it was Swifengfei, who was standing next to him, who pulled him back, preventing further injury. Lin Lusheng withdrew from the battle, watching the 10 seconds of pause in the attacks of Fire Lotus and Giant Stream. Just as he was about to advance again, he suddenly heard shouts from the side. Charge! If we destroy the opposition type, we completely win. Go! These were all the students, who had just been attacking the drones in front of the training building. Oh no, I can't say all, because they had lost some teammates in the previous battle, but this didn't affect their morale in the slightest. They want the final victory. As the troops rushed over to help with the attack, the people on the rooftop also joined Yuan Swain. The vast crowd looked at Noel in surprise. Why are you all here? Is the battle over there already? And Lin nodded. Yes, it's over. We won, so we're here to help you. After all, that omnidirectional drone is difficult to deal with, and you need combat power. Yuan Swain had just been rejected from connecting with her abilities, and was wondering what to do when they arrived. This time, Yuan Swain didn't hesitate. She asked Tianhe to switch her communicator to the main one, and gave the final order. All attackers retreat, all gunners use Fire Lotus, all archers use Giant Stream, and the operator adjusted all combatants' abilities to full strength to ensure their attack power was maximized. As soon as the order was issued, everyone immediately executed it. This will be the final moment of this battle, and we will achieve complete victory. I hope everyone will use all their strength to destroy the omnidirectional drone before us and bring this battle to a perfect end. Yuan Suiyan's voice was resounding. For the impending victory, everyone was pumping their all, placing all their hopes on this final moment. The torrent and the fire lotus attacks continued to blast at the drone, white bullets being destroyed one after another in the barrage of attacks. Those at the front sacrificed their lives, while those at the rear continued to fight. For a moment, the fighting spirit reached a peak. Everyone fought on with the unwavering determination to never give up, painting the night with layer after layer of brilliant golden fireworks. Under the attacks of the crowd, the drone finally met its end. A streak of crimson gold light passed through the crowd, finally landing at the base of the drone's eye. Li Lianyun was using a cassowary. When the cassowary's bullets struck their target, the drone's base suddenly exploded. The surrounding students all retreated, leaving ample room for the drone to be shattered. Someone watching the scene inexplicably felt a surge of sympathy. How tragic. As the drone shattered, lifeless, a ray of light appeared in the dark sky, as if the heavens were celebrating their victory in their own way. Win, win. Win, we win. We win, ha ha ha, we win. I'm not dreaming. We really won, right? Yes, we won. The joy of victory gradually spread among everyone, and cheers of victory began to fill the back of the training building. As the dawn light grew, the joyful figures of everyone were gradually illuminated by the skylight. But one of our teammates has died. But this joy didn't last long. With the sound of someone sobbing, the excitement and joy gradually gave way to sadness. A war involves the loss of countless lives, and ending it will cost even more. When war strikes, no one can completely escape it. Such is the cruelty of war. Line up. Welcome the instructors and our fallen teammates. Just as they were lost in grief, Yuan Suiyan's voice suddenly appeared over the comms. The battle had just ended, and the reaction to Yuan Suiyan's command hadn't yet fully subsided. So, upon hearing Yuan Suiyan's order, they didn't think twice and simply formed up. It wasn't until the troops were fully formed that anyone realized what was happening. Instructor? Yes. Instructor. Where had all the instructors been? While they were still wondering, a series of transparent envelopes slowly appeared and vanished across the entire training camp. With their disappearance, the traces of the recent battle and the wreckage of numerous drones vanished, and the entire training camp was restored to its original pristine state. Shock spread quickly among the combatants. Some, quick-witted, immediately realized that the instructors had probably orchestrated the recent battle. But some remained skeptical, until their supposedly dead comrades ran up to them, recounting their joy of victory and the excitement they felt watching them fight. Some, overcome with comrades' resurrection, burst into tears in front of everyone. Wow, I really thought you were dead, you know? Alive. It's good to be alive. It's good to be back, wow. I'm telling you, don't lie to me like that next time, it's so painful. As Yuan Suiyan led the team from the rooftop downstairs, the weeping people were still being comforted. It wasn't until the instructors appeared that everyone was finally gathered. Rao Feng stood in the center of the instructors, looking at the children, who were in a mixture of sadness and joy, mostly joy, and finally shouted, "Congratulations, everyone has passed the third round of training." At these words, everyone burst into an uproar, and the training camp, which had been quiet, was once again engulfed in chaos. What? The third round? Oh my god! Why the third round? No way, instructor, you can't play tricks on me like that. With everyone so surprised, Yuan Suiyan felt like he'd been tricked, thinking this was just a drill, but it turned out to be the third assessment. Just as their conversation was about to stop, Rao Feng spoke again. Do you know why the third assessment is set up this way? Everyone fell silent, and someone replied, I don't know. Why? Drone attacks are always sudden. As military academy students, you will enter the battlefield in the future. You should understand that drone attacks are always sudden and unpredictable. When a sudden drone attack strikes, all of you must possess a certain level of reaction and combat capability. This is a quality that future soldiers must possess. Don't be afraid of battle, face challenges head-on, and cooperate in combat. This is something you all must keep in mind. At the end of the second assessment, I told you to remain vigilant at all times and prepare for the future. This assessment, held on the night after your second assessment, after returning to the training camp to sleep, was designed to test your ability to do just that. So far, it seems you performed remarkably well. In your training, your instructors and us have taught you to stay alive, but you should also know that survival presupposes defeating the enemy at all costs. You bear your weapons to protect your homeland. Only by surviving with all your might can you continue to protect it. We fight for victory and for peace, so none of us should become deserters or evade the battle when it suddenly strikes. You have all performed remarkably well in this regard. When all of you, when the battle strikes, unite as one, obey command, and never give up, possessing the courage to face the enemy with unity, and defeat the enemy together, then victory is already yours. So you all passed last night's third assessment. After these words, coupled with the thrilling experience that night, everyone felt they had gained a profound experience and education, which will be the most valuable asset in their academic careers. So, for the rest of the training, no one had any intention of slacking off, focusing solely on improving their combat abilities. Therefore, someone would always seek out someone to fight in their free time, and Lin Lusheng was the one who approached Feng Ziyu the most often. After the argument during the second assessment, the atmosphere between the two of them plummeted to a freezing point. Whenever they saw each other, the two would first argue, then fight. Every time he sparred with Lin Lusheng, Feng Ziyu could clearly feel the flow of his Fawar abilities. At the end of the third round of the previous assessment, against the opposition machine, he had witnessed Lin Lusheng's attack and knew that he had truly surpassed him. Unfortunately, this person was completely unaware of himself. Despite possessing such impressive abilities, he only focused on him. Feng Ziyu thought, this shouldn't be the case. Feng Ziyu, let's fight again. If you're the same as before, we call it a day. To Feng Ziyu, these words implied that Lin Lusheng had no intention of interacting with him anymore, and indeed, that was exactly what he meant. In the training room, the remaining people watched this scene, feeling the urge to intervene. This shouldn't escalate into a severance of ties. This time, Feng Ziyu stopped fighting, and instead left the training room and headed for the rooftop. Chapter 88. What is talent like? No one understands it better than Feng Ziyu. What is it like to possess talent? Those without it have no right to speak. Since childhood, those around him have always praised his talent and ability, but only he knows how much he has secretly sacrificed to achieve his current success. Feng Ziyu is a loner, always preferring to be alone. No one wants to interact or play with him, except Lin Lusheng, who clings to him like a dogskin plaster, sparring with him every day. Lin Lusheng has a short temper and loves to offend people. Feng Ziyu always cleans up after him. God knows how much Feng Ziyu annoys him. It's bad enough that he has a bad temper, but he also constantly competes with him for the lead. Feng Ziyu just can't get away from him. He always thinks, next time, I must stay away from him, but whenever the next time comes, Feng Ziyu still can't escape. People always say they're as close as brothers. What nonsense! In junior high, Feng Ziyu's Fawar ability was tested at B level, while Lin Lusheng's was C level. From then on, Lin Lusheng vowed to surpass him one day, but he always fell before Feng Ziyu's full-strength blows. Through day after day of sparring, both men's abilities improved significantly. While it might seem that Lin Lusheng was always weaker than Feng Ziyu, only Feng Ziyu knew the terrifying extent of Lin Lusheng's improvement. Before Feng Ziyu reached A level, he hit a plateau, leading him to believe his improvement had reached its limit. But Lin Lusheng was different. His daily practice and sparring sessions with Feng Ziyu constantly provided him with new insights, and his abilities steadily grew. From that moment on, Feng Ziyu knew full well that Lin Lusheng would one day truly surpass him. He just didn't expect that day to come so soon. He was currently stuck at A rank, while Lin Lusheng was just one step away from reaching S rank. This was true talent, a talent to be envied. You're jealous of him. The breeze on the rooftop was still cool. Feng Ziyu didn't know why he said this to Yuan Suiyan, perhaps because Yuan Suiyan happened to be there. During the third assessment, he lost his focus during the battle, and was later reprimanded by the colonel, who said this was a major offense. But at the time, he simply wanted to know how far he was behind Lin Lusheng. It wasn't until he saw the results that Feng Ziyu finally realized the gap was significant. Jealous? Feng Ziyu didn't think so, but he was genuinely envious. I just think it's hard to bridge the gap between talent and talent. Just as he was gifted among ordinary people, Lin Lusheng stood out even more among those gifted. That's why he was able to surpass him so quickly. Maintaining a stable mindset is also a crucial component of improving one's abilities. This was a line from the article How to Improve Fawar Abilities, which Yuan Suiyan remembered clearly. Mindset. Feng Ziyu suddenly chuckled. But was it really a matter of mindset? He didn't think so. Lin Lusheng was his rival, and someone he greatly envied. Now that Lin Lusheng had surpassed him, he hoped he could go even further, while he continued to work hard. But since the assessment ended, it seemed as if Lin Lusheng had deliberately stopped training and improving his Fawar abilities. Feng Ziyu vaguely understood why, presumably for him. But the more Lin Lusheng acted like this, the angrier he got. He envied him, but it was far from enough for him to stop training and wait for him, and then there was that's it. Even if he was furious, How could he say such words? Inside the training room, Lin Lusheng saw Feng Ziyu leaving and tried to chase him, but was held back by the others. Why are you so angry? And Lin asked Lin Lusheng. To be honest, Lin Lusheng himself didn't know why, he just felt Feng Ziyu shouldn't be so weak. They had grown up together, and no one knew Feng Ziyu's strength better than him. He truly wanted to surpass Feng Ziyu, and not continue to be his defeated opponent. But he couldn't help but feel that it shouldn't be now, at least not during training camp. At the very least, it had to wait until training camp, no, after the league, or even after college, when they all joined the military. No, ideally for life. Li Lianyan rubbed his chin and made a bold guess. I guess you feel sorry for Xiao Yuzi because you always looked up to him as a role model. No matter how much you want to surpass him, you don't actually want to surpass him. As long as you see this role model constantly before you, you have the determination to keep improving. Am I right, Xiao Linzi? Role model? Lin Lusheng wanted to retort, but his throat felt like it was choking, and he couldn't utter a word. He seemed unable to refute. Feng Ziyu was handsome, had good grades, was capable, and was a good person. Since childhood, he had been a role model for everyone, except Lin Lusheng. Until that day, he saw Feng Ziyu practicing at the martial arts gym. He was knocked down again and again, but he stood up again, and even after dark, Feng Ziyu continued to practice. At that moment, Lin Lusheng thought, so this person also has things he's not good at. So Lin Lusheng decided to challenge Feng Ziyu, thinking he could easily defeat him, but in the end, he was repeatedly beaten down. Private fights outside the martial arts hall were forbidden. This was the rule of Feng Ziyu's family martial arts school, so they competed inside. After losing once, Lin Lusheng refused to admit defeat and challenged him again and again, but he could never defeat Feng Ziyu. Both the Lin and Feng family martial arts schools gained unprecedented fame due to this incident, and both schools saw a surge in new students. When did Lin Lusheng begin to see Feng Ziyu as a role model? Perhaps it was during the countless battles he considered giving up, but each time he saw Feng Ziyu defeated his father, yet he never gave up. Additionally, during the ability tests in junior high school, Feng Ziyu's level was higher than his own, and he assumed it must be the result of Feng Ziyu's hard work. From now on, he would emulate Feng Ziyu, exerting every effort possible, hoping one day to reach his level and stand shoulder to shoulder with him. After all the hard work he had put in until now, the result was that he had surpassed the person he considered his role model. Lin Lusheng asked, then what should I do? Li Lianyan said, surpassing your role model, isn't that a good thing for you? What's there to be angry about? If you think this isn't a good thing, then let Feng Ziyu continue to work hard and grow his abilities. When he surpasses you again, you can continue to work hard and strive to reach your role model. That being said, Li Lianyan also understood that ability is a completely unpredictable thing. For example, Lin Lusheng's level advancement was seamless. Similarly, Feng Ziyu and his peers experienced level advancement that required a strong mindset. Once their mindset became unstable, they would reach a bottleneck. Even more outrageous was Yuan Suiyan, who even experienced setbacks. You're right. I go find Feng Ziyu then. Just as he was about to go up to the rooftop again, Li Lianyan grabbed Lin Lusheng's arm again. Wait, little Linzi, what you said just now was too harsh. I think if you really want to do this, you should at least apologize to him. It's not his own will that his abilities have stagnated, right? This reminder reminded Lin Lusheng of what he had just said. Suddenly, he was startled by himself. Oh my god! What had I just said? It's over, it's over. Old Feng is not going to ignore me anymore. Impulse is the devil. Lin Lusheng felt that his apology had to be serious, otherwise, Feng Ziyu would not forgive him. But apologizing is a skill. Thinking of Feng Ziyu, Lin Lusheng couldn't bring himself to say the word sorry. He didn't even realize it was Feng Ziyu. He stood beside him on the rooftop, silent for a moment. Just as Feng Ziyu was about to leave, Lin Lusheng steeled himself and said, I'm sorry. As the words escaped his lips, Feng Ziyu glanced up at the sky. It wasn't even sunlit at night. What kind of act was Lin Lusheng's proactive apology? It was as utterly insane as the moon appearing during the day and the sun appearing at night. In the past, when the two of them had a disagreement, it was always Feng Ziyu who took the initiative to talk to him, and only then would they reconcile. Lin Lusheng said, my words were harsh just now, but I didn't mean it. I just wanted you to work harder and improve your Fawar abilities. I was just so angry. You're clearly more powerful than me, yet I surpassed you so easily. We agreed to enter the first battle together. How could you just stop like this? I just felt it shouldn't be like this, but I didn't realize it until Li Lianyan said it. I hoped you always be ahead of me, until we could stand shoulder to shoulder, and yet, I surpassed you so easily. I know you work hard and never skip your training, but I just felt it shouldn't be this way, that you shouldn't stop there. But I didn't know how to put it, so I said that in a fit of anger. Lin Lusheng was anxious, and his words were repetitive. Feng Ziyu understood, but he wasn't going to let it go easily. So? You came to me just to apologize? A harsh, cold voice reached Lin Lusheng's ears, and he knew he was truly angry this time. What should I do? I need to say something more. I want to tell you that I will continue to work hard to improve my abilities and strength, and I hope you will continue to work hard to improve your abilities and strength until you're ahead of me again. Then, I will surpass you once again. You never disappoint. It was my fault before. I was so angry that I forced myself on you. Whether you wanted it or not, I was wrong. Feng Ziyu sighed, staring at the figure in front of him. He finally turned and looked at Lin Lusheng. I'm really angry. Angry that you were so stupid. You stopped improving your abilities for me. I don't need you to do that. If you need to improve your abilities, then go ahead and do it. I naturally continue to work on mine. The more you stop because of me, the more uncomfortable I feel. I don't want to be a roadblock to your progress. Do you understand? Lin Lusheng lowered his head. I understand. Yuan Suan, who was studying nearby, watched and listened, and suddenly felt she should leave. She packed her things and prepared to depart when Lin Lusheng suddenly called out to her. Lin Lusheng, Commander, wait a moment. Be a witness before you leave. Yuan Suan's forward steps froze in place, forced to listen to Lin Lusheng's words. From today on, I, Lin Lusheng, and Feng Ziyu are rivals. Neither of us can stop training because of the other, until the moment the agreement is fully fulfilled. Lin Lusheng's action was sudden, and by the time Feng Ziyu realized what he was saying, he had already finished. His words lifted the gloom from Feng Ziyu's heart. Okay. Feng Ziyu agreed, and Lin Lusheng felt relieved. To celebrate their reconciliation, Lin Lusheng decided to have another duel with Feng Ziyu. Yuan Suan took the opportunity to quickly leave the rooftop. Just as she reached the next flight of stairs, she ran into Lin. How are Lin Lusheng and the others? Yuan Suan reflected on their appearance. They're fighting. Fighting! And Lin, upon hearing this, hurried to the rooftop. Until he saw the two people on the rooftop, they were indeed fighting, but the tense atmosphere had vanished. Finally, his heart settled, fighting. Chapter 89. Time flew by, and in a flash, the final 15 days of training were over, and it was almost time for them to return home. The night before the training ended, everyone gathered for a cool-down party. It would be more accurate to call it a bonfire party than a cool-down party. A huge flame burned in the playground. Of course, it wasn't real fire, but a fake one projected through virtual reality. However, the blazing flames looked almost real. Not far from the bonfire, rows of barbecue grills were set up. Someone was setting ingredients in front of the grills and grilling them, while others quietly waited for the fresh food to come out of the oven. People gathered in groups of 3 or 4 around the bonfire, some wondering how it was made, while others wanted to dance around it. It's said that in the old interstellar era, people would dance around bonfires during festivals, seemingly to pray for happiness. Why don't we do one too? Can you find a girlfriend by dancing? I don't know, but since it's a prayer for happiness, it should be possible. Then I do it too. I want to find a boyfriend soon. I want to be happy every day. How do you dance? As the crowd grew, someone asked the most crucial question, but no one could answer it. At that moment, Alvin suddenly appeared from the side and explained, everyone hold hands, and then do this. He began to take 3 steps to the side, then kicked his feet, took 3 steps back, and then kicked his feet again, swinging his hands back and forth. Alvin was a scientific researcher, but besides research, he had a little-known interest, studying ancient interstellar civilizations. This bonfire dance was one of his recent discoveries, and when someone mentioned it, he immediately shared it without reservation. As more and more people gathered around the bonfire, Yuan Suan and Casey sat in the playground, lost in thought. Lately, Yuan Suan had been feeling like her Fawar training hadn't been going smoothly. She didn't know why, but whenever she thought she could make a step forward, the little progress she worked so hard to build would suddenly vanish. This feeling of vanishing was unnatural, as if something within her body was absorbing her strength. And then, want some barbecue? Winsy, this is for you. Noelle and Disha each placed a skewer of grilled meat in front of Yuan Suan and Winkasey. The skewers were juicy and tender, still sizzling with oil, evidently fresh from the grill. Disha took a bite of her skewer. The moment it entered her mouth, heat exploded in her mouth, and the delicious flavor spread throughout her taste buds. She opened her mouth to breathe in the heat, exclaiming how hot and delicious it was, making Noelle, who was standing beside her, eager to take a bite as well. Unfortunately, she was afraid of the heat and didn't want to look this way. It was unsightly. A group of men gathered, clamoring for a duel between Lin Lusheng, Feng Ziyu, and Sui Fengfei to see who was the strongest. Unable to argue, the three men had no choice but to go along with their demands and engage in a brawl. The ultimate outcome was undoubtedly Lin Lusheng's complete victory. Everyone was satisfied, and Lin Lusheng was crowned the true man of the training camp. However, he wasn't entirely happy about this. Yuan Su had originally intended to go find Yuan Suiyan, but ended up being surrounded along with Shi Mo. Everyone was asking when they could reach their level of skill, like in their third assessment, and defeat so many drones at once. As for Li Lianyun and the others, they faced a similar situation as Yuan Su and the others. They had never had the opportunity to study, and now, surrounded them tightly, making it impossible for them to escape even if they tried. As Yuan Suiyan was almost finished with his food, he saw Colonel Rao. Unsure why she had come, out of courtesy, Yuan Suiyan stood up and greeted her. "Hello, Colonel." Rao Fenghua came to her simply to confirm a question. "During the third assessment, how did you discover that reconnaissance drone and attack it in time?" During the third assessment, Yuan Suiyan only attacked once, targeting a patrol drone among the drones. They didn't notice anything unusual at the time. It wasn't until after the assessment that Shi Yusin walked along the path from the dormitory to the training building and discovered a small reconnaissance drone. He was killed by 3 consecutive shots from Sharp Swift. The appearance of a true reconnaissance drone during the training camp assessment meant that the drone corps was conducting reconnaissance and gathering information. Later, they reviewed all the students' assessment videos overnight and ultimately discovered that it was Yuan Suiyan's work. Almost the moment the detector appeared, Yuan Suiyan noticed its presence and promptly eliminated it. How did Yuan Suiyan discover it so quickly? With this question in mind, Rao Fenghua finally decided to ask Yuan Suiyan in person. Yuan Suiyan blinked and gave Rao Fenghua a 2-word answer. Intuition? She felt that this feeling could only be described as intuition. When the probe appeared, she had a feeling it had to be eliminated. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this intuition alone was a valuable asset, and it could greatly guarantee her safety. Rao Fenghua, hold on to your intuition, it's your treasure. Wow! A meteor! Suddenly someone shouted, the sound quickly spreading across the playground. Everyone looked up at the sky, and sure enough, countless meteors streaked across the sky. In the interstellar age, everyone knew how meteors were formed. They were small particles of dust and solid matter traveling through interstellar space, numerous, swarms of meteoroids orbiting the same path. Even though they knew, they still couldn't scientifically explain the current spectacular sight. Let's make a wish. I hear wishes made during a meteor streak are very effective. Suddenly, someone else suggested. Some believed it, some didn't. Noelle was the one who believed. She cupped her hands together, placed them on her chest, closed her eyes, and gazed up at the sky, her expression calm. Seeing this, others began to make wishes. Only after she finished making her wish did Noelle slowly open her eyes, only to find Disha and the others staring at her. Noelle suddenly felt embarrassed by the stares. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Yuan Suiyan, it took so long. Disha, yeah. What did you wish for? Why did it take so long? Noelle chuckled, put her hands behind her back, and turned to look at Yuan Suiyan, her eyes clear and pure. Nothing. I just hope Anan is safe and happy. Disha was unconvinced. That's it? Noelle nodded. Disha, I don't believe it. Then it's up to you. With that, Noelle dragged Yuan Suiyan to the barbecue area. Regardless of whether Yuan Suiyan actually wanted to eat, she offered him anything she found that looked good. Soon, Yuan Suiyan's hands were stuffed with food. He finally pulled away, and Yuan Su, who had rushed over, helped him carry the food. Seeing this, Titia couldn't help but fold her arms in front of her. Noelle is really good at directing us. When Casey nodded involuntarily. Indeed. Chapter 90. The next morning, after breakfast, all the students gathered again for a final lecture from the instructors. Shi Yusin held a megaphone and said, "You can go home tomorrow. Are you all happy?" Students, yes. Shi Yusin, of course, then let's run 20 laps around the playground. As soon as these words were spoken, the playground suddenly erupted in wailing, with students shouting, "We all need to go home." And stop this. Rao Fenghua snatched the megaphone from Shi Yusin's hand and gave him a look. Stop it. Shi Yusin understood and gave Rao Fenghua an obedient smile. Your instructor sure likes to joke around. No need to run. As soon as Rao Fenghua said this, the students finally quieted down. I don't think you appreciate any nonsense, so let's get straight to the point. At this point, Rao Fenghua took a deep breath. You're truly the worst students we ever taught. This was a recurring theme from teachers throughout elementary, middle, and high school. I finally managed to escape it, but now the instructors have to repeat it. No one finds it offensive, it just feels strangely familiar. But the turnaround came quickly. Of course, you're also the proudest student I ever taught. Although it's only been a short month and a half, we instructors have witnessed your growth. We hope you maintain this after training. Make every effort to improve your abilities, and maintain your passion for training, striving to become outstanding soldiers in the end. The league is coming soon. Everyone, then, must give your all to achieve a brilliant result for our Federal Military University. Only then will we live up to our teachings and your hard work. Do you understand? The students responded, understood. As the brief closing training session was drawing to a close, someone suddenly raised their hand and asked, Instructor, will we see you again? Sure. Yusin's lips curled up. Oh, someone still reluctant to leave. Rao Fenghua, if you work hard enough. The student who asked the question immediately shouted, I train hard. Excellent. Rao Fenghua put down the megaphone and held his arms straight at his sides. His figure instantly became exceptionally upright. Seeing this, the other instructors also stood at attention. All of you. The Federal Military University summer training officially ends today. Everyone is dismissed. At that moment, everyone straightened their backs, saluted solemnly, and shouted in unison, yes. The summer morning breeze wasn't exactly cool, but it was enough to cool them down. Especially after the intense heat of the training, this little bit of heat was a mercy for them. Yuan Suiyan left with Yuan Su and Dr. An. Since An Bewley had already bought tickets for the interstellar train, the three of them were the first students to leave. As she was leaving with her modest and lightly packed suitcase, Noelle ran over and hugged her, crying profusely, saying she couldn't bear to leave, couldn't let go, and kept asking Yuan Suiyan to take care of herself. Everyone around her thought they were about to part forever, but they were only going home for 3 days to rest before returning to school. Ultimately, Titia couldn't bear it anymore and pulled them apart. As they left, others were waiting behind them, either for their parents to pick them up or waiting for their turn to head to the station. When Yuan Suiyan arrived home, the house was as clean and tidy as ever, devoid of any sign of life. The moment the door opened, all the appliances in the house lit up. Then, a round butler robot with pointed ears flew forward and said, Young master, you're back. Do you need any refreshments or hot water? Otherwise, why is it called a butler robot? With this robot and the appropriate equipment, you no longer have to worry about anything at home. The only downside is that it only obeys one master. Clearly, in the Yuan family, it obeys Yuan Suiyan. By the time the butler robot was asking, Yuan Su had already sat down on the sofa. My dear sister, wouldn't you consider giving it a name and changing its personality? It's really dull right now. Feeling the verbal attack, before Yuan Suiyan could reply, the butler robot said, My young master doesn't like names, and she also likes my serious and dedicated attitude. Yuan Su crossed his legs and leaned forward. Then, this serious and dedicated butler robot, how about you bring me a glass of water? I'm very thirsty. The butler robot replied, You are not my master. The butler robot has no business serving you. If you need anything, go get it yourself. Every time Yuan Su got in the mood to playfully tease the butler robot, he couldn't stop. So An Bewley went to his room first, and Yuan Suiyan prepared to return to his own. However, she had only taken a step with her suitcase when Yuan Su's voice echoed from behind, Stop! Ever since the third assessment, Yuan Su had been unusually quiet when facing Yuan Suiyan, and his gaze had become particularly stern. Whenever Yuan Suiyan wanted to eat more or rest more, and Yuan Suiyan wanted to refuse, the moment he saw those faces that immediately darkened, Yuan Suiyan felt like he was about to be killed. So to survive, Yuan Suiyan was forced to agree again, and Yuan Su would pat Yuan Suiyan's head with exceptional affection and say, You're so good. For example, now, when Yuan Su asked Yuan Suiyan to go with him to the Federal Military Weapons Museum this afternoon, Yuan Suiyan wanted to refuse, and that gloomy face immediately appeared. It wasn't until Yuan Suiyan agreed that the atmosphere relaxed. Returning to his room, Yuan Suiyan packed his things, opened a terminal, and logged into the Heresy Forum with his secondary account. The game forum was always bustling, and the posts rotated daily. Even so, 2 posts remained firmly at the top. One was from September 193 of the new star calendar, the second semester of Yuan Suiyan's third year of junior high school. It was titled Video Highlights of the Silver Leaf Team's Games. Another post was posted in June of the New Star calendar year 195, around the time Yuan Suiyan graduated from her sophomore year of high school. It was titled When Will the Silver Leaf Squad Return? The Silver Leaf Squad was once a dominant force in the entirety of Heresy. They were a remarkably complete team, each member incredibly powerful. Wherever they went, they were unstoppable. They were the kind of team the skilled players sought to challenge, and the less skilled admired. However, during Yuan Suiyan's sophomore year, they abruptly announced their disbandment, and no one from the team has appeared in Heresy since. Almost everyone in the game longed for their reunion and return, but 3 years later, there was still no sign of a return. But none of this mattered to Yuan Suiyan now. What mattered was that she wanted to see if any powerful commanders had emerged recently.